My name is Mu Feng, and I'm the youngest archaeologist on Blue Planet. However, during an ordinary archaeological mission, I accidentally fell into a mysterious black hole. When he opened his eyes again, he had traveled through time and space and became the chief of an endangered primitive tribe. The sacred fire was extinguished, the food was looted, and the tribe was on the brink of life and death. And I shouldered the responsibility of saving my people. I led everyone to make fire by drilling wood, go fishing in the ice lake, build defensive earth walls, and even create an offensive and defensive weapon system for primitive people. Even the heir of the Blue Bird tribe, which ranks first among the 10 major tribes, began to look at me with admiration and flirt with me. But the peace did not last long, as a pack of wolves suddenly attacked and the tribe was in danger. At the critical moment, I held a sharp arrow and shot a shocking arrow to save the tribe. From then on, I started the raise wolves to get rich mode and trained the strongest wolf cavalry legion for the tribe. In order to improve the living environment of my people, I also built Haka Earth buildings based on modern designs. The former thatched huts were transformed into primitive mansions overnight. That year, I stood on the top of the earth building with my hands in my pockets, watching thousands of wolves running. I felt so proud and heroic, and there was only one thing left in my heart. Rival? Sorry, I've never seen one before. At this moment, inside the thatched cottage, the old man who had been unconscious for a long time slowly opened his eyes and weakly called out my name. Mu Feng. I was stunned. I knew that my body did not belong to his grandson, but I still couldn't help but rush forward and choked up. Grandpa! He raised his hand with difficulty, gently touched my head, and turned his gaze to the people around him. Where is Li Hu? Before he finished speaking, a man as tall as an iron tower bent over and entered the house, shouting anxiously. Grandpa, I'm here! Grandpa, how do you feel? He knelt on one knee, holding the old man's hand tightly, his face full of worry. The old man shook his head slightly, his tone weak but firm. I don't have much time left. Everyone was shocked, and their eyes instantly turned red. Grandpa, don't say such things. What will we do if you leave? Li Hu choked. The old man was unmoved. I have tried my best, but you are still alive, so you must continue to live. He paused, his eyes fell on me and said, After I die, Mu Feng will succeed him as chief. You must respect him as you respect me. Although everyone was extremely shocked, they still nodded heavily. Yes. Now that the sacred fire has gone out, the tribe has no choice but to migrate eastwards to survive. Li Hu gritted his teeth and replied, Yes. The old man looked at me one last time, and I responded instinctively. Grandpa. The old man wiped my tears weakly and said, Silly child, you are already a chief, you can't cry anymore. He slowly raised his hand and placed it on top of my head. A stream of hot information poured into my mind, and the initiation was completed. Grandpa! Everyone shouted in unison, and one person whispered, Chief? Li Hu responded in a deep voice. This is the inheritance that Grandpa passed on to Mu Feng. The position of chieftain cannot be lost. After a long time, I opened my eyes again, but saw that the old man's face was pale. His chest was rising and falling weakly, and the flame of life was about to go out. The hut was as silent as death. Everyone was grieving but hopeful. They all knelt on one knee and shouted in unison, Chief! I am still shocked. Just as I found out about the fact of time travel, I took over the baton of fate and became the last hope of this precarious tribe. I knelt on one knee and sat in front of the old chief. In front of me were a dozen tribesmen, all kneeling on one knee, one hand on their chest, in silence. This scene is like the classic scene of the alternation of old and new power in The Godfather. But I didn't care about these false formalities. I turned around and held the old chief's hand tightly. Grandpa, Grandpa! His breathing was weak and his chest barely rose or fell, as if a light would go out at any moment. No way! My heart trembled. I had just arrived in this strange world. Was I going to watch the people closest to me die? At this moment, a strange but clear voice sounded in my mind. The Great Chief system has been successfully activated, and 100 achievement points are given. Great Chief system? I was stunned. Countless games I played and novels I read in my previous lives flashed through my mind, and I immediately understood what this meant. Although it sounds bizarre, time travel has happened. What could be more mysterious than this? The Great Chief system will be introduced soon. System, stop talking nonsense! I was so anxious that I interrupted it. Can you save people? I yelled in my heart. Tell me how to save him, and we'll tell you the rest later. The system was silent for a moment, then said, You can exchange achievement points for healing spell. What are you waiting for? Exchange it. Sorry, healing requires 1,000 achievement points, and you currently only have 100 points. Fuck! I cursed in my heart. Is there any compromise? The system responded quickly. You can use 100 points to exchange for a life-extending pill, which can extend your life by 3 days. If you achieve 1,000 points within 3 days, you can be treated again. Enough! My eyes lit up. Exchange it immediately. Are you sure you want to spend 100 points to exchange for the life-extending pill? Sure! Hurry up! I shouted frantically, anxious. Ding! Exchange successful. My palms felt warm, and a pill with a faint herbal scent appeared out of thin air. I didn't have time to think about it, and immediately said, Get some water! A tribesman immediately brought a wooden cup filled with water. Help Grandpa up! I gave the order. Now I am the Great Chief, and no one dares to disobey me. I carefully pried open the old man's mouth, put the pill in, and fed him a few sips of water until he swallowed it. Then I had someone lay him flat. There was total silence, and everyone was looking at me. Is this the Great Chief? Someone asked in a low voice. I shook my head, signaling them to be quiet, but with a knife hanging over my heart. 3 long minutes passed. Suddenly, the old man's shriveled chest rose and fell slightly. I let out a long sigh. It works! That's great! Grandpa! Don't be happy too soon! I interrupted them. The pills can only last for 3 days. If we can't find a real way to save his life within 3 days, he will still die. Everyone looked gloomy. At this time, the old man's eyelids trembled, slowly opened, and said weakly, You saving me is just delaying. I can still feel that I don't have much time left. I was shocked that Grandpa could actually be aware of his own condition. He looked at me and said, Don't stop for me. Lead your people and migrate eastward. Don't let my life hold you back. His voice was deep and firm. This old man had already put his own life and death aside. But this is our ancestral land. Li Hu found it hard to accept, and his eyes turned red. Staying here is waiting to die, Grandpa said word by word. More importantly, our fire was stolen. Fire, without fire, the Jiang family will perish. Do you want to be the Jiang family's sinner? This sentence was like thunder in Li Hu's ears, shaking his whole body. He stood up suddenly. I understand. I suddenly interrupted him. Is your fire really gone? Everyone was stunned. Did you forget? I slapped my forehead and hurriedly made up for it. I just woke up, and my memory is a little confused. They nodded and believed my explanation. But then my words, like thunder from a clear sky, exploded in the whole place. I can create fire. What did you say? Everyone was shocked. I can make fire, I said firmly, leaving no room for doubt. Li Hu grabbed me excitedly. You can really create fire. Grandpa also raised his head suddenly, his eyes shining like torches. Is what you said true? I nodded and said clearly, I want some dry rotten wood, a branch, and some hay or animal hair. Upon hearing this, someone immediately ran to get it. Soon, I had the necessary materials. I quickly recalled what I had learned in my previous life, and used a bone knife to dig holes, insert branches, and rub them. For a moment, everyone held their breath, staring at the movements of my hands. Smoke rose up, and I blew carefully to cover the hay. I rubbed and blew again. The flame finally jumped out in the smoke. At that moment, everyone seemed to have seen a miracle. Grandpa's throat rolled. God bless Jiang. Everyone fell to their knees and shouted in unison. God bless the Jiang. As I successfully made fire by rubbing 2 sticks together, the flames jumped up and illuminated the dim room. The old man let out a long sigh and finally lay down to rest with peace of mind, leaving the next matters entirely to Li Hu. Li Hu bowed slightly and said to me solemnly, Chief, it's time to let everyone know that the Daijun tribe has a new guide. My eyes stayed on the old man's peaceful face, and I nodded gently. Okay. At this moment, I also made a decision in my heart. Since I am here, I will make the best of it. Since fate has pushed me to the position of chief, let's see what I can do for this tribe. I followed Li Hu out of the hut. He held a torch high in his hand, and the light of the flames reflected on his excited face. As soon as he stepped out of the house, he shouted loudly, Everyone listen, our tribe has fire again, and we don't need to migrate anymore. And the one who brought the fire is our new chieftain of Dejiang Mu Feng. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Hu knelt on one knee and raised his arm to salute me. Great chief! There was an uproar among the crowd, and then they all knelt down and responded. Great chief! Only one girl stood there in a daze, as if struck by thunder, muttering to herself. Brother Mu Feng, is he the chief? White Fang! Li Hu turned around and shouted angrily. Don't be rude! Father! Baya was startled and knelt down quickly. When I heard this familiar name, I hurried forward to help her up, waving my hands and saying to everyone, Don't be like this, get up! Brother! Baya called softly, his eyes full of surprise. My heart warmed up, and my memory of this girl became clear. She was Li Hu's daughter, 2 years younger than me, and we had been childhood sweethearts. Although Baya was wearing simple gray fur, her half-jujube-shaped face, lively almond eyes, and fluffy black hair revealed a pretty temperament, and she had already grown into a beautiful lady with a graceful figure. White Fang blinked his eyes with an intimate expression, which was in sharp contrast to the awe-filled expressions on the faces of the people around him. Don't be so polite, just call me as you did before. I scratched my head in embarrassment. There's really no need to be so polite. Isn't this against the rules? Someone in the crowd hesitated. Li Hu was speechless for a moment, and didn't know what to do. I frowned and had to bite the bullet and said, I'm the chief, if I say no, then I really don't need it. Baya covered her mouth and smiled secretly. Her eyes were gentle. She knew in her heart that no matter who the brother in front of her became, he would always be the brother who loved her. The crowd heaved a sigh of relief and stood up. I was about to say something else when a ding reminder sounded in my mind. Complete the fire-making process by drilling wood, and get 1,000 achievement points. I was suddenly startled, and then extremely surprised. I just started a fire, but there were 1,000 points. The system explanation follows. Drilling wood to make fire is of epoch-making significance to primitive tribes, so the achievement points are naturally not low. Do you want to enter the system interface to learn more? I thought to myself. Enter the interface. At this moment, I stood still, and to outsiders it seemed as if I was lost in thought. Li Hu noticed something was wrong and shouted. The chief is meditating, everyone retreat! Everyone dispersed, leaving me standing alone. My consciousness entered the system interface. Great Chief System, assist the host to expand the tribe and complete the mission. Completing the mission will earn achievement points, which can be used to exchange for skills or props. I scanned the taskbar one by one and found that the tasks set by the system were all closely related to the development of the tribe, such as solving food problems, expanding the tribal population, improving combat effectiveness, etc. Each task had different reward points, and only drilling wood to make fire had the highest achievement points. I couldn't wait to issue an order. Open the exchange interface. A shopping mall-like interface appeared in my mind, with icons divided into light and dark. I immediately noticed that the icon of healing was bright. System, exchange for healing. Are you sure you want to use 1,000 achievement points? Confirm. I clicked immediately. Exchange successful. Instantly, a phrase and seal I had never seen before flooded into my mind. It was complex but clear, as if it had already been imprinted in my mind. This magic? This is a kind of magic. By using seals to mobilize the power of heaven and earth, you can activate the vitality in other people's bodies. Without further hesitation, I turned around and went back into the house. I pressed my palms on the old man's forehead, chanted a mantra quietly, and raised my 5 fingers. Suddenly, a light green light appeared around him, gathered in my palms, and slowly poured into the old man's body. This is really magic! I was shocked. After a moment, the old man slowly opened his eyes full of astonishment, but he did not utter a word, letting the light flow to the end. He slowly said, "You entered into meditation?" I paused, then nodded immediately. "Yes, Grandpa, I was thinking about how to save you, and I figured out the healing technique." The old man smiled with relief and motioned for me to help him sit up. "Good boy, call everyone in quickly." I walked out of the house and shouted, "Grandpa wants everyone to come in." Li Hu and others ran over quickly, and seeing the old man sitting quietly, they couldn't help but cheer. "Great Chief, what's wrong with you?" "Mu Feng saved me," the old man said calmly but forcefully. "I can still hold on for a while." Cheers suddenly rang out. "The Dajiang tribe now has a leader." The old man waved his hand and pointed at me. "He is the one who can truly lead you." Everyone's eyes turned to me again. My heart tightened, and I subconsciously said, "Me? Great Chief!" Everyone looked at me in unison, their eyes full of expectation. I was speechless for a moment, and turned to look at the old man, trying to seek some help. The old man shook his head slightly and said solemnly, "I have already said that from now on, you are the chief of the tribe." I was stunned and a little flustered. I had only traveled to this primitive world for a day, but I had to shoulder the fate of the entire tribe. Pop-up window in my mind appeared again. Task 1, help the tribe overcome difficulties. Reward achievement 300 points. Task 2, solve the tribe's survival problem. Reward achievement 500 points. Task 3, boost the morale of the tribe. Reward 200 achievement points. Really, the mission has been assigned. I scratched my head and smiled bitterly. It seems that I have no choice. As a great chief, I can't escape from the battlefield and become a commander without troops, right? I tried to sort out my thoughts. The flames were stolen, the furs were taken, the supplies were seriously damaged, and the people were in a panic. The most troublesome thing was that although the enemy had temporarily retreated, who could guarantee that they would not come back? The most important thing right now is to ensure food and clothing and safety. My thoughts turned, and I made a prompt decision. I shouted to Li Hu, "Gather all the young men in the tribe. I have something to say. Also, bring all the bone knives." "Yes, Chief." Li Hu agreed readily and went out to make arrangements immediately. Soon, more than 50 young and strong men gathered in front of the thatched hut, with more than 30 bone knives placed on the ground. Looking at this meager combat power, I couldn't help but smile bitterly. Isn't this too a little thin? It seems that there is a lot to do. At this time, a man taller than Li Hu and with strong muscles came out. He had strong features and eagle-like eyes. He was a tough guy. He was the chief hunter of the tribe hunting team Mingguang. "Great Chief!" He walked forward and was about to salute. I waved my hand to stop them, glanced at everyone, and said in a deep voice, "Everyone listen, although we have suffered a blow, we are still alive. We don't know whether the looters will come back. But we must be prepared." I paused, then raised my voice. "As long as we unite as one, we will be able to overcome the difficulties, fill our stomachs, and protect our tribe. But they have more than 200 young and strong men. We are no match for them." Someone expressed his concern. "I know." I nodded, but my tone was firm. "But I have a way. Believe me, as long as we do as I say, we have hope." Li Hu, who was standing by, was slightly stunned, and was obviously surprised by my sudden change. He didn't expect that in just half a day, I had already adapted to the role of the chief. I turned around and ordered, "Uncle Mingguang, there are a total of 36 bone knives now. Give half to the people. Go to the back mountain to dig up thornwood and take it away with the roots. If you can't dig it up, cut it up and move it to the west of the tribe for collection." "A thorn tree?" Mingguang frowned. "It's full of thorns, what do you want with it?" I smiled. "It has its uses. Use the remaining half of the bone knife to cut tree branches. Don't use a thin one, at least as thick as my forearm. The length should be based on this one, bring it back like this." I wanted to say 3 meters long, but considering that there is no concept of meter in this era, I can only gesture myself. "Do you understand?" "I understand." Mingguang nodded heavily. Although he was full of doubts, seeing that I was full of confidence, he immediately started to divide people into teams. After the 2 teams set off, The remaining people stood behind Li Hu and waited. I continued to instruct. You are responsible for picking up stones. Square ones are best. Big ones are also fine, as long as they can be piled up. Put the stones you pick up next to the big tree to the west of the tribe. Li Hu was completely confused and had a lot of questions in his mind. But he couldn't help asking, Chief, what are you going to do with all these thornwood, ash branches and stones? I looked at him and smiled. Why, Uncle Li Hu doesn't believe me. Ah? He was stunned and waved his hands quickly. No, no! You are the chief, I interrupted him and said sternly, Uncle, you watched me grow up, so don't call me the chief anymore. Just call me Mu Feng. Please also tell the people in the tribe to stop being so distant. Li Hu was stunned for 2 seconds, then nodded solemnly. Okay. He turned and shouted to 2 young men who looked very similar to him. Qingya, Hongya! Take people to pick up stones. Yes, Dad! The 2 men left quickly with their people. They are Li Hu's children Qingya, Hongya, and a daughter, Baiya. The whole family is the backbone of the tribe. At this time, Li Hu looked back at me and asked, Anything else you want me to do? I looked at the sky and said, Let's get everything done before the sun sets. Tomorrow, we'll go hunting in the mountains. Yes. Li Hu responded like thunder, his expression solemn. He turned around and walked away quickly. In the evening, I walked to the west side of the tribe. The Jiang clan has a unique terrain, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with only one entrance and exit on the west side. Outside this only passage is a relatively low jungle. The robbers used to sneak in from here. In order to prevent the tragedy from happening again, I decided to build a real line of defense here. Dig from here to there, the trench must be this deep, and all the mulberry branches must be buried in it. As I explained, I picked up a bone knife and started digging a trench on the ground. Then I carried a nearly 3-meter-long mulberry branch, inserted it into the soil, and then stepped on it to make it solid. I stood up, walked to the end of the ditch, and cut a clear straight line with a bone knife. I turned around and said, Every branch of the twig should be buried as deep as mine. Yes. Mingwang responded first. I then added, Once all the branches are buried, you can pile up stones behind them, just like I did. As I said that, I bent down again and started moving stones, stacking them one by one, just like building a wall in my previous life. What is this for? Mingwang looked confused, approached me carefully and asked, Captain, why are you doing this? I thought about it and tried to explain it to him in simple and straightforward terms. I want to build a wall to protect the tribe. Wall? He was stunned and repeated it with a confused look. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I could tell that he didn't even have a concept of what a wall was. But then I thought, it's not his fault. The entire tribe, and even the entire era, is still in the Enlightenment stage. A wall is something that can block outsiders and prevent them from coming in easily. As I said this, I continued to bury branches with everyone. When the mulberry tree was buried 2 or 3 meters away, I started to pile up the stones. Some of the stones were uneven, so I used small stones to smash the protrusions and then continued to pile up. Mingwang was fascinated by what he saw. It was obvious that all this was something new and he had never seen before. He squatted down and stacked stones with me seriously. While working, he asked, If the wall is too high and outsiders can't get in, how can we get out? I was stunned for a moment, then I suddenly remembered the key point. Don't bury it here. Leave a door. Fortunately, the reminder was given in time and the mulberry tree had not yet been buried to this section, so the work was not in vain. Dozens of people worked together, and before long, the fence was built with mulberry trees, and the stone wall gradually took shape, and the preliminary wall finally took shape. I looked around and saw some gaps between the cracks in the wall. I originally wanted to fill them with mud to reinforce them, but when I thought about the shortage of water, I had to give up. I made a mental note that this drinking water problem must be solved as soon as possible. After looking at the system interface, I found that there was indeed a task about water source at the back, which rewarded up to 300 achievement points. But at the moment, safety and food and clothing were more urgent, so I had to put it aside for now. At this time, I ordered again. Bury the roots of the thornwood that we just dug up next to the mulberry tree, and then wrap the thornwood vines around the mulberry tree. Ah? This? There was an uproar in the crowd. The thornwood got its name because it is covered with long thorns, which are denser and thicker than roses. Many people were injured when digging vines before, and now they have to wrap them around the wall. Who wouldn't have a headache? Chief, this is… Mingguang hesitated to speak. Just at this moment, Li Hu came over with the old chief. Grandpa! I hurried forward to support him. The old man held my hand, looked at the defense line that was beginning to take shape, then looked at the buried thornwood, and asked curiously, "What are you doing?" I patiently explained. "It is the first month of spring now, and the buried mulberry branches can still sprout and grow. The thorny trees will climb and grow along it, and in the future they will grow into a natural defense line full of thorns. Anyone who wants to break into the tribe will have to pass this level first." The old man's eyes lit up and he said in surprise, "This is a good idea. Why didn't we think of it before?" Mingguang and Li Hu also suddenly realized and their faces were full of surprise. I took the opportunity to say, "Now that the safety issue has been temporarily resolved, we need to find a way to solve the food problem next." I turned to look at Li Hu. "Uncle, how much food is left in the tribe now?" Li Hu's face was solemn. "It's only enough for 2 days." This? My heart skipped a beat. I thought the situation could be relieved for a while, but it turned out to be more serious than I imagined. "It's my incompetence." Mingguang lowered his head. I waved my hands. "You have tried your best, but your method is wrong. I will go with you this time. I have a way to help you catch more prey." "Do you have a method?" Mingguang was stunned, then showed surprise. "Can it catch more prey?" "Okay, I promise." I nodded. He hesitated and looked at the old man. The old man said nothing, just looked at me quietly. I said with a firm gaze, "I am the chief." Finally, Mingguang nodded and agreed. I breathed a sigh of relief in my heart. Fortunately, Mingguang is not a stubborn person and can get around this corner. "Okay, then tell me, where did you go hunting in the past? What did you catch?" I asked casually. Mingguang answered honestly. "In the summer there are more prey. You can go to Dalong Lake to catch fish, or go hunting in the forest. But now it's spring, so you can only go to the jungle. There are horned deer and woolly rhinoceros there, and sometimes you can even run into a few hairy dragons." Horned deer, woolly rhinoceros. I listened to these names and subconsciously compared them with the animals in my previous life. I gradually got the idea. Then I asked, "What is a hairy dragon?" Before he could explain, the third module of the system popped up a screen, and a picture suddenly appeared in his mind, a creature that looked extremely similar to a chicken. The original chicken! I recognized it at once and couldn't help but exclaimed. It turned out that the flower-haired dragon mentioned by Mingguang was actually the ancestor of the chicken. I remembered a study I had read in my previous life that said chickens evolved from some small dinosaurs, so there was indeed nothing wrong with calling it that. I grinned. This should taste good. Since it is a primitive chicken, that means it is possible to be domesticated. At this time, the system popped up a new task, taming animals, each achievement point plus 300. My heart was shocked, and my brows were filled with joy. Great! Not only can I earn achievement points, but I can also solve the tribe's meat and egg problem. I quickly made a domestication plan in my mind. I smiled, but Mingguang scratched his head worriedly. "Captain, the flower dragon is delicious, but it's a pity that they can run so fast that we can't usually catch many of them." I was stunned for a moment, then I realized that if chickens couldn't run fast, they would have been eaten to extinction long ago. "Don't worry, I have a way," I replied to him with a smile. "Really? What do we need to prepare?" Mingguang asked curiously. "We do need to prepare some things." I nodded, then changed the subject. "But we won't go hunting today. Our most urgent task now is to solve the problem of food. We can talk about the hairy dragon later. So what are we going to do tomorrow?" "Catching fish," I answered firmly. "Catching fish?" Mingguang was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. "It's the first month of spring now, and it's even colder in the mountains. The surface of Long Lake is still frozen. Even if there are fish, we have to wait until the ice melts before we can catch them." I chuckled and said, "Trust me, I have a way." He was skeptical, but when he saw my determined expression, he felt inexplicably at ease. That night, I slept alone in the cave. I lay down beside myself and pinched myself hard, grimacing in pain. Only then did I confirm that I was not dreaming. This day of time travel was truly bizarre. From morning to night, I only ate 2 meals of smoked barbecue, which was burned on the outside and raw on the inside, bitter and woody, and I couldn't swallow it. Then I looked at the salt, which was a mixture of yellow and white, and had impurities. It was obviously not pure salt. The salt is tolerable, I frowned and said to myself. The barbecue skills here are really not good. Why doesn't anyone want to add some seasoning? And the water is as muddy as mud soup. The next morning, White Fang's voice was heard outside the cave. Brother, ah no, Chief, get up! I rubbed my eyes and climbed up from the thatched pile. My neck was so sore this bed was really not for human sleeping. Walking out of the cave, I corrected with a smile. I told you yesterday that you can just call me Brother Feng. White Fang looked around and muttered quietly. Father won't let me. I couldn't help laughing. Just tell him that I told you to call me that. Good. White Fang blinked his eyes and smiled like a kitten that had stolen candy. I said that yesterday, but he didn't believe it. By the way, I heard from my father that you are going to Dalong Mountain to catch fish today? She asked curiously. Yes. Seeing her eager look, I guessed it was almost right. You don't want to go too, do you? White Fang nodded nervously, his eyes full of expectation. May I? I thought about it and agreed with a smile. Okay, it's not dangerous to go fishing anyway. Yeah. She jumped up excitedly. Then let's go eat. We should leave early. I nodded and went with her to find Li Hu and Mingguang. When he heard that White Fang was going to follow, Li Hu's face darkened. Nonsense! This is hunting, not playing! I waved my hands. Don't be nervous, it's just catching fish, not going into the mountains to hunt wild animals. Li Hu glared at Baiya and said, Then you must be obedient on the road and don't run around. Don't worry, Dad. Okay then. Chief Mu Feng, shall we set off? I chuckled and nodded. Let's go! Dalong Mountain is actually not far from the Dajeng tribe, but the Jiang clan's territory is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, so we have to go around the mountains in the north to get there. I still remember that Mingguang took me to Dalong Mountain 2 years ago. It was summer then. The lake had long since melted, so he and his tribesmen squatted on the shore holding wooden sticks, waiting for the fish to swim closer. They would then hit them with the sticks and quickly scoop them up. They could catch a lot in just one afternoon. But this time, it was my turn to lead the team, and I brought more than just a few sticks. Before setting off, I asked Li Hu and Mingguang to take people to the back mountain to cut a lot of black bamboo, sharpen it and make it into a simple harpoon, so that we can return with a full load today. Along the way, I casually asked Mingguang, Isn't there a jungle near our tribe? Logically, there should be a lot of wild animals. Why did you run so far? Mingguang smiled helplessly. Yes, there are, but the beasts in that forest are too cunning, and it is impossible to catch them. Can't catch it? What is it? I was curious. They are not ferocious beasts, but just a group of forest sheep. They run faster than horned deer, he said with a bit of depression. Not only do they run very fast, but they also deliberately hang around where we set up an ambush. When we get close, they run away, scaring away all the wild animals in the forest and making them hide away. I was amazed when I heard this, and thought to myself that this forest sheep might have become a spirit. I called up the system search in my mind, and soon the information of forest sheep emerged. It looks like a goat, with mottled fur of yellow, brown and white interwoven, and a flexible and agile body. It is indeed a natural forest elf. We will also raise forest sheep in the future. I nodded and said to myself while making serious plans. Mingguang almost choked when he heard this. Chief. No, we can't even feed ourselves now. How can we talk about raising sheep? Just because there's not enough food now doesn't mean there won't be enough in the future. I smiled and said, Fill your stomach today. I'll find a way to deal with it when we get back. Okay. Mingguang nodded, with a bit more conviction in his eyes. When the group arrived at the top of Dalong Mountain, they found a large lake. The frozen water surface was shining coldly in the sun and was about the size of 2 football fields. The tribesmen gathered at the lakeside, looking at each other in bewilderment at the thick ice, and finally looked at me. Mu Feng, how can we catch fish with such thick ice? It seems that everyone has gradually changed their address from Chief to Mu Feng, and they have become closer. Although there is a bit of embarrassment on their faces, their eyes clearly hide expectation and excitement. Easy! I smiled and waved my hand. Take out the bone knife and get ready to chisel the ice. Breaking ice? Mingguang was stunned. Aren't we here to catch fish? Yeah, I asked. Where do you think the fish are? Mingguang was speechless for a moment, and answered hesitantly. In the water, but now it's all frozen. Before he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly lit up and he slapped his thigh. I understand. I understand. I nodded. Everyone, spread out, one person at a spot each. Be careful not to get too close, or you'll fall into the ice hole. Yes. Everyone dispersed and started to chisel the ice skillfully. White Fang ran up to me, his face flushed with cold, his hands breathing out air, and asked, Brother, will it really work? What if there are no fish under the place we dug? I blinked. Don't worry, as long as there is a hole, fish will definitely come. Really? White Fang asked curiously. Think about it, the fish has been trapped in the water for so long, it also needs to breathe. I explained seriously. Then can I guard this cave with you? She asked me, looking up with sparkling eyes. Of course. I rubbed her head. You wait and see, and when the fish shows its head, we'll attack together. Soon, 40 or 50 holes in the ice were drilled, and everyone held harpoons or wooden sticks, looking expectant and nervous. Mu Feng, what should we do now? Li Hu and Ming Guang asked almost at the same time. Guard your ice caves. If you see any fish, spear them. If you don't feel comfortable using bamboo spears, you can just use wooden sticks to hit them. But there are no fish now. Ming Guang's words just fell and his eyes suddenly lit up, staring at the ice hole in front of him. I saw a fish mouth, about half the size of a fist, slowly emerging from the water, opening and closing to breathe. Ah! White Fang exclaimed, and quietly moved over there. There really is a fish! Without waiting for anything else to be said, I immediately picked up the bamboo fork, rushed to Mingguang, aimed at the bottom of the fish's mouth, and stabbed it hard. Puff! Accompanied by a muffled sound, I felt my palm vibrate slightly, and knew it was solid. Everyone held their breath and stared at me. I bent down, reached out my hand, grasped the bamboo fork, and reached my other hand into the ice cave and pulled hard. Bang! As my butt landed on the ground, a big fish nearly 1 meter long came out of my hand, still flapping on the ice. Seeing that the fish was about to fall back into the water, Mingguang was quick to block its way with a bamboo fork. After flapping its wings a few times, the big fish finally stopped moving and lay stiff on the ice. Oh, oh, oh! Cheers suddenly rang out from all around. There really is a fish! As a burst of cheers rang out, everyone waited in front of their respective ice caves, holding their breath, hoping to be the first to see the prey appear. After a while, there was a splash sound, and Li Hu shouted excitedly, Look! I have a fish here too! Before he finished speaking, he thrust a bamboo fork into the water, and the surface of the water was immediately dyed bright red. Then, he reached down like me and dragged the prey out of the ice cave. It was a prey about the same size as the fish I had just caught. It fluttered a few times before it became stiff due to the cold. Although it was the beginning of spring, the Dalong Lake was freezing cold, and it was even more freezing under the ice. The fish were almost frozen to death when they came up. Li Hu blew on his hands, his face full of excitement, and turned to look at me, his eyes full of surprise and hope. I can really catch fish! Our tribe will not go hungry anymore! Yeah! I nodded, looking at the heavy fish at my feet. I estimated that it must be at least 20 kilograms. I couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise, I didn't expect the fish in this lake to be so big. Before he could say more, several cheers of surprise rang out from the surroundings. I caught it too! Look, I have some here too! This fish is too big, come and help me! The shouts coming from all directions suddenly became extremely lively, and the entire ice lake seemed to be boiling. Mingguang and Li Hu watched as everyone succeeded one after another, their faces flushed with excitement, and they couldn't help but pounce on their respective prey in a hurry. Baiya jumped even higher, with an unstoppable smile on his face, and shouted at me, Ah, Brother Mu Feng, you are so amazing. You can actually come up with such a wonderful idea. I smiled and replied, as long as it can feed the tribe, I'm willing to try anything. I want to catch one too. Baya clenched the bamboo fork tightly, with a determined light in his eyes. Okay. I nodded encouragingly. The next fish will be left to you. Yeah. White Fang nodded excitedly, his almond-shaped eyes curved into cute half-moons. I'm pretty good too. As we were talking, a huge fish mouth popped out from the ice cave in front of us. I bent down slightly and signaled her with my eyes to get ready. Baya took a deep breath, approached the ice cave lightly, and then swung the bamboo fork fiercely. However, she didn't expect that she would jump too hard, and the ice surface was slippery, so she lost her balance and fell straight to the entrance of the ice cave. White Fang! My heart tightened, and I rushed forward, hugged her around the waist, and we both fell on the ice. Because I was too anxious, I didn't pay attention to where my hand fell until I felt something warm in my palm, and then I suddenly realized. Ah! My cheeks suddenly felt hot. I quickly let go and got up. I extended my hand halfway, then pulled it back awkwardly. Baya's face was as red as a ripe persimmon. He didn't dare to look at me and lowered his head to brush off the ice on his body. But she soon remembered her business again, turned her head sharply and exclaimed, Brother, quick! Harpoon! Before I could come to my senses, I saw her pounce on me again, and her fur collar was open, revealing her beauty. I quickly turned my head away, not daring to look at her any longer. After regaining consciousness, I immediately went forward to hold her, while tightly holding the bamboo fork that was still floating gently. This time I pulled hard and felt the incredible force under the water. Someone come and help me! I shouted while gritting my teeth and persevering. Li Hu heard the noise, shook off the fish that was still jumping at his feet, rushed over in 2 steps, and joined forces with me. Hey! Li Hu shouted and lifted up the bamboo fork together with the big fish under the water. The fish was as long as Baya was tall. Wow! White Fang's eyes sparkled, as if he had won a great battle. I caught the biggest fish! She was so happy that she lost herself in joy and jumped on me, laughing and jumping. Did you see my brother? I am so awesome! Yeah! I was hugged by her tightly, unable to breathe, and could only avoid her gaze and smile in response. You're the best! Li Hu couldn't help laughing, and looked around. There were several big fish piled up next to almost every ice cave. 2 or 3, 4 or 5, everything. The tribe now has a supply of food for the next few days. He was filled with excitement, knelt on one knee again, and shouted to me excitedly. Chief! Thank you for your wisdom and guidance! This action attracted everyone's attention. They all stopped their bamboo forks and knelt down. Thank you for your guidance, Chief! White Fang realized the sudden change in the atmosphere, and quickly let go of me and knelt down. I was still immersed in the embarrassment I had just experienced, but suddenly I felt helpless and had to quickly help them up one by one. Come on, everyone! We are from the same tribe, and you all watched me grow up. This is what I should do. On the contrary, I should call you uncles and brothers. I smiled and advised. Don't kneel to me anymore, just call me by my name. But I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. If we want to achieve equality for all in this pristine land, I'm afraid there is still a long way to go. Despite this, everyone's faces were still filled with excitement and admiration. Because they knew that this great chief was the one who truly provided them with food, and he was also the one who was willing to call them brother in person. Chapter 9: Girl in White Fur Coat. The fishing was over quickly as almost everyone was carrying 5 or 6 large fish. This made Li Hu and Ming Guang extremely excited. They had never thought of catching so much food at one time. Mu Feng was also surprised. He never expected that he could catch so many fish by fishing through ice. No wonder Uncle Mingguang said that in the past you could hit fish by standing on the shore with a big stick. He thought of an article he read when he was a child in his previous life that described the great northern wilderness, which said, "Hit roe deer with a stick, scoop fish with a ladle, and pheasants fly into the rice pot." He used to scoff at this, thinking it was all lies written by the author. Roe deer and pheasants were rare protected animals in the previous life, so why did he wait to be caught? But when he thought of the scene of catching fish in Long Lake just now, he suddenly believed it again. Judging from the fishing situation just now, the fish in Long Lake are so stupid that they are cute. In an ice hole, as soon as a fish is pulled out, another fish will surface to breathe within a few breaths. It seems that there are a lot of fish in Long Lake, Mu Feng thought. Brother Mu Feng! Baya jumped around Mu Feng happily, with stars in his eyes. How did you come up with this idea? Now the tribe will not lack food for a while. Ha ha! Mu Feng smiled. Uncle Mingguang brought us here to fish before, and I was wondering if we could catch fish when it's frozen. Who knew it would actually work? What he said was half true and half false. After all, he couldn't say. It's just that people nowadays are not smart enough to keep up. Right? Baya obviously didn't expect this, and ran towards Li Hu with joy. Dad, look, the biggest one you are carrying is the one I caught. Li Hu smiled and patted Baya's head. Yes, you are really awesome this time. Then he turned to Mu Feng and said, Mu Feng, how about we bring more people and catch more fish tomorrow to prepare? Mu Feng nodded. Okay, but it's getting hotter down the mountain, and too much fish will go bad, so just enough to last for a while. In fact, he was thinking about taking ice from the lake and transporting it back to the tribe, and then freezing the fish for storage. However, when I thought about the effort required to cut, transport, and store ice, I felt that the cost outweighed the benefits, so I decided to give up. He thought that it would not be too late to find a way to freeze it when the time was right. And there are many problems in the Jiang clan now that need to be put aside before freezing. As Mu Feng was walking and thinking, he suddenly noticed that Li Hu stopped and stood next to him. What's wrong? Mu Feng was stunned. Baya, who had been chattering beside Li Hu, suddenly became silent and stood carefully behind Li Hu. Although Mu Feng didn't look at her expression, he clearly felt her nervousness. Mu Feng was puzzled. What's going on? Before he finished speaking, Mingguang, with an unpleasant look on his face, came up to Mu Feng and said in a deep voice. Mu Feng, there is a group of people ahead. A group of people? Mu Feng was puzzled. What's the problem? They outnumber us and have blocked all our routes, Mingguang said in a deep voice. I'm afraid they are here to rob us. Ah? Baya on the side suddenly turned pale, with fear in his eyes. Obviously she was thinking of the disaster that the tribe had experienced not long ago. Li Hu was obviously also shocked, with a look of pain on his face. Robbery! Then he gritted his teeth and said, At worst, I can fight them. As he said this, he threw the big fish on his body to the ground, and was really ready to fight to the death. Unexpectedly, Mu Feng grabbed him and said, Uncle Li Hu, don't be impulsive. Li Hu, who was blocked, was shocked and angry. Chief Mu Feng! The tribe has been robbed once and has no food. If we are robbed again this time, the tribesmen will really starve to death. Mu Feng shook his head and said, Don't be impulsive. Even if they plunder the food, what can we do? Just give it to them. At worst, we can go catch some fish. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. What Qishan, what burning? Li Hu was stunned by this sentence. Mu Feng shook his head. Don't worry about anything else, take me to see what's going on. No! You are the chief, you can't take risks. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing and I won't take any risks. Having said this, Mu Feng walked straight to the front of the team. Li Hu and Mingguang were extremely nervous and hurried to catch up with Mu Feng. Mu Feng came to the front of the team and his eyes couldn't help but focus. There was indeed a group of people in front of them, their number was larger than theirs, and several of them had colorful makeup on their faces and their hair was neatly tied up. Mu Feng knew that these people were from the big tribe. Because only people in large tribes have the leisure time to tie their hair and use colors to distinguish warriors from ordinary tribesmen. Hair binding and color are symbols of identity and status. This is the same reason why rich and powerful people in their previous lives drove luxury cars and wore famous watches. What surprised Mu Feng the most was that their leader was actually a girl riding on some unknown beast. The girl was wearing pure white animal skin clothes, her eyes were as bright as autumn water, just like a young phoenix. What caught Mu Feng's eyes was that the girl had a standard oval face, which was even prettier than the celebrities he had seen in his previous life after plastic surgery. If there is a real flaw, It is that the blush on her face is uneven and there are obvious signs of frostbite. But her flaws do not outweigh her merits. Her pair of sword-like eyebrows add a bit of heroic spirit, making her look like a strong woman. There were two, painted, warriors standing on the left and right of the girl, riding on good-looking beasts. She was already full of vigor and vitality before she even opened her mouth. Different from the nervousness of Li Hu and Ning Guang, Mu Feng thought of another thing he had longed for, to be a carefree and happy young master who rides hawks and dogs. Thinking of this, his eyes lit up. Chapter 10. She knows the power of the bamboo spear. The girl in white fur coat had an outstanding appearance and a strong aura, and coupled with their large number, all the people in the Jiang family stood still for a moment, not daring to act rashly. Baiya was concerned about Mu Feng's safety, so he ran after him. When he saw the girl in white fur and her mount, who looked like a fairy, he felt ashamed and lowered his head unconsciously. Naturally, no one else noticed the girl's change in mentality, as their attention was focused on the group of uninvited guests in front of them. Li Hu came behind Mu Feng and looked at the number of people and their attire in front of him, his expression tensed. After seeing the girl in white fur and the mount she was riding, his expression changed drastically, and he shouted in a low voice, "Armored Earth Dragon!" Armored Earth Dragon? Mu Feng was stunned. He quickly communicated with the system in his mind and reacted immediately. It is said to be an armored earth dragon, but in fact it is similar to the descendant of the hammer-headed dragon in ancient times. It is covered with armor, its head and tail are twisted into a big lump, and its body is covered with pieces of scales. Strictly speaking, the armored earth dragon cannot be considered a wild beast, but rather a strange beast. The identity and background of a girl who can use the exotic beast armored earth dragon as a mount must be extraordinary. With a young girl like this, followed by so many people whose attire is much better than that of the Jiang family, it is no wonder that the Jiang family members are frightened and uneasy. After all, they were robbed by the Mumlung tribe not long ago. Mu Feng frowned slightly, and after thinking for a while, he folded his hands across his chest in accordance with the ancient tribal etiquette. "May I ask what the superior is here for?" Upper is a respectful name used by small tribes to address large tribes or tribal alliances. With just these words, Mu Feng has made his attitude clear. The other side had more people and started fighting without even meeting each other. He was also at a disadvantage and had to show friendliness temporarily. The girl on the mount was a little surprised. She was the pride of the tribe. She had been to too many small tribes and sub-tribes, and was used to seeing others feeling uneasy and afraid to look her in the face. Why does this young man in front of me, who looks about the same age as me, look so calm and not panicked at all? How did he know such ancient etiquette? Also, how come he is standing at the front of the team at such a young age? Before the girl could say anything, a young man with a painted face who was over 1.8 meters tall and stronger than Ningguang shouted, "How dare you! You know we are the superiors, but you still don't kneel down and pay homage!" Mu Feng's heart sank and he looked at him with narrowed eyes. It was obviously the first time for the man to be looked at like this. He felt very uncomfortable. He opened his eyes angrily and took a step forward to take action. Li Hu and Ming Guang's expressions changed drastically, and they took a step forward together. Unexpectedly, the girl in white fur suddenly spoke, her voice as sweet as a nightingale. "Agili, don't be rude!" As she said this, the girl jumped off her mount, took a step forward, and folded her hands like the wind, but she didn't put them against her chest. She acted very gracefully and said, "Hello, my name is Kuchangning, and I'm from the Blue Bird tribe." The man retreated as expected, but still held his head high. The girl in white fur coat smiled, like a flower blooming in the wind. "My people and I are just passing through here, we have no ill intentions." Li Hu and Ming Guang still did not relax at all, and did not even dare to breathe. However, Li Hu showed a look of shock on his face. "Blue Bird tribe." Most of the Blue Bird tribe is located in the extremely far west. It is one of the 3 largest tribes in the world. It is said that there are dozens or even hundreds of people in the tribe, as many as the Jiang clan. The reason he knew all this was entirely due to the special nature of the Jiang clan. They also migrated from the far west. Mu Feng was slightly stunned, and then he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He looked at the girl who called herself Kuchangning calmly, and saluted again. "Since the upper department is just passing by, Then we will leave first. Wait. Changning stopped him. I have something to ask you. Ask me what's the matter? Mu Feng was surprised. How did you catch so many fish? Changning's eyebrows were curved, and there were stars in her eyes. Mu Feng pondered in his heart whether to say it or not. Behind him, Li Hu and Ming Guang's expressions suddenly changed, and they shouted in a low voice. Mu Feng! Mu Feng's mind raced as he looked towards Changning. The girl's face was full of anticipation, and her beautiful eyes were full of sincerity. But the guy next to her named Agili narrowed his eyes with some unfriendly look. Mu Feng briefly analyzed the current situation and sighed in his heart, knowing that when you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. And the girl in front of him did not pose any strong threat, so it would be better to show goodwill first and choose the lesser of two evils. He made a decision in an instant, nodded and said, Okay. Changning opened his eyes wide, with a look of surprise on his face. Okay, go ahead. Mu Feng then gave a brief introduction to fishing by breaking ice. After hearing this, the girl looked surprised. That's it. Mu Feng nodded. That's it. The girl looked thoughtful and said to herself, Such a simple truth, no one has ever thought of it before. After a pause, she seemed to have thought of something and looked behind Mu Feng. You said you made the harpoon out of bamboo? Yeah. Mu Feng nodded, feeling surprised. It's just because the girl in front of him, Changning, has an IQ and reaction that is obviously higher than the people around her. Obviously, she noticed the specialness of the bamboo harpoon. You know, every progress of primitive society in history may be due to a very small thing, but its significance is very significant. For example, drilling wood to make fire, so that humans no longer eat raw meat and raw food. Hunting with stones can distinguish humans from animals. Even simple stone sticks and wooden sticks can give people the upper hand in various fights in primitive society. Using bamboo to make a harpoon to catch fish may not be noticed by others, but those who can react know how powerful it is. Because this kind of weapon has never appeared before. Chapter 11 Totem Oath. Changning looked at Mu Feng in surprise, then carefully looked at the people of the Jiang clan and the fish they were carrying. Li Hu and Ming Guang were both somewhat surprised and confused. Although the girl said just now that she was just passing by and that she had no ill intentions, the way she looked around made the two men feel uneasy. Although she said so, the Agili beside him might not be the same. Just when the two were feeling uneasy, the girl Changning suddenly asked with a smile, Ben, can you take me to see your tribe? Look at our tribe? Even Mu Feng couldn't help but worry. Don't worry, I really mean no harm, Changning said with a light smile. I'm not interested in your food, and I won't steal it. At least the bluebird warriors around me won't do such a thing. I just want to meet the chief of your tribe and ask him for advice. Ask our great chief for advice? Li Hu subconsciously looked at Mu Feng, but quickly turned his head away and looked at the girl. What do you want to ask our great chief for advice? The girl chuckled and said, I just want to ask him if he can make other weapons besides making harpoons like this. Don't worry, I won't ask him in vain. Li Hu still couldn't believe it. Changning pointed at the armored earth dragon behind him and said, If you can let me see him and give me the method I want, this earth dragon will be yours. Really? Li Hu breathed rapidly. The armored earth dragon is not just a mount, most of the beasts in the jungle are afraid of it. With such an earth dragon, the tribe can also avoid the invasion of many ferocious beasts. Especially for the tribe with the armored earth dragon, it is also a sign that they have a big tribe as their backer. In the future, their tribe will no longer be disturbed by other tribes. How dare you! Is there any truth in what my bluebird tribe said? The previous, painted face, man shouted arrogantly again. Agili! Changning frowned, obviously a little angry. If you do this again, believe it or not, I will tell my father not to let you leave the tribe. The man shut up again and snorted. Changning looked at Mu Feng and Li Hu again, bowed politely, and said apologetically, Please forgive my people's recklessness, I really want to ask for your advice. Mu Feng pondered for a moment and said, There are too many of you. He didn't finish, but he knew the girl must understand. Sure enough, this time the girl placed one hand on her chest and pointed to the sky with the other, looking at Mu Feng and saying seriously, I swear by my bluebirds, if you have any bad intentions, my bluebirds will not be able to fly in the sky. This. Li Hu and Ming Guang were both stunned. Yamato! You are the pearl of my bluebird tribe. How can you swear an oath with such a group of people? The man from before shouted again, obviously very angry. To such a weak tribe, you actually swore an oath with a totem and asked the entire tribe to abide by it. Unexpectedly, Chang Ning raised his sword-like eyebrows, and his beautiful eyes were filled with murderous intent. If you don't want to keep your oath, either kill me or leave the blue bird tribe yourself. Unexpectedly, after Chang Ning said this, the man named Agili suddenly panicked. There was no trace of anger on his face anymore, but instead one of boundless fear. He knelt on one knee, raised his hands, and bowed his head to beg for mercy. I will obey what Yamato said, and the blue bird tribe will obey it. Mu Feng's heart was also shocked. No matter the memories of his past life or this life, he understood that the blue bird was the totem belief of this tribe. No one dares to break the oaths sworn by totemic faith. But why did the girl act like this? Could it be that her tribe had encountered some difficulties that made them so anxious? Okay. Mu Feng calmed down a little and asked. Tell me what you want to ask. Ah? Chang Ning was surprised. What did you say? Aren't you going to see the chief of our tribe? I am him, Mu Feng said calmly. You? Chang Ning was stunned and frowned again. Mu Feng couldn't help laughing at his serious look. Why not? Mu Feng joked lightly. Are you the chief? Chang Ning seemed to have encountered a difficult problem. How is that possible? You are not even as tall as me. In our tribe, you can only receive training. Mu Feng sighed in his heart. The children of poor families have to grow up early. But he turned around and looked at Li Hu and Ming Guang, who were extremely nervous. Okay, don't be so nervous. Let everyone put down the fish and wait. Li Hu nodded, turned around to look at the person behind him, and gave some instructions. Chang Ning finally reacted, his eyes full of curiosity. You are really the chief? Mu Feng was a little surprised. He felt that the girl who was full of aura just now had turned into a little fangirl, looking at the young chief with admiration on her face. But the girl was curious, and immediately got back to the point. Since you are the chief, I don't have to make a trip. In addition to spearing fish, is there any other use for this bamboo fork? Or can you make other powerful weapons? After a pause, she quickly added. Tell me, and this armored earth dragon will be given to you. Mu Feng's heart was moved. He had just been thinking about riding a hawk and a dog. If he really had this armored earth dragon as a mount, wouldn't it be more impressive than riding horses in his previous life? But he knew that it was not so easy to catch this earth dragon. Because next to this girl, there was another Agili who was staring at him hungrily. Okay. Mu Feng nodded and took a bamboo fork from someone behind him. It is called a bamboo fork, but it is nothing more than a black bamboo pole with one end sharpened. Although simple, woodwind has other magical uses. People over there, please make way. Mu Feng looked at a tree about 10 meters away and shouted to the people next to the tree. The man was still hesitating. Chang Ning turned and gestured to him, and he hurried away. Mu Feng took a breath and recalled the key points of javelin throwing that he had learned in physical education class in his previous life. He took a few steps back, then quickly took a few steps forward, held the back half of the bamboo fork in his right hand, aimed at the tree, and swung it out suddenly. The bamboo body shook in an arc in the air, and then pierced straight into the trunk of the tree. The bamboo body was shaking continuously, and the tip of the bamboo was sunk 2 or 3 inches. Hiss! Someone gasped. Chapter 12, Decision After Careful Consideration. After Mu Feng's first attempt to use the bamboo fork worked, everyone could see the power of the bamboo fork. Especially Ming Guang, as a headhunter, he particularly understands the significance of such weapons when hunting. Great Chief! Ming Guang was excited and regretful. You shouldn't. Before he could finish, Mu Feng smiled and shook his head. It's okay. At the same time, he thought to himself. It's just a bamboo spear. I have plenty of ways to defend against it. Chang Ning opened his mouth and eyes wide, looking shocked. Is this the harpoon you mentioned? So powerful! Then she looked at Mu Feng and said, Can I let my people try? Mu Feng nodded and handed her a bamboo spear. Chang Ning handed it to the man with the painted face. Agili, come here! The man was obviously very surprised. He reached out to take the bamboo spear, looked at Mu Feng, and then followed Mu Feng's example by first retreating, then running forward a few steps, and finally throwing out the shot. Mu Feng was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the man named Agili could imitate him and learn it so well. But he obviously didn't know how to throw the javelin, and he failed to hit the tree. The tip of the bamboo just grazed the bark. Even so, the tip of the bamboo directly tore off half a foot square of bark from the tree. The bamboo body continued to move forward and sank more than 10 centimeters into the ground. Mu Feng was shocked and thought to himself, "This Agili is so strong!" Agili's face was obviously a little embarrassed. He lowered his head slightly and said, "I'm sorry, Yamato." Changning didn't care about these. He trotted to the big tree, picked up the bark, and looked carefully at the exposed part of the tree. There was obviously a dent of nearly 1 centimeter. "Agili!" Changning's eyes sparkled with a smile on his face. "Come and see for yourself." The man hurried forward, took the bark himself, looked at the scratches on the tree, and finally reached out to pull the bamboo spear. After feeling the force, he showed a look of shock on his face. How is this possible? He just thought it was just a simple harpoon, but in a flash he saw the extraordinary power of this simple harpoon. He was almost certain that if the tribal warriors held such bamboo forks and threw them out, the lethality would be astonishing. Thinking of this, he no longer dared to underestimate the young chief of the small tribe in front of him. It was just a simple weapon, but he used it with such power. Changning was overjoyed and trotted over to Mu Feng with a happy look on his face. The excitement on her face had not yet faded, and she turned and asked seriously, "If many people use it together, will it be more powerful?" Changning hit the nail on the head. "Yes." Mu Feng nodded. "If many people use it together, they don't even need to aim." Changning said happily, "Agili, did you hear that? Such weapons, such power, will definitely be of great use to our Blue Bird tribe." "Yes." Agili was also very excited. "After my Bluebird tribe has such weapons, we will not be disturbed by the natives here." Changning pointed at the earth dragon next to him excitedly. "This earth dragon is yours. As a thank you, I can also give you something that your tribe needs most." "What are the most needed things?" Mu Feng was moved. The most pressing problem in the tribe now was food, clothing, and supplies, especially furs and salt. It is still cold in spring. If it continues like this, even without the help of the Manglong tribe, they will either be frozen to death in the spring cold or fall into weakness, due to the salt problem. If there is any danger, the tribe will suffer a devastating disaster. The problem is that once the girl knows the location of the Jiang clan may be in danger. But he changed his mind and realized that even if he didn't say it, Jiang was not far from here, and it would be easy for them to find Jiang if they appeared here. After thinking it over, he nodded and said, "Okay. I need fur and salt." "Just these?" Changning was surprised. "Nothing else?" Mu Feng was stunned, then heaved a sigh of relief and shook his head. "I only need these, nothing else for now." For now, he could only make some basic requests, and try his best to avoid arousing the other party's hostility. "Okay." Changning nodded seriously. "Then I'll give you this earth dragon first. I'll ask someone to deliver the salt and fur later." "You'll deliver it to us?" Mu Feng frowned. Changning clearly sensed Mu Feng's vigilance, and quickly explained, "Don't worry, I have sworn by my totem faith. So..." Mu Feng was silent again. The girl was indeed going to his tribe. Changning was a little anxious, her pretty face flushed, and she raised her voice and said, "We in the Blue Bird tribe have never liked plundering and slaughtering, otherwise we would not have been forced out of our homeland by the other two tribes. Now we are also migrating here, just wanting to reproduce peacefully, but there are powerful local enemies everywhere, and they keep provoking us." Mu Feng's eyes lit up, and he thought to himself, "Outsider? It seems that the Blue Bird tribe is having a hard time. There is a saying that goes, 'A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake.' No matter how powerful the Blue Bird tribe was in the past, since they migrated here, they will inevitably be suppressed by the original indigenous tribes, and these indigenous tribes may even think of annexing them. As a result, the situation of the Blue Bird Department may become very delicate. Although it looks like a big tribe, it has to always be on guard against looting from these local tribes. In this way, Changning's words became more credible, and his Jiang clan was also invisibly safer. But even so, Mu Feng was still a little worried. He asked, "Then how many warriors in your tribe can go out?" Now it was Changning's turn to be silent and hesitant. Obviously, she was also on guard against Mu Feng. Mu Feng knew clearly in her heart that the situation of her tribe might be even worse. In this case, what good is it if we just know the location of the tribe? It's not like he doesn't have more powerful weapons, and as long as the tribe's canyon terrain is defended, not everyone can easily enter. "Okay," Mu Feng nodded. "You can go back to the tribe with us." "Great chief!" Mingguang and Li Hu exclaimed in surprise. Mu Feng shook his head. "It's okay." Agili on the side was eager to try. He also wanted to go and see what the tribe of such a young chief was like. Unexpectedly, Changning said, "Agili, you take half of the people and wait here. I will follow." "Yes." Agili hung his head listlessly with a helpless expression. He thought for a moment and looked at Mu Feng seriously, then saluted. "Anyway, you have shown me the power of the bamboo spear. Just based on this, you deserve my salute, and you also deserve the respect and friendship of my Blue Bird warriors." Mu Feng couldn't help but laugh. This Agili looked fierce, but it turned out to be a big fool. But Changning was very smart. He guessed what he was worried about and took the initiative to keep half of the people behind so that they would not pose a threat to him, and took the initiative to show goodwill. Chapter 13. You can't blame me for keeping it to myself. Mu Feng brought Changning and his group back to the tribe. Along the way, Li Hu and Mingguang stayed by Changning's side, fearing that Changning would cause trouble. However, after seeing that Changning brought fewer people than his own, he felt a little relieved. After seeing the thorny wood wall outside the tribe, this sense of security became even stronger. Changning and others arrived in front of the Jiang clan, and were stunned when they saw the thorny wall in front of them. The people around her looked at each other, not understanding what this was for. Only Changning was distracted for a moment, then suddenly looked at Mu Feng and asked, "Did you teach your people to do this?" Mu Feng nodded. "Yes." "This?" Changning's expression became excited, and her pretty face turned red with excitement. She ignored the danger of the thorns of the thorn tree exploding and touched the thorns. Her expression changed again and again. Finally, she turned to Mu Feng and said solemnly, "Please teach me this method as well." As he spoke, Changning bowed and saluted. "You want to learn this too?" Mu Feng asked with a frown. "Yes." Changning's face flushed, her eyes lit up. She felt that her trip was worthwhile. In this seemingly small tribe, she encountered shocking things one after another. Fishing with bamboo spears, javelins, thorny wall thorns. These things were things she had never seen in any other tribe, including her own Blue Bird tribe. Although she couldn't think of these things, she could clearly feel the impact they would have on the tribe once they were used on a large scale. Mu Feng knew in his heart that Changning had realized the extraordinary nature of these things. He thought for a moment before saying, "Okay. But the earth dragons and fur you mentioned before don't include this." Changning gritted his teeth and said, "I can give you more furs and salt. 300 furs and 30 cans of salt." "Ah!" Li Hu and Mingguang exclaimed. Mu Feng looked at her eyes carefully and found nothing unusual. He knew that if a person was being perfunctory or lying, his eyes would inevitably be evasive. Especially since the girl, although she was not very old, spoke with great confidence from beginning to end, and it was obvious that she had a lot of say in the tribe. On his way back, he secretly communicated with the system and found out that Yamato here means future heir, and the power of this future heir is even infinitely close to that of the tribe's chief. The crown princes and regents of later generations cannot be compared to this. In other words, once she makes a decision, the tribe from top to bottom will abide by it, and even the chief will not easily refute it. What a strange system! Mu Feng sighed in his heart. As a historical researcher, he knew how incredible this situation was, but it existed. What made him most gratified was that what the girl said was beneficial to him. "Okay." Mu Feng turned to look at Li Hu. "You arrange for their arrival." Great chief! Li Hu growled and looked at Changning nervously. Mu Feng shook his head helplessly. If they wanted to do something to us, they would have done it a long time ago, don't worry. Yes. Li Hu turned around and began to make arrangements. Mu Feng shook his head and then looked at Changning. So, which one do you want to learn first? Let's take this first. Changning frowned slightly and pointed at the thorny wood wall. My tribe is large, and we need something like this where we live. Okay. Mu Feng nodded. This thing is called a protective wall. It has 3 layers, inside and outside. As he spoke, Mu Feng motioned Changning to go in and take a look. From inside to outside, there were stone walls, wooden fences, and thorny trees. This is easy. If your tribe also wants to build a wall, first make a wooden fence and bury it in the soil. Mu Feng gestured. Then pile up stones against the wooden fence. You can pile it thicker, and finally plant a layer of thorny wood on the outside. But no matter what he said, Mu Feng automatically skipped many details, such as how deep to bury, whether to choose flat stones, how to deal with the gaps between them, etc. You can't blame him for this. The cat still has a trick up its sleeve when it comes to teaching the tiger. But the thorny tree will grow again. Changning frowned, looking puzzled. It's okay. In the future, it will grow longer and longer, and then it will become one piece to block the tribe from external invasion. Changning's eyes lit up, and her long eyelashes were like a curved hook that captivated people's hearts. I understand. Changning looked up and smiled brightly, with beautiful dimples appearing on her face again. Ah! Mu Feng was amazed in his heart, and even felt a little embarrassed in his heart. You can't blame me for hiding it. I was also trying to protect myself. Changning didn't know this. He looked at the thorny wall again and again, and made sure that he had mastered this core technology. Then he bowed to Mu Feng and said, Thank you for your teachings. Ahem. Mu Feng changed the subject. Li Hu, have you divided the fish? Ah? Li Hu also recovered from his shock and put down the grass shield in his hand. Give the food to Ji Yang, and he will distribute it. Well, then you go and watch. Clean the remaining fish inside and out, rub them evenly with salt, and hang them up to dry. But, Li Hu glanced at Changning and said hesitantly, we don't have that much salt left. This? Mu Feng was not surprised at all and turned to look at Changning. Changning reacted immediately, her brows relaxed, and a smile spread across her pretty face. Don't worry, I will definitely deliver the salt to you. Mu Feng nodded. This was what Changning was waiting for. Suddenly, Changning bowed and said, I just have a request that I want to tell you. What request? It's you who will lead your troops to join my tribe. Changning's face was full of earnestness and sincerity, his big black eyes staring at Mu Feng motionlessly. Ah? Li Hu immediately looked at Mu Feng nervously. No need. Mu Feng refused decisively. Although the Jiang clan is small, it is also an independent clan. But you don't even have your own totem, Changning said anxiously. If you join the Blue Bird tribe, you can get a totem immediately, and the people in the tribe will also get more food and more security. She is worthy of being a member of a big tribe. Although she does not fully understand the situation of the Jiang family, the problems she mentioned have already touched upon the foundation of the Jiang family. It's okay, we will have all these in the future, Mu Feng said calmly. But the Jiang family is an independent tribe, this will not change. Changning felt a little uncomfortable when he noticed Mu Feng's attitude, and was a little angry at Mu Feng's ungratefulness. But even so, she calmed down and said, In that case, I will go back now and ask the tribe to deliver the things to you. Having said that, Changning suddenly stood up, turned around and walked out. After a pause, she continued, But my tribe is quite far from here. It will take at least 7 days for me to go back and find someone to deliver it. Mu Feng still said calmly, It doesn't matter, we can wait. The girl Changning was stunned at first, then turned around to look at Mu Feng. Her beautiful eyes showed disappointment, curiosity, and an indescribable strange meaning. But that was all she did. She said hello to the people who followed her and left. Come and go in a hurry. Chapter 14 How to Defend Against Bamboo Spears. After Changning left, Li Hu was very nervous. Great Chief, how did you teach her how to use the bamboo spear? That's fine. There are more ways to use the bamboo spear than this. Besides, I have plenty of ways to defend myself. Li Hu asked nervously again. They won't come to rob us, will they? No. Mu Feng smiled and shook his head. Didn't you hear what that Agili said? He looks down on our tribe. But you taught her how to use the bamboo spear. What if she regrets it after she returns and brings her people to rob us? Ha ha! Mu Feng laughed and shook his head. What's the use of a bamboo spear? It can't break through us. Li Hu hesitated. The bamboo spears are so big, what if they use them to deal with us? Easy. Mu Feng laughed. Go get some hay, planks, sticks, and ropes. Yes. Li Hu ran quickly to prepare, and soon he had all these things ready. Mu Feng picked up a handful of straw thatch that was nearly 1 meter long, aligned its head and feet, held it tightly, and then used animal tendons to tie it tightly at regular intervals to form a bundle of straw and placed it on the ground. Then he followed the same method and made more than 10 bundles of grass. Finally, he arranged the straw bundles into 2 layers horizontally and vertically, put a layer of wooden sticks on top, and tied them tightly with animal tendons again. After tying the straw bundles with animal tendons, he fixed the straw bundles to a wooden stick, and then fixed the wooden stick to the wooden board. In this way, 2 layers of thatch and a layer of wooden sticks were tied together, and then a layer of wooden boards about 3 centimeters thick was added to form a 1 meter square straw shield. Finally, Mu Feng used some thick animal tendons to tie a knot on each side of the wooden stick that stretched out in the middle, and raised his hands to block in front of himself. Okay. Mu Feng exhaled and said with a smile. But Li Hu's face was full of doubt. What's the use of this? Easy. Mu Feng handed him the straw shield. Raise your hands above your head and protect your head. Okay. Although Li Hu felt strange, he nodded and did as he was told. Mu Feng picked up a bamboo spear from his side, took a step back, and threw it directly at the grass shield in Li Hu's hand. Puff! The bamboo spear hit the grass shield. Li Hu only felt a tremor in his 2 arms, and nothing unusual happened afterwards. That's enough. Mu Feng nodded and smiled. Now do you know how to defend against the bamboo spear? I see. Li Hu became excited. That means the bamboo spear can also be used to defend against it, right? That's right. Mu Feng laughed. Even if she comes with her tribesmen, we can defend against her by making more grass shields. But the girl just now, Li Hu said after thinking for a while. Didn't Yamato from the Blue Bird tribe invite us to join the Blue Bird tribe? If she got angry because we refused. Mu Feng was slightly stunned, then nodded. You are right, don't be afraid of 10,000, just be prepared for the worst. What? Li Hu was confused. Nothing. Mu Feng shook his head. It seems that I need to make some preparations. Having said that, Mu Feng turned to look at Li Hu and said, Call 20 or so people. Calling people? What for? Li Hu asked curiously. Dig a well and get water, Mu Feng said in a deep voice. Dig a well? Get water? Li Hu was stunned. Isn't there a river after Dongshan? Mu Feng shook his head. It's too far and inconvenient. If someone blocks the tribe's exit, we will die from lack of water. By the way, ask them to bring bone knives and other things that can dig the soil. At this point he suddenly thought of something, waved his hand and said, Okay, go call someone first. Yes. Li Hu hurried away. Meanwhile, Mu Feng directly contacted the system with his mind. System, hand in the task. System prompt. Mission 1, help the tribe overcome difficulties. Completed and obtained 300 achievement points. Mission 2, solve the tribe's survival problem, 500 achievement points. Mission 3, boosting the morale of the tribe has been completed, and 200 achievement points have been obtained. Your current achievement points are 500 points. Mu Feng was overjoyed and asked hurriedly, Can I use these achievement points to exchange for a few shovels? The system directly pops up the exchange interface. Exchange for shovel, 50 achievement points per shovel. Mu Feng thought about it and said directly, Then exchange 6 and use them to dig a well. At this time, a line of bold and large words popped up under the shovel image in the system. Exchange limit 3. No way. Mu Feng couldn't help but complain. What a broken system! Why is there a limit on the number? The system ignored it and continued to prompt. Are you sure you want to exchange 100 achievement points for 2 shovels? Sure. Mu Feng was impatient. Can't I exchange more? The system reminded again. The system only provides basic assistance and cannot allow you to gain advantages far beyond your current ones. Of course, this does not include advantages that you create yourself. Oh my God! Mu Feng was dumbfounded. Chapter 15: Digging a Well to Get Water. Li Hu quickly gathered everyone together. Mu Feng handed 2 shovels to Li Hu. Take this, use it to dig the soil later. Golden artifact. Li Hu's eyes focused. Only big tribes have golden artifacts. The people around looked at the shovel in Mu Feng's hand with expressions of extreme astonishment in their eyes. The gold weapon was no different from a divine weapon. Great Chief! Someone couldn't help but swallow his saliva and asked in disbelief. Is this a gold weapon? The tone of his question reminded Mu Feng of when he was a child and had only a $1 coin as pocket money. He was shocked when he saw other children holding a $100 coin. Mu Feng felt a headache. In primitive society, tools were basically made of stone and bone, and metal products were extremely rare. It was no wonder that they were so surprised. Yes, it's a gold weapon. Mu Feng was too lazy to explain. Now it belongs to our Jiang clan, so we use it to dig the soil. Dig the earth! Li Hu exclaimed in disbelief. Golden objects like this should be placed in the ancestral land for worship. Mu Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and quickly said, This is a shovel, it's used for digging soil. After a pause, he added, This is my guidance as the chief. Just with this one sentence, no one around had any objections. Li Hu took the shovel respectfully and carefully. Mu Feng was helpless and too lazy to care about it anymore. He led his men to the big tree next to the thorny wooden wall. He wanted to dig a well next to the thorny wooden wall. There are 2 reasons for digging a well here. One reason is that the place where the tribe gets water is too far away. If they use animal skin bags to hold water, a lot of water will leak out during the journey, and the water quality is also poor. Secondly, Mu Feng looked carefully at the location to the west, which was a water source. The place where the Jiang clan was located was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and had an exit on one side. This location is geographically known as the Kuoji land, and is also the best place for water to flow out. Groundwater will flow from the Sanshan location to the Kwajiku, which is the location to the west of the tribe. Especially the jungle to the west of the tribe shows that there is an abundance of underground water. When Mu Feng was still in modern times, he went into mountainous areas for archaeological excavations. The experienced elders in the mountains all dug wells in this way, and it was very effective. Mu Feng chose a spot near the big tree, drew a 2-meter square circle with a wooden stick, stood in the middle of the circle and said, Let's dig a well right here. Digging a well? Someone asked in confusion. What can a well be used for? Mu Feng smiled and said, If we dig deep enough here, water will automatically flow out from the ground. We won't have to go far away to get water in the future. After a pause, Mu Feng added, And the water flowing out from underground will taste a bit sweet. But isn't there only soil underground? How can there be water? Li Hu couldn't help but ask. Mu Feng was troubled again. After thinking about it, he felt that it would be difficult for him to explain it clearly given the IQ of Li Hu, or the people from the surrounding tribes. So he simply stopped explaining and just reached out to take the shovel, saying, As long as you dig deep enough, there will be water. Li Hu shut up immediately. He knew that all he had to do was to execute the decisions of the great chief. The people around stopped talking. Mu Feng held the shovel in both hands, put one foot on the shovel ear, stepped hard, and then used both hands to dig out a shovel of soil. He raised his hand and threw the soil aside. These actions seemed normal to him, but to the people around him, their expressions and shock varied. The great chief actually uses gold in this way. He tramples gold under his feet. That's gold. Mu Feng didn't know what the people around him were thinking. After digging a circle, he handed the shovel to Li Hu. Look, here are 2 shovels, more than 20 people. There are too many people. Just dig in the circle I dug and take away all the soil inside. Find a few people to hang animal skins with vines, and when we dig deep, just lift the soil out from underneath. However, he glanced at the 20 or so people around him, thought for a moment, and drew another circle of similar size not far away. Divide into 2 groups and dig down separately. One person will use a shovel, and the others will use bone knives. When one person gets tired, he will take turns. Yes. So Mu Feng stood aside and gave orders, just like a foreman inspecting a construction site. I don't know if it was the motivation brought by the shovel or the pressure brought by his identity as the chief, but everyone who took the shovel started digging the soil as if they were risking their lives. I saw shovels and bone knives flying up and down, and soil was constantly being thrown out of the well. Mu Feng watched the people digging until only the tops of their heads were exposed, and in the end, only mud could be seen being thrown out. He was stunned. This digging speed! Mu Feng was stunned. It's almost catching up with the excavators in my previous life. A dozen people dug a well, and they dug 6 or 7 meters in less than half a day. However, the further they went down, the fewer people there were, and in the end only 4 people could go down at the same time. Even so, the speed of digging was still not slow. What made everyone excited was that the soil layer at a height of 6 or 7 meters had begun to become moist, and the soil that was thrown up was obviously wet and sticky. There is really water! Li Hu couldn't help but exclaim. The people who were hanging animal skins on rattan at the wellhead were also very excited and looked at Mu Feng with admiration. More than 2 hours later, when the cane hanging the soil was already 12 or 13 meters high, a cry of surprise suddenly came from the bottom of the well. Water is coming out! When the people at the wellhead heard this, they hurriedly pulled up the vines, and then saw 4 people covered in mud hurriedly climbing out from the vines. And from the bottom of the well, there came the sound of gurgling water. Chapter 16, Sweet Well Water. When Mu Feng was doing archaeological work in the past, he had seen people digging wells in the mountains, so he naturally knew what the well looked like when water was coming out. At first, it was difficult to see clearly what was happening underneath the more than 10-meter deep well, but the sound of flowing water was very clear. Then the water level at the bottom of the well began to rise visibly, and the stone walls on the well were soon soaked by water. A smell mixed with soil and grass roots underneath surged up from the bottom. Mu Feng's eyes lit up. He was very familiar with the taste of this water. Only real mountain spring water tasted like this. It was definitely better than the water in the river. The water level quickly reached about 3 meters away from the wellhead, and people around the wellhead could clearly see water rising from below. In the 2-meter square well, the rising groundwater was swirling. The vortex in the center was clear and bright, and only near the well wall was there relatively turbid mud and sand that was the stones used to build the wall and the soil on the newly dug well wall. Even so, the people around Mu Feng cheered. Woohoo! Mu Feng was also very excited. Without waiting for the water level to stabilize, he couldn't help but take a vine, hung a leather bag on it, and took half a bag of water. Regardless of the fact that the water was not clear yet, he held the bag and took a sip. Ah! Mu Feng exclaimed. It really tastes sweet. Even if there was still some sand in his mouth, he didn't care. Because compared to the water I drank from the river these 2 days, this groundwater is incomparably better. Great Chief! The people around him once again restored the proper respectful titles for Mu Feng, and looked at him with burning eyes. Li Hu couldn't help but said, Great Chief, can I have a drink? Of course. Mu Feng nodded. Li Hu hurriedly followed Mu Feng's example and used a leather bag hung on a vine to fetch water, and couldn't wait to take a sip. It was just a bite, and Li Hu's eyes suddenly widened, his expression first showing surprise, then shock, and finally ecstasy. Oh! Li Hu beat his chest and stamped his feet, shouting loudly, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Mu Feng was even more fanatical. Great Chief! Li Hu cheered. This is amazing! I think the old chief should also have a taste of this water. Of course. Mu Feng nodded. But wait a moment, wait until the mud and sand here sinks, then you can pack it up and send it over. Mud and sand? Li Hu was surprised. Well, there is mud in the water. Wait until it sinks completely before drinking it. It will taste better. Otherwise, drinking water with mud in it will make you burp. Hiccup? Li Hu looked puzzled. No. Mu Feng suddenly realized that they were used to drinking water from the river, used to water mixed with mud and fishy smell. When they first drank groundwater, they just felt it tasted good. How could they have any other feeling? But Mu Feng is a modern person, used to drinking mineral water, spring water and boiled water, so how can he compare? Okay. Mu Feng could only nod helplessly. You'll know after you wait for a while and drink it again. Yes. At this time, another well not far away was also drilled, and the water output was similar to that of the previous well. The surroundings cheered again. Mu Feng heaved a sigh of relief and thought, it seems that this underground water vein is wide enough and has enough water. Otherwise, one of the two wells so close to each other must have produced little water. In fact, what Mu Feng didn't expect was that in the previous life, wells on Earth could not be too close because underground water sources were used too much by humans. But now he is in the primitive society. How many people know how to develop and utilize groundwater? Seeing that the water level of the well had stabilized at about 2 meters away from the well, Mu Feng began to think about building supporting facilities for the well. The so-called supporting facilities of the well were naturally those that he knew in his previous life: well wheel, water bucket, and hemp rope. He secretly contacted the system, and the system popped up a hidden task achievement. Complete the development of a new water source, 300 achievement points. Oh, there are hidden quests. Mu Feng was surprised. It turns out that it's just like playing games in my previous life, with main quests and hidden quests. With 300 extra achievement points at once, Mu Feng was considering how to use them appropriately. It's okay to directly exchange it for a set of water-fetching facilities, which only adds up to 200 achievement points. But the problem was that he could produce such a huge well wheel and wooden barrel out of thin air, which would definitely surprise the tribesmen. He felt that it would be better for him not to be exposed if possible. So he took a compromise and used 50 achievement points to exchange for the method of making well wheels and wooden barrels, and spent another 100 achievement points to exchange for a set of carpenter's tools. He plans to do these things himself, saving as much as possible. On this side, Livu couldn't wait to get some water and ran towards the thatched hut where the old chief lived. He ran and shouted, "Everyone, come to the wall to get water! The chief has dug a well for us to get water!" So the people in the tribe walked out of their caves and thatched houses and ran towards the protective wall. The first one to arrive was Baya, holding a stone jar in her hand, with a smile on her brows, eyes and face. She shouted to Mu Feng from a distance, "Brother Mu Feng, I want to drink the well water first." Mu Feng collected his thoughts, looked at the clarified water, nodded, used a leather bag to get her some water, and poured it into the stone jar. The girl smiled, holding the stone jar high in both hands, and then Mu Feng poured the water for her. "Drink it," Mu Feng said with a smile. Baya held the stone jar and took a sip. He was extremely surprised. His almond-shaped eyes were wide open, and he was obviously very surprised. "Oh, this water is so sweet!" The girl looked at Mu Feng with bright eyes. The smile on her face became sweeter, revealing her teeth as white as shells. Mu Feng's heart was suddenly moved, and he couldn't help but praise her. "No one is sweeter than you!" "Ah!" The girl was like a frightened deer. Her face turned red, her chest was beating wildly, and she quickly lowered her head to look away. Chapter 17: Supporting Facilities. The well was dug very smoothly and the water output was sufficient. Everyone in the tribe came out holding leather bags and stone jars to fetch water. After drinking the clean, sweet-tasting well water, the whole tribe was excited. "The great chief is truly a great sage. There is hope for the revival of our Jiang clan. The old chief has chosen a good successor for our Jiang family." Mu Feng scratched his head a little embarrassedly. He thought he was just digging a well, but he didn't expect to cause such a big reaction. Seeing such a huge response from the tribe, Mu Feng took the opportunity to ask Li Hu to collect animal tendons in the tribe and twist them into ropes. As it was getting late, and he was exhausted, he had to put the work on the well wheel on hold until tomorrow. That night, the entire tribe was filled with joy, and all the fish caught during the day and the meat that had been stored were taken out. All the people in the tribe gathered in front of the thatched hut, lighting a fire and roasting meat. Everyone who participated in fishing this morning excitedly told those around them how they caught fish today, and those who participated in digging wells in the afternoon also shouted with joy. The way they looked at Mu Feng was as fanatical as the way they looked at the old chief before. Although Mu Feng had been the chief for only 2 days, he had brought them so many surprises. The old chief was also invited out to join in the tribal carnival. But for some reason, his reactions and words were no longer as clear and wise as yesterday. Instead, they were just the mumbling of an ordinary old man. "Child, you are a good child. You must lead the Jiang family to revive. Well, the Jiang clan is a small clan, but its origin is very great. Our ancestors were a large clan by the river. Hey, the water you gave me today is so sweet." The old man held Mu Feng's hand and talked to him, but Mu Feng was completely speechless. He wanted to ask the old man some questions about the secret memories in his mind, but he found that the old man seemed to be unable to hear him and was completely immersed in his own narration. He sighed, and vaguely guessed that the old man might be exhausted and mentally damaged. Judging from his condition, he seems to be showing some signs of Alzheimer's. "Don't worry," Mu Feng thought to himself. "Since I am the chief now, Jiang family is my one and only piece of land. I will make it better and better." I don't know if the old man understood what he said, but he stood up suddenly, clapped his hands and laughed. "Good, good." Mu Feng got up early the next morning. After all, without a mobile phone or a computer, he doesn't have to stay up late, and there is no such thing as lying in bed. Not long after he got up, he saw Baya hopping to the entrance of his cave with a stone jar in his hand. He smiled happily at him and said, "Brother Mu Feng, are you up?" "Yeah," Mu Feng said with a smile. "You got up early enough. My father asked me to bring you some water and food." As he spoke, White Fang handed over the stone jar with both hands, and then took off the barbecue he had brought from his shoulder and handed it to him. "Eat it quickly." Looking at the smoky barbecue, Mu Feng really couldn't eat it. But seeing Baya's big eyes looking at him expectantly, he couldn't refuse, so he had to take the barbecue and eat it with gritted teeth. White Fan was overjoyed and just stood by and watched him finish eating with a smile. The girl quickly took the stone jar again. "Brother Mu Feng, what are you going to do today?" "Today, I have to make a water drawing tool." "A tool for drawing water?" White Fan asked in confusion, blinking his big black eyes with curiosity. "Can you teach me?" Mu Feng hadn't seen such a clean and innocent look in a long time, and couldn't help but smile. "Well, if you want to learn, you can learn on the side." "That's great." Baya jumped high and pursed his lips into crescent shapes. Mu Feng chuckled and shook his head, took out the carpenter's tools, asked Baya to help move all the wood, and then started making the well wheel. Because he had already redeemed the method yesterday by spending 50 achievement points, it was like having an instruction manual. He just needed to follow the steps step by step. White Fang blinked his eyes, the light in his eyes became brighter and brighter, and he would ask a few questions from time to time. "Brother Mu Feng, why do you want to hollow out the middle of the wood? Why did you hollow out another one? Why is this piece of wood so thin? Can't we hollow it out?" Mu Feng explained as he worked, and the originally somewhat boring carpentry work became interesting. It was already afternoon when Mu Feng finished making the well wheel, wooden frame and wooden bucket for drawing water. And White Fang stayed by his side, watching him do all this. "Okay, now you can move all of these to the well. I can only do this one today. The other one will have to wait." "Well, let me help you," Baya said as he helped Mu Feng move all the stuff to the side of the well, and then installed it with Mu Feng. Someone was already watching the well, and when he noticed Mu Feng's arrival, he hurried to help install it. After doing all this, Mu Feng tied the wooden barrel to the animal tendon rope, then turned the well wheel to lower the barrel down, and shook the animal tendon rope again. After it was full, he turned the well wheel again to hoist the water up. Just this bucket of water is equivalent to the water fetched by 10 skin bags before. And the speed is reduced by more than half. The people around looked at each other, and finally looked at Mu Feng as if he were a monster. Just yesterday the great chief dug a well to get such sweet water for the tribe, and today he made such a convenient tool to draw water. "Brother Mu Feng, I want to try it too." Baya jumped happily, with a coquettish look on her pretty face. "Is it okay?" "Yeah, okay. Mu Feng, feeling excited, quickly agreed. Chapter 18. No high return without high effort. After installing the well wheel, Mu Feng took a break and ate something. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he contacted the system again and looked at his achievement points, which were only a pitiful 550 points. He took the opportunity to take a look at the exchange mall. There were many small items that could be exchanged. To him, they were all simple and ordinary things, but that might not be the case for the current tribe. But what he wanted to exchange was not simple. What he wants to exchange is the woodpath derivative technique. Among the skills, Woodway derivative technique is an upgraded skill of the healing technique, which is a big skill that combines the healing technique and the derivative technique. This is very interesting. It is a bit like synthesizing equipment when playing games in modern times. You first spend a small amount of money to synthesize a small piece of equipment, and then spend a large price to synthesize a large piece of equipment. As mentioned above, this derivative technique of woodpath requires a total of 3,000 achievement points. I have already spent 1,000 points to exchange for the healing technique, and I still need 2,000 points. The skill introduction says that learning this skill can not only heal, but also enhance one's physical strength. 2,000 achievement points, the gap is quite big, Mu Feng thought to himself. This doesn't even include some things I have to do in the middle to exchange tools or something. Hey, if I don't exchange the well wheel and other things today, I can save 150 achievement points. Mu Feng felt a little annoyed. You don't know how expensive firewood and rice are until you manage the household. I can make do without the well wheel. While eating barbecue, he was communicating with the system and completely forgot that there was a girl named Mu Feng staring at him infatuatedly. Brother Mu Feng is working so hard. Baya's pretty face was filled with heartache, and she couldn't help but sigh softly. I have to think about things even when I'm eating, Mu Feng suddenly said. By the way, Baya, why don't you see Uncle Li Hu? My father? Baya just noticed that Mu Feng was looking at him. He suddenly remembered that he was absent-minded just now. His face turned red with shame. He quickly took the stone jar from Mu Feng and said, He went to find Uncle Mingguang to tame the earth dragon. Oh! Mu Feng slapped his head, and then he remembered that Chang Ning seemed to have said something to Li Hu before he left unhappily yesterday. Li Hu told him that the earth dragon should be led to the cave first to let it adapt. At that time, Mu Feng was thinking about the water source, so he put it aside for the time being. At the same time, an idea came to my mind. Yes, doesn't the mission say that taming an animal will give 300 achievement points? If this is accomplished, I will earn these achievement points quickly. Did they go to that cave? Mu Feng asked Baya hurriedly. In the 6th cave of East Mountain, Mu Feng replied. My father said that the earth dragon still doesn't recognize humans. You can't. Hey, brother Mu Feng, what are you doing? Before Baya could finish his words, Mu Feng ran away. I'm going to check on the earth dragon. The Jiang clan was built on the mountain, and there were some caves around the tribe. The functions of the caves are different. Some are used for living, some are used to store animal meat, some are used to worship the holy fire, and some are idle. The 6th cave in Dongshan mentioned by Baya is an idle cave, and is now used by Li Hu and others to release earth dragons. When he arrived, the earth dragon was lying lazily at the entrance of the cave, ignoring Li Hu and Mingguang. When they saw Mu Feng coming, the two of them were busy greeting and talking, but Mu Feng waved his hand to stop them. What's going on, Uncle Li Hu? Mu Feng asked. Li Hu looked unhappy and sighed helplessly. Yamado from the Blue Bird tribe didn't tell us the password when he left yesterday, so now we can't use him at all. Mu Feng then realized that controlling wild beasts also requires special, animal language, and commands. His heart sank. Is it true that raising a ground dragon like this can't do anything? Then what is the point of having it? He looked at the earth dragon carefully. It was covered with a layer of blue-gray scales, and there was a large bump on its head and tail. Rough skin and thick meat. The meat of such earth dragons may not be tasty either. Mingguang at the side also had a worried look on his face. We originally thought that with this earth dragon we could place it at the entrance of the tribe, so that it could scare away many wild beasts. But from yesterday until now, it has been lying here, eating grass when hungry and drinking river water when thirsty, and ignoring us. Huh! Mu Feng was even more surprised. This earth dragon can control people. Mu Feng tentatively shouted to Dilong. You get up! However, the earth dragon was only startled by Mu Feng's sudden words. It raised its head, then lowered it again and continued to eat the grass on the ground. Li Hu and Ming Guang shook their heads first, then said, Mu Feng, we have tried this method, it is useless. Looking at the earth dragon that was minding its own business, Mu Feng got angry and said, I just don't believe that I can't deal with you. His mind moved, and he remembered seeing the taming technique in the mall, so he communicated with the system again. System, exchange a taming technique for me. The system prompts. Basic animal taming requires 500 achievement points. Are you sure you want to exchange 500 achievement points for basic animal taming? 500 points? This is too high. Mu Feng was dumbfounded. He had been thinking about exchanging for a derivative technique of the wood dao, but now a basic beast taming technique requires 500 points. Isn't this like working hard for many years, and suddenly returning to the situation before liberation? However, when he saw the earth dragon lying lazily on the ground, his anger rose again. Without high effort, there will be no high return. Confirm to exchange. Chapter 19, Dragon Rider. After Mu Feng said confirm exchange, in his heart, the system immediately issued a prompt sound. Ding! Exchange successful. Then Mu Feng discovered that there was more information about animal taming in his mind, that is, the art of animal taming. Mu Feng was stunned for a moment, and then he felt that taming animals was already a piece of cake for him. He took a breath, smiled and walked to the ground dragon, and spoke again, but it was a series of sounds that others could not understand. Tulilu, hulalu tuhulu. What? Li Hu and Ming Guang opened their eyes wide in surprise and looked at Mu Feng with confusion. Captain, what is this? Ming Guang looked at Li Hu uncertainly. Li Hu shook his head helplessly and spread his hands, indicating that he didn't know either. What surprised the two even more was that the earth dragon, which had been motionless, suddenly stood up from the ground, staring at Mu Feng with its eyes wide open, with curiosity in its small eyes. Mu Feng was delighted. It really works! Thinking of this, he shouted again. Hulu tulu, tutu hulu hulu! The earth dragon's originally curious eyes were immediately stunned, and it snorted, then actually stretched its head towards Mu Feng, with its nose trembling slightly, as if trying to confirm Mu Feng's breath. Li Hu said, Mu Feng, be careful. Mu Feng shook his head gently at him, indicating that it was okay, and at the same time he stretched out a hand and held it in the air. Dilong carefully touched Mu Feng's finger with the tip of his nose and sniffed it gently. At the same time, a sound like snoring came out of his throat. Holyalu, Holyalu! Mu Feng's eyes lit up, and he reached out and stroked the earth dragon's nose twice, then reached back to its big head and patted it gently. At the same time, Mu Feng's voice became softer. Tuluhulu, Tuluhulu! At this time, the earth dragon actually took a step forward and rubbed Mu Feng with its head very docilely. Ah! Li Hu and Ming Guang were both shocked. They looked at Mu Feng as if he was a monster. Mu Feng, tamed this earth dragon? Is it that simple? This scene was also seen by Baiya, who happened to arrive. She opened her mouth wide, her little face full of surprise. Her eyes sparkled and she covered her mouth with her hands. Oh! What surprised them even more was that Mu Feng said again, Lulu, Lulu! The earth dragon was actually acting like a spoiled child, circling around Mu Feng, constantly lowering and raising its head, wagging its tail, and all it had in its eyes was Mu Feng. This? The three were completely shocked. It turned out that their chief could tame animals, especially the armored earth dragon in front of them. Finally, something happened that completely overturned the three people's cognition. The earth dragon crawled on the ground on its own initiative, shaking its head and tail, looking at Mu Feng, as if urging Mu Feng to sit on its back. Mu Feng naturally understood, so he suppressed his excitement, patted its head gently, then stepped on the earth dragon's back. Then he patted the earth dragon's neck again, and the earth dragon stood up straight, carrying Mu Feng on his back and holding his head high. At the same time, the earth dragon raised its head and roared at the three people in front of it. Awoo! The roar of tigers and dragons. Li Hu, Ming Guang and Baiya were startled by the sound and took a few steps back. Mu Feng was also startled by the sound, and thought to himself, this armored earth dragon is just a descendant of a herbivorous dinosaur, but it can also make such a dragon roar. But his mood was completely replaced by excitement. Riding on the back of the earth dragon, Mu Feng was half a body taller than Li Hu and Ming Guang. He suddenly understood why people in his previous life liked to wear light fur coats, precious belts, and ride fat horses. Others ride horses, but we ride dinosaurs. Mu Feng was very proud and thought that the 500 achievement points were well spent. By the way, now that we are riding a dinosaur, wouldn't it be like walking in the dark in fine clothes if we don't go out and show off? Mu Feng thought so, and then patted the ground dragon's head, signaling it to go out of the mountain. The earth dragon did as he was told. Li Hu and Ming Guang's eyes were filled with shock and ecstasy. This is a great omen. Is my big Jiang finally going to rise? On this side, Baiya looked at the majestic Mu Feng. Her heart was moved, her face flushed like the rising morning glow, and her beautiful big eyes were full of water. She called out timidly, "Brother Mu Feng." Mu Feng turned around. "What's wrong, White Fang?" Baiya suddenly became nervous. His little hands seemed to have nowhere to put, and kept tugging at the corner of his animal skin coat. His big eyes blinked like little stars. She looked at Mu Feng somewhat embarrassedly, then at Dilong. "Oh, you want to ride too, right?" Mu Feng slapped his forehead, then immediately patted the ground dragon, signaling it to squat. The earth dragon snorted, somewhat reluctantly, but still did as he was told, allowing Mu Feng to pull Baiya onto his back. Then Mu Feng patted the earth dragon's neck, and the earth dragon stood up and walked towards the tribe at the foot of the mountain. Baiya sat behind Mu Feng, feeling both nervous and excited. Looking at the slightly thin but obviously tall figure in front of him, the light in his eyes became brighter. The earth dragon carrying Mu Feng began to trot down the mountain. The breeze is light in early spring. Mu Feng, riding on the ground dragon, only felt the coolness in his ears, and looking at the tribes at the foot of the mountain, he felt like he was rushing to the mountains and rivers. Haha, it's still cool to ride a dinosaur! Mu Feng was secretly happy. At the same time, another idea came to my mind. Now that I have a cool mount, I should have Huang on the left, and Qingcang on the right. What I'm still missing is a yellow dog and a falcon. It seems that the taming plan needs to be accelerated. Come on, Dragon Rider! Mu Feng called himself this. Chapter 20 Hunting Preparation. Mu Feng, riding on the armored earth dragon, was really impressive. The whole tribe saw the young man riding the dragon as a god descending from heaven. By the way, White Fang, who was sitting behind him, was also extremely excited. When they arrived next to the thorny wood wall, Mu Feng patted the ground dragon's neck, signaling it to put him down, and then he hummed at it. Then the ground dragon looked around, lay down next to the thorny wood wall, and refused to move. Brother Mu Feng! The excitement on Baiya's face had not yet faded. Why is it lying here? Yeah, Mu Feng said with a smile. This earth dragon has a deterrent effect on the wild beasts in the jungle. With it here, the tribe will be much safer. Is that so? White Fang tilted his head and thought for a moment, his beautiful eyes full of curiosity. But what is it going to eat? It can't stay here forever, can it? That's easy. Doesn't it like to eat grass? Then just find someone to bring it grass and leaves. Mu Feng paused and said, Oh, and build a thatched hut for it. What's a straw hut? White Fang wondered. Well, it's the house for the earth dragon to live in, Mu Feng explained. He got down to work right away. He called Li Hu and Ming Guang and found a dozen people, some to cut trees and some to cut grass. Under Mu Feng's command, a thatched hut suitable for earth dragons to live in was built in less than an hour. There was also hay in the hay shed. The tribesmen watching from the side were all amazed. Look, this earth dragon actually lives in a straw house. Baiya also opened his eyes wide and asked curiously, Brother Mu Feng, are you giving it a thatched house? Huh! Mu Feng shook his head. This is not a house, it's a straw hut, specially built for earth dragons to live in. It's different from Grandpa's thatched house. But why do I feel that its place of residence is better than Grandpa's? The little girl blinked her eyes, looking incredibly naughty. Mu Feng knew that this was an unintentional remark, but he turned to look at the reactions of the others, then he understood and said with a smile. Don't worry, we will live in a much better place soon. We are going to build many big houses. Really? Baiya's eyes lit up, and he looked at Mu Feng with stars in his eyes. Of course, Mu Feng said with a smile. In the future, everyone in our tribe will live in a house like Grandpa's, or even better. Oh, oh, oh! The people around were shocked and cheered. Mu Feng added, "Now we are just building a thatched hut for the Earth Dragon. Soon we will have more huts and raise more wild animals in them." Ah? Baya was stunned and looked at Mu Feng in disbelief. "We don't even have enough food now, why do we still keep them?" "Just because it's not enough now doesn't mean it won't be enough in the future," Mu Feng vowed. "Don't worry, starting tomorrow, we'll catch more beasts and get more food." As he said this, something in his heart moved, and he immediately called Li Hu and Mingguang. "You two come here, everyone else go away." So everyone left, leaving only Mu Feng, Mingguang, and others. "White Fang, go help your mother with the work," Li Hu ordered. "Yes, Dad." Baya looked at Mu Feng reluctantly, then turned and walked away. "Mu Feng!" Li Hu and Mingguang looked at him with respect. They had no choice but to do so. The Earth Dragon that the two of them had been trying to deal with for so long was easily subdued by Mu Feng. Now Mu Feng's image in their minds was raised again. "Is the hunting team going hunting again tomorrow?" "Yes," Mingguang answered respectfully. "Where are you going and what are you planning to catch?" Mu Feng asked. "I haven't thought about it yet," Mingguang answered honestly. "How can this be possible?" Mu Feng shook his head. "We don't have any plan at all. We won't be able to catch many prey like this." "Plan?" Mingguang looked puzzled. "Just prepare." Mu Feng sighed in his heart, shook his head and said, "If you want to hunt, you must first find out where the prey is, what kind of prey there is, and how to catch it." Mingguang was dumbfounded. He had never thought about the question Mu Feng asked. Seeing Mingguang like this, Mu Feng didn't want to investigate further. He nodded and said, "Don't go too far this time. There are ready-made prey near the tribe." "There are some nearby." Mingguang was stunned, then shook his head. "Mu Feng, Chief, the forest sheep in this jungle are too cunning, they can't be caught at all." "Can't catch it?" Mu Feng shook his head. "That's because the previous method was not used correctly." "Method?" Mingguang was stunned. After thinking carefully, his eyes lit up. "You mean you have a way?" "Yes." Mu Feng nodded and said with a smile, "We can't catch up with the forest sheep. In this case, let them come to us on their own." "Let Lin Yang come here by himself?" Mingguang was surprised. "How is this possible?" "Why not?" Mu Feng chuckled and shook his head. "This time I'll lead you to set a trap, and then it will be easy to catch the sheep." "Trap?" Li Hu and Mingguang looked at each other with confusion on their faces. "What is that?" Mu Feng smiled mysteriously. "You will know when we catch the sheep tomorrow. Now, it's time for us to prepare something." "Prepare something what?" "Brine." Chapter 21 Sheep Trap. Mutton has been a top-grade delicacy since ancient times and is also Mu Feng's favorite. So he naturally chose wild sheep as the first animal he wanted to domesticate. But as Mingguang said, wild sheep run so fast in the jungle that few can catch up with them. Wild sheep are not only fast, but also very cunning. They appear in the jungle between human tribes and large carnivorous beasts. Some wild sheep appear less than 10 miles away from the Jiang clan. Mu Feng recalled from his memory that there were quite a lot of wild sheep near the tribe, and there were about 20 wild sheep in a small herd, which completely met his trial criteria. In addition to salt, he asked Mingguang to prepare animal tendons and rattan. He twisted the animal tendons into ropes, and used them to tie up sheep. As for rattan, it is used to make nets. Mu Feng knew how to weave nets before. He had specialized in studying history during his archaeological work and was very familiar with the emergence and weaving of fishing nets. With Mu Feng's special emphasis, the rattan selected are all soft and resilient. Under his guidance, the tribesmen quickly learned how to weave rattan nets with rattan. However, a net woven from rattan is not as practical as a net woven from ropes or twine. Fortunately, Mu Feng didn't use it to catch fish, but to make traps. After doing all this, Mu Feng asked Mingguang about the wild sheep's habits and decided to set out for the woods before dawn tomorrow morning. The destination was a place where about 30 wild sheep had appeared. Before dawn the next day, Li Hu appeared in the cave and woke Mu Feng up. With his previous fishing experience, no one would stop Mu Feng from going out again. More than 50 strong men from the entire tribe were mobilized, and almost everyone carried a leather bag filled with salt water. In addition to salt water, everyone carried a rattan net, a bone knife, a bamboo spear, and an animal tendon rope. What is most puzzling is that Mu Feng asked people to take the 2 shovels with them as well. What is the chief planning to do? Li Hu asked Ming Guang in a low voice. You are going hunting with a leather bag, and there's water in the bag? I don't know either. Ming Guang shook his head. Now that the gold has been brought here, we are not going to dig another well, are we? Digging a well? Li Hu frowned. Can you hunt while digging a well? Mu Feng was walking not far behind the 2 of them. He shook his head and smiled secretly after hearing it. He did not explain and sighed in his heart. The cognitive level of people in primitive society is really worrying. The group soon arrived at the place Ming Guang mentioned. It was still dark, and Mu Feng looked around with the torch. There were clear teeth marks on the leaves of the surrounding grass and bushes, obviously having been eaten by herbivores. He looked around again, chose a place with relatively lush vegetation and few tooth marks, and stood there, saying, This is it! Everyone around came over. Mu Feng, what should we do? Mu Feng reached out and picked up a bamboo spear, drew a circle on the ground that was 7 or 8 meters long and 2 meters wide, and said, Now everyone, quickly dig up all the soil in this circle and throw it somewhere far away. Ah? Li Hu was surprised. We are going to dig such a big well here. Mu Feng shook his head. No, it doesn't need to be that deep, just about the same height as you. He originally wanted to say it was more than 1 meter deep, but he was unsure about the wild sheep's jumping ability, so to be on the safe side, he had to say a little more. What's the use of this? Li Hu looked puzzled. Mu Feng looked at the sky, which was about to dawn, and waved his hand, saying, Now is not the time to explain. Dig the pit first, and you will know it yourself later. Yes. Li Hu quickly called on these people to dig the soil. With 2 shovels and more than 50 bone knives, it took less than an hour to dig out the hole made by Mu Feng. After doing all this, Li Hu looked at Mu Feng again. Mu Feng, what do you do now? Now cut a few thin branches that can be placed across the pit. Then put the vine net on top, quickly. So Li Hu, Ming Guang and several young men hurriedly cut some branches nearby and placed them on the pit, and then laid vines on top according to Mu Feng's request. After doing all this, everyone still didn't understand what Mu Feng wanted to do, and they all looked at him. Mu Feng sighed in his heart, and could only say, Now everyone cut the grass nearby and put it on the rattan net. Cover the rattan net until it is no longer visible. Remember, spread it evenly. Everyone worked together, and quickly completed what Mu Feng asked. More than 50 people looked at Mu Feng again. Mu Feng was speechless and could only say, Now, remove as much soil as possible from around the pit, and then pull out the grass and cover it. It's best if no soil is visible. Everyone did the same. A grass trap for modern humans on Earth is completed. Finally, without waiting for everyone to look at him, Mu Feng picked up the leather bag, opened it, and threw it at the grass on the trap. Ah, Mu Feng, what are you doing? Li Hu couldn't help but exclaimed. Mu Feng still didn't explain too much, but just ordered, 10 more people, each of you sprinkle salt water on the grass. After doing all this, Mu Feng picked up a leather bag, found a direction and sprinkled water on the grass leaves for no less than 10 meters. At the same time, he asked Li Hu and Ningguang to sprinkle about 10 meters of salt water on the grass respectively. In this way, the grass on 3 invisible lines was sprinkled with salt water, and finally pointed to the trap in front of them. Mu Feng clapped his hands, nodded with satisfaction, and signaled everyone to follow him and leave quickly. At this point, the trap designed by Mu Feng for wild sheep was successfully set up, and his domestication plan was officially launched. Chapter 22 Great Harvest. Mu Feng had herded sheep in the modern world before he traveled through time, and was very familiar with the temperament of sheep. In the past, when he was herding sheep, he often fed them salt water, and the sheep would often sneak into the cornfields and chew on the corn stalks. Just because sheep like salty and sweet tastes. So he sprinkled salt water on the grass leaves, hoping that the sheep would follow the salty smell all the way to the trap while eating the grass. But he was still a little worried that this trick would not work. After all, in his previous life, He had only fed sheep with salt water and had never caught sheep in this way, especially wild sheep that he had never seen before. So he and his tribesmen hid far away, hiding in the grass half as high as a person, waiting for the wild sheep to appear. The waiting time was the most unbearable. Mu Feng wanted to move but didn't dare to, for fear that he would accidentally disturb the flock of sheep that was about to appear. He looked around and found that the tribesmen were all lying motionless in the grass. It was obvious that they were very good at this kind of waiting. Mu Feng was amazed and thought to himself that it turned out that the tribesmen were not completely without good points. At least they are patient enough. Fortunately, not long after, a group of about 30 wild sheep appeared. Mu Feng's heart beat faster. He compared the wild sheep in front of him with the sheep in his memory, and found that these so-called wild sheep were not much different from the sheep in his previous life. The difference is that the group of wild sheep in front of us are smaller, with slightly longer hair, and a mottled color of black, gray and brown, making them look sloppy. However, although these sheep are small in size, they run faster than any sheep Mu Feng has ever seen. In just 2 or 3 breaths, the herd of wild sheep appeared and disappeared from their sight. Fortunately, the direction they were running was exactly the direction of the trap. Mu Feng, what should we do now? Manhwaedit asked in a low voice. Follow me, and make less noise! Mu Feng waved his hand and crouched down as he walked towards the trap. The people behind followed suit. Mu Feng and his companions walked and stopped from time to time, and soon arrived near the trap. They saw wild sheep eating grass from afar. Mu Feng estimated that the sheep would soon eat the salty grass leaves. To be on the safe side, Mu Feng turned around and whispered to Li Hu and Mingguang. The 2 of you take about 10 people each and surround these sheep from one side. It's best if they walk towards the trap on their own. If there are sheep that want to escape, you can bring people to block both sides and don't let them pass through your side. If anyone tries to force their way in, just beat them with bamboo spears and sticks. The rest of you follow me. Go straight to the front and make sure they all fall into the trap. Mingguang and Li Hu looked at each other, then they understood Mu Feng's plan and their eyes lit up. The 2 men nodded silently, and each led their men to crouch down and surround the enemy from both sides. Mu Feng also stood there looking at the wild sheep nervously. Sure enough, not long after, 2 wild sheep discovered the salty taste of the grass and started eating faster. What made Mu Feng excited was that the 2 sheep walked towards the trap along the line where water had been sprinkled just now, just as he expected. Soon other sheep noticed the clue and began to scramble to nibble on the grass line sprinkled with salt water. Naturally, Li Hu and the others saw this scene. They all looked in amazement at the 30 or so sheep that were scrambling to gnaw at the trap. Without exception. This surprised Mu Feng, but this was the result he most hoped to see. Li Hu and Mingguang also noticed the signs and quickened the pace of shrinking the encirclement. They could even judge each other's approximate position and number of people from afar by the shadows in the bushes. The flock of wild sheep were unaware of anything and followed the grass line to the trap, where they naturally discovered the green grass covering the trap. The flock of sheep was obviously stunned at first, and they stopped where they were and did not move forward. Mu Feng and the others who were still moving forward cautiously immediately stopped where they were, standing still and not daring to breathe. But they were obviously overthinking. The wild goats just paused, and then a few larger ones came forward, raised their heads and twitched their noses a few times towards the grass, and then shouted with all their might. Ba ba ba! Then, as Mu Feng stared in amazement, the sheep that called out first immediately rushed forward and leaped directly towards the grass trap. Looking at the situation, it was like a drunkard who hadn't had a good drink for hundreds of years suddenly encountered a drunkard full of wine. When the wild sheep behind it saw this, how could they tolerate it enjoying the tempting and delicious grass alone? They all rushed towards the grass, bleating. The wild sheep jumped high one by one, and after the first sheep landed on the grass trap, the sheep behind it all fell on the grass trap in the blink of an eye. Puff, puff, puff! The wild sheep that had just landed fell directly into the trap before it had time to enjoy the delicious food. The rest of the wild sheep jumped up and landed, and fell into the water like dumplings. The wild sheep at the back that was about to jump up noticed something was wrong and was about to stop, but was bumped by the wild sheep at the back and couldn't stop, so it was squeezed into the trap. There were more than 30 wild sheep, but only 6 or 7 were left that didn't fall into the trap. Gudong! Someone swallowed, obviously shocked by such a scene. Even Mu Feng did not expect that these wild sheep would be so selfless, just to eat more saltwater grass. As for the remaining sheep, they were unsurprisingly surrounded by more than 50 people and forced into the trap. Suddenly the entire trap was filled with wild sheep. Especially because of the vine nets, these wild sheep were like being stuck in a quagmire, unable to move, and could only bleat non-stop in the trap. Mu Feng was overjoyed, looking at the pit full of wild sheep and grinning. What a great harvest! Chapter 23: The Poor Farmer. It took no more than 2 hours from digging the pit to getting all the wild sheep down into the pit. The speed was so fast that not only Mingguang but even Mu Feng was extremely surprised. The IQ of these wild sheep seems to be not even half as high as that of the sheep in my previous life. Mu Feng sighed in his heart. But then I thought again and realized, these wild sheep have never seen a trap before, so they naturally didn't expect to be caught like this. I believe that as traps are used more frequently in the future, these wild sheep will also be wary of humans. But by that time Mu Feng believed that he had already domesticated all the sheep, so he no longer needed to catch wild sheep. Thinking of this, Mu Feng laughed out loud. Not bad, not bad, none of them ran away, there are still 7 or 8 lambs. Mingguang said excitedly. Mu Feng, your method is really useful. We caught so many wild sheep in just one pit. In the past, we may not be able to catch even one. The others also looked at Mu Feng excitedly, their eyes full of fanaticism. Someone grinned and suggested, there are so many sheep, let's kill them all and roast them. Everyone responded. Mu Feng quickly waved his hand to stop them, and said in a deep voice, we can't kill all these sheep. We have to take them back and raise them ourselves. Feed them? Someone wondered. But we don't even have enough food to eat. Will they starve to death if we don't eat them? Mu Feng looked at the man and said, although there is not much food in the tribe right now, it is enough for the near future. We can eat some wild sheep first, and then eat fish and other prey. The remaining sheep can be kept to give birth to lambs, and then the lambs can be raised. This way we can have more sheep than we can eat, and we can also leave food for the children in the tribe, making the tribe stronger. The eyes of the people around lit up, as if they saw the scene that Mu Feng described. At this time, someone was puzzled again. But the food we have now is not enough to feed the lambs, and when the lambs grow up... Mu Feng smiled and said, before the lamb grows up, we can catch other prey to eat. We can also eat fish, hairy dragons, and horned deer. In the future, our tribe will raise not only sheep, but also pheasants, horned deer, and other animals. Mu Feng originally wanted to say cows, pigs, and the like, but now he was not sure whether there were such animals around the tribe, and whether the names were correct, so he did not say anything. Finally Mu Feng said, in the future, when our Jiang clan becomes stronger and we raise more animals, we won't need so many people to go hunting. In the end, we won't even need to go hunting specifically. Ah? Mingguang panicked. Mu Feng. Chief, if we don't hunt, what else can we do? Ha ha! Mu Feng was in a good mood and said with a smile, don't worry, there will definitely be other things for you to do when the time comes. Now, get the sheep back first. Yes. Everyone worked together, and tied the necks of the wild sheep one by one with animal sinew ropes according to Mu Feng's request, and then looked at Mu Feng again. Mu Feng smiled helplessly and said, first, one person will hold a rope, and a few people will hold salted grass in front to lead the way. The rest of the people will block the surroundings to prevent the sheep from breaking free and running away. By the way, lay some more branches on the trap and cover it with grass. Come back and check it in 2 days. Yes. Facts proved that Mu Feng was overthinking. Even though they had just come out of the trap, the wild sheep were still obsessed with the salty grass. They didn't care that they were tied with ropes and kept stretching their heads to eat the grass. Mu Feng was dumbfounded, and in his heart he once again felt sorry for the author who wrote the sentence, beating a roe deer with a stick and scooping fish with a ladle. It turns out that the intelligence of wild animals in their original ecology is so low. Mu Feng refreshed his cognition again. Such a stupid wild sheep was described by Mingguang as cunning, which somewhat indicates some very bad problems. Mu Feng rubbed his brows helplessly. It's a long and arduous journey. When they returned to the tribe, more than 30 wild sheep appeared in the tribe, attracting everyone's attention. "Look, Mingguang and his friends came back so early this time, and they caught so many wild sheep. There are so many wild sheep, enough for us to eat for a long time. The great chief went with us this time, so we got so many prey. It was the same the day before yesterday. The chief took everyone fishing, and there were so many fish that we couldn't eat them all. Great chieftain, great sage." Mu Feng did not explain to the tribesmen. He had already said everything that needed to be said at the trap. He believed that the young and strong men would explain it clearly when they returned to their homes. And with Li Hu around, he doesn't have to worry about this. What he had to do was build a sheepfold for the sheep. However, when raising sheep, one inevitably has to consider the smell of urine in sheep, so the location of the sheep pen is very important. After much deliberation, he chose a very suitable place, right at the foot of the North Mountain, the northernmost part of the tribe. There was a large area of thorny vines and many shrubs, which was naturally closed, making it convenient for him to use local materials to build a sheepfold. More importantly, domesticating wild sheep as food reserves is a top priority, and naturally should be placed in the heart of the tribe. So under Mu Feng's guidance, a fence made of more than 2-meter-long branches was built. The wall was covered with thorny vines, so that even people who wanted to get close to the fence would be injured, not to mention wild sheep. The wild sheep were untied and placed in the sheepfold. They were obviously not used to it, but after bumping into the fence and being stabbed many times, they had to retreat in disappointment. The wild sheep that had lost their freedom kept bleeding in the sheepfold, but no one felt annoyed. Mu Feng, in particular, looked at the huge sheep pen, but saw only more than 30 sheep in it. He felt excited but also a little regretful. He touched his chin unconsciously and said, "I have too little wealth. It's a bit embarrassing for me to be a farmer." Chapter 24 Accelerated Domestication Plan. 35 wild sheep in one trap hunt. 3 of them were injured and could not be saved, so they were slaughtered that day and distributed to the tribesmen. The remaining 32 sheep consisted of 12 rams and 20 ewes. Among them, there are 3 rams and 3 ewes that are obviously old and weak, and can be eaten first. In other words, there were a total of 26 wild sheep that could be domesticated as food for the tribe. Although Mu Feng knew that eating lamb should be tender, he still refrained from touching the lamb. After all, lambs make more lambs. Even though he had only killed 3 wild sheep, the joy in the tribe was beyond his imagination. It's just because compared with the foxes, wild wolves and rhinos that Mingguang's people had caught before, mutton seems particularly delicious. So that night, the whole tribe lit a bonfire again, and the tribe was filled with cheers of, "Great chief, great sage." Now, except for the cave in the back mountain where fire is symbolically worshipped, people in the tribe have completely regarded fire as normal. It was only because Mu Feng later taught everyone in the tribe how to make fire by rubbing wood together. Mu Feng was invited to sit at the most important seat in the crowd. Everyone surrounded him with grilled fish and meat in their hands, and well water in stone jars, and their attitude was humble. Especially White Fang, he got a coat of white fur from somewhere, which looks so beautiful. She was elected as a representative by the tribe members. She knelt on one knee and presented barbecue and well water to Mu Feng. When the girl looked at Mu Feng, her eyes were as bright as stars, and her beautiful eyes were full of joy and admiration. Especially the slight smile on her lips, reflected by the torch, made her look very charming. Mu Feng was a little upset, but he coughed twice in front of so many people, took the lamb leg and the stone pot, waved his hand, and said, "We are all members of the Jiang clan, and I grew up under your watch. From now on, you don't have to be so polite, just call me Mu Feng." "Yes, chief!" all the tribesmen responded in unison. Mu Feng was helpless, knowing that this was a primitive society and many deep-rooted ideas could not be changed all at once, so he had to give up. Holding the lamb leg in one hand and the stone pot in the other, he suddenly thought of the taste of roasted lamb leg in his previous life: oil, cumin, chili powder, pepper powder. It's so delicious to eat with so many complete condiments all at once. If you pair it with ice-cold beer. Mu Feng looked at the smoky and salty lamb leg in his hand and suddenly felt it was tasteless. Such a good lamb leg, but it can only be paired with well water. Mu Feng was a little tearful. It seems that the tribe's diet needs to be improved urgently. Mu Feng communicated with the system again and submitted the task of taming animals, obtaining 300 achievement points, bringing the total achievement points to 350 points. System, is there any seasoning I can exchange? Mu Feng couldn't help but complain. The lamb leg is so disgusting. Sure. The system popped up them all, and Mu Feng exclaimed after just one look. Oh my god, robbery! Just a small bottle of chili powder requires 50 achievement points. There's only so much cumin left. What can we do with it? It's not even enough for a barbecue. System prompt. Salt and various spices were high-end consumables back then, so their prices were naturally very high. Then the system prompts. Are you sure you want to redeem? Mu Feng hesitated for a long time, gritted his teeth and asked. So there are no spices in this era? System prompt. Yes, you need to discover it yourself. Then the system sent a series of pictures to Mu Feng, all of which were pictures of herbs and spices. It also gave Mu Feng a new task. Find spices, 100 achievement points for each. Mu Feng took a look and saw star anise, cinnamon, pepper, fennel, etc., as well as some that he didn't recognize. His eyes lit up. These spices actually exist in this world. Discovering them not only solves the seasoning problem, but also earns achievement points. This can really be put on the agenda. So he thought about it and said, Then I won't exchange it. It's just a meal, I can bear it. After he withdrew from the communication with the system, he became expectant again. When he studied history in his previous life, many mysteries confused him. In particular, some people question whether the work he does is necessary. But now he is already in this primitive society, and he can decide the tribal affairs with just a word, and almost everything he does will have an impact on the tribe. Is there anything more fulfilling and meaningful than this? He thought about it, and felt that he could do the animal training and the search for seasonings at the same time. One thing is to solve the long-term food and clothing problem of the tribe, and the other thing is to solve the seasoning problem for himself and his tribesmen. What's more, you can also earn achievement points. He rubbed his head and smiled to himself. It seems that the taming plan needs to be accelerated. Thinking of this, he said to Lihu and Mingguang. Uncle Lihu, Uncle Mingguang, let's continue hunting tomorrow. Continue hunting? Mingguang and Lihu's eyes lit up, with a look of joy on their faces. Are we going to catch wild sheep again? No need. Mu Feng shook his head. Just find a few people to check the traps. Let's go catch the flower dragon. A flower-haired dragon? Mingguang was stunned. How do we catch it? Mu Feng grinned. I have my own way. Chapter 25. Catch chickens in a traditional way. The pheasant is the primitive chicken, which is the ancestor of the chicken. According to Mu Feng's own idea, it is simpler to call it chicken. No matter how powerful its ancestor the dinosaur was, it has now become a bird that cannot fly in the forest. This time he still asked Mingguang about the temperament of the primitive chickens. After learning about the areas where they appeared and their temperaments, he secretly made up his mind. I have to say that although Mingguang's reaction is a bit slow, he is still very competent in terms of understanding the temperament of animals. Comparing it with his introduction, Mu Feng felt that the primitive chicken was nothing special compared to the domesticated chickens of later generations except that it looked a little fiercer and was a little bigger. As Mingguang said, although the flower-haired dragons are not as big as wild sheep, they run faster and do not only eat grass like wild sheep. They eat flower seeds, small insects, and poisonous scorpions. Mu Feng couldn't help but grin when he heard him introduce it like this, thinking to himself. As long as it can be swallowed, there is nothing that chickens won't eat. He smiled and said to Mingguang, Okay, tomorrow you can bring the rattan net, bamboo spear, animal tendon rope, and some thorns from the thorny vines. Pack them up and take them with you tomorrow. Oh, and take a big fish from the cave, cut the meat into small strips and take them with you. What are you doing with the hairtail? Mingguang frowned, puzzled. Aren't you going to dig a trap? No need, Mu Feng said with a smile. This is the way to catch primitive chickens. Primitive chicken? Mingguang was surprised again. Oh, Mu Feng suddenly realized. Another name for the flower-haired dragon, and calling it a dragon is really an insult to dragons. From now on it will be called the primitive chicken. Mu Feng decided on the name of the primitive chicken with just one word. I wonder what chickens would think if they could talk. Yes. Mingguang no longer hesitated. The next morning, Li Hu took 7 or 8 people to the trap where they had set up to catch sheep yesterday. Mu Feng followed Mingguang and led 30 or 40 people in another direction. Because they brought very little with them, the people following them couldn't believe that they were going hunting. Mu Feng! Mingguang turned around and asked. We don't even have a bone stick, can we catch the primitive chicken? Of course, Mu Feng replied. As long as what you said is correct, we can catch him. I understand. Mingguang became happy, as if he could feel at ease with just Mu Feng's words. The group arrived at their destination in a short while, and in terms of time, it took less than half the time of yesterday. This made Mingguang and the people in the surrounding hunting team feel a little unreal, as they had never hunted so closely before. But ever since Mu Feng joined in hunting, they have been able to return with a full load every time they go a short distance. We're here, right over there. Mingguang, who stopped first, pointed in a direction. Mu Feng, what should we do next? Everyone looked at Mu Feng. Easy, Mu Feng said with a smile. Give me the cut fish strips. Mingguang quickly handed over the fish strips wrapped in animal skin. Mu Feng took it, grabbed a handful and walked to a nearby area, gently scattered a small piece, then grabbed another handful of fish strips and scattered another piece not far away. What is this for? Everyone looked at Mu Feng with confusion. However, Mu Feng did not explain. Instead, he looked up and found a large leaf tree that looked a bit like a poplar. He turned to look at Mingguang and said, Give me a tendon rope and a bamboo spear. Mingguang did as he was told and handed over the two things. Mu Feng took it, tied it together with an animal tendon rope, about 4 meters high, and tied a bamboo spear to the other end. Then he threw the javelin at one of the branches with his hand. The javelin just happened to get caught on the branch when it fell. Mu Feng clenched the rope with both hands and exerted force with his arms. Hey! With a snap sound, the branch was pulled down with all its leaves and branches. What is this for? Everyone was even more confused. Mu Feng still didn't explain. He picked a leaf about the size of a palm, pinched off the stem, folded the leaf in half along the stem lines, then folded it in half horizontally. Then he used his hands to spread the leaf open from the middle, forming a small triangular bowl shape. He turned to Mingguang and said, Give me a thorn of the thorn tree. Mingguang continued to do as he was told, looking surprised. Mu Feng took the wooden thorns and directly strung the leaves on them, thus using the thorny wooden thorns to fix the shape of the small bowl. Then Mu Feng took another fish strip and put it in it, and threw the small bowl of leaves containing the fish strip on the ground. He turned to look at the people around him. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and do what I did just now. That's it. Mingguang scratched his head. Mu Feng, can we catch Hua Mao, the original chicken, like this? The others also looked at Mu Feng with incredible eyes, and were obviously a little suspicious. Mu Feng sighed and said, Don't worry, as long as the original chicken appears here, we will definitely catch it. Yes. Others came forward to pick leaves, fold small bowls, then put wooden thorns on them, put fish strips in them, and finally threw them on the ground. There is strength in numbers, and the process is simple, so in a short while, 100 or 200 small leaf bowls were placed on the ground. Looking at the small bowls of leaves scattered on the ground, Mu Feng smiled and said, I have used all the traditional methods of catching chickens, and I am just waiting for the primitive chicken to take the bait. Chapter 26 Another Great Harvest. Small leaf bowls filled with fish fillets were scattered on the ground, and no one except Mu Feng knew what these things were used for. They looked at each other, frowning in confusion. Okay, now everyone stay hidden like we did yesterday and wait for the primordial chicken, or the flower-haired dragon, to appear and surround it. Then just use the vine nets in your hands to cover it. But they run so fast, we can't catch up with them. Someone wondered. Don't worry, you will catch up with them soon, Mu Feng said calmly and confidently. These people were skeptical and honestly hid in the grass or bushes. Not long after, a group of primitive chickens really came to the grass where Mu Feng had thrown the fish strips just now. It seems that Mingguang is very familiar with the habits of animals in the jungle. Mu Feng nodded secretly. After this group of primitive chickens appeared, everyone in the tribe secretly clenched their fists and excitedly wanted to rush out right away. Mu Feng was even more surprised. "Oh my god, are these primitive chickens being raised by someone? Why are there so many of them?" In his memory of his previous life, birds in the mountains rarely lived in groups. But at this moment, this group of primitive chickens looks like there must be at least 100 or 200 of them. "This is going to make me rich!" Mu Feng was excited, staring at the original chicken. "Mine, all mine!" This group of primitive chickens is almost the same as the chickens in Mu Feng's memory. But their feathers were brighter, and they were much larger than later chickens. In particular, they did not have a red comb on their heads, but a protruding bone-like comb. The most important thing is that if you look closely, you will find that there are 2 rows of staggered serrated teeth in their beaks. "It turns out that the primitive chicken really evolved from dinosaurs." Mu Feng sighed in his heart. He had personally witnessed the ancestor of a living chicken. And he immediately thought of a question in his mind, which is a question that people in later generations have been arguing about: which came first, the chicken or the egg? Now it seems that if we must trace the origin, the answer to this question is that the chicken came first. While Mu Feng was still thinking wildly, the people of the Jiang clan were already staring at the scene in front of them with wide eyes. The primitive chickens that had just entered the foraging area began to peck at the grass with their heads down, and soon one of them discovered the fish strips that had fallen in the grass. I saw a primitive chicken stretch out its beak and peck, and a long and thin fish strip was caught in its mouth. Then it tilted its head back and opened its mouth to swallow, and the fish strip slid into its throat little by little along its beak. Mu Feng happened to see this scene, and he grinned silently. He had raised chickens when he was a child, and knew that chickens eat caterpillars, long fish, scorpions and so on, all in the same way, so it was not surprising at all. Especially fish, but chicken also has a special appeal. At this time, the other primitive chickens noticed the abnormality of this chicken, and they all came forward and wanted to peck it away, but this chicken shook its head left and right to dodge. At the same time, it accelerated its neck and finally swallowed the whole fish strip. This is a typical case of chickens fighting for food. But before long, the other primitive chickens also discovered the fish strips scattered on the ground and started scrambling for them. The fish strips on the ground were quickly eaten up. The Jiang clan members not far away still didn't understand. After they finished eating the food on the ground, they could eat the grass leaves in the bowl. Wouldn't they run away after they finished eating? Sure enough, after tasting the delicious fish strips, the primitive chickens began to get restless, clucking nonstop, spreading their wings, expanding their foraging range, and lowering their heads to look for food on the ground. Soon, these primitive chickens discovered the fish strips in the bowl of leaves scattered on the ground, and they all shouted with joy and excitement. "Cluck, cluck, cluck! Cluck, cluck, cluck!" The primitive chicken opened its mouth and pecked at the fish meat in the small bowl of leaves, but before it touched the fish meat, it bit the thorn of the thorny tree lying on it. The fish meat was right at his mouth, but was blocked by the wooden thorns. But the original chicken that had bitten the leaf bowl refused to let go, as if it was worried that if it did, other chickens would come and snatch it away. But in this way, the leaf bowl was like a large mask, covering not only the primitive chicken's mouth, but also its eyes. The blindfolded primitive chicken was unwilling to let go, but couldn't see the road ahead. It could only run left and right like a drunk with the bowl of leaves in its mouth, and then fell to the ground. Even so, the primitive chicken that fell to the ground still refused to let go. Soon, this large group of unknown primitive chickens began to get collectively drunk, each of them holding a leaf bowl in their mouths, blindfolded, and staggering around. Since they can't see the road, they naturally can't run far. When the Jiang clan members hiding in the dark saw this scene, they all showed expressions of horror on their faces, wondering whether Mu Feng had performed some kind of witchcraft. Otherwise, why would these primitive chickens be spinning in circles like this? Mu Feng didn't care about the tribesman's thoughts at this time. Seeing the primitive chickens running around on the ground, he picked up the vine net beside him and rushed forward, shouting, "Hurry now!" The Jiang clan members who were awakened by the word shouted excitedly, picked up the rattan nets, and used them to cover the primitive chickens that were in a mess. In less than 10 minutes, a dozen primitive chickens ran away from the field, and the rest were all caught by the Jiang clan members. Mu Feng counted the number, 112. He couldn't stop smiling. Another great harvest. Chapter 27 Enlightenment Teaching. Great Chief! Someone nearby shouted excitedly. We caught so many hairy dragons! Yes, yes! Mingguang's face flushed with excitement. I didn't expect that going hunting with you, the Great Chief, would be so easy! Great Chieftain, Great Sage! Mu Feng was helpless. He found that whenever the tribesmen got excited, they would call him Great Chief. He had to calm down before they would call Mu Feng back. The most annoying thing is that when these people get excited, they like to shout, Great Sage, which makes him feel scared. He quickly waved his hands and said, It's a good thing that we can catch him. Now hurry back to the tribe. Yes, this amount of original chicken will be enough for us to eat for a long time. Again, Mu Feng said unhappily. Didn't I tell you that we can't eat all the prey we catch at once? We have to keep some for later. That way, we don't have to worry about food in the future. Yes, the man responded quickly. I won't say that again. So Mu Feng brought his people back to the tribe, which naturally caused another sensation. Because everyone who went out hunting was holding a rope made of animal tendons, and each rope had 3 or 4 primitive chickens on it. Woohoo! The tribesmen cheered and danced. The hunting team is amazing. They caught so many hairy dragons in one go. The chief said this is called the primitive chicken. Who cares what it is? Now that we've caught so many of them, is that enough for us to have a big meal? The chief said that we can only eat a portion of it, and we can't eat it all at once. We have to keep the rest. Why keep them? We don't even have enough food for ourselves. Mu Feng sighed and said, We can't eat all the original chickens at once. We have to keep some of them for later use. The children in the tribe are too weak. We can't just take care of ourselves. We have to feed them enough and good food so that they can become stronger and protect the tribe when they grow up. Only in this way can our Jiang clan become stronger and stronger. There was a moment of silence among the crowd, and finally they all knelt on one knee and stretched out one hand to Mu Feng. We will follow the guidance of the Great Chief. Mu Feng then turned around helplessly and led his men directly to the foot of the North Mountain. The Jiang clan members looked at each other with some concern, and finally someone whispered, The chieftain won't be angry with us, right? Shouldn't it be? Mu Feng walked towards Beishan with Mingguang with a heavy heart. For the first time, he felt worried about the conditions of primitive society. When they catch prey, their first reaction is to eat it all at once. Eat as much as you can to fill your stomach today. As for tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, no one cares. He believed that if it weren't for his status as the Great Chief, they would really eat all these primitive chickens. It seems that the people in the tribe need to solve not only the food problem, but also the ideological enlightenment. Mu Feng shook his head secretly, drove away his unhappiness, and slapped his head instead. Yes, I understand what they don't understand. I am the chief, and I have the final say in this tribe. Thinking of this, Mu Feng suddenly became enlightened. This is my own little piece of land. Whether the tribe is good or bad depends on how I develop it. He suddenly became full of energy again. Mingguang, tie up all the chickens in your hands, and now hurry up and find some vines. The more the better. Call all the people in the tribe who can work, regardless of gender, age, or status. Ah? Mingguang was surprised and didn't understand what Mu Feng was going to do, but he immediately agreed. Yes. Soon, everything Mu Feng wanted was gathered in front of him, and people also came to him. Mu Feng pointed to the sheepfold behind him and said, See? The sheep are kept in here so that we can wait for the adult sheep to give birth to lambs, and the lambs will grow up and give birth to lambs. In the future, we will have more sheep than we can eat. All the members of the Jiang clan looked in the direction where Mu Feng pointed and found that the group of wild sheep were indeed eating grass. Some of them's eyes suddenly lit up, as if they understood what Mu Feng meant. And now, we have caught so many primitive chickens. We can eat them, but we can't eat them all at once. We have to keep some of them. But the pheasant, the primitive chicken, doesn't give birth to cubs? Someone asked. Mu Feng smiled and shook his head. He wanted to popularize the saying of, which came first, the chicken or the egg, to his tribesmen, but he knew it was difficult for them to understand. He could only smile and say, If the primitive chickens had no cubs, then where did all these big primitive chickens come from? This? Because they don't lay chicks, but eggs. Mu Feng chuckled as he said this familiar word. The original chicken was hatched from eggs. So these eggs can be used to lay chicks and can also be eaten. The nutrition of eggs is unmatched by many foods. It can make us and the children in the tribe stronger. Mu Feng listed all the benefits of chickens and eggs in one go. However, the Jiang clan members all looked at each other in surprise, because the words, eggs, hatching, and nutrition that Mu Feng said were completely incomprehensible to them. Mu Feng seemed to have noticed this as well, and he smiled bitterly in his heart, thinking that his introduction to teaching with chickens seemed to be a bit too fast. It seems that we still can't act too hastily. Mu Feng sighed in his heart. Thinking of this, he waved his hand and said, "How about this? Everyone first learn from me how to make a chicken coop. As for how to raise chickens and how to eat them, I will slowly tell you." "Yes. We will follow the instructions of the great chief." Everyone knelt on one knee with one hand raised. "Here we go again." Mu Feng was speechless. Chapter 28. Raising chickens is a technical job. Weaving a chicken coop? Everyone looked at Mu Feng, their eyes full of confusion. Baiya in the crowd looked up, his eyes full of questions. "Brother Mu Feng, what is a chicken coop?" "The chicken coop is used to tame primitive chickens." Mu Feng pointed to the sheepfold. "The place where sheep are raised is called a sheepfold, and the place where chickens are raised is called a chicken coop." After a pause, he continued, "But these primitive chickens have not been successfully domesticated yet. They cannot be placed in a small chicken coop, but must be placed in a large chicken coop." "Big chicken coop? Why?" White Fang frowned, tilted his head and thought about it again and again but still couldn't figure it out. "Because they are still wild, and suddenly they lose their freedom and are locked up. If the space is too small, they will easily get angry to death," Mu Feng explained with a smile. "Angry to death?" Baiya was stunned, his frowning brows twisted into a lump, his face full of confusion, which made him look even cuter. "Yes," Mu Feng said with a smile. "If the place is too small, they will not eat or drink, and then starve to death." "Can primitive chickens get angry?" White Fan looked at the tied chickens curiously, full of disbelief. Mu Feng sneered and shook his head, thinking, "Raising chickens is a technical job." In fact, what he said was the truth. When he was still in modern times, he caught wild pheasants. No matter whether they were placed in a chicken coop alone or with domestic chickens, they would starve to death soon without food or water. But if it is a relatively spacious place, whether it is alone or in a group, they can survive well. This is the benefit of coming from the modern era. When it comes to things like raising chickens, he has experience that these people in front of him cannot imagine. "Okay, now let's build a big chicken coop, big enough to hold all these chickens." Mu Feng picked up a few vines in one hand and a bone knife in the other. He sharpened one end of the vine and then inserted it into the ground at an angle, with the tip about 10 centimeters into the ground. Mu Feng then cut a few more vines and inserted them into the ground parallel to the previous vines, at intervals of 5 or 6 centimeters. Next, he inserted vines in opposite directions, and the prototype of a diamond-shaped fence took shape. Then he used his hands to weave the upper part of the vines in a staggered manner, making it more stable. "Now you can take the rattan and weave a rattan net like this. When you make a big circle, it will become a big chicken coop." Mu Feng looked at the length of the vines, thought for a while and said, "Pay attention, try to tilt the vines towards the middle, so that the primitive chicken can rush out of the chicken coop." His idea was very simple, which was to make the chicken coop into a bottle mouth cage that was wide at the bottom and narrow at the top, so that even if the primitive chicken could fly for a distance, it would not be able to rush out of the coop. After all, chickens cannot fly vertically over a 2-meter-high obstacle, and if they fly diagonally they will be restricted by the cage that is wide at the bottom and narrow at the top. This is also Mu Feng's experience in raising chickens in his previous life. As expected, there is strength in numbers. Almost everyone in the tribe who could contribute came to weave the fenced chicken coop, and it was completed in less than half an hour. Mu Feng had someone leave a gap for him, and he made a small fence door by himself, and tied it on top. A large chicken coop with the ground as the bottom and the caged mouth facing the sky, nearly 3 meters high and an area of 200 to 300 square meters, is woven in this way. Looking at such a large chicken coop, Mu Feng suddenly had a feeling that if this had been applied for a Guinness record in his previous life, it would definitely be a world record. He asked Li Hu to put the original chickens one by one in the chicken coop, but found that 8 chickens were already dying, so he dragged them out directly. Mu Feng counted the remaining 104 chickens and found that there were 36 roosters and 68 hens. Based on the principle of taming and breeding, Mu Feng picked out the old and weak ones from the 36 roosters and left 12 behind. This means that the first batch of edible chickens will be 32. 32 chickens, which is the total amount of food that the Jiang clan has not eaten in the past few years. After all, the original chicken ran too fast. This can be confirmed by looking at the original chicken running in the chicken coop, where only afterimages can be seen. The chickens are released, but the question arises again, how to raise them? Sure enough, Mingguang asked. Mu Feng, how do we raise these primitive chickens? They don't eat grass. This is easy, Mu Feng said with a smile. There are dried grass ears around the tribe from last autumn and winter. Find someone to pick them and throw them in. In addition to grass ears, everyone can also turn the soil to catch earthworms, small insects, and large leaf grass, all of which can be fed to the primitive chickens. Oh, by the way, don't forget to dig a pool inside and build it with stones. Give them water to drink once in the morning, noon, and evening every day. Also, put some dry straw in it. Dry straw, Mingguang was surprised. What's the use of this? If nothing unexpected happens, you will know tomorrow. Mu Feng smiled mysteriously, and then waved his hand. Okay, everyone go back to work. Then he looked towards the west of the tribe and saw from afar Li Hu and his men returning. It seemed that they did not return empty-handed. Before the Li Hu people even reached the protective wall, they began to shout. Great Chief, look, we have captured a few more wild sheep. Chapter 29, Making the Tribe Stronger. Li Hu and his companions brought back a dozen wild sheep, and they were all very happy. But after seeing the large chicken coop behind Mu Feng, his joy turned into shock. Oh my God! So many hairy dragons, did you catch them all? Yeah, Mu Feng nodded. We caught quite a few this time. I didn't expect there would be so many in this forest. He looked behind Li Hu and couldn't help but smile. It seems you have captured some as well. Well, there are 11 in it this time. Li Hu was excited. I think the trap is still usable. After catching the sheep, we put grass on it again. It's a pity that there is not enough salt in the tribe. Otherwise, if we sprinkle some salt water, we should be able to catch more. Mu Feng nodded. Okay. But we have to wait until the tribe gets enough salt. By the way, where did the tribe get the salt from in the past? Li Hu's face suddenly turned awkward. It was exchanged with the Monglong tribe. It was their people who stole our tribe's fire and severely injured the old chief. Huh? Mu Feng asked curiously. Where did they get the salt from? Since the other two tribes have always been exchanging things with each other, why did they come to our tribe to steal fire? Humph! Li Hu said bitterly. Before, we always gave them furs and they gave us salt. But last time when we prepared furs to exchange with them, they said they had no salt left and asked us to come back. But not long after we came back, their people came, stole the furs, and stole the sacred fire. They almost wiped out our Jiang family. Li Hu gritted his teeth. We must avenge this. Yes. Mu Feng nodded heavily. Revenge must be taken, but now we have few Jiangs and the tribe is not strong enough. Rash revenge will only cause the tribe to suffer heavy losses. Do you understand? Yes. Li Hu lowered his head slightly. Okay, you can get the sheep into the sheepfold first, Mu Feng said. I'll find a way to deal with the tribe's affairs. Together we can make the tribe stronger. Yes. Li Hu nodded heavily. Then I'll go first. After Li Hu left, Mu Feng frowned and thought. Originally, we caught more than 100 primitive chickens today, which was a great event. But both events made him feel distressed, just because of one thing: the weakness of the Jiang clan. I must change the Jiang family. Mu Feng made up his mind. At the same time, he communicated with the system again. System, hand in the task. This time he was given the task of taming 2 animals at once. One was the primitive chicken, and the other was the previous earth dragon. System prompts. The mission of taming primitive chicken is completed, and 300 achievement points are obtained. The mission of taming the earth dragon is completed, and 300 achievement points are obtained. In this way, adding the remaining 350 achievement points, Mu Feng's achievement points reached 950 points. There are many things that can be exchanged for 950 achievement points, but this time Mu Feng made up his mind not to waste them indiscriminately, and decided to save them to exchange for Wood Dao derivative techniques. He wants to acquire powerful enough skills so that he can lead the tribe to become stronger. Achievement points, and more achievement points. Mu Feng sat aside and thought carefully. When the tribesmen saw that Mu Feng was silent again, they all walked away spontaneously. Baiye's face was full of concern, and he looked back at Mu Feng every 2 steps. Mu Feng, on the other hand, was thinking about how to get achievement points. Find spices. Each one is worth 100 achievement points. To get 2,000 achievement points, you need to find at least 11 spices. Mu Feng shook his head. What's the point of just finding spices? It just adds flavor. What I want to do is something that can change the tribe. He communicated with the system again. Can I also get achievement points by helping the tribe find other food? The system replied. Yes, for every additional food found on top of the tribe's existing food, you can get 200 achievement points. No matter what kind of food it is, as long as it's edible, right? Mu Feng confirmed. Yes. The system answered affirmatively. Okay then. Mu Feng's brows relaxed. In that case, I'll go into the mountains to look for food and spices starting this afternoon. After making the decision, Mu Feng turned around and went to find the old chief, hoping to ask him some information about the inexplicable information in his mind. These past few days he has been trying to reach out to the foggy thing in his mind, but he fails every time. He only knew that the solid-like object was passed on to him by the old man, but he had no idea how to use it. After asking the system gave him a suggestion, which was to exchange 5,000 achievement points for a memory key to help him solve the mystery. Mu Feng, who was penniless at the achievement point, had to retreat in disappointment, and instead placed his hopes on the old man who passed on his memories to him. It's a pity that after the old man was saved by himself, he forgot most things within just one day and was completely immersed in his own world. Mu Feng went to the thatched hut and asked the old man again, but the old man was still talking to himself and Mu Feng couldn't understand what he was saying at all. He had no choice but to leave and figure out a solution on his own. Chapter 30 Healing Technique to Save Life. After leaving the thatched hut, Mu Feng returned to the cave where he lived. There were very few things in the cave, just thatch, animal skins and stone jars, nothing else. Mu Feng sighed again. After all, I am the chief of a tribe, but even the place where I live is so shabby. It seems that many basic things in the tribe need to be fixed, he said to himself. The house I live in, the utensils I use for daily life, the things I use for daily life. He rubbed his head and lamented that it was indeed not easy to transition from primitive society to modern society. There are so many things to do, I can only do them one by one. Mu Feng thought to himself. Do the more urgent and important things first. Thinking of this, he went to find Mingguang again. After all, Mingguang had gone out hunting 3 times and was very familiar with the descriptions of the wild animals, which showed that he was obviously very familiar with the jungle. Mu Feng just wanted him to use his strengths and take him into the mountains to have a look. Mu Feng! Mingguang ran out of his cave when he noticed Mu Feng coming. What do you want to talk to me about? Mu Feng looked at Mingguang with a worried look on his face. What's wrong, Uncle Mingguang? Mingguang sighed. Shu Feng he. Shu Feng. Mu Feng's mind suddenly started and he immediately remembered. Shu Feng is Mingguang's son. He has been following Mingguang in the wild jungle since he was a child and is as familiar with the wild as Mingguang. The sour fruits that Baiye liked were first found and brought to her by Shu Feng. The last time the Monglong tribe plundered the tribe, he fell unconscious because the people of the Monglong tribe hit him with sticks. At that time, Shu Feng rushed forward and blocked the attack from Mu Feng, but was hit on the head directly. As for why he was unconscious, it was probably because after Shu Feng blocked one stick, he was hit by another stick. Moreover, it seemed that the owner of this body, the original Mu Feng, should be dead, otherwise he would not have traveled through time and space. No matter what, he ended up like this just to save himself. Mu Feng couldn't just ignore it. Shuofeng, how is he? Mu Feng asked anxiously. He still hasn't woken up. Mingguang's face was filled with grief. He's almost dead. Ah? Thinking of Mingguang's usual behavior over the past 2 days, and not noticing anything wrong, he hurriedly asked. Why didn't you tell me? It's useless. Mingguang shook his head. The old chief said that I'm afraid that both of you children will not survive. Whether you can wake up depends on God's will. Besides, the tribe is in danger now. The tribe needs you more than we do. Mu Feng didn't care that Mingguang hadn't finished speaking and walked straight towards the cave. Shuo Feng! Mingguang followed quickly. Mu Feng came into the cave and saw a thick layer of thatch on the ground. On the thatch lay a young man with a thin, dark face and sharp features. But now the boy's eyes were closed, and his face became thinner, as he had been sleeping for too many days and had not eaten much. There were small patches of blood on his neck and ears, making him look very miserable. Shuo Feng! Mu Feng's heart tightened. Could it be? Oh! Mingguang sighed helplessly when he saw Mu Feng like this. Mu Feng carefully reached out his hand and felt Shu Feng's breath. He felt that he was still breathing very weakly, and his heart finally relaxed. As long as he is still breathing, he will find a way to save Shu Feng. He can still be saved! Mu Feng said this quickly to reassure Mingguang. Sure enough, after hearing this, Mingguang was stunned, and then he said happily, Really? Mu Feng nodded silently, turned his back to the bright light, reached out his hand to the top of Shuo Feng's head, and began to perform the healing technique silently. Suddenly, light green spots of light appeared in the cave, and after appearing, they began to flow towards Mu Feng's palm. Mingguang noticed something strange and stared at the light spots with wide eyes. This is... Mingguang's eyes were filled with fanaticism and he was so excited that he couldn't speak. Mu Feng naturally saw the green spots of light around him. He watched these spots of light converge towards his palms, and then flow into Shuo Feng's head through his palms. Unlike the last time he saved the old chief, this time he clearly felt the green light flowing from his palm to Shu Feng's head, and a warm feeling made him feel very comfortable. But then his eyelids began to tremble, making him feel drowsy. Oh my God, this spell consumes so much energy! Mu Feng secretly bit his tongue to prevent himself from falling asleep and kept his hand on Shu Feng's head. About 10 minutes passed, which was a great torture for Mu Feng. He was really too sleepy. But fortunately, Shu Feng finally woke up. After waking up, Shuo Feng opened his eyes and looked at Mu Feng, who was trying hard to keep awake at the head of his bed. He then looked at Mingguang, who was standing beside him, and finally spoke. Dad, Mu Feng? He's awake! He's finally awake! Mingguang was overjoyed and jumped up excitedly. That's great! Shu Feng's mother rushed over after hearing the news and cried with joy when she saw Shu Feng had woken up. Then the couple knelt on one knee, raised one hand, and said to Mu Feng, Thank you, Chief! Shuo Feng, who had just woken up, was stunned for a moment and looked at Mu Feng. Captain? Mu Feng waved his hands and said with forced eyelids, Uncle Mingguang, go to the chicken coop and catch a big primitive chicken, kill it, clean it, find a stone pot, put the chicken in, fill it with water, and stew it for Shuo Feng to eat. Use a stone jar and stew it? Mingguang was a little at a loss. Mu Feng was helpless and could only say, You go clean the chicken, and then I will stew it. Chapter 31. Giving a knife as a gift and receiving a person. What Mu Feng wanted to make naturally was chicken soup, because chicken soup was the most suitable thing for Shu Feng's body right now. The aroma of the chicken soup filled the entire cave. Mingguang and his wife couldn't help but come up to Mu Feng and ask, Mu Feng, is this the stew you mentioned? It smells so good. Mu Feng picked up a small stone jar, filled it up, and then tore off 2 large chicken legs and put them in a bowl, then held it in front of Shuo Feng. Shuo Feng, it's a little hot, be careful. But he thought in his heart, What a pity, there are no onions, ginger and mushrooms, otherwise it would be more fragrant. Just then an idea flashed in his mind. Yes, onions, ginger, garlic, mushrooms and bamboo shoots can all be used as spices and food. He immediately had an idea in his mind. Shu Feng had already felt hungry after smelling the aroma. He pulled over a chicken leg, held it in his hand, put it to his nose and inhaled the aroma, then took a big bite. With just one bite, he bit the entire chicken leg in his mouth, which was so hot that he stuck out his tongue repeatedly. Even so, Mu Feng, who tasted such delicious food for the first time, was still reluctant to let it go. He chewed it twice and swallowed it. Mu Feng felt helpless. He thought of the primitive chicken that refused to give up its bite in order to eat the fish sticks. Then he quickly suppressed this thought. After all, humans are different from animals. While Mu Feng was sighing, Mu Feng ate the other chicken leg, then picked up the stone jar, smelled the chicken soup, tilted his head back and drank it all down with a gulp. Looking at him, it was as if the chicken soup was not hot, or as if he had no throat and just poured it directly into his stomach. Anything more? Mu Feng finished his soup in a flash, still not satisfied, and looked at Mu Feng. Yes. Mu Feng held the stone jar, turned around to serve him soup, and brought all the remaining chicken to Mu Feng. Mu Feng was not polite either. He ate the meat and drank up the soup in no time. Mu Feng was stunned. That was a primitive chicken weighing at least 15 to 18 pounds, plus a large stone pot of soup, and Mu Feng ate the whole thing by himself. It's not that he felt sorry for the chicken, but how could Mu Feng's stomach hold such a large amount? But he was obviously overthinking it. After eating and drinking, Mu Feng rubbed his stomach and let out a loud and smelly fart. Then he stood up from the thatched bed, covered his nose and said, "Let's talk outside." Mu Feng looked at Mu Feng in surprise. "Don't you need to rest any more?" "No need. It's too uncomfortable to sleep on it." Mu Feng shook his head. "And I'm fine." Mingguang, who was following beside him, was so shocked that he became more certain about the spell Mu Feng had cast. The more he thought about it, the brighter the light in his eyes became. Mu Feng came out of the cave and took a deep breath of fresh air. "Don't worry, I won't eat your flower dragon for nothing. I will kill another one and return it to you later." Mu Feng didn't care, shook his head and said, "No need." "What do you mean by no need?" Heisho straightened his neck and said, "I know that the flower-haired dragon is hard to catch. I will definitely compensate you. But there are already more than 100 in the tribe now," Mu Feng said with a smile. "How is that possible?" Mu Feng looked at Mu Feng in disbelief. "More than 100? Are you kidding me?" "Why would I lie to you?" Mu Feng sneered and shook his head. "Just come with me and you'll know." Mu Feng was skeptical and followed Mu Feng towards the Beishan mountain. Mingguang did not follow them, obviously trusting them very much. The two men came to the chicken coop. Mu Feng looked at the primitive chickens running in the chicken coop and was so surprised that he was speechless. He looked at the wild sheep in the sheepfold again and asked uncertainly, "Did you catch these during the few days I was unconscious?" "Yeah." Mu Feng laughed and nodded. "Well, now you believe it." "I believe it, I believe it." Mu Feng looked at the wild sheep and primitive chickens with shining eyes. Mu Feng suddenly remembered the purpose of going to Mingguang today. Looking at the young man in front of him, his eyes lit up and he asked with a smile, "Mu Feng, was the soup delicious?" "It tastes good," Mu Feng said with a smile. "I've never tasted anything so delicious." "Yeah." Mu Feng nodded and smiled. "But if you can put something else in it, it will taste even better." It can be even better?" Mu Feng was surprised and asked quickly, "What should I put in it?" Put some spices in it, like onions, mushrooms, etc." "Spices, mushrooms?" Mu Feng looked puzzled. "Where can I get them?" Mu Feng was delighted, as Mu Feng had hit the nail on the head. He smiled and said, "There are some in the woods and mountains outside, so we can look for them there." Mu Feng immediately understood what Mu Feng meant. "You mean we should go to the forest to look for it? But the forest is too dangerous, full of wild beasts. We don't have any weapons." His meaning was very clear. There were many wild beasts outside, and it was very dangerous. But if he had a weapon, he would dare to go out. Mu Feng knew him very well and was waiting for him to say this. "Why not?" He stretched out his hand, holding a short iron knife as long as his forearm. Here you go." "This is..." Mu Feng's breathing suddenly became rapid. "This is a gold weapon. And it's the sharpest gold knife." He looked at Mu Feng in disbelief. "Where did you get it?" Without waiting for Mu Feng to answer, he asked anxiously, "Is this for me?" Mu Feng smiled and nodded, handing him the knife. Shuofeng's aura suddenly changed after taking the knife, and a confident and fierce look suddenly appeared on his thin and dark face. He licked his lips and grinned. With this golden knife, I can take you into the jungle. Mu Feng looked at it, nodded and smiled. But in his heart he sighed softly. Damn, this knife is too expensive, 200 achievement points. Chapter 32, Going into the Mountains to Look for Wild Vegetables. Shuofeng put away his dagger, and the look he gave Mu Feng was filled with surprise and fanaticism. He had only heard about gold jewelry from his father before, but had never actually seen one. I didn't expect that. I now have a golden weapon, and it is the golden knife most respected by my tribe members. Mu Feng! Shuofeng clenched the short knife. Tell me, what are you going to look for in the forest? With this golden knife, I want to see if I can kill the bear on Manhwaedit Mountain. Don't! Mu Feng waved his hand quickly. I didn't ask you to come here to take risks. What's that for? I've already said it before. I want to go into the mountains to help the tribe find all kinds of edible food, so that the tribe will have more to eat in the future, and your father and his friends won't have to work so hard hunting. Shuofeng's eyes lit up. Really? Of course it's true, Mu Feng said with a smile. I know that you are as familiar with the mountains and forests as Uncle Mingguang, so I asked you to lead the way for me. Okay. Mu Feng grinned. When do we set off? Let's do it in the afternoon. Go back and get ready first. Good. In the afternoon, the sun passed due south, and Mu Feng waited for the north wind to come. Mu Feng himself carried a small backpack made of rattan, a rope made of animal tendons, and a shovel, which he also exchanged for 200 achievement points. It is called an iron shovel, and it is somewhat similar to a military shovel, with serrations on one side and a sharp blade on the other. It can really be used for stabbing, chopping, digging and sawing. Shuofeng was also equipped with animal tendon ropes, bamboo javelins, short swords, clubs, etc. Two people were traveling together, and the things they brought were obviously different. Mu Feng wanted to look for something, while Shuofeng was obviously going there for a fight. He was a little speechless, and said with a smile, We are going here for food, not hunting. Shuofeng hurriedly explained, There are too many wild animals in the forest. Bring these with you to prevent danger. Mu Feng smiled and said, Okay, let's not go far, let's look for it in Dongshan. Okay. Shuofeng nodded. I'm familiar with Dongshan. The two then headed towards Dongshan. Because the road they were walking on was a relatively open area, the journey was relatively safe. Occasionally, they would see one or two lone primitive chickens, and they would not run away when they saw the two of them. Only when Shuofeng tried to shoot them with a bamboo spear would they flap their wings and flee, but would soon run back. This shows how stupid the beasts were in primitive times. Even so, Shuofeng still failed to catch a primitive chicken, and couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. Why can you catch so many hairy dragons, but I can't catch one? It's simple, Mu Feng said with a smile. He took out a piece of fish from the animal skin he carried with him, plucked a leaf to make a small bowl, put the fish meat in it, and threw it to the primitive chicken as usual. The result is self-evident. The smell of meat attracted the primitive chicken, and then it started to spin around in place, biting the leaf bowl. Shuofeng was stunned, as if he had seen a ghost. He swallowed and said, What kind of magic are you casting? Mu Feng shook his head and explained to him patiently. Shuofeng only half understood what he said, but there was obvious fear in his eyes when he looked at Mu Feng. He then remembered what his father had said to him. Mu Feng is now the chief, and you must show him enough respect in everything you say and do. He saved the tribe, and he also saved you. Great chief! Shuofeng was a little awed and excited. Now I know how to catch it. After saying that, he could not wait to step forward and knock down the primitive chicken with a bamboo spear, then tied it up with an animal tendon rope and hung it on the bamboo spear. Mu Feng felt quite helpless as he came out to look for spices and wild vegetables. Unexpectedly, these things were not found, and Shuofeng's place had already opened. We are here to find something edible, Mu Feng reminded again. But this primitive chicken can be eaten. Shuofeng laughed. It's spinning in circles and can't move. It would be a waste if we don't take it away. Okay. Mu Feng nodded. Let's not hunt anymore, we are looking for plants. Okay. Mu Feng nodded and looked left and right seriously. The two finally reached the foot of Dongshan Mountain. In spring, there is already a lot of green vegetation in the mountains. I don't recognize the wood and wind of many plants, so I have to constantly communicate with the system for identification. Soon, Mu Feng finally found a small piece of wild vegetables. The discovery of this patch of wild vegetables made Mu Feng cheer and jump for joy. Shepherd's purse! Mu Feng exclaimed in surprise. The wild shepherd's purse in front of him was almost the same as the modern shepherd's purse. The difference is that the wild shepherd's purse is obviously smaller in size. However, the flavor and taste of wild shepherd's purse are not comparable to those grown in modern greenhouses. Wash and pick the wild shepherd's purse, boil it in boiling water, sprinkle some salt and mashed garlic, and the taste will be unparalleled. If you can add some vinegar and sesame oil, the taste will be absolutely amazing. There are also shepherd's purse and pork dumplings, which are delicious. Of course, shepherd's purse can also be stir-fried or made into soup, and the taste is just fine. Mu Feng looked at the wild shepherd's purse in front of him, thought of the delicious scene of eating shepherd's purse in his previous life, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Great Chief? Shuofeng was a little confused. Why are you drooling over a piece of grass? You don't understand, Mu Feng said with a smile. We have found a wild vegetable that can be eaten. Wild vegetables? Shuofeng touched the back of his head, puzzled. Eat this grass? Is this thing edible? Yes. Mu Feng laughed. You will like eating in the future. Chapter 33 Another Discovery. Mu Feng looked at the small piece of shepherd's purse with great joy. He dug some and put it in his backpack, then used a shovel to cut a branch and stuck it in the ground. What is this for? Shuofeng asked puzzledly. This is for marking, Mu Feng explained with a smile. This place is not far from the tribe. I will find someone to dig these up and plant them later. Grow this? Shuofeng scratched his head. This is everywhere in the mountains. Why should we grow it? Mu Feng smiled and shook his head. You will know later. What should we do now? Shuofeng asked. Well, let's keep going inside. Mu Feng took another look at the wild shepherd's purse and thought to himself. I've already found a wild vegetable, so I'm sure to get 200 points. So the two of them stood up again and walked up the mountain. Because Mu Feng found shepherd's purse first, Shuofeng now became interested. He walked along the mountain road, looking left and right, and from time to time he pointed at a plant and asked Mu Feng. Look, can this be eaten? What about this? Can this grass be eaten? Mu Feng was a little amused and corrected him. Things that can be eaten are called wild vegetables, and things that cannot be eaten are called grass. Shuofeng shook his head helplessly. But I don't know which is the wild vegetable and which is the grass. It's okay, Mu Feng said with a smile. We came here to look for wild vegetables. I can teach you how to recognize them, and you can teach the people in the tribe when you go back. Okay. Shuofeng nodded heavily. He had heard from his father that Mu Feng was now the chief and had taken the tribe out hunting 3 times, and all 3 times he had reaped great rewards. His father told him that since he could go out with the chief, he must be in high spirits, watch carefully, learn well, and protect the chief. Mu Feng had no idea what Shuofeng was thinking, so he continued walking forward, looking left and right, hoping to discover something. To be honest, the eastern foot of Dongshan Mountain is gently sloping, with many plants and even more weeds, so it is really difficult to find edible wild vegetables. He wondered if he was looking in the wrong direction. Wild vegetables should be found in the forest, while the mountains only produced medicinal herbs and mushrooms. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look towards the roots of some rotten wood and some shallow grass, hoping to find mushrooms or something. As a result, just by simply changing his thinking, he soon saw clusters of light gray mushrooms next to a thick tree root. Tree flowers! Mu Feng exclaimed again. Tree flower is a kind of mushroom, which is similar to oyster mushroom, but the color is not as dark as oyster mushroom. Because tree flowers mostly grow on rotten wood and look like a blooming flower from a distance, they are also called tree flower mushrooms. Tree flower mushrooms are not only edible, but can also be used as traditional Chinese medicine. Needless to say, their nutritional value is perfect for cooking or making soup. In his previous life, Mu Feng went into the mountains to do archaeological work and lived and cooked in the wild. Sometimes he would find some tree flowers and other mushrooms to make soup. Now that he saw the tree flowers in this primitive society, he suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. He carefully used a shovel to cut off a cluster of flowers and put them in the basket, then cut off a branch and stuck it in the ground as a mark. Now Xiaofeng was puzzled again. "Captain, what kind of grass is this? Can it be eaten?" "This is a mushroom, you can eat it," Mu Feng said with a smile. "But it's not grass, it's a fungus." He looked around and found another kind of mushroom that looked like a small umbrella that had not been opened. He pulled one out and said with a smile, "This is called an umbrella mushroom, and it can be eaten. In addition, the mushrooms that grow on this kind of tree are called matsutake. They are rare and can be eaten," Mu Feng explained patiently. "But remember, not all mushrooms can be eaten. Some are poisonous and can kill people if eaten." "Ah?" Xiaofeng was shocked. "What should we do? No one knows him except your tribe." "Simple," Mu Feng said with a smile. "Generally, edible mushrooms are of this color, gray, light yellow, and brown. Other mushrooms with brighter colors, such as red and purple, are more toxic and cannot be eaten." After a pause, he quickly added, "If you pick mushrooms in the future, don't pick mushrooms that look pretty in color." "Yes." Xiaofeng quickly memorized it, afraid of missing any details. "No wonder my father asked me to learn from the great chief. It turns out he knows so much," Xiaofeng thought to himself. Mu Feng pointed at Xu Hua and said, "When we return to the tribe, it will be up to you to lead people to get all these things back to the tribe. Don't make any mistakes." "Yes, I will definitely remember it." Xiaofeng nodded seriously. "Okay." Mu Feng nodded, stood up and continued walking forward. At the same time, he was calculating in his mind. "I can eat the tree flowers, 200 achievement points. I can eat the umbrella mushrooms, 200 achievement points. Haha, it's too easy to earn achievement points this time in the mountains." Mu Feng was thinking as he walked, while Xiaofeng beside him was looking around thoughtfully, walking and stopping to see if there was anything edible around. Suddenly he took a breath of cold air and quickly shouted, "Chief, stop!" Mu Feng was still thinking about something. When he heard Xiaofeng's call, he subconsciously stopped and asked, "What's wrong?" Xiaofeng ran to Mu Feng in one swift step, holding his short knife horizontally, staring at one direction. Chapter 34 Big Wild Boar. Following Xiaofeng's low shout, Mu Feng instinctively sensed that something was wrong around him. Although he hadn't turned around yet, he sensed danger from Xiaofeng's expression. He subconsciously looked in the direction Xiaofeng was looking, and found that there was a black wild boar with huge fangs. "Wild boar!" Mu Feng's eyes lit up instantly, and he couldn't help but exclaimed. Xiaofeng wondered, why did the chief feel happy when he saw the wild boar? He quickly stood between Mu Feng and the wild boar, holding a knife in one hand and a bamboo spear in the other, to guard against the wild boar's possible attack at any time. Although Mu Feng's body was half blocked, he could still clearly see the wild boar walking towards them leisurely. He gasped. This wild boar was even bigger than the biggest wild boar he had seen in the mountains in his previous life. Its two fangs bent directly to the top of its head. The wild boar he saw in his previous life weighed as much as 800 kilograms. This wild boar is more than 2 sizes larger in size and fangs. You can obviously imagine its lethality. The tip of this wild boar's tusk is shining coldly and looks very sharp. There is no doubt that anyone who is hit by the wild boar's tusks will be seriously injured if not killed. Xiaofeng held a knife in one hand, turned his head and said to Mu Feng, "Captain, I will go up and hold it back, you run quickly." As he said this, Xiaofeng was about to step forward with his sword drawn. "Wait!" Mu Feng hurriedly grabbed Xiaofeng. "Put away the knife!" "What?" Xiaofeng growled. "How can that be possible? If it rushes over, we won't be able to escape." "Listen to me," Mu Feng growled. "If you hold the knife, we'll both die." Xiaofeng was confused and put the knife back with trembling hands. At the same time, he was no longer as ferocious as he had been when he saw the wild boar before. It seems that the dagger gave him a lot of courage. Mu Feng shook his head and signaled Xu Feng to put away the bamboo spear. Xu Feng wanted to say something, but Mu Feng stopped him with a look, so he had to do as he was told. Just stand here, don't move, Mu Feng whispered. Even if it comes to us, don't move. And don't look into its eyes, understand? I know. Xu Feng shivered a little. Mu Feng patted him gently on the back to indicate that it was okay, then walked gently to Xu Feng and faced the wild boar himself. Ah? Xu Feng was shocked. When he stretched out his hand, he whispered, Chief! You can't. Just listen to me and don't say anything, Mu Feng said in a low voice. Yes. A wild boar weighing no less than 1,000 pounds appeared about 20 steps away from the two people, swaying and swaying. Seeing the two people suddenly appear, it was obviously stunned, and its small eyes rolled around, obviously thinking. Great Chief! Xu Feng spoke in a low voice. Don't say anything, trust me. Yes. The wild boar finally finished thinking at this time and continued to walk towards them. Xu Feng was so nervous that he didn't dare to go see the wild boar. Mu Feng was not like that. He was calm and composed. Not only was he not panicked, but he was actually expectant. Because just now, he thought of the basic animal taming skills he knew, which happened to be effective on wild boars. Seeing the wild boar finally approaching them step by step, Mu Feng pretended to be nothing and took a step forward. At the same time, he took off the backpack on his shoulders and pretended not to see the wild boar. What is this for? Xu Feng asked curiously. The wild boar had already walked up to the two men and was startled when it noticed Mu Feng's actions. It carefully stretched out its nose and sniffed hard twice, as if to confirm whether the two were in danger. A foul smell came from the wild boar's two big nostrils, and Xu Feng felt so disgusted that he almost vomited. Mu Feng also suppressed his nausea and snorted coldly, and then without opening his mouth, his throat rubbed together, making a hum sound. The wild boar was startled, shook its head and took a step back. At the same time, it stretched its front legs forward, lowered its head, and showed its two huge fangs to Mu Feng and the others. Ah! Xu Feng almost screamed out loud, but then he thought of what Mu Feng said, so he quickly covered his mouth and didn't say anything. Mu Feng did not stare at the wild boar directly. Instead, he glanced at it condescendingly, and then made a "Ayalu, Woyalu" sound from his mouth. At the same time, he stretched out one hand and made a "come here" gesture to the wild boar. What? Although Xu Feng was standing behind Mu Feng, he saw everything because of his taller stature. He was horrified in his heart. Captain, he's not going to ask the wild boar to come here by itself, is he? The wild boar was obviously stunned, and raised its head again. It looked at the guy in front of it in confusion, who obviously looked different from it, as if wondering why he called it over. Mu Feng acted very impatient. The sound of "Olyalu" continued to come out of his throat. At the same time, he rubbed the soil on the ground with one foot, looking a little anxious. The wild boar felt urged, shook its head violently, snorted, and another foul smell came out, but it just didn't come over. Mu Feng snorted again, made an "ooh" sound, and stomped the ground hard with his right foot. He stretched out his hand and took a step forward, as if to touch the wild boar's fangs. The wild boar was startled and didn't care about anything else. It turned around and ran away. Ah! Xu Feng was completely surprised and could not believe his eyes. Wild boar, just ran away like that? He subconsciously looked at Mu Feng, but found that Mu Feng had picked up the backpack and quickly ran after the wild boar. At the same time, he was still shouting some incomprehensible words like, "Ayalu." What's going on? Xu Feng didn't have time to think about it, so he quickly picked up his knife and followed. Chapter 35, Over 20 or Over 30. The big wild boar was running in front, Mu Feng was chasing behind, and behind him was Xu Feng. The scene was very strange. Great Chief! Xu Feng gritted his teeth and shouted. Stop now, we are in the depths of Dongshan Mountain ahead, and there are many ferocious beasts in there. Mu Feng then stopped. He was so excited when he saw the wild boar just now that he couldn't help but use animal training skills to communicate with the wild boar, hoping to take the wild boar away. But the big wild boar was obviously unwilling and turned around and left. As for why the wild boar was not as obedient as the earth dragon, Mu Feng guessed that there might be two reasons. First, his animal taming skills were at a rudimentary level, and it was difficult to immediately be effective on wild and unruly animals like wild boars. Second, when the armored earth dragon was sent to their tribe, it was obviously already tamed, but it just didn't obey the orders of the Jiang clan members. It seems that in order to truly tame a wild beast like a wild boar, advanced animal training techniques are still needed. But the achievement points. Mu Feng was secretly amazed. However, he also confirmed one thing, that is, with the animal taming skills, he should not be in danger if he encounters ordinary wild beasts. Great Chief! Shaw Feng asked with lingering fear. What happened just now? How did the wild boar suddenly run away? Did you use some magic? Yeah. Mu Feng didn't want to create any more trouble and was too lazy to explain further. Now that he has the identity of the Great Chief, many of the methods obtained from the system can be explained by Great Chief, and no one doubts it. Oh! Shaw Feng was surprised and thought to himself. As expected. Then he asked, You have already driven it away, why are you chasing it again? Mu Feng smiled and said, Now that the tribe has sheep and primitive chickens, if we can also have wild animals as big as wild boars as food, will the hunting team not have to risk going out hunting in the future? Shuofeng finally reacted and looked at Mu Feng in disbelief. You mean we should raise wild boars too? Yeah, Mu Feng said with a smile. Besides, wild boars are so big, there's a lot of meat on their bodies. Killing one is enough for many people to eat. But wild boars are rare and ferocious in the forest. Even tigers and leopards don't dare to fight them head-on. Shufeng's face was filled with worry. If it had just attacked us like that, I'm afraid we would both have died. Don't worry, Mu Feng said with a smile. When we return to the tribe, I will think of a way to catch wild boars. Even if we can't raise them, we can catch them and bring them back to the tribe for food. Wild boars also eat poisonous snakes. So where they are, there are generally no poisonous snakes or fierce insects. So if the tribe can raise some wild boars, poisonous snakes and the like will not dare to appear easily. But now we don't even know where they are. Shufeng shook his head. These bushes are so dense, and we don't know where they are. That's easy, Mu Feng said with a smile. Watch me. As he spoke, he took out all the mushrooms he had picked along the way from his backpack, smashed them all with a shovel, and the juice spilled all over the ground. Then he threw all the mushroom debris on the ground towards the entrance where the wild boar's footprints disappeared. What is this for? Shuofeng was puzzled. Mu Feng didn't explain. He turned around, pulled Shufeng away, and found a very secluded place to hide. Don't make any noise, Mu Feng ordered. Great Chief, don't you know magic? Shuofeng asked carefully. My magic is only effective against one beast. It won't work if there are more than one, Mu Feng explained casually. Shuofeng thought about it and agreed with it. He kept silent and stared at the place where the mushroom debris was. The two waited for a long time, but there was no movement around. Shuofeng couldn't help but whispered, Great Chief, what should we do? Wait, Mu Feng whispered. The wild boar is checking whether there is any danger around. If there is a wild boar, it will come out. He glanced at the sun and said, It's getting close to evening now. The wild boar will soon come out to look for food. Whenever it comes out to look for food, it will definitely smell the scent of mushrooms. Can wild boars smell the scent of mushrooms? Shuofeng was a little uncertain. Don't worry, it will definitely work, Mu Feng was sure. Besides, wild boars are cautious by nature, and they are probably watching from behind some bushes right now. Before he finished speaking, there was a faint movement on the other side of the bushes not far away from where the mushroom crumbs were placed. The bushes began to shake, not loudly, but it was obvious that something was nearby. Mu Feng quickly shut up and lowered his body to look over there. At first the bush just shook slightly twice and then stopped moving. After being quiet for half a minute, it started moving violently again. Immediately afterwards, a fat pig head squeezed out from the bushes, its small eyes rolling around, and it looked left and right. After confirming that there was no danger, it shook its neck and then crawled out of the bushes with its entire body. Shuofeng subconsciously looked at Mu Feng with a questioning look on his face. Mu Feng was delighted and thought to himself, That's great! Because the wild boar in front of him is not the same one as before, it is much smaller. Mu Feng was originally worried that such a big wild boar might be alone, but when he saw another one coming out of the bushes, he was completely relieved. If there is one, there will be two. If there are two, there will be three. If there are three, there will be a group. Mu Feng was secretly happy in his heart. As expected, after the wild boar came out, the bushes soon began to shake again. At first there were only 2 or 3 places, but later it became a large area. Oh my God! Mu Feng looked at the bushes shaking in unison, and his heart became excited. How many are there? More than 20 or 30? Chapter 36 Pig Hunting Plan. About 40 wild boars. When all the wild boars appeared, Mu Feng was surprised. Why are there so many? These wild boars are not far from the tribe. Why hasn't Mingguang come here to hunt before? But he understood after thinking about it. There were so many wild boars in this group and they were very aggressive. In addition, the hunting team in the tribe had only about 50 people and the weapons they used were nothing more than sticks. Even if they all came, they might not be a match for these wild boars. This is the cruelty of primitive society. Human beings are always at a disadvantage in front of wild beasts and nature. But Mu Feng believed that this only existed in the previous Jiang clan. Now that he was the chief, this situation would change. He not only wants to catch wild boars, but also raise them. But at a glance, this group of wild boars seemed to number more than 40, which was beyond Mu Feng's expectations. While watching the wild boars fighting over the scattered mushroom crumbs on the ground, he was thinking about how to catch them. Xu Feng, who was standing by, didn't dare to make a sound. He looked at the herd of wild boars nervously, fearing that they would suddenly discover the two of them. Fortunately, the wild boars just scrambled for the chopped mushrooms and dug the ground for a while, then walked away in a noisy manner. The air was filled with the peculiar stench of pigs. The two men waited until the wild boar went far away before coming out from their hiding place. Shuofeng looked at Mu Feng with lingering fear. Great Chief, there are so many wild boars here, it's not easy to catch them. Even if the tribe's hunting team comes, they can't do anything about them. Well, the number is indeed a bit large. Mu Feng nodded. If there were 20 or 30 of them, he would just try to dig a bigger trap. But when it comes to 40 or so wild boars, the issue is not about catching them, but about raising them. You know, the destructive power and vengeful nature of wild boars cannot be ignored. He had seen 2 wild boars before. After being caught, they escaped and took crazy revenge, ending up overturning a sweet potato field in a mountain village. If we catch all these 40-plus wild boars, who can guarantee that there won't be any accidents? The tribe now has only about 200 people and cannot withstand such turmoil. But once so many wild boars are captured and successfully domesticated, the tribe's meat supply will be guaranteed. After all, whether it is sheep or chickens, they cannot compare with pigs in terms of the number of piglets they will give birth to or the amount of meat they produce. Looks like I need to go back and think about it carefully. Mu Feng looked at the sky and saw that it was already evening. Okay, let's go back. Let's see if there are any edible wild vegetables along the way and pick them together. Okay. Xu Feng breathed a sigh of relief and was finally going back. Although there was no danger during this trip with the chief, it was thrilling enough. Especially the wild boar that was so big that it made him feel uneasy, and it was so close to them. On the way back, Xu Feng was very cautious. He no longer thought about hunting, but stayed behind Mu Feng closely. Mu Feng was calm and composed. He returned along the same route he had taken, thinking about how to catch the wild boar while looking around for any edible wild vegetables. As a result, he actually found a small piece of wild onion. Seeing the wild onions as thick as leeks, Mu Feng was so excited that he almost jumped for joy. This time I came out to look for spices and wild vegetables. As a result, I found shepherd's purse and mushrooms as wild vegetables, but only green onions as spices. Ha! Mu Feng laughed, and used a shovel to dig out the small piece of wild onion with the roots, and then put it in his bamboo basket. He had already made up his mind that in the evening he would use wild onions and tree flowers, plus an original chicken to stew soup and taste the long-lost chicken soup. As for the other shallots, he had to plant them and save the seeds so that the entire tribe would have this seasoning spice. To be honest, he couldn't even bear to look at the bowl of chicken soup he made for Mu Feng in the morning. In other words, Mu Feng would think chicken soup is so delicious only if he has never tasted it. Mu Feng saw Mu Feng smiling happily and couldn't help asking, "Chief, what good thing happened to you?" Mu Feng raised the wild onion in his hand. "This thing is called wild onion. You can add it to the chicken soup. With the tree flowers, it tastes better than what you drank this morning." "Really?" Mu Feng was excited. "Can it be better than what I drank this morning?" "You've never seen the world!" Mu Feng couldn't help but blurt out. "You'll know after you drink it." "What is the world?" Mu Feng scratched his head. "Is it delicious?" Mu Feng waved his hand quickly. "It doesn't matter. You just need to know that this thing tastes good in soup. If you see something like this outside in the future, dig it up with its roots and bring it back to the tribe to plant." "Yes." Although Mu Feng felt strange, he still nodded. After Mu Feng finished digging all the wild onions in this small patch, he continued on his way back to the tribe. On the way they picked some mushrooms and dug up some wild shepherd's purse. As soon as he returned to the tribe, Mu Feng hurriedly carried a bamboo basket and found a piece of open space near his cave. He used the shovel to loosen the soil, leaving a part for food for dinner, and planted the rest. Shepherd's purse and wild onion were the first batch of green vegetables that Mu Feng planted when he arrived in primitive society. After planting these wild vegetables, Mu Feng went to the well to fetch water. If the newly planted seedlings are not watered, it will be difficult for the roots to take root in the new soil. This is the experience he gained from growing vegetables in his previous life. Unexpectedly, it is used again now. Chapter 37: A fresh and refined name. Mu Feng, who had grown shepherd's purse and green onions, watched the sunset and felt like work from sunrise to sunset. He clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Done, time to reward myself. But before that, please hand in the task first." System, hand in the task. System prompt. Task 1, discover edible shepherd's purse and get 200 achievement points. Mission 2, discover edible wild onions and earn 200 achievement points. Mission 3, discover edible mushrooms and get 200 achievement points. The current achievement points are 1,200 points. Haha! Mu Feng laughed. I got 600 achievement points in one go. It looks like I can exchange them for wood Dao derivatives soon. Wait, that's not right. Shepherd's purse, wild onion, tree flower and umbrella mushroom, these 4 things should be worth 800 achievement points. Fuck, system, are you bullying me because I'm not good at math? System. Both tree flowers and umbrella mushrooms are mushrooms, so they are counted as one type. Mu Feng was dissatisfied, and he showed the serious spirit of academic research in his previous life. But they are 2 different things. There are also poisonous mushrooms that cannot be eaten. Don't we need to identify them when we find them? When Mu Feng complained like this, he actually felt a little guilty in his heart, because 2 kinds of mushrooms are still mushrooms. But the subsequent changes in the system made his jaw drop. System update prompt. Task 1, discover edible shepherd's purse and get 200 achievement points. Mission 2, discover edible wild onions and earn 200 achievement points. Mission 3, discover edible tree flower mushrooms and earn 200 achievement points. Mission 4, discover edible umbrella mushrooms and earn 100 achievement points. Your current achievement points are 1,300 points. At the end, the system added, although they are 2 kinds of food, they can be classified as one, so the achievement points are halved. Oh my god! Mu Feng was ecstatic and couldn't believe it. Is this even possible? At the same time, another thought arose in his mind: this system seems to be very intelligent. Could it be that as long as he behaves more assertively and has more reasons, he can get more achievement points? Thinking of this, he grinned and laughed. I'm so happy. I must eat 3 bowls of chicken soup tonight. Let's go make soup. No, wait a little longer. Having said this, Mu Feng picked up the shovel and ran to the foot of the North Mountain. In addition to the thorny wood, there is also black bamboo. The bamboo spears in the tribe are made of black bamboo. Since there are bamboos, there must be bamboo shoots. Mu Feng slapped his forehead. It's really a good opportunity to earn achievement points. When he arrived in front of the black bamboo forest, Mu Feng couldn't help but grinning at the black bamboos that were more than 20 meters tall and as thick as his arms. With bamboo this thick, the shoots must be big too. Finding bamboo shoots is a delicate job, Mu Feng muttered to himself. Just as he was about to start looking, he heard a clear voice shouting, "Brother Mu Feng!" Mu Feng looked up and saw that it was Baiya. She was panting, her beautiful eyes full of surprise. "You're back!" "Yeah," Mu Feng smiled. "How did you know?" "I went to Uncle Mingguang first, and then asked Brother Shuofeng. He said you were back. When I went to your cave just now, I saw you running here from afar, but you didn't even hear me calling you." The white-toothed little mouth was slightly raised, looking puffy and obviously complaining. Mu Feng smiled and shook his head. "I was just rushing here to look for bamboo shoots, so I didn't hear it." "Looking for bamboo shoots?" White Fan was puzzled. "What are bamboo shoots?" Mu Feng pointed to a bamboo that had obviously just grown out. "It's the thing that just popped out of the ground before the bamboo grows into a bamboo." "You mean bamboo fang?" White Fang smiled, narrowed his eyes slightly, and pointed at his mouth. "Just like my white fang." "Your white teeth?" Mu Feng was slightly stunned. "Yes, my father said that elephants' tusks are white, big and long, and they eat very quickly, so he named me White Fang." White Fang looked serious, and his beautiful big eyes blinked, which was indescribably cute. Mu Feng never thought that talking about bamboo shoots would actually lead to names, especially the way Li who named his daughter was so fresh and refined. "Then what's your brother's name?" Mu Feng couldn't help but ask. "Brother Green Fawn was named after the teeth of a green-faced lion, and Brother Red Fawn was named after the teeth of a spotted tiger," White Fang explained patiently. Pfft! Mu Feng couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter. "Lion, tiger, elephant." It turns out that the name Lihu was given to compete with the teeth of the animals. It is simply because people think these animals have good and powerful teeth. But at least it has a meaning, similar to modern people. It's just a little too funny. Mu Feng shook his head. Originally, Mu Feng thought that the names Qingya, Hongya and Baiya were quite unique, fresh and unconventional. Now it seems that it is really fresh and refined. Mu Feng couldn't help laughing again. "Brother Mu Feng, what are you laughing at?" Baiya looked puzzled. "Nothing." Mu Feng quickly returned to the topic. "Let's look for bamboo shoots, the bamboo shoots you mentioned." "What are we going to do with bamboo shoots? Can we eat them?" Baiya said with anticipation. "Yes." Mu Feng smiled secretly in his heart, then nodded seriously. "Yes, it's edible." Chapter 38, Digging Bamboo Shoots for Guests. When Baiya heard Mu Feng say, "Yes, you can eat," he immediately became energetic. "Then let me help you find bamboo shoots," White Fang volunteered. "Okay." Mu Feng nodded, picked up the shovel and started scraping the fallen bamboo leaves in the bamboo forest. "What are you doing? Can't we just look on the ground to see if there are any bamboo shoots?" Baiya's big eyes were full of curiosity. "No," Mu Feng said with a smile. "The bamboo shoots are formed before they grow out of the ground, and they can be dug up underground." Mu Feng used a shovel to scrape the leaves aside while explaining. "Look at the ground. If there are big bulges or cracks, it means there are bamboo shoots underneath. You can find them right away." "But the bamboo forest is so big, how can I know where the soil is bulging?" White Fang asked with his head tilted, picking up a broken thin bamboo pole and digging around, but saw nothing. "That's not how you look for it." Mu Feng chuckled and shook his head. "Look around along the root of the bamboo. Generally, bamboo shoots won't be too far away from the bamboo." "Why?" "Because bamboo shoots grow on bamboo roots, just like lotus roots," Mu Feng explained with a smile. "Lotus root?" White Fang's face was full of surprise again. "What is lotus root?" "Well, a delicious vegetable that grows underwater." Mu Feng's mind lit up, thinking of the possibility of discovering lotus roots. "It's spring now, and lotus roots can grow leaves from underwater and can be this big." Mu Feng gestured and continued. "In summer, the lotus roots will bloom. The flowers are very beautiful, red and white." "I seem to have seen what you are talking about." Baiya scratched his brow with one hand, his eyes full of thought. "But I can't remember it anymore. I'll ask my brother later." Okay, okay. Mu Feng nodded hurriedly, feeling overjoyed in his heart. It's like a pillow comes when you're sleepy. If you want to earn achievement points, then Baya will say he has seen it. The two of them pulled the bamboo leaves as Mu Feng said. After a few minutes, Mu Feng was the first to pull out a bulging crack. Ha ha! Mu Feng laughed. I found it first. White Fan came over immediately with surprise. Let me see. Mu Feng nodded. Look, it looks like this before it's dug out. It's a big bulge, which means it's about to grow out. Having said this, Mu Feng squatted down, picked up the shovel and started digging. Start digging from the area around the highest point. Don't dig too deep yet. Remove the surrounding loose soil. Once you have determined the location of the bamboo shoots, dig deeper. Feng explained everything to Baya while digging the soil. After all, the people in the tribe would have to dig the bamboo shoots themselves. Remember this. I will ask the tribesmen to dig bamboo shoots later. You will teach them how to do it. When White Fan heard this, his expression immediately became solemn, his little face flushed, and he said seriously, Yes, great chief. Mu Feng dug away a layer of loose soil around the crack and indeed found a piece of bamboo shoot tip about the length of a thumb. Ha ha, this is it. Mu Feng laughed. Once the location of the bamboo shoots is confirmed, digging will be quicker. The shovel was flying, and the bamboo shoot was completely exposed. A bamboo shoot more than 30 centimeters long and as thick as Mu Feng's calf was completely exposed. Oh, there are really bamboo shoots underground, White Fan said happily. Mu Feng dug out the bamboo shoots, held the big bamboo shoot in his hand and said, I'll use it to make soup tonight. Use it to make soup? It was obvious that White Fan did not know what soup was. You'll know in a minute, the soup tastes much better than the barbecue. Mu Feng glanced at the sky and said, Let's dig a few more before it gets dark. In the evening, call your father, Uncle Mingguang and the others, and I'll make soup for you. Great! White Fan cheered, his face full of joy. The two of them dug bamboo shoots again, and soon found 3 more. Mu Feng put the bamboo shoots in a backpack, went to the chicken coop again, and caught 2 big wild roosters. Mingguang now has people assigned to guard the chicken coops, mainly to prevent the original chickens from escaping. As for whether or not to be on guard against people, there is no need to worry about that. With Mu Feng's order, no one dared to steal the chicken. After Baya helped Mu Feng to the cave, he went back according to Mu Feng's wishes and called his father, 2 brothers, Mingguang, Shou Feng and Han Shu to Mu Feng's cave. Mu Feng guessed in his heart that it somewhat felt like treating someone to a dinner in his previous life. When they arrived at Mu Feng's cave, everyone was very nervous, not knowing what Mu Feng was going to do. Mu Feng asked Baya to clean the chicken, get some fish, slaughter a sheep, and asked a few people to help with the barbecue. Then he began to collect bamboo shoots, wild onions, tree flowers, and wild shepherd's purse. He originally planned to stir-fry the wild shepherd's purse, but when he found that there was no oil, he changed to making a cold dish. First, boil water in a stone pot, wash the wild shepherd's purse and blanch it in the water. Finally, take it out, drain the water, add some salt and chopped wild onions, and it's done. Without sesame oil, mashed garlic and sesame seeds, I can only be so particular. Even so, when the mixed wild vegetables were placed in the stone bowl, people around looked at each other in surprise. Several people looked at each other, not knowing what Mu Feng was doing. Great Chief, is this thing edible? Li Hu couldn't help but ask first. Yes, you can eat it. Mu Feng nodded. But wait a minute, there's something else. Having said that, he turned back to stewing the chicken. Chapter 39. Diet that subverts cognition. High-end ingredients often require only the simplest cooking methods. This was the most familiar sentence that came to Mu Feng's mind at this moment. Original chicken, wild onions, black bamboo shoots, and tree flowers are all the most original and freshest ingredients. All he had to do now was add salt, water and chicken into the stone jar, and put them in the order, bamboo shoots in the middle and tree flower mushrooms at the end. Shou Feng, who had already tasted the chicken soup, was looking forward to it, staring at the pot eagerly. Others couldn't help but twitch their noses to smell the fragrance that filled the entire cave. Brother Mu Feng, is this the chicken soup you mentioned? Baya's eyes sparkled, and he couldn't help but move closer to the stone jar. Isn't this too fragrant? Mu Feng nodded. It's this chicken soup, it will be more fragrant when it is cooked. The others were even more excited, so they stopped sitting and stood up beside the stone pot, smelling the steaming aroma with intoxicated expressions, not wanting to miss even a hint. Mu Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and thought to himself, "Is it that serious?" "Great Chief," Li Hu couldn't help but ask, "is the original chicken used to make soup? Is this how we will eat it in the future?" Mu Feng suppressed his laughter and said, "How is that possible? Primitive chicken is the most nutritious when used to make soup. From now on, anyone in the tribe who is weak, injured, or having children can use the soup to make soup. Besides stewing, there are other ways to eat primitive chicken. But that will have to wait until later. Roasting it is the worst way to eat it anyway." Mu Feng wanted to talk about modern clay pot chicken, poached chicken, roast chicken, and so on, but the problem was that he was afraid that no one would understand even if he told them, and it would just be a waste of time and energy to explain, so he simply gave up talking about it. But even if it was just a stew, it had already overturned the cognition of several people. At this moment, the soup stewed in a large stone pot is already very thick and the aroma is fully revealed. Several people couldn't help drooling. "Great Chief, can we eat now?" Shu Feng on the side couldn't wait any longer and was holding the stone bowl, waiting for the chicken soup to come out of the pot. "Not yet, wait a little longer." Mu Feng smiled and put the tree flowers in. "Wait until the mushrooms are cooked, then it will be ready." Mingguang, who was in charge of the barbecue, turned around and said, "The grilled fish and meat are ready." "Okay." Mu Feng gestured to everyone to sit on the stone slabs he had brought from outside, with a large stone slab in the middle. "What a bad idea!" Mu Feng sighed inwardly. "I should have made a set of tables and chairs first." However, he did not show it on his face. He gave them a pair of black bamboo chopsticks that had just been sharpened, which again aroused a lot of doubts. "What is this?" Li Hu asked. "These are chopsticks." Baiya raised the corners of his mouth, with pride on his pretty face. "I made this with brother Mu Feng." "What is this for?" "Use it for eating," Mu Feng said with a smile, and said to the few people, "Give me the stone bowl, and I'll serve you soup." "Ah? How can this be possible, White Fang?" Li Hu quickly stood up and pulled Mu Feng. "Chief, sit down." Okay." Mu Feng had no choice but to sit down. "Put some bamboo shoots and tree flower mushrooms in each bowl. As for the chicken, just take it out and put it here." White Fang did as he was told. Soon, the table was filled with cold shepherd's purse, grilled fish, grilled lamb, stewed original chicken, and chicken soup. 8 people, 5 dishes. This dish is extremely simple in modern times, but it is the most luxurious and extravagant meal Mu Feng has had since he traveled through time. But everyone held a chopstick in each hand and looked at Mu Feng eagerly. Because they found that, apart from roast lamb and roast fish, they didn't know how to eat the other 3. Mu Feng was stunned, and quickly picked up a pair of chopsticks, saying while demonstrating, "These are chopsticks, you can use them to pick up food." As he spoke, Mu Feng picked up some shepherd's purse and put it in his mouth. It was light in taste and tasted really good. Especially compared with the smoky barbecue a few days ago, this is simply a delicacy. But such a simple action is as difficult as ascending to heaven for others. Several people either couldn't hold the chopsticks or couldn't pick up the food. The most exaggerated thing was Mingguang, who was always mature and steady. He had no choice but to pick up a piece of shepherd's purse with one hand and put it in his mouth. After tasting the shepherd's purse, the people showed surprise on their faces, and then laughed and said, "What is this? It tastes different from meat, and it tastes so good." Baiya smiled playfully again and said, "I know, this is wild shepherd's purse. Brother Mu Feng said that this is a kind of wild vegetable and can be eaten." Several people looked at Baiya in surprise, except Li Hu, who had a look of pride on his face. It is obvious that Mu Feng is close to Baiya, so as a father, he naturally feels proud. "How about trying the soup while it's hot?" Mu Feng picked up the stone jar and demonstrated again. "You can drink the soup first, and then take a few bites of the bamboo shoots and mushrooms inside." "Bamboo shoots, mushrooms?" Without waiting for Mu Feng to explain, Mu Feng on the side could no longer wait. He picked up the stone bowl and started drinking, gulping down the drink and smacking his lips as he drank. Mu Feng felt helpless and wanted to say it on the spot. But thinking that this was not the topic of today, I didn't take it seriously. Seeing Mu Feng wolfing down the food, the others also took a sip of the soup. So they all stared at the stone bowls in their hands with wide eyes, unable to believe it. Is this chicken soup? Li Hu was still not satisfied. Can I have another bowl? Drink as much as you want. Mu Feng also held the stone bowl and drank in small sips. Frankly speaking, chicken, mushrooms, and bamboo shoots are truly top-notch ingredients, and the taste of the chicken soup is truly amazing. This chicken soup tastes better than the soup I had in modern five-star hotels. The only drawback is that the stone bowl is too heavy. Of course, these are not a problem at all for the other people. In addition to the chicken soup, they immediately indulged in the delicious bamboo shoots and mushrooms. Chapter 40: Sense of Crisis. Eating meat and drinking soup are the joys of life. This is Mu Feng's most real feeling at this moment. The people around were already shouting excitedly. Great Chief! Mingguang became excited. We didn't know before that this is how primitive chickens are eaten. Li Hu suddenly said. You haven't caught many either, have you? Ha ha! Everyone laughed. Mu Feng couldn't help laughing. He originally thought Li Hu was a very strict person. Mingguang was frustrated and said with his eyes wide open. I might as well go catch other wild animals instead of catching primitive chickens. But he immediately added. But no one thought that the chief could catch so many at once. Now that we have a way to catch primitive chickens, I will go to the woods tomorrow to see if there are other flocks of primitive chickens. Yes, sure. Mu Feng nodded. The chicken coop is big enough to hold another 100 or 200 chickens. If that doesn't work, we can build another chicken coop. When there are really too many primitive chickens, everyone can eat one. That's really great. Li Hu blushed. If that's the case, I'm afraid even the big tribes don't have it, right? Mu Feng smiled and said, I don't care whether there is a big tribe or not, but our Jiang family will be like this in the future, or even better than this. After saying this, he had a strange feeling and thought to himself. If people from my previous life heard this, they would probably laugh at me for being a good-for-nothing. But what the tribe needs to solve most right now is the problem of food and clothing. If they can't even fill their stomachs, what else can they talk about? Food is the most important thing for people. Mu Feng felt relieved and said, The hunting team doesn't need to risk going out hunting in the near future. Find a few people to go out to the trap every day to see if there are any sheep. If there are, bring a few back. Li Hu nodded. I understand, Chief. After a pause, he said bitterly, It's a pity that the tribe doesn't have enough salt. Otherwise, if we soaked the grass with salt and went out hunting twice, we would definitely have more wild sheep than we do now. It can't be helped. Mu Feng calmly shook his head. The tribe is short of salt and furs right now, so we won't go out for the time being. In addition to catching sheep, Uncle Mingguang, you can also take people to Dalong Lake to catch fish and primitive chickens. If Yamato from the Bluebird tribe keeps her word, she will be back in 2 or 3 days. Then we will have salt again, and can go out hunting again. Damn the Monglong tribe, Mingguang said bitterly. If they hadn't broken their promise, how could we have almost been wiped out? Revenge must be taken. Mingguang clenched his fists and smashed them hard on the bluestone slab. Mu Feng's heart sank, and he suddenly realized that several days had passed, and there was still no news about the Monglong tribes coming. If they come again, won't the tribe be in trouble again? No matter if the Monglong tribe comes or not, we must have a sense of crisis, otherwise if they suddenly come one day, the whole tribe will be in trouble. Thinking of this, Mu Feng said again. Although we can't take revenge right now, we must do a good job of defending the tribe. How about this? We will only send out 10 people to catch sheep tomorrow, and the others will stay in the tribe. Ah? Mingguang was surprised again. Why? Be careful of the Monglong tribe who may come to rob us at any time, Mu Feng said in a low voice. Only by improving the tribe's defense and weapons can we ensure that we will not be defeated when they come again. Yes. Everyone realized the seriousness of what Mu Feng said, and their expressions became a little panicked. It can be seen that the Monglong tribe left them with not only hatred but also shadow. Seeing the expressions of several people, Mu Feng shook his head secretly again. He wanted them to take this matter seriously, but he didn't expect it to make them so depressed. He clapped his hands and said, "Don't worry so much. Cheer up, everyone. Tomorrow, just do as I say. As long as the people from the Monglong tribe dare to come again, we can defeat them." Ah? Everyone looked at Mu Feng. "Captain, do you have a solution?" Especially Baiya, his big eyes were full of admiration. "Brother Mu Feng, are you telling the truth?" "It must be true," Mu Feng vowed. The next morning, except for the 10 hunters who had gone out to hunt, all the people who were able to work were called to the thatched hut. Mu Feng began to lay out his plan. "Li Hu, pick out 20 strong men from among the young ones to fetch well water and mud, add dry straw, and then paste them into the cracks of the rocks like I did. Pay attention, the mud should not be too soft or too hard, and the thatch should not be too long. If it is long, cut it off and put it into the mud. Make sure it is mixed evenly, then fill the gaps, and then smooth the outside." After Mu Feng demonstrated it once, he handed the task over to Li Hu, regardless of the fact that the people in the tribe opened their eyes wide and looked surprised. "Mingguang, select another 20 people to go to Beishan to cut black bamboo. It can't be too thin. You have to cut it into pieces as thick as my forearm. Cut it into pieces this long and send it here to make javelins. As for the rest of you, pick up all the stones outside the wall and bring them here and put them in piles." Someone couldn't help but ask, "Great Chief, what's the point of us doing this?" Mu Feng grinned. "To protect the tribe, of course. This time, if the Monglong tribe dares to come again, I will make sure they never return." Chapter 41, Upgrading the Tribe's Protective Wall. "Protective wall, javelin stones," Mu Feng muttered softly. What he has to do now is to come up with countermeasures as much as possible to prevent the possible arrival of the Monglong tribe. Logically speaking, the Monglong tribe had already plundered their furs, stolen the sacred fire, and even many of the tribe's stone jars and wooden sticks had been taken away. The entire Jiang family did not have much valuable stuff left. But last night Li Hu said worriedly that there was one more thing: a woman. Mu Feng suddenly woke up. He had learned this kind of information when he was studying history in his previous life. The battles between primitive tribes were often caused by 3 issues: food, territory, and women. Food is for eating, territory is for living and reproduction, and women are for reproducing offspring. Mu Feng would never allow such a situation. Therefore, he had to use local materials as much as possible to protect the Jiang clan so that they could cope with the next round of looting from the Monglong tribe. In addition to protective measures, he also needed to understand the strength of the Monglong tribe, so he called Li Hu, who was busy. "Li Hu, how strong is the Monglong tribe? How many people are there?" "Their entire tribe has more than 600 people, and there are more than 260 young and strong people who can fight," Li Hu answered honestly. "More than 260 people, but only 120 of us can fight," Mu Feng muttered softly, and then heaved a sigh of relief. "It's not that many." "What?" Li Hu was shocked. "They have many more people than us." "It doesn't matter." Mu Feng looked relaxed. "What weapons did they use?" "Stone stick, bone stick, what's wrong?" Li Hu asked subconsciously. "Well, that's good." Mu Feng had already made up his mind. "Don't worry, if the people from the Monglong tribe dare to come this time, we will definitely be able to defeat them." "Is it possible?" Li Hu wanted to ask this question but did not dare to speak out. It is undeniable that Mu Feng had only been the chief for a few days, but he had already brought tremendous changes to the tribe. Food was solved and fire was also available. But the 260-plus people in the Monglong tribe are real strong men. More than 120 people fighting against more than 200 people, there is no way they can win. "Great Chief," Li Hu suddenly said in a deep voice, "if we cannot defeat the Monglong tribe this time, I will fight to the death to protect you. At that time, I hope you can take Baiya and the people of the tribe away from here and migrate eastward." Mu Feng frowned, shook his head and said with a smile, "Uncle Li Hu, the Monglong tribe hasn't arrived yet. Why are you already telling us about your funeral? Besides, aren't we just prepared for the worst? What if they don't come?" "No," Li Hu shook his head. "They will come. The Jiang family is like a piece of meat to them now. It's just a matter of time before they eat it." Mu Feng smiled again and said, "Don't worry, if they really come, I can also let everyone repel the people of the Monglong tribe." "Is it possible?" Li Hu finally asked this question. "Don't worry." Mu Feng patted his shoulder. "Trust me." Unexpectedly, Li Hu nodded seriously. All the laborers of the Jiang clan worked together, and soon erected a protective wall at the only exit of the tribe. The protective wall consists of 3 layers. The innermost layer is made of stones, which are covered with mud. It is thick and strong. The middle layer is a mulberry fence. It has sprouted in just a few days, and I believe it will grow taller in no time. The outermost layer was thorny vines that had also sprouted. Inch-long sharp thorns covered the entire mulberry fence, covering it tightly and making it impossible to get started. The more than 2-meter-high protective wall that blocks the entrance of the tribe from south to north makes the entire tribe feel at ease. Behind the protective wall stood a pair of piles of fist-sized stones, and next to the stones were piles of 2-meter-long, sharpened bamboo spears. After seeing that all these were done, Mu Feng asked Li Hu and the others to make 40 or 50 straw men, all of which were about the same size as ordinary people. Then he had the straw men scattered outside the tribe, more than 30 meters away from the wall. "Li Hu, find more than 20 people." Mu Feng gave the order. "Yes." Li Hu turned around and pointed at 20 people. Mu Feng nodded. "Now pick up the bamboo spears on the ground and do the spear throwing action with me, and see if you can shoot the straw man outside." "But we can't see it because of the wall," someone said. "Don't worry about it, just throw it to the approximate location," Mu Feng said. As he spoke, he picked up a bamboo spear, leaned back, and threw it towards the wall with one hand. At the same time he shouted, "Throw the spear!" The 20 people behind him attacked at the same time, and 20 bamboo spears flew out at the same time, but after passing the highest point, it was obvious that some were far away and some were near. All I heard outside was a series of crackling sounds and 3 puff-puff sounds. Mu Feng frowned, wondering. 3? Then he looked at Li Hu and said, "Go and see how many bamboo spears were shot?" Li Hu quickly ran outside the wall, then came back holding the bamboo spear. "I was hit by 3 bullets." Mu Feng frowned, then said, "Go and move those straw men to another position. Come again." Li Hu did as he was told, and Mu Feng still led his men to throw spears, and this time they were hit by 5 bullets. "No, come again." Li Hu led his men out again, and Mu Feng fired again, but this time only 4 shots. Mu Feng asked Li Hu to make dozens more straw men, about 100 in total, and place them scattered outside the wall. Mu Feng then led his men to conduct gun experiments again. This time he led 50 men, but the number of hits was only a dozen or so. The experiment was repeated many times and the same thing still happened. Mu Feng made a rough estimate and found that the hit rate was only a pitiful 10%. In other words, if you throw a javelin through a wall more than 2 meters high, your vision will be blocked and you will hit the target only once out of 10 shots. There is another premise here, that is, people don't move. Chapter 42. The Monglong tribe is here again. Mu Feng took people out of the wall to conduct experiments again. When they could see the target, they could hit the target 1 out of 4, or even 1 out of 3. It is obvious that the tribesmen who have been using stones and wooden sticks for hunting for a long time are naturally good at throwing even if they have never used javelins. After finishing the experiment, Mu Feng fell into deep thought. There are 2 problems to be solved now. One is the problem of the line of sight of the spear. The other is the problem of the opponent's avoidance. The first thing he thought of was to place the battle outside the protective wall, but in this way the Jiang clan members would also lose protection. This was something Mu Feng didn't want to see. There were only a few Jiang clan members left, and no more casualties could occur. He thought about it, and concluded that the best approach would be to build a few platforms inside the protective wall, which would be about the same height as the protective wall and spacious enough for the tribesmen to stand on and throw javelins. Mu Feng said to Li Hu, "Now everyone go move the stones and build a high platform on this side of the protective wall." As Mu Feng spoke, he picked up a wooden stick and drew a range on the ground. He drew 4 positions in total. Each stone platform could accommodate 15 to 20 people standing side by side. Li Hu hurriedly did as he was told and organized his tribesmen to move stones, mix grass and mud, and finally build a high platform. With strength in numbers, the whole team built the stone platform in just a few hours. Mu Feng experimented again and asked someone to stand on the stone platform. This time the hit rate was indeed much better. The problem of sight has been solved, and the next problem to be solved is the opponent's avoidance. Mu Feng experimented again. 30 people were standing in a row facing the gate of the protective wall. Then, under Mu Feng's organization, the people on the 4 stone platforms, plus the people facing the gate, threw javelins towards an area together, and the result surprised everyone. Out of the 100 or so straw men, about 30 of them were shot down in an instant. If the other 30 or so people threw more stones, there would be even more. Both issues have been resolved. After this series of arrangements and experiments, everyone understood Mu Feng's plan, and the tension in their eyes quickly dissipated. Instead, there were determined looks in their eyes and an eager-to-try attitude. Li Hu, Ming Guang and the others no longer had any doubts. Looking at everything arranged around the protective wall, they even looked forward to the Monglong tribe arriving soon. And the Monglong tribe did not disappoint them. Early the next morning, the hunting team rushed over before they had even walked far from the tribe. The hunting team hurried back to report the news, knowing that a battle was imminent. Everyone in the Jiang clan looked at Mu Feng. It can be seen that although Li Hu and his men said they wanted to fight with the people from the Monglong tribe, they still felt a little lacking in confidence when the time came. Mu Feng knew that in such a primitive tribe, numbers were an absolute advantage. With twice as many people there, anyone would be terrified. But he is not among them. He followed Li Hu and others to the west, and saw the ferocious-looking members of the Monglong tribe through the thorny wood wall. They were dressed in animal skins, their hair was neatly tied up, and their faces were painted with colorful colors, a bit like the attire of Kuchongning's blue bird tribe. In contrast, the Jiang clan members looked very shabby. It seems that after winning this battle, we have to improve the mental outlook of the tribe, Mu Feng thought to himself. However, after seeing the weapons held by the people of the Monglong tribe, he couldn't help but laugh. Most of their weapons were wooden sticks, stone axes, bone knives, and some of them were holding 2 large stones in their hands. This posture is not as impressive as the gang fights in the movies he watched, where they all walked with machetes in their hands. There's no suspense in this battle, Mu Feng smiled. When the people of the Monglong tribe came to about 5 or 6 meters away from the thorny tree, they found a wall made of upright thorns. They looked at each other, obviously not reacting. A man with more facial wrinkles than the people around him stepped forward and shouted, "Listen, Zhang's people, hand over all the women, or I will kill you all!" "Great chief!" Li Hu shouted. "He is the leader of the Monglong tribe, Yakuotai." Mu Feng nodded and sneered at the flower-faced leader. "You stole our furs and now you want to steal our women? No way!" He originally wanted to shout like in the movies of his previous life. "Killing you is as easy as taking something out of a bag." But he guessed that the other party wouldn't understand him, so he had to give up with regret. "No!" The man was obviously hot-tempered, and raised his bone knife. "Kill them all!" This is considered the start of war. The people of the Monglong tribe roared and howled as they rushed towards the wall of thorny wood, and the ground rumbled as they trampled on it. "Great chief!" Li Hu shouted. "Get ready!" Mu Feng took a step forward, waiting for the Monglong tribe to rush to the thorny tree and stop, then he raised his hand and swung it suddenly. "Throw the spear!" About 90 people drew their guns at the same time, and the remaining 30 or so people picked up stones and threw them out. The people of the Monglong tribe stopped suddenly in front of the thorny wooden wall, frowning and exclaiming. It can be seen that they have all suffered from the thorns of the thorny tree. They never thought that this thornwood could be put together like this, blocking their way. As they all looked at the leader, more than 90 javelins fell from the sky. "What is that?" The leader looked up in confusion. Before he could react, the people around him screamed, "Ah!" and then fell to the ground. The first wave of javelins and stones killed and injured more than 30 people. "Oh, oh, oh!" The morale of the Jiang clan members instantly increased, and they cheered. "Great chief!" Li Hu's face flushed, and he shouted excitedly. Mu Feng was naturally very excited. This effect was completely within his expectations. The people of the Monglong tribe had never seen protective fortifications, and were stunned by the thorny trees. What's more, they were still a primitive tribe and had never seen a javelin. They had no formation or position, which meant they were just giving away their lives. Chapter 43: Capturing the leader of the Monglong tribe alive. After the first wave of javelins were thrown, more than 30 people from the Monglong tribe fell. The morale of the Jiang clan was greatly boosted. Without waiting for the Monglong tribe to react, Mu Feng waved his hand and shouted, "Throw the spears!" The javelin flew out again. This time the people of the Monglong tribe finally got busy and ran around trying to get away. But they were already standing very crowded before, and no one cared about the people around them when they were frantically dodging the javelins, and some bumped into others and fell down. In this way, although there were only about 20 people hit by the javelins, 1/3 of them were knocked down while trying to avoid the javelins. At the moment, Jiang's people no longer needed Mu Feng's command. The third round of javelins were thrown out directly when the second round of javelins landed. The fallen people of the Monglong tribe were knocked down again by bamboo spears that fell from the sky before they could fully stand up. This time there are more than 30 people. The most important reason for this result is that the people of the Monglong tribe are standing too densely. The leader of the Monglong finally realized the problem and shouted loudly, "Scatter, scatter!" The people around him hurriedly scattered and got out of the way. Just as the fourth round of javelins was about to be thrown, Mu Feng decisively shouted, "Change to stones!" Then more than 120 stones were thrown at the people of the Monglong tribe. Unlike javelins, stones do not need to be made and can be found everywhere, so Jiang was particularly well prepared. To the people of the Monglong tribe, it seemed like a stone rain was falling from the sky. Ah! 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 There were cries of help from the Monglong tribe, and dozens of people were injured by stones. In just a short while, half of the people from the Monglong tribe had fallen. "Good!" Li Hu shouted excitedly. He had never felt so relieved before. The other side clearly had half as many people as his side, but more than half of them fell down before they even got close to them. For the first time, he realized that a war could be fought this way. "Great Chief!" Li Hu's face flushed. "Half of their men have fallen. Let's go over and fight them now." Mu Feng looked at him puzzledly. "Why? Now their uninjured ones are almost the same as us, we can defeat them." Li Hu's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. "Please let me take them over to fight." Mu Feng was stunned for a moment, and felt that Li Hu didn't seem to be very smart. He shook his head. "Not now." "Why?" Li Hu was surprised. "They have just suffered so many casualties. They are extremely angry. If you rush over now, they will be bloodthirsty and will fight us to the death." Mu Feng shook his head and said, "We are few in number now, so we should try to avoid casualties. Staying alive is the most important thing." "I understand." Li Hu nodded. "I was impulsive." "Don't worry, we'll attack them when they start to run away." Mu Feng clenched his fist tightly and smashed it in the air. "Catch that Yakuotai and make the Monglong tribe pay the price." "Yes." Li Hu nodded excitedly and started shouting and giving orders. The leader of the Monglong tribe was already furious. He had originally brought his men from hundreds of miles away just to plunder the Jiang tribe. This was supposed to be an easy task, but he didn't expect that before he could even touch a finger of the Jiang clan, more than 100 people on his side fell. Especially those weapons of the other party, which were of unknown origin, could actually fall from the sky and directly stab people. "Witchcraft! It must be witchcraft!" The leader was terrified. He used a bone knife to push away a spear and shouted, Go back!" Upon receiving the order, the members of the Monglong tribe screamed and helped their companions up, not caring about the bone knives and clubs on the ground, and fled back in a panic. "Now!" Mu Feng waved his hand. "Capture the leader of the Monglong tribe! Capture Yakuotai!" The young and strong men of the Jiang family shouted in unison, "Catch Yakuotai!" Then they picked up bamboo spears, rushed out of the protective wall, and rushed towards the fleeing Monglong people. The people of the Monglong tribe were terrified. Who had ever seen such a scene? Li Hu took the lead, and the anger that had been suppressed for a long time completely exploded. He chased Yakuotai with a huge wooden stick and beat him randomly without any rules. It was obvious that Yakuotai was in a rush to flee. He just wanted to get away from Jiang family as quickly as possible. He didn't even bother to fight back. As a result, he was stabbed down with a bamboo spear by a member of the Jiang clan who caught up with him from behind and was captured. Li Hu was furious and was about to kill him, but he heard Mu Feng shouting, "Stop, don't kill him!" "Great chief," Li Hu said bitterly. "It was he who led people to rob our tribe of fire and furs." Mu Feng shook his head. "I know, but it's useful for him to keep it." Not only Li Hu, but even the captured Yakuotai was obviously stunned, looking at the young tribal chief in front of him with great nervousness. What do you want to do?" Yakuotai asked tremblingly, feeling both the fear that his life and death were not in his own hands and the natural fear of facing the great chief. "Don't worry." Mu Feng squatted down with a smile, stretched out his hand and patted Yakuotai's shoulder, just like an elder patting a younger person. "I won't kill you, I will let you go." Mu Feng's face was warm. "What?" Not only Yakuotai, but everyone around him, including Li Hu and Mingguang, were shocked. "You won't kill me?" Yakuotai asked in surprise, obviously not believing it. "Yes," Mu Feng continued to say with a smile, waving his hand to interrupt Li Hu and others who were about to speak, and continued. "I can let you go back, but you have to agree to one condition of mine?" "Conditions?" Everyone was stunned. "Yes," Mu Feng said with a smile. "I can let a few of you go back. When you return to the tribe, bring double the furs and salt to exchange with us. If you don't want to, that's fine. I can kill you and my Jiang family's people can still come and take it back. Do you agree or not?" Chapter 44. Still not enough. Yakuotai of the Monglong tribe had never been so scared as he was today, even when facing the chief of his own tribe. The boy in front of me looked young, and he smiled when he spoke. There was no anger or hatred in his eyes. But when he spoke, he trembled from the bottom of his heart. He had no doubt that as long as he said no, Li Hu would kill him immediately. I promise. Yakuotai is also a human being, so naturally he is afraid of death. Not only that, he was even more afraid that once he died, the women and children in the tribe would be left unprotected and would become lambs to be slaughtered in the eyes of other tribes. "Very good." Mu Feng patted his shoulder with a smile. "Remember, if you want revenge in the future, come to Zhang's. But also prepare furs and salt, because if you are caught, I will want more." Yakuotai shuddered violently. He looked at the Monglong people lying around him and shook his head vigorously. I don't dare. "That's good." Mu Feng smiled and stood up, clapped his hands, and looked at Li Hu. "Then let a few people go back first, and tie up the others with animal tendon ropes, just outside the wall. Find someone to watch them. If anyone tries to escape, just kill them. And don't feed them too much." Mu Feng looked calm when he said this. This is a primitive society, and everything follows the jungle law of survival of the fittest. Although he is not a big devil who kills people without blinking an eye, he definitely cannot face it magnanimously when others ride on his neck and pee and shit on him. Compared with other tribes, Mu Feng was very kind by not coming up to kill them all. If this happened in other tribes, or according to Li Hu's intention, they would directly kill Yakuotai and all the captives, and then plunder the Monglong tribe. Yes. Li Hu had already understood Mu Feng's intention at this time, and nodded solemnly. "Don't worry, Chief, if they dare to run, they will die." "Okay." Mu Feng turned and left. Although this battle involved the life and death of the tribe, he was a little excited and nervous at first. But from the time the Monglong people came with such force to the time they were all captured alive, it took only half an hour, which gave a feeling of starting strong but ending weak. "This is too fragile." Mu Feng even shook his head with some regret. He vaguely felt that the reason why he was so indifferent to the fighting between tribes was because he was a historian in his previous life. He believed that after all this trouble, and after he had almost killed Yakuotai by scaring him just now, the people of the Monglong tribe would not dare to come again. "Oh, system, hand in the task." Mu Feng remembered that he had received a task a few days ago, and there was a task about tribal survival that he had not yet handed in. Sure enough, the system still displayed. Mission: solve the tribe's survival problem, 500 achievement points. I have already defeated the people of the Monglong tribe, but I still can't complete the mission. System prompt: make sure the Monglong tribe doesn't come to attack again, and then you can hand in the mission. Mu Feng suddenly realized and thought. Then I'll hand it in when the Monglung tribe brings salt and furs to exchange for people. Now I'll hand in other tasks. The system followed Mu Feng's wishes and jumped directly to the food interface. Discover edible bamboo shoots and get 200 achievement points. The current achievement points are 1,500 points. Okay. Mu Feng secretly clenched his fists. I only need 500 achievement points to reach 2,000 points. Then I can learn the Wood Dao derivative technique. Now all I have to do is find a way to get the remaining 500 achievement points. In this way, he can just wait for the people from the Monglung tribe to come and pay for the salt and furs and the money will be enough. But Mu Feng couldn't wait any longer. In his previous life, he believed in a saying. The meat in your mouth is not yours. Others can still take it out for you. Only the meat you swallow into your stomach is yours. Especially when he thought of the wild boar in Dongshan, he began to calculate in his heart. I will get 300 achievement points if I catch the wild boar. I will also look for other wild vegetables. This way, I can earn 2,000 achievement points before the people from the Monglung tribe come. Let's do it! Mu Feng made up his mind. And this is also the most urgent problem that the tribe needs to solve right now. So Mu Feng, who had just arrived at the cave, hurriedly got up and went to Mingguang to discuss how to catch the wild boar. Mingguang was busy collecting the spoils of the Monglung tribe, including a lot of bone knives and bone sticks. What is surprising is that there is also a black metal stick. The specific material cannot be seen clearly, but it is very hard. When Mingguang saw Mu Feng coming, he hurriedly handed the stick to Mu Feng. This was the rule: all the tribe's harvests would be given priority to the chief to select. Mu Feng took the stick and weighed it twice in his hand. Seeing that there was no rust on it, he felt a little puzzled. Because this metal stick was not any common metal he had seen in his previous life, but rather it looked a bit like the meteorite recorded in history books. He swung the stick twice, creating a whirring sound, and it went very smoothly. Great Chief, what kind of weapon is this? Mingguang asked. Mu Feng shook his head. This is not a weapon, it is a kind of gold weapon. But I don't know what it is exactly, but what I can be sure of is that it is very hard and suitable for hunting and fighting. Then he handed the stick to Mingguang. You will need it for hunting. Mingguang waved his hand hastily. Great Chief, you should keep this precious gold. I have the ivory knife I confiscated. As he spoke, Mingguang raised the bone knife he had confiscated in his hand. It shone coldly and was obviously very sharp. Mu Feng was not polite. Okay. Captain, what can I do for you? Mingguang asked. Leave this to us. Yes, there is something. Mu Feng said straight to the point. I want to catch a wild boar and raise it. Chapter 45. Just earn achievements. When Mingguang heard Mu Feng say that he wanted to catch a wild boar, he was startled, but then immediately surprised. He thought of the last few times Mu Feng had taken them out hunting, and they had always been fruitful. Mu Feng, you want to catch a wild boar? Yes. Mu Feng nodded. I think Shuo Feng has already told you that there are wild boars in Dongshan, and there are quite a few of them. Great! Mingguang clenched his fists. Wild boar meat is much more delicious than other wild animal meats, but they are too fierce. How can we catch them? Mu Feng asked. How did you hunt wild boars in the past? In the past, the hunting team would go out together and pick small groups of wild boars to kill. It would be best if we encountered one or two solitary ones. If we encountered a large number of them, we would have to take a detour. At this point, he looked at Mu Feng and said, I heard from Shuo Feng that there are more than 40 wild boars on the east side of the mountain. Yes. At least over 40. With so many, wouldn't it be too dangerous? Mingguang looked at Mu Feng hesitantly. In fact, according to what he meant, it was impossible to catch such a large group of wild boars without even thinking about it. But Mu Feng said if we want to catch him, then there is a way. Now, not only Mingguang, but also Li Hu and people from other tribes think so. Mu Feng nodded. There is definitely danger. That's why I came to discuss with you how to catch the wild boar. Mingguang spread his hands. Before we had more than 50 people and could only catch 2 or 3 at a time. If we were not careful, someone would get hurt. We didn't know how to catch them without getting in danger. Mu Feng frowned. He had actually thought of such a result. He then asked, Can you figure out the area where the wild boars are so as not to alarm them? Mingwen nodded. That's no problem. Give me 2 days and I can figure out where they appear. Okay. Mu Feng nodded. In the next 2 days, go to Dongshan to find out the whereabouts of wild boars. Bring Shuofeng and others with you to pick the shepherd's purse and mushrooms that I marked there. Dig up the shepherd's purse with its roots, and bring back the mushrooms with their roots. I want to plant these things in the tribe. Okay, don't worry. Mingwen made the promise and went about his business. Mu Feng, who had some free time again, began to think about the wood dao derivative technique again. No, even if we catch the wild boar, it will take 2 days. We still can't exchange it now. Mu Feng was anxious. Then he slapped his forehead and immediately communicated with the system. System, enter the task interface. The system will pop up the task interface immediately. Mu Feng asked in his heart. Is there a task about making tools? The system directly pops up a subinterface, which is full of tasks related to tool production. Oh my God! Mu Feng exclaimed in his heart. So many! He took a look and was surprised to find that he had a task ready to hand in. Task: make a well wheel, 100 achievement points. So little! Mu Feng lamented in his heart. Because the production method and tools of the well wheel are exchanged from the system, the achievement points are few. If you complete the entire production process yourself, the achievement points will be high. Is that so? Mu Feng was surprised. Then how many achievement points can I get if I make a set of tables, chairs and benches by myself? 200 points, the system replied. Making pottery? 500 points. This? Mu Feng was surprised and puzzled. Why is there such a big difference? The system replied. All responses given by the system are based on the host's environment and conditions. From the current point of view, the difficulty of making tables, chairs and benches is much lower than that of pottery. Similarly, the emergence of pottery in history is not just a tool for holding objects, but has a profound impact on the aesthetics, culture and craftsmanship of later generations. I understand. Mu Feng nodded, and at the same time, he had a better understanding of the system's achievement judgment criteria. In this way, I can make a set of tables, chairs and benches first, and earn some achievements first. He immediately went to the tribe to look for wood. But the problem is that there is basically no wood suitable for making furniture in the tribe. After much thought, he decided to go find Li Hu, hoping to learn from him where there was some dry wood. Li Hu happened to be talking to Qingya and Hongya. When he saw Mu Feng coming, he immediately said respectfully, Great Chief! Qingya and Hongya also hurriedly saluted. Great Chief! Mu Feng waved his hand. Just call me Mu Feng! As he said this, he looked at Li Hu and said, Uncle Li Hu, where can I find some dry solid wood? Dry wood? Li Hu was surprised. Dry wood is chopped up by the tribe and used as firewood. What do you want it for? I want to use them to make tables, chairs and benches. Mu Feng said with a smile. Tables, chairs, and benches? Li Hu asked curiously. What are those? Use them, Mu Feng said with a smile. The table can be used to place things, and the chairs and benches can be used to sit. They are very comfortable. Li Hu frowned and thought for a long time but still couldn't figure out what Mu Feng was talking about, so he could only say honestly. The dry wood is collected by the women in the tribe. By the way, Baya and her mother collect dry wood. I'll call Baya and let her take you there. Okay. Mu Feng nodded. At the same time, I thought. 100 points of achievement, secured. Chapter 46 An Unexpected Surprise. Li Hu found Baya. When Baya saw Mu Feng, his face was full of excitement, and his big eyes were full of light. Brother Mu Feng, I heard from my father that all the people from the Monglung tribe have been captured. Yes. Mu Feng nodded. They are all tied outside the tribe. You are so amazing. You can defeat so many people. White Fan grabbed his hand and jumped and laughed. Now we don't have to worry about them. Don't worry, Mu Feng said with a smile. Did your father tell you what you are here for? I told you to take me to find some dry wood. I said I wanted to make some tables, chairs and benches. Yes, do you know where I can find such wood? I know. It's in the tribe's west mountain. We cut wood there. But the wood is a little thick and hard to cut. Okay, take me to see it. So White Fang took Woodwind to the foot of the West Mountain. Because this place was close to the tribe, the trees on the mountain were very tall, and there were few bushes and long grass on the ground, so there were few wild animals. Mu Feng followed Baya to the back mountain, and there were 2 people following behind him, who were specifically responsible for carrying wood for Mu Feng. Brother Mu Feng, what are tables, chairs, and benches used for? Baya asked with a blink of his eyes and a happy smile. After the Monglong tribe was defeated, the girl regained her previous carefree and innocent appearance. The table is this high, so it can be used to put things. We used to eat on the stone slabs, which was too troublesome. Mu Feng gestured. Chairs and benches are for sitting, and it's very comfortable to sit on them. Is it so magical? White Fang tilted his head, bit his fingers and thought about it, looking very cute. Then can you make a chair for me? Of course. Mu Feng nodded. When I do these, I will call Uncle Li Hu and the others so that everyone in the tribe can use them in the future. Great! White Fang exclaimed. Then I'll help you choose the wood. What kind is suitable? Well, it has to be dry, thick wood with no cracks in the middle, Mu Feng explained. White Fang thought it over carefully, then looked around and began to look for wood to be more precise, for dead tree trunks that had not sprouted. Mu Feng also started looking while talking. He learned from the system's knowledge base that there are many types of wood that can be used to make tables, chairs, and benches, such as red sandalwood, rosewood, and jujube wood, all of which he had never seen before. But none of these are available here. The trees that are suitable for making tables, chairs, and benches are pine, willow, fir, and elm. Wait! Mu Feng's eyes lit up. Elm tree! He slapped his forehead and said, Yes, aren't elm seeds edible? He remembered that when he was a child in the countryside, every spring the elderly would pick elm seeds and steam them to eat. Wash the elm flowers, mix them with flour, add seasonings, steam them, and dip them in vinegar. The taste is still unforgettable to him. But unfortunately, the tribe doesn't have things like flour right now. Of course, some people also use elm money flowers to make soup, which tastes good too. Ha ha! Mu Feng laughed. What a pleasant surprise! I haven't found the wood yet, but I've found something edible. Mu Feng looked up at the elm flowers that were just emerging and laughed happily. Brother Mu Feng, what are you laughing at? Baya turned around, his little face full of confusion. Ha ha! I found something delicious! Mu Feng laughed. What is that? White Fang asked in confusion. It's the flowers on this tree, Mu Feng said with a smile. They are delicious. Ah? Can this thing be eaten? White Fang was surprised. Yes, it's definitely edible. Mu Feng laughed. Just wait. As he spoke, Mu Feng took out an animal sinew rope from the backpack behind him, tied a thick branch to it, lifted it up and turned it around a few times, then swung it hard at a branch covered with elm flowers. Then the animal tendon rope was hung on the branch, and Mu Feng pulled it down hard. With a click, the elm branch was broken, and a large branch of elm flowers fell to the ground. Mu Feng laughed loudly, picked up a handful of elm money flowers and put them in his mouth. After chewing a few times, he couldn't help but sigh. It's still a familiar taste. Brother Mu Feng. Baya widened his eyes and wanted to stop Mu Feng from eating elm flowers. After all, no one knew whether elm flowers were edible. But she immediately stopped talking because Mu Feng had already put the elm money flower into his mouth, and it looked like it tasted very good. White Fang hesitated for a moment, then took a handful and put it in his mouth. He chewed it carefully twice, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Ah, it's so sweet! Of course. Mu Feng motioned to the 2 people who followed him to try it as well. The 2 looked at Mu Feng uncertainly, and then gritted their teeth and ate a handful each as if they had made some important decision. Finally, they all went to eat the elm money flowers with smiles on their faces. Brother Mu Feng. Baya ate the flowers while talking, his cheeks puffed up high, his eyes half-circled. How did you know this thing is edible? Mu Feng grinned. I won't tell you! Baya didn't care, just smiled foolishly with curved eyebrows, not caring about his image at all, looking cute and adorable. Mu Feng was surprised, and then became happy. It seems that the girl really trusts herself, no matter whether she is trying to eat elm money flowers or her own lame excuses. But he immediately turned his head and looked at a group of trees with dark trunks and snow-white crowns not far away, and he began to look forward to it. If there are no accidents, it should be the locust tree. Chapter 47 2000. Frankly speaking, Mu Feng was a little excited, because if his guess was correct, then his wood dao derivative technique might be able to be exchanged immediately. To be on the safe side, he signaled White Fang to continue looking for wood, while he turned his back and communicated secretly with the system. System, hand in the task. Mu Feng was looking forward to it. The task interface popped up in my mind, and it read, Discover edible elm money flowers and get 200 achievement points. The current achievement points are 1,700 points. Yes! Mu Feng shouted in his heart, and couldn't help but grin. Before White Fang could react, he saw Mu Feng running and laughing as he shouted, Come on, White Fang, there is another kind of flower that you can eat, and it's even sweeter than the one just now. What? White Fang's eyes were filled with surprise. There are edible flowers? How come you can even eat flowers when you follow Brother Mu Feng out? Although he was confused, White Fang still trotted after him. Before he reached Mu Feng had already followed suit and pulled off a branch covered with white flowers from a tree. Can this flower be eaten? Baiya asked subconsciously, with disbelief on his pretty face. However, Mu Feng had already picked a bunch and put it in his mouth. It was sweet and juicy. It was indeed acacia flowers. Baiya and the two people behind him were no longer as shocked as before. They reached out and scooped up a bunch and put it in their mouths, but they were still as surprised as before about the deliciousness of the locust flowers. Mu Feng was very satisfied. He suppressed his excitement and said silently in his heart, System, hand in the task. Immediately, the system popped up a prompt. Discovered edible Sephora japonica flowers, 200 achievement points. The current achievement points are 1,900 points. Mu Feng was about to cheer. 100 points of achievement left. The next step was easy. With 100 points of achievement, he didn't have to think of any other ways. As long as he can find the right wood and make tables, chairs and benches, he will have accumulated 2,000 achievement points. Find wood, Mu Feng shouted. This made Baiya and the two people behind him look at each other in confusion, not understanding what was wrong with Mu Feng. It seemed that everything went smoothly, and soon Mu Feng found the right wood, elm and locust wood. It seems that these two types of trees are the only ones that are prone to die in the forest of Shishan. Mu Feng carried carpentry tools with him, used a saw to cut the wood, and asked someone to help carry it back. When they saw Mu Feng sawing wood, the three people next to him were amazed again. Baiya even exclaimed, Brother Mu Feng, is this the gold weapon? Can you give me one too? This way we will save a lot of effort when collecting dry wood. Okay. Mu Feng nodded. But you have to wait 2 days. He had made up his mind that he would not spend his achievement points no matter what, and he had to save up 2,000 points to exchange for the wood path derivative technique. And when he catches the wild boar, he will get 300 achievement points, and if he completes the task of tribal safety, he will also get 500 achievement points. He planned to use these achievement points to exchange saws for White Fang and the others. He glanced at the exchange interface. The achievement points for a saw were 50, and the exchange limit was 3. But Baiya obviously didn't think so much. When he saw Mu Feng agreed, his eyes lit up and he was overjoyed. Then he jumped up and said, Great! The wood was soon transported to the entrance of Mu Feng's cave. He asked Baiya to find Li Hu and called a few older people from the tribe. He planned to pass on the carpentry skills to these old men, so that they would specialize in making tools in the tribe in the future. The old people were naturally excited. As the elders of the tribe, they can no longer make any contribution to the tribe. When a tribe encounters difficulties, the first thing they cut back on is their food. If a tribe is forced to migrate and they cannot keep up along the way, they will be forced to give up. Therefore, they especially cherish everything that Mu Feng brought to the tribe, especially that the tribe did not have to migrate. Knowing this, Mu Feng decided to let them come and learn the carpentry skills. Moreover, carpentry skills do not require them to go out and take risks, and it is not particularly heavy physical work, so they can do it easily. Mu Feng took out his carpenter's tools and began sawing, drawing lines, planing, and drilling in front of these people. The originally wrinkled wood pieces were first sawn into boards and blocks of varying lengths, widths, and thicknesses, and then smoothed by the back and forth grinding of a plane. After finishing all this, Mu Feng used a chisel to dig holes at each joint. Finally, he fixed the wooden boards, which were about 20 centimeters wide and 3 or 4 centimeters thick, on the 2 square wooden bars. Since there were no iron nails, he dug small holes and used a knife to carve wooden nails instead. He put the wooden boards together and made a tabletop. After doing all this, Mu Feng fixed the 4 square wooden table legs with horizontal wood, installed the tabletop, and fixed it with hammers and taps using the back of an axe. A simple 4-legged table was made. After the table was completed, everyone watching was amazed. "Is this the table?" Li Hu's eyes widened. He reached out and pressed the table, feeling the surface, and said in disbelief, "How do I use it?" "Easy," Mu Feng said with a smile. "Just wait a moment." As he spoke, Mu Feng picked up a wooden board with 4 holes already punched in it, and then picked up 4 shorter square wooden strips and installed them on it. After some hammering, a simple small bench was made. Afterwards, Mu Feng placed the bench in front of the table, put his stone pot and chopsticks on the table, and then sat down. Now Mu Feng didn't need to explain anything. Everyone understood the use of the table and benches. Li Hu's eyes almost popped out of his head. "Chief, I want to learn how to make a table too." At the same time, in Mu Feng's mind, the system's reminder sounded again. "Complete the production of tables, chairs, and benches, and get 100 achievement points. The current achievement points are 2,000 points." Chapter 48: Magic Really Exists. After the table and the bench were completed, Mu Feng finally accumulated 2,000 achievement points. He suppressed his excitement and explained to Li Hu and others the key points of making tables, chairs, and benches. Then he gave the toolbox to Li Hu and told him that he could put it in his grandfather's thatched house. From now on, the elders in the tribe will make tools there, so that they can take care of each other. Li Hu held the toolbox as if it were a treasure and left with a few old men. Bai excitedly asked Mu Feng to make a small stool for her before leaving. Finally sending everyone away, Mu Feng excitedly contacted the system. "System, redeem the wood Dao derivative technique." The system directly pops up the exchange interface. "Are you sure you want to exchange 2,000 achievement points for the wood path derivative technique?" Mu Feng took a deep breath. "Confirm." But deep down he was already unable to contain his ecstasy. After using the healing technique twice, he was convinced that the so-called skills of the system were actually spells. Otherwise, how could he bring the seriously injured and dying grandpa and Shu Feng back to life just by making some hand gestures and reciting some incantations? Although he himself was always skeptical about magical techniques, he never denied their existence. When he was young, he had a strange disease. Many doctors failed to cure him. He just went to a fortune teller in another village, had her look a few times, and after the fortune teller touched his forehead and whispered some words to him, he was cured. The witchcraft and tree planting in Miajiang, the corpse driving in Xiangxi, and some bizarre things that Mu Feng encountered during the archaeological process all show that there are many things in this world that cannot be explained by science. As a historical research scholar, he has gained a new understanding of history after studying so many real ideas. For example, Chinese history is 5,000 years. Does it mean the 5,000 years from the Yellow Emperor to the present, or should Chinese history be divided into the upper 5,000 years and the lower 5,000 years? Archaeologists in the industry have discovered historical relics that are far older than the Xia dynasty, dating back more than 8,000 years. Their superb craftsmanship and level of sophistication are far beyond the reach of people since the Xia dynasty. So some people wondered whether there was a highly developed civilized society before the Xia dynasty, or an era with magic that we don't understand. For example, Classic of Mountains and Seas, which has always been regarded as a strange novel by Chinese people, is regarded as a guide for studying ancient history abroad. There is even an International Historical Research Organization, NCA, which discovered natural gold veins in South America based on the geographical descriptions in the Classic of Mountains and Seas. There are also Western scientists such as Newton, Galileo, and Leonardo da Vinci, who, after reaching the pinnacle of research in their own fields, would turn to studying theology. That's why there is now a saying that The end of science is theology. Mu Feng thought that since he was able to travel through time and space, having magic skills was not worth mentioning. After he said okay, the system immediately prompted. Ding! Redemption successful! Soon a mysterious message flooded into his mind, which was a complete derivative of the woodway technique. To others, Mu Feng was standing still, motionless, his eyes still, and the rise and fall of his chest gradually calmed down. If Li Hu or Grandpa were there, they would definitely think that he was in meditation. Meditation is a state that only people with magical powers have the opportunity to enter, usually the leaders or chiefs of a tribe. In fact, Mu Feng was digesting the information of the Wood Dao derivative technique. The Wood Path derivative technique consists of two small skills, healing and growth. After mastering them, it can not only heal injuries but also enhance physical fitness. It took Mu Feng a long time to completely master the Wood Dao derivative technique. He opened his eyes, stretched out a hand, and punched a wooden board about 5 centimeters thick. With a crack, the board was smashed into pieces. My strength has increased! Mu Feng was surprised. In his previous life, he practiced taekwondo and could split a 2 or 3 centimeter wooden board, but that was a performance prop and could not be compared with the locust tree board in front of him. He opened his hands again and embraced the slab of stone. When he moved the stone slab before, he had to drag it into the cave with great force. Now, he just took a deep breath and picked it up easily. Ha ha! Mu Feng laughed. My physical fitness has really improved. He put down the stone slab, set up a shelf on the spot, and punched the air again. Whoosh! A sharp sound of breaking through the air was heard, and the speed of the fist wind clearly reached its extreme. Oh my god, this punching speed must be faster than Bruce Lee's. Mu Feng was very excited. In his previous life, he had seen a video of Bruce Lee punching and knew that the sound of breaking wind would only be heard when the punch reached a certain speed. Salute to the idol! Mu Feng threw a punch again in this primitive cave that no one knew about. Mu Feng spent 2,000 achievement points to exchange for the Wood Dao derivative technique, and the effect made him very satisfied. He felt his changes again, and felt as if he had grown taller and bigger. When he clenched his fist, he also had the feeling that everything was under control. What a great skill! Mu Feng couldn't help but turn his attention to the other skills of the system. The entire skills section displays various skills like a list of books. He looked carefully and saw various elemental skills such as gold, wood, water, fire, earth, yin and yang, wind, rain, thunder and lightning, just like the skill panel of World of Warcraft he played in his previous life. There are also some less popular summoning techniques, animal taming techniques, etc. He has already learned the basic summoning techniques. Looking at these skills, Mu Feng's heart was burning. It turns out that magic is so magical. Chapter 49, The Tribe's Way Out. After carefully feeling the changes brought about by the Wood Dao derivative technique, Mu Feng looked at other skills again. It found that each skill had its own characteristics. The characteristics of earth-related skills were related to the earth, and the characteristics of gold-related skills were related to various metal essences. What surprised Mu Feng the most was that when the Wood Dao derivative technique was combined with the earth thickness technique, it could speed up or slow down the growth rate of organisms within a piece of soil. This is simply a magical skill, Mu Feng said in surprise. However, exchanging achievement points for these skills also made him feel suffocated. The achievement points for the Earth Dao technique are fewer, but it still requires 5,000 achievement points. It's still achievement points. Mu Feng drilled into his fist. It seems that we still have to find a way to expand the tribe, so that we can earn achievement points faster. Now we just have to wait for Li Hu to come back and find a way to catch the wild boar. Mu Feng thought to himself. According to the system, any task that is beneficial to the development of the tribe can earn achievement points. The tribe currently has domesticated chickens and sheep, but we are still short of horses, cows, pigs, and dogs. We have found a place to find the pigs, but are there any of the other 3 animals near the tribe? I have to ask Mingguan later, or if that doesn't work, I'll go a little further away and look for them. Domesticating livestock cannot completely solve the problem of food and clothing for the tribe. After all, no one can eat meat for a long time. If we want to fundamentally solve this problem, we still have to rely on planting. Only by planting crops can the tribe have a way out. It seems that in addition to taming animals, I also need to find crops to grow. Mu Feng thought carefully in his heart. I don't know where I traveled to, and what is suitable to grow here. He thought carefully and felt that he was still on Earth, and it should be the ancient land of China. Otherwise, he would not have been able to understand what the people around him were saying as soon as he traveled through time, and what he saw and encountered was so close to the history he had studied before. But he was not very clear about where exactly it was. He remembered that his grandfather seemed to have said something about the Jiang clan being a large tribe that had migrated from the far west. This means that Jiang's current location should be in the east, but he is not sure where exactly east is. As for whether it is in the south or north of China, judging from the pine forests and large tracts of black bamboo forests, it should be closer to the south. After all, geographically speaking, large bamboos as thick as a bowl are only found in the south. But the problem was that he had never heard of black-skin bamboo in his previous life. Especially when spring came at the foot of the mountain and everything was blooming and sprouting, the lake on Dalong Mountain was still covered with ice and snow, which made him think that these characteristics only existed in the north. It's a little hard to determine. Mu Feng scratched his head. If we can determine these, we will know what animals and wild crops are nearby. Wait. Mu Feng seemed to have thought of something, and hurriedly took out the metal stick seized from the Monglong tribe and looked at it carefully. If we can tell what this piece of metal is made of, can we determine the era we are in now? Unfortunately, no matter how hard he studied, he couldn't figure out what metal the pitch-black stick was made of, so he had to give up. When he got this stick before, he also asked the people of the Monglong tribe, but they only said that they also picked it up and didn't know what it was. This left Mu Feng, who had originally wanted to determine the location from the meteorite records, helpless and had to give up. Ignoring it that night, the next morning, Mu Feng planned to take a walk around the tribe to see if he could find some wild vegetables to earn achievement points. As a result, Li Hu invited Mu Feng to the thatched hut to teach them how to make tables and benches. Mu Feng had to patiently demonstrate it to them again, making sure that the elderly people watching had learned how to do it before he finished. In the afternoon, Mingguang finally came back and went straight to Mu Feng's cave. Captain, I brought you everything you wanted, Mingguang shouted from afar. And we've also found out where the wild boars are. Okay. Mu Feng walked out of the cave excitedly and watched several people putting rotten wood on the ground. There were clusters of flowers on the rotten wood, many of which were broken, but they were not picked. Mu Feng was speechless. He forgot to tell them that they could pick the flowers and bring them back, so they ended up carrying them all back intact. Although this is the reason why we value the great chief, this way of thinking is too stupid. Mu Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Just use the knife to cut these tree flower mushrooms close to the roots, and be sure not to cut off the roots. Aren't we going to grow mushrooms? Mingguang asked in confusion. How can we grow mushrooms if we cut them off? Mu Feng patiently explained. Mushrooms are fungi, they are different from other things. As long as you don't dig up the roots, they will grow again after being cut. Is that so? Mingguang's eyes lit up. Doesn't that mean our tribe will have endless mushrooms to eat? Mu Feng nodded. That's true, but if the nutrients in the dead wood are used up, the mushrooms won't be able to grow anymore. Mingguang was surprised. Does that mean the mushrooms are gone too? Yes. Mu Feng nodded and explained. As long as we transplant the roots of these mushrooms to other rotten wood before the wood completely rots away, it will be fine. By the way, make sure to place all the wood in a cool place with little sunlight, build a shed with thatch, and sprinkle water on it once in the morning and evening. This way, the mushrooms will grow faster. Mingguang was puzzled, but nodded and did as he was told. As for these shepherd's purse roots and wild onions, Mu Feng pointed to a small patch of land that had already been planted in front of his door. Just continue planting along the ridges I dug and water them. Yes. Mingguang nodded. By the way, tell me about the wild boar. Mingguang's eyes lit up. Finally, we're getting to the point. Chapter 50 Preparations for Catching Wild Boars. Mingguang excitedly told Mu Feng about the appearance of wild boars. I took Shuofeng to the place you mentioned, and there were indeed wild boars behind the bushes. Mingguang excitedly. Not only big wild boars, but also small wild boars. Little wild boar? Mu Feng's eyes lit up, and he began to think quickly in his heart. It's troublesome to tame a big wild boar, but if there is a little wild boar together, the process of taming the wild boar will be greatly shortened. How many little wild boars are there? Mu Feng asked. Mingguang scratched his head awkwardly. We sneaked over from another bush and watched secretly. We didn't dare to get too close, so we couldn't see it clearly. Mu Feng nodded. Yes, you did the right thing, you can't expose it. Mingguang added. But it looks like there are quite a lot of them, a huge black mass. The little ones are shouting so happily. Mu Feng thought for a moment and asked. How big is it? Li Hu gestured for a moment and said hesitantly. It's such a large area, there must be at least 40 or 50 of them. Hiss! Mu Feng was startled. In his previous life, he had seen groups of wild boars when he went into the mountains to conduct archaeological excavations. Usually there were only 7 or 8 of them, but sometimes there were more than 10 or 20. Even if wild boars are rampant abroad, there are only 40 or 50 of them in a group. He never imagined that the herd of wild boars he casually encountered on the hillside of Dongshan Mountain turned out to be an oversized herd of wild boars. He and Shufeng had seen more than 40 large wild boars outside the bushes before, conservatively estimated. Now Mingguang told him that there were no less than 40 or 50 little wild boars. Counting them all together, there were at least 80 wild boars. Mu Feng was excited. So many wild boars, it's completely equivalent to a small pig farm in my previous life. But he immediately thought of another question and looked at Mingguang. Wait, so many wild boars are active in one area, what do they eat? He knew that wild boars were omnivorous animals, but such a large group of wild boars gathered together could not be dealt with by simple omnivorous eating. He thought of a possibility, that is, there might be food in Dongshan that the wild boars rely on for survival, and this food must exist in large quantities, otherwise the wild boars cannot be fed. Wild boars eat everything humans eat. Mu Feng's eyes lit up. If there really is such food, wouldn't it be able to help the tribe find another kind of food? And I can also earn some achievements. It's really killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Mu Feng made up his mind. When Mingguang heard Mu Feng asked him what wild boars eat, he scratched his head and said, I don't know what wild boars eat. I only know that wild boar meat is delicious. At this point, Mingguang actually drooled. Captain, how about we go catch wild boars tomorrow? No! Mu Feng waved his hand. We have to change the plan. Not catching wild boars anymore? Mingguang was surprised. We must catch wild boars, but we have to take it slow. Mu Feng quickly went over the situation in his mind before continuing. Whether it is a big wild boar or a small wild boar, we must raise them. Raising pigs requires a pigsty. Mingguang was surprised. Sheep have sheep pens, and pigs have pig pens? Mu Feng nodded. Sheep pens only need fences, but pig pens can't. We need stones. How about this? You call all the young and strong men in the tribe to Grandpa's thatched hut. I have something to say. By the way, get White Fang here too. Mingguang nodded. Yes. Although it seemed a little strange, he still did as he was told and soon gathered everyone in front of the thatched hut. Except for White Fang, all of them were young and strong men in the tribe. Brother Mu Feng! Baiya naturally noticed that today was different. She looked at Mu Feng with bright eyes and her pretty face full of anticipation. She was just a little girl, but now she was participating in an important event that only men in the tribe could do, so she was naturally very excited. Mu Feng smiled and nodded at her. He didn't say anything else, but looked at everyone and said, Now, assign 10 people to follow Baiya to the back mountain to dig bamboo shoots. Let her teach you how to dig them. I will need them later. Bamboo shoots? It was the first time for many people to hear this word. Without waiting for Mu Feng to answer, Baiya said pretentiously, Bamboo shoots are bamboos that are buried in the ground and have not yet grown. They can be eaten. But she turned to look at Mu Feng again. Brother Mu Feng, why are you digging bamboo shoots? Mu Feng smiled and said, There is a large herd of wild boars in Dongshan now. I will use bamboo shoots to catch them. Wild boar! There was a commotion in the crowd. The wild boar meat is delicious. Wild boar meat is the most delicious. But the wild boar is too ferocious. Finally, everyone looked at Mu Feng again. They all knew that since Mu Feng said he could catch a wild boar, he would definitely be able to catch it. After all, before this, he had led his tribesmen to catch sheep, caught enough primitive chickens, and caught fish that he had not yet eaten. Especially in the past 2 days, the tribe's hunting team clearly did not go out hunting, but those who went out always brought back 6 or 7 wild sheep and a dozen primitive chickens. All this is thanks to Mu Feng. Noticing everyone's gaze, Mu Feng smiled and said, "Wild boar meat is delicious and fragrant, but wild boars are also fierce. So before catching wild boars, we must make adequate preparations." "Great Chief, tell me, what do you want us to do?" Someone began to respond. "Build a pigsty." Chapter 51 All Mine. When the words, "build a pigsty," came out, everyone was stunned. Wild boars also need a place to live like sheep. Seeing that everyone was surprised, Mu Feng said, "Wild boars are different from wild sheep. There must be a strong enough pigsty to ensure that they will not run out. So, wild boar pens are different from sheep pens. They need stones. Now, hurry up and move the stones, and then build a wild boar pen on the West Mountain." Everyone started to move. Some people followed Baya to the back mountain to dig bamboo shoots, and the rest moved stones to build the pig pen. Mu Feng personally directed the construction of the pig pen by drawing a circle next to several large trees at the foot of the West Mountain. The reason why it chose this place for the pig pen is because it is located downwind, the terrain is lower than the east and back, and it avoids the vicinity of the well water. The circle he drew was big enough to house more than 100 wild boars. Taking into account the destructive power of wild boars, Mu Feng set the thickness of the pig pen to 1.5 meters and the height to 2 meters. This was actually his dream. When he was a child, when he was young, he raised pigs. The pig pen was only about 1 meter high and 20 to 30 centimeters thick. The domestic pigs would often jump out of the pig pen, forcing him to often chase them back to the pig pen. At that time, he thought that if he raised pigs one day, he would definitely build a luxury pig pen with high enough walls and thick enough so that the pigs would never run out again. It's just that this dream didn't come true in my previous life, but it has come true here right now. Because of the previous experience in casting the earthen platform, the tribe members were familiar with the construction of the wild boar pen this time. After the stone wall was built, Mu Feng directed the tribesmen to pour grass and mud into the gaps between the stones and spread it evenly with flat stones. It looked like an adobe wall. A gap was left in the pigsty for people to enter and exit, and he had people build a straw hut in the pigsty, which was also surrounded by stones. It looked even more solid and reliable than Grandpa's thatched house. This made the tribesmen sigh. "This is such a great place for wild boars to live." Mu Feng smiled and said, "Don't worry, our tribe will live better than this in the future." Seeing that the pig pen was completed and the sun had not yet set, Mu Feng thought for a moment and asked Ran to bring some thorns from the North Mountain to plant inside the pig pen. "Wild boars have thick skin and flesh. If they really tried to climb the wall, it might be a bit dangerous," Mu Feng estimated in his heart. "Give them some more protection. If they really tried to climb the wall, they might get pricked by the thorns." The person in charge of moving the thorns laughed secretly and said, "Our chief is really powerful. He used the thorns to defeat the people of the Monglong tribe before they even got close to us. Now he uses it to deal with wild boars." Another person laughed out loud. "Yeah, I think the wild boar is going to be in trouble." Early the next morning, Mu Feng went to Dongshan with only a dozen people. Although there are few people, they are all good hunters in the tribe. Li Ru, Mingguang, Han Shu, Qingya, Hongya, Zhuofeng. "Captain?" Li Hu asked in a low voice. "Since we are going to catch wild boars, why don't we take everyone with us?" Mu Feng shook his head. "Our main purpose today is not to catch wild boars, but to see if we can find a place where they eat." "Why are we looking for the place where they eat?" Li Hu was puzzled. "With such a large group of wild boars, there must be something to feed them." Mu Feng expressed his thoughts. "If there really is such food and our people can eat it, it will be a good thing for the tribe." "Can we eat what wild boars eat?" Mingguang asked hesitantly. Mu Feng did not answer but asked, "Do wild boars eat mushrooms?" Mingguang reacted immediately, nodded and said, "I understand." "Well," Mu Feng said, "when we get there, don't do anything rash. First find out where the wild boars go to eat. As long as we figure this out, we'll catch the wild boar this evening or tomorrow morning. Good! The people around roared excitedly. Led by Mingguang, a dozen people headed straight for the bushes where the wild boar was. When they were near the bushes, Mingguang waved his hand, signaling everyone to hide, and then he tiptoed into a bush. After a while, Mingguang poked his head out from the bushes and motioned Mu Feng and the others to come over. A dozen people rustled into the bushes. Although there was some noise, it was masked by the sound of leaves blown by the mountain wind. The bushes were 2 or 3 meters high, with dense branches and leaves, so visibility was not very good. Mingguang led the way in front, followed closely by Mu Feng and Li Hu, and then the others. After walking for a long time, Ming Gungun finally stopped, then turned around and signaled everyone to be quiet and lie down on the spot. After everyone had done so, Mingguang lay down next to Mu Feng and carefully pushed aside a bush. The originally dim light suddenly became bright, and almost everyone was startled. So many! Mu Feng was naturally surprised. Through the bushes that were pushed aside by the bright light, they saw a piece of open space that looked like a paradise less than 20 meters away, and it was densely packed with wild boars. These wild boars are black, white, brown and mixed with other colors, and come in different sizes. Some were lying still, some were digging their arseholes into the ground, and some were rolling around on the spot. They looked so happy. Mu Feng grinned silently, thinking to himself, "Mine, mine, all mine!" Chapter 52. Something more valuable than a wild boar. A dozen people hid in the bushes and did not move. Firstly, they did not dare to, and secondly, they could not. Although the wild boars not far away seemed to be carefree and harmless, if they found people nearby, they would definitely be unable to resist if they went crazy. Everyone subconsciously looked at Mu Feng, not knowing what he was up to. Mu Feng, however, was looking at the wild boars gnawing at each other with a burning gaze, waiting for them to go out to find food. Mingguang had already said before we came that the wild boars would go out together from the other direction of the bushes, leaving a few big wild boars to look after the cubs, while the rest would go out. More than a dozen people lay there waiting for more than an hour, and the wild boars finally came out. A wild boar with huge tusks stood up first and walked towards a bush. Mu Feng saw it clearly. It was the one he and Shu Feng saw in another direction a few days ago. It looks like it is the wild boar king. The wild boar king walked in front, and when he came to a bush, he arched his mouth, parted the bush, revealing a gap, and then he crawled in. The wild boars behind followed in and soon disappeared into the bushes. Mu Feng could see clearly that it was in the opposite direction from them. "Captain, what should we do? Should we catch the little wild boar now?" Mingguang asked in a barely audible voice. Mu Feng shook his head, pointed at himself, then at a few other people, then turned around and carefully crawled out. When they returned to the entrance, they all said excitedly, "Chief, there are 12 of us here. We can catch a few wild boars." "No!" Mu Feng shook his head. "If that happens, the wild boars will come back and be on guard, and it will be difficult to catch them. We are here to find out what these wild boars eat to grow into such a large group." In fact, deep down he was thinking about putting these little pigs into pig cages and taking them back. But he was worried that if he only had little pigs, he might not be able to raise them alive, so he had to get a few big wild boars. But as long as it involves catching a big wild boar, the dozen or so people now are definitely not enough. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, he decided not to touch the piglets for the time being and instead continued to track the wild boars. Since Mu Feng said he would not catch them, naturally there was no point in anyone around him. "Then what should we do next? The wild boars all went in another direction," Li Hu asked. Mu Feng looked at Mingguang and asked, "Where is the other direction the wild boar went? Can you find it?" Mingguang nodded. "Okay. Shuofeng and I have been waiting around here for the past 2 days. From there we can go around to the bushes where the wild boar just hid." "Okay." Mu Feng nodded. "Take us there. Everyone be careful and don't leave any traces. It would be bad if the wild boars found them." "Yes." So Mingguang led the way in front, leading Mu Feng and others to go around from another direction. This time it didn't take them long to get around the other side of the bushes. Next to them was an inconspicuous passage hidden deep under the bushes not far away. If it weren't for the faint smell of urine coming from the passage, they might not have been able to find it. After they confirmed the passage, they deliberately kept a distance from the passage and began to look for wild boars along the passage. This time they didn't walk for long, about half an hour, before they finally heard the noisy sound of wild boars eating again. Everyone immediately became alert. Mingguang subconsciously turned around to look at Mu Feng and stopped. Mu Feng nodded, bent down and walked forward, step by step, trying to keep the noise to a minimum. In fact, Mu Feng was too cautious. The noise of dozens of wild boars eating together was so loud that he could not hear them at all. Mu Feng walked forward quietly, listening carefully with his ear tilted. The sound of crackling was heard constantly. There was also the rustling sound of dead leaves and straw being crushed. Apart from this, there was also the sound of wild boars digging in the mud with their mouths. Mu Feng's heart was shocked. Sure enough, there are large areas of grain crops. He carefully pushed aside the bushes and found a wide open area in the distance. There were no shrubs except for a few tall trees not far in front of us. Instead, there was a field of crooked, yellow-brown straw about 1 person tall. There is a 10-centimeter-long golden ear of corn hanging on many stalks. Corn! Mu Feng was ecstatic. It's actually corn! He never imagined that what the wild boar was eating was corn. He originally thought that he was traveling in the ancient land of China and naturally believed that there was no corn, but he did not expect to see a large field of corn in front of him. It seems that I took it for granted. However, the wild corn ears in this field were obviously not as long as in the previous life, not even half as long. But even so, Mu Feng couldn't help but breathe rapidly. My mind was filled with information about corn. In places with hot climates, corn can be grown twice a year, in spring and summer. In early spring, eat fresh corn, which is soft, sticky, and sweet. In midsummer, harvest the ripe corn, grind it into flour, and eat noodles. Mu Feng was afraid that he had seen it wrong, so he rubbed his eyes and looked carefully again. After confirming that it was corn in front of him, he grinned silently. Among the corn stalks, wild boars were digging around, occasionally knocking down a few corns and eating the corn cobs on them. Mu Feng was so happy. In his opinion, discovering corn was more valuable than discovering a wild boar. Chapter 53: An Unexpected Surprise. Mu Feng and a dozen other people hid in the bushes, waiting quietly for the wild boar to finish eating and leave. It was not until the last wild boar grunted as it left the corn stalks that Mu Feng could no longer contain his excitement, and rushed out cheering. Li Hu, Mingguang and the others were very puzzled and shouted, "Great Chief!" Mu Feng turned around and waved at them. "Come and see!" They were very confused and came out of the bushes and approached Mu Feng. Mu Feng broke off a corn cob from a corn stalk that had not yet been knocked over, peeled off the husks, revealing a corn cob that was about 10 centimeters long. Because they were wild, the corn ears were very small and could not be compared with the ears that were 20 or 30 centimeters long that Mu Feng had seen in his previous life. Even corn kernels were much smaller, round and plump, and it took 2 or 3 to equal 1 modern kernel. Even so, Mu Feng couldn't stop smiling. "Look, this is what I'm looking for this time." Mu Feng laughed. "Great Chief, what is this?" Li Hu looked at Mu Feng, whose face was full of excitement, and didn't understand what was going on. "This is called corn, and it's edible," Mu Feng explained patiently. "Is it edible?" After hearing this, Li Hu reached out and broke off a corn from a corn stalk, pulled apart the bracts, and started to eat it. But he immediately spat out the corn kernels and said, "It's so hard and not tasty at all." Mingguang, Shuofeng and others on the side had originally broken some corn to try, but after hearing what Li Hu said they threw the corn on the ground again. "Don't throw it away," Mu Feng said anxiously. "This is fully mature corn, so you can't eat it like this. You can only eat it raw when the husks are still green." "Ah?" Li Hu frowned. "So this thing can't be eaten now, or do you want to use it to feed the wild boar?" Mu Feng smiled and shook his head. "This corn is already ripe, and it can be eaten. But it can't be eaten directly, it needs to be ground into corn flour and then steamed into buns." "Grind into powder and steam buns?" Li Hu repeated, looking puzzled. The others were also puzzled. It was obvious that what Mu Feng said was beyond their understanding. Mu Feng naturally saw their confusion and waved his hand with a smile. "All right, you will understand later." Now what we have to do is to break as much corn as possible and bring it back to the tribe. Great Chief, are we going to eat these corns when we get home? Someone asked. Yes. Mu Feng nodded. Grind some of it into flour and save some of it as seeds to plant. In the future, food for the tribe will no longer be a problem. Ah, the man exclaimed. Will anyone eat something this disgusting? Unpalatable? Mu Feng smiled mysteriously. That's because you haven't eaten anything made from corn. You'll know once you've tried it. The man felt warm in his heart. He didn't expect that Mu Feng, as a great chief, would explain to him so kindly and patiently. If this happened to the old chief in the past, he would definitely not bother to say a single word. When everyone heard Mu Feng say that he wanted to go back to grow corn and that corn could be used as food, they all started to move. They all carried bamboo cages that were originally used to catch piglets, but were now used to hold corn. Under Mu Feng's guidance, all the corn was peeled off the husks, leaving the smooth corn cobs and placed in the pig cage. Except for Mu Feng, each of the cages of the others was filled with no less than 100 kilograms of corn cobs. Especially Li Hu and Ming Guan, although they complained that corn was not tasty, but when they heard that corn could be used as food, they were quite unambiguous and each carried nearly 200 kilograms of corn cobs. Mu Feng looked at a large field of corn stalks in the distance with corn cobs hanging on them, and felt that they did not bring enough people. Fortunately, the dozen or so people brought enough corn, which was enough for several meals after sifting out the seeds. A dozen people carefully avoided the bushes where the wild boar was and successfully returned to the road up the mountain. Mu Feng held a corn cob in his hand. He broke off a large corn kernel and put it in his mouth and chewed it for a few bites. It felt a little hard, obviously the starch content was not high. He knew that this was because corn was wild, and if he wanted to increase the starch content, he could only do so through continuous cultivation. But he was still very happy in his heart. The appearance of corn made him realize that his environment did not seem to have so many limitations. If he could even discover corn, what about other crops? Once the tribe grows corn on a large scale and domesticates various livestock, they will no longer worry about food and clothing. Only when the people in the tribe have filled their stomachs can they think about other things. Right now, he has to think about where to plant corn and how to grind the corn kernels into flour. Corn can only be grown in the flat land at the foot of the mountain to the west of the tribe. The land there is open and the soil looks fertile. As for grinding corn flour, it seems I have to make a stone mill, Mu Feng thought. System, hand in the task. The system immediately prompted. Obtained edible corn, and obtained 300 achievement points. Huh! Mu Feng was surprised. Isn't it 200 points that can be eaten? Corn is an agricultural crop and has a profound influence in history, so its achievement points should be higher. Ha! Mu Feng laughed. What a pleasant surprise! Chapter 54 Popularizing Edible Food. After Mu Feng brought these people back to the tribe, he directly peeled all the corn kernels. In the past, corn threshing was a simple job. All one had to do was feed the dried corn cobs into the thresher. But there are no such conditions around right now, so Mu Feng can only choose to thresh the grains manually, which is a very laborious and delicate job. Fortunately, there were many people in the tribe, and it was not too physically demanding to peel corn kernels manually. At Li Hu's call, everyone in the tribe came, and in less than half an hour, all the corn cobs were turned into corn kernels. Separate all the corn kernels from the cobs. After shelling the corn kernels, the Jiang clan members did not leave. They all looked at Mu Feng curiously to see how he handled the corn that they had never seen before. After all, Li Hu had told them before they came that corn would be the main food of the tribe in the future. But when the corn was being threshed just now, almost everyone pinched a grain of corn and put it in their mouths, and then spit it out without exception. As the leader, Li Hu asked everyone's question. Captain, now that the corn cobs have been separated from the kernels, what should we do next? Next, we need to separate the corn kernels into different sizes. We can keep the small ones for grinding into powder and eat them, and keep the large ones for planting as seeds. In the future, we can grow even bigger corn. Mu Feng squatted down, reached out and grabbed a handful of corn kernels, and began to demonstrate. Put the ones that are this big over here as seeds, and put the others over here. Li Hu followed Mu Feng's example and reached out to grab a handful and started to screen them. He picked left and right but couldn't find many that were the same size as Mu Feng's. Great chief! Li Hu couldn't help but say. If we really want to pick something as big as you said, there won't be many here. Mu Feng smiled and said, You don't need many corn seeds. One seed can grow into one corn in the future. I understand. Li Hu waved his hand. Everyone, start sifting the seeds now. So the Jiang clan members started to sift the seeds with the corn kernels in their hands. In less than half an hour, all the corn kernels were sifted. What are we doing now? Li Hu asked again. Everyone looked at Mu Feng with strange eyes, and it was obvious that they still didn't understand why they were doing this. Mu Feng thought about it, and an idea came to him. He said, It's almost noon. Let's light a fire and kill 20 chickens. Then take all the mushrooms from me, wash them, and make soup. Li Hu's eyes lit up. Captain, are you going to make soup? Yes. Mu Feng nodded. Go pick some wild onions, and ask Baiye to bring some bamboo shoots. Wash them and make soup. The people in the tribe looked at each other. Apart from knowing what chicken was, they had no idea what mushrooms, wild onions, and bamboo shoots were. Li Hu laughed and said, Don't worry, chief. I know how to make soup. Then he shouted to the tribesmen. Go, get the largest stone jars in the tribe. I want to use the method taught by the chief to make the most fragrant and delicious chicken soup. Mingguang at the side couldn't help but approach Mu Feng and whispered, Chief, aren't you raising chickens? Why are you killing so many at once? Mu Feng smiled and said, You see, everyone doesn't know what the purpose of screening corn seeds is, so I will first let everyone know that there are many things that can be eaten. Li Hu's eyes lit up. Yes, the tribesmen don't even know that bamboo shoots and mushrooms are edible. Mu Feng nodded. After they drink the chicken soup and eat the mushrooms and bamboo shoots, they will naturally understand that corn can also be made into delicious food. Then everyone will know what to do next. Mingguang suddenly realized. I understand. After a pause, he asked carefully. But chief, the corn kernels are so hard, how can we eat them? Mu Feng smiled and said, Didn't I tell you before, if it grows like this now, it can only be ground into flour and steamed into buns. If it is planted again, you can break it off and eat it raw when the bracts are not yellow, or you can cook it and eat it. It is sweet, soft, and delicious. Mingguang couldn't help swallowing his saliva. If we plant them now, can we eat them tomorrow? Mu Feng smiled and shook his head. How is that possible? It will take at least 2 or 3 months, 70 or 80 days, right? Suddenly, the system in Mu Feng's mind said, Based on the environment around you, the corn will mature in 2 months. Mu Feng's heart moved. Can you still judge this? System. The system can make a comprehensive judgment based on the host's environment, and issue tasks based on it. Naturally, it can also judge the ecological environment around the host. Oh my God! So advanced! Mu Feng thought to himself. The maturity period is 2 months, so doesn't that mean we can eat green corn in 40 or 50 days? The system added. If you combine the wood path derivation technique with the earth thickness technique, this growth period can be shortened by half. Oh my God! Mu Feng exclaimed again, not only because of the power of the 2 spells, but also because he thought of the achievement points needed to exchange for the heavy earth spell. 5,000 points. 60 days has been shortened to 30 days. Mu Feng couldn't help but sigh. It seems like the skills CD in the game has become shorter. Mingguang heard Mu Feng say 70 or 80 days, and couldn't help but feel disappointed. So long? But he immediately laughed happily again. If these corns can really fill my stomach and are delicious, I can wait so long. After all, I don't have to risk going out hunting. Oh, this chicken soup is so delicious! Mingguang hurriedly approached Li Hu and shouted, Li Hu, your soup tastes almost as good as the one made by the chief. The rest of the tribe members also stretched their necks around the stone jars, looking intoxicated. Chapter 55 Planting Corn in Spring. The aroma of the chicken soup attracted the entire tribe because they had never smelled anything so fragrant. Mu Feng found it quite amusing to watch his tribesmen holding their bowls and waiting for soup. Baiye, who was cooking soup, attracted much attention. In front of everyone, he imitated Mu Feng's previous behavior and tasted the saltiness with a wooden spoon. Then he gave the spoon to Ji Yang, who was in charge of distributing food in the tribe. Only the fairest person in a tribe can be in charge of the utensils for distributing food, and Ji Yang is such a spoon holder. Ji Yang, who took the spoon from Baiya, was also very excited because he was about to distribute the most delicious food in the tribe so far. Don't be anxious, everyone will have a share. Ji Yang took a spoon and started to distribute the soup. Everyone got soup and chicken. Although there were only more than 20 chickens, each of them weighed about 10 or 20 pounds. The chickens they picked were all big ones. Plus a lot of bamboo shoots and mushrooms, so everyone's stone bowl was full and fragrant. For a moment, the entire Jiang clan was shrouded in a fragrant aroma, and everyone was holding stone bowls to drink soup and eat meat happily. This food tastes really good. So this is how you stew chicken in soup. Is this grass-like thing a mushroom? It tastes delicious too. It turns out that bamboo sprouts can be eaten. Mu Feng felt very satisfied as he watched the tribesmen gather together, holding stone bowls, some squatting or standing, drinking soup happily. He himself stood on the high ground holding a stone bowl and said, "Everyone has had the chicken soup now. Does it taste good?" Everyone responded in unison. "Okay." Mu Feng asked again, "Are the bamboo shoots and mushrooms in the soup delicious?" Everyone responded in unison. "Delicious." Mu Feng nodded with satisfaction. "Then what I want to tell you now is that not only mushrooms and bamboo shoots can be eaten, but there are many other things to eat in the wild. And we can grow these things ourselves." The Jiang clan members began to discuss. "Really? That's great. But how do we plant it? Didn't the chief say we should plant corn as well?" Hearing everyone's discussion, Mu Feng smiled and said, "Now I think everyone understands that in the future we will not only grow mushrooms, but also corn and many other things." Soon someone asked, "Chief, how do you grow corn?" Mu Feng smiled and said, "This is easy. After everyone has finished eating, we will plant corn to the west of the tribe." "Good!" The crowd cheered. Seeing that the tribesmen understood the necessity of growing corn, Mu Feng secretly congratulated himself for coming up with a good idea. After all, given the tribesmen's ability to understand, if you simply talk about the benefits of growing crops, they may not understand. Now, with just one meal and the addition of mushrooms and bamboo shoots, he made everyone understand that there is more to eat than just meat. There are also plants growing in the ground. Soon everyone finished eating and looked at Mu Feng eagerly. They now all understand that if they do as Mu Feng says, there will be endless delicious food in the future, and they won't have to worry about food anymore. Mu Feng nodded. "Everyone, bring your bone knives, go to the west of the tribe and dig up all the grass on that empty lot, and turn over the soil." So everyone did as Mu Feng said and started digging the soil with bone knives. Inspired by Mu Feng, everyone was full of energy, and worked very hard in digging the soil and picking the grass. So much so that not even a blade of grass could be seen on the ground that had been turned over by the tribesmen. "Oh my God, this is even better than plowing the land!" Mu Feng looked at the large piece of open space that was quickly cleared and couldn't help but sigh. "It should be about 2 or 3 acres, right?" Li Hu stood in the tilled land, looked around, and looked at Mu Feng in confusion. "Captain, now that the grass here has been cleared, won't the tribe be different from the jungle?" Mu Feng understood what Li Hu meant. The things in the tribe should be integrated with the surrounding environment. Only in this way will the tribe not appear too abrupt in the wilderness. Naturally, this will reduce a lot of unnecessary risks. He smiled and shook his head. "We are all going to farm, why should we act like a jungle?" After a pause, he added, "I know you're worried. Don't worry, we won't have to worry about any dangers from the wilderness and jungle in the future." After hearing Mu Feng's words, Li Hu was completely relieved. He nodded solemnly. "So how should we grow corn now?" "Let me teach you." Mu Feng took a bone knife and dug a small hole about 7 or 8 centimeters deep in the ground. He put a kernel of corn in the hole, covered the hole with the soil he had just dug, and stepped on it twice. Then he dug another hole about 10 centimeters away from the previous small hole and followed the same procedure. Then he raised his head and looked at the people around him. "From here to there, just plant in this direction." The Jiang clan members looked at each other, curiosity clearly evident on their faces. Li Hu scratched his head and said, "What if we keep planting over there?" Mu Feng was helpless. "Can't you start a new line?" This? Li Hu was embarrassed and still didn't quite understand. Mu Feng then dug another hole about 10 centimeters away horizontally at the location of the hole he had just dug. Then he pointed in a direction and looked at Li Hu. Do you understand now? Oh! Not only Li Hu, but everyone else understood now. But Li Hu asked another question. Great Chief, corn kernels can grow into corn when planted, but what about corn cobs? Mu Feng was completely speechless. Corn cobs can't be planted, they can be used as firewood. After a pause, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he grinned and said, No, crushed corn cobs can be used to grow mushrooms. Chapter 56 Cultivating Mushrooms. When everyone heard Mu Feng say that crushed corn cobs could be used to grow mushrooms, they were extremely confused. Baya blinked his big eyes and came closer. Brother Mu Feng, there is nothing here. How can we grow mushrooms? This is easy. Mu Feng recalled the details of cultivating mushrooms in a plastic greenhouse in his previous life and explained. Crush the corn cobs, find something to wrap them together to make a mushroom bag, then put the mushroom roots inside, poke a few small holes and stack them together. After a pause, he continued. But it's still a bit cold now, so the mushroom bags have to be kept in the cave and watered regularly. Can mushrooms grow in caves? White Fang asked in confusion. Yes. And mushrooms don't need much sunlight to grow, he explained patiently. In his previous life, when he was young, he cultivated mushrooms in his hometown and sold them for money. He used crushed corn cobs, mixed them with mushrooms, and piled them in a greenhouse with mud walls and plastic roof. If necessary, hay should be placed around to keep it warm, and no sunlight is required. Although there are no plastic greenhouses at the moment, caves can still solve the problem. As for the problem of insufficient temperature in the cave, it is also easy to solve. Just get some hay and make some smoke in the cave. They acted right away. Mu Feng left most of the people to plant corn, and took Baya and a dozen other people to make mushroom bags. The first thing to do is to crush the corn cobs. This is not technically difficult, you can just smash them with stones and the tribesmen are best at throwing and smashing stones. But how to make mushroom bags out of crushed corn cobs is a problem. We are now living in a primitive society. Where can we get plastic sheeting? Do I have to exchange it with the system? Mu Feng thought to himself. I just completed the task and got 300 achievement points, and I have to spend them again? In desperation, he had to communicate with the system to see if he could exchange it for a plastic bag. But after seeing it, he became resentful because the system could only exchange 10 plastic bags for him, and there was still a quantity limit. What a jerk! Mu Feng was completely speechless. He had actually forgotten the quantity limit. What can I do with 10 plastic bags? Since exchanging plastic bags didn't work, he could only think of other ways. After much thought, he had no choice but to find a bunch of thin branches himself, and asked White Fang to help him get some thin and flexible straw, and then started to make mushroom bags himself. He first broke 4 branches of similar length, and tied them into a square with straw. Then he made another one, both of which were about 10 centimeters square. After doing this, he broke off 4 branches about 20 centimeters long and fixed the 2 square wooden frames, thus forming a rectangular wooden frame. Then Mu Feng used branches to fix them on the wooden frame one by one, leaving only one side without wooden strips. In this way, a rectangular wooden box with one side open was made. After it was done, he supported it with his hands a few times and found it was still very solid, so he began to put corn cobs that had been broken into the size of soybeans into it. He would put the prepared mushroom roots every 3 or 4 centimeters. In this way, the mushroom bag is divided into 2 layers, with 1 mushroom root on each side and 2 mushroom roots on the long side, and it is ready. Finally, the thatched grass was used to seal the roof and fixed on it. Then it was put aside and another one was started. White Teeth, who was standing by, was watching intently. When he saw that Mu Feng had finally finished one, his eyes were filled with surprise and wonder. It's done already? Seeing the girl's big black eyes blinking, Mu Feng also smiled and said, Yes, that's how we make mushroom buns. Do you understand? Yeah. White Fang smiled sweetly, showing his beautiful white teeth. Why do you have to press it when you put corn crumbs in? Oh. Mu Feng was surprised, nodded and smiled. You looked very carefully. He patiently explained. When cornmeal is put together, there will be gaps in the middle, and it is difficult for mushroom roots to take root in it. Pressing the cornmeal can make it more compact, so that mushrooms can take root more easily and grow more easily. But these mushroom sacs are all blocked by tree branches? Baya frowned, very puzzled. No, Mu Feng said with a smile. See the small gaps between the wood strips? They will grow out from here. Really? Baya tilted his head, looking thoughtful. Mushrooms can grow from such a small gap. By the way, brother Mu Feng, how do you know this? Mu Feng was stunned for a moment, then he laughed and said, Didn't you see that mushrooms can grow out of wood? Wouldn't the gaps in the wood be smaller? That's right. White Fang bit his finger and stopped struggling. Then let's make mushroom buns. Yes. Mu Feng nodded. After everything is done, move the mushrooms to the cave. After 10 days or so, you can eat the mushrooms. So soon? Yeah, Mu Feng said with a smile. It's just a little troublesome. Someone will have to water the plants many times a day. Leave it to me. White Fang smiled sweetly. I love eating mushrooms. Yeah, okay, Mu Feng agreed. I think we can make 100 or 200 mushroom bags from these. We don't need to water them too much. Just keep them moist. I remember it. Okay then. Mu Feng smiled and stood up. I'll go talk to your father about how to catch the wild boars from Dongshan and raise them. Chapter 57. Can eggs be eaten? Mu Feng came to the west of the tribe again to find Lilyhu and Mingguang. The two were leading the tribesmen to water corn. After seeing Mu Feng coming, the two hurried over and said, Great Chief! Mu Feng nodded. Have you finished planting? Mingguang nodded. It has been planted, but everyone is still very curious about how to eat corn and when it can be eaten. No rush, Mu Feng said with a smile. We'll have to wait for 50 or 60 days. It's been so long. Lihu couldn't help but mutter. We still have to rely on other food in the meantime. Yes, Mu Feng nodded. Now the tribe has chickens and sheep. Every day the hunting team can bring back a few sheep and chickens. Is that enough to eat? That's enough. Mingguang laughed. We never knew before that we could catch prey without getting hurt. In addition to chickens and sheep, the hunting team also caught fish in Dalong Lake. After a pause, he scratched his head and said, I just have something to ask you, Chief. What's the matter? Mu Feng looked at him in embarrassment and asked puzzledly. It's fine to keep those wild sheep in the sheepfold. We can find someone to cut grass and break leaves to feed them every day as you requested. Lihu looked embarrassed. But those primitive chickens don't eat grass or leaves. Now we are feeding them fish, but there are too many of them, and we can't feed them all. Oh! Mu Feng slapped his forehead. I forgot about this. He only remembered telling Mingguang to feed the sheep with grass and leaves, but forgot to mention feeding the chickens. You have always used fish meat? Mu Feng felt incredible. Lihu looked puzzled. Didn't you catch the original chicken with fish meat the first time? Mu Feng was speechless, and said with a smile. Chickens not only eat fish, but also insects, flower seeds, earthworms, and so on. And they lay eggs faster after eating these things. Wait, have you gone to the chicken coop to pick up eggs these days? Eggs? Mingguang looked puzzled. What eggs? After a pause, he seemed to have thought of something and asked tentatively. Is it the shelled thing piled in the grass in the corner of the chicken coop? Mu Feng nodded quickly. Yes, that's the egg. Mingguang shook his head. I didn't pick them up. I went in to take a look the day before yesterday and accidentally broke a few of them. They were sticky and had a bit of a fishy smell. They didn't smell good. You didn't pick it up? Mu Feng asked. No, what's the use of that thing? Mingguang looked puzzled. Can it be eaten? Mu Feng was completely speechless. Those are eggs. They are delicious when cooked. They are also nutritious and can make the children in the tribe stronger. What? Mingguang was even more confused. But that thing smells bad, and no one knows how to eat it. Mu Feng was helpless, waved his hand and said to the two of them, Let's go and take a look. As he said this, he went straight to the chicken coop. Lihu and Mingguang hurried to catch up. When they arrived in front of the chicken coop, the tribesman in charge of watching over the chicken coop hurriedly saluted. Mu Feng waved his hand and went straight to the chicken coop. The stench of chicken manure, which was only found in the chicken farm in his previous life, hit him in the face. Li Hu and Ming Guang hurriedly covered their mouths and noses with their hands, but found that Mu Feng just fanned with his hands and came to a haystack. Just one glance and Mu Feng was so happy that he almost burst into laughter. There were no less than 200 eggs scattered in the haystack. These eggfish are slightly smaller than those in my memory from my previous life, but they are almost the same. There are also slight differences in color, with spots on the white or brown eggshells. That's it! Mu Feng laughed, ignoring the stench around him. Pick up all these eggs, cover them with dry straw, and put them in my cave. Don't let them get rotten! Ah? Mingguan couldn't help but say. Great Chief, how can we eat this? It doesn't smell delicious. Mu Feng smiled and said, Does the chicken smell good when you kill it? Mingguang finally understood, his eyes lit up. You mean eggs have to be cooked to be delicious? Mu Feng nodded. As for how to eat eggs, he could easily list 10 or 8 delicious ways to do it, but unfortunately, there were not enough ingredients. He thought for a moment before saying, I'll tell you how to eat eggs later. Don't just feed these primitive chickens fish. Ask the tribesmen to pick some wheat seeds and bugs from under the grass and throw them in for the chickens to eat. After a pause, he continued, After we catch the wild boar this time, we will also harvest the corn. We will keep enough seeds for the tribesmen to eat for a while, and use the rest to feed the chickens. Do chickens eat corn? Mingguang asked. Mu Feng looked strange, but he still said patiently, Yes, they will eat it, and they will like it very much. That's great. Mingguang smiled. As long as I'm not feeding the fish anymore. Mu Feng was stunned for a moment, then he realized that Mingguang still felt sorry for the fish in his heart. Okay. Mu Feng thought in his heart. It seems that fish is always more valuable than corn. Li Hu, who had been silent for a long time, finally asked the key question. Chief, how do we catch wild boars? Chapter 58. A strange way to catch wild boars. Great Chief! Li Hu and Ming Guan looked excited. Have you figured out how to catch the wild boar? The two of them now absolutely agree and support Mu Feng's words, because up to now, every time Mu Feng did something, they rarely understood Mu Feng's intentions. But the final results always surprised them. Well, there is a way. But it will be a little more troublesome this time. Mu Feng nodded. Trouble? The two looked at each other, then looked at Mu Feng. What method? The method is similar to the last time we caught wild sheep, but more things need to be prepared. It will also be much more troublesome to catch them, Mu Feng murmured. That doesn't matter. Mingguan grinned immediately. As long as you say we can catch them, no matter how much trouble we have, we are willing to do it. Yes, Li Hu responded quickly. Okay, Mu Feng nodded. Go peel the bamboo shoots that Bai dug and put them in the straw pile to cover them overnight. Then go to the West Mountain to pick locust flowers and elm flowers. The more the better. Sephora japonica, elm flower? I have already taught White Fan how to recognize it. Let her tell you how to pick the flowers. Mu Feng thought for a moment and said, Also, this time, let the tribesmen prepare more animal tendon ropes, bone knives, rattan nets, and also bring the hunting sticks from before. Yes, they both shouted in unison. Okay, let's start preparing. Mu Feng waved his hand. We'll set out early tomorrow morning and catch wild boars. Yes. Before dawn the next day, at Mu Feng's request, everyone was ready to go. Mu Feng asked someone to take out the bamboo shoots that had been covered with straw overnight, wrap them in the straw and put them in a cage to take away. Surprisingly, even through the thatch you could smell a strange odor. In addition to bamboo shoots, there are also locust flowers, elm flowers, and mushrooms that have not been eaten yet. All the 50-plus members of the hunting team went out, all carrying their equipment. Because they were going to catch wild boars and had already figured out the destination, they quickly arrived near the bushes where the wild boars were. What should we do now? Mingguang, who was walking at the front of the team, turned around and asked in a low voice. Mu Feng also lowered his voice and said, Everyone remember, no matter what you do next, don't make any noise, and keep the noise to a minimum. The people around nodded silently, looking at Mu Feng with shining eyes in the dim vision, waiting for his next instruction. Now, half of the people should dig traps here, Mu Feng whispered. Dig deep, at least 2 meters deep. Mu Feng pointed to a tree and indicated the location, then whispered. After digging, put a layer of branches and grass on top. Try to pull grass from other places. Don't disturb the grass around here, and then cover it with a layer of loose soil. Do you understand? Everyone nodded silently again. This was not the first time they had dug a trap. Good. Just dig 2 traps nearby. Once you're done, find a place to hide and wait for me to come back. Yes. Then Mu Feng turned to the other half and said, Now, Mingguang, follow me, and the rest of you, go to the cornfield. Mingguang understood what he meant and waved his hand. Quickly, half of the people followed him. They crouched and rustled their way towards the cornfield. When they arrived near the cornfield, Mu Feng chose a place not far from the exit of the bushes and drew a big circle. Then, without his command, Mingguang waved his hand and everyone came forward and started digging without saying a word. Mu Feng sighed in his heart that although the intelligence of the primitive tribesmen could not be compared with that of modern people, their execution of orders was absolutely uncompromising. This trap dug at Mu Feng's instruction was larger and deeper, more than 3 meters. After digging this trap, he directed his tribesmen to dig 2 more traps on the left and right sides of this trap, so that it was connected to the bush exit to form a closed space. In other words, after these wild boars come out of the bushes, they will face traps on 3 sides or return the same way they came. The last time he came, he had already looked around this large area of bushes. These wild boars really knew how to choose their entry and exit points. There were 2 or 3 entry and exit points that were relatively hidden and had sparse bushes. Except for some small wild boars, other places are basically difficult for large wild boars to pass through in groups. So the places he chose to dig traps were all places that big wild boars could enter and exit. Soon the traps in the cornfield were dug and buried. After all, there were so many people. Mingguang asked Mu Feng, Captain, what are we doing now? Mu Feng nodded. Pick up some corn cobs and throw them on the trap, then leave 10 people here, and the rest of you follow me back to Li Hu. 10 people? Mingguang was surprised and whispered. 10 people caught more than 40 wild boars? Yes. Mu Feng smiled and nodded. But you don't have to do anything. These 10 or so people just need to watch from the side and make sure the wild boar doesn't run out. After a pause, he smiled and said, As for the wild boars, if they return the same way, we don't have to worry about them. We may not be able to catch them all this time anyway. Yes. Mingguang nodded and picked out 12 strong men to stay with him. Mu Feng then took the remaining people back to Li Hu. Great Chief! Li Hu, who saw Mu Feng coming back from afar, waved secretly. Mu Feng came to him, nodded and asked in a low voice. Have you dug it? Well, we've dug it up. What should we do now? Li Hu asked in confusion. All these bamboo shoots, locust flowers, and elm flowers we brought are useless now. Wait, Mu Feng said with a smile. Wait. Li Hu looked confused. Chapter 59, Destroy the Nest. When Li Hu heard Mu Feng say, wait, he really waited there without saying a word. But he was very confused. He had clearly brought things like bamboo shoots and locust flowers, so why were they not being used anymore? However, Mu Feng did not explain to him. He just waited there, looking at the sun in the sky from time to time. Finally, when Mu Feng saw that the sun had risen and it was the same time as the wild boar went out last time, he whispered to Li Hu, Okay, now go and scatter some of the bamboo shoots and locust flowers you brought on the trap. Yes. Li Hu shouted in a low voice, and took a few people with him to crouch down and hurriedly sprinkle locust flowers, broken mushrooms, and elm flowers on the trap. But after sprinkling a layer, there is still a lot left. Li Hu turned back to look at Mu Feng. Captain, what should we do next? Mu Feng waved at him, indicating that he should give the cage to him, and Li Hu did so. Everyone else stay away, you come with me, Mu Feng said in a low voice. After saying that, he looked at the mark he had made earlier, determined the location where the wild boar had entered for the first time, turned around, and crawled in. Li Hu hurried to catch up. Mu Feng walked in the bushes, scattering bamboo shoots, elm flowers, locust flowers and chopped mushrooms on the ground. For a moment, the air was filled with a mixture of sourness, light sweetness, and a strange smell peculiar to mushrooms. Bait? Li Hu vaguely understood Mu Feng's thoughts. After walking for a long time, the two finally came to the open space where the wild boars were. Mu Feng squatted down, carefully reached out to push aside the bushes and looked inside, and found that just like last time, there were only a few big wild boars and a group of small wild boars around. Sure enough! Mu Feng nodded, turned around and grinned silently at Li Hu. Then, in Li Hu's extremely surprised eyes, he began to grab the bait that was a mixture of several things and threw it towards their location. Suddenly a wild boar not far away noticed, shook its head and looked around. Mu Feng immediately stood still, and immediately clenched the other bait that he was about to throw out, but did not make a move. The wild boar looked around for a while, but didn't find anything worth turning back to continue digging the ground. "Great Chief!" Li Hu shouted. "It's okay," Mu Feng said with a smile, and then scattered a few more handfuls. Then he turned around and signaled Li Hu to leave quickly. Li Hu was still in shock and turned around and walked out. Mu Feng also sped up and quickly returned behind Li Hu. Fortunately, they were safe along the way and returned to their hiding place smoothly. "Great Chief!" Li Hu shouted. "It was too dangerous just now. If we were discovered by the wild boar, we wouldn't be able to escape. Don't take risks if something like this happens again," Li Hu said seriously. "You are the chief of the tribe and the hope of the tribe." Mu Feng smiled and shook his head. "If I can't make the tribe stronger, what's the point of having me as the chief?" Li Hu was greatly shocked and looked excited. He was about to promise something when he saw Mu Feng immediately raised his hand to signal him to be quiet. He quickly bent down and pricked up his ears to listen to the movements around him. There was a noisy sound coming from the bushes. It was clearly a group of wild boars rooting around. "Here it comes!" Mu Feng said in a low voice. Li Hu was right beside him, so he naturally heard it clearly, and clenched his fists in excitement. Sure enough, after just a few breaths, a big wild boar poked its head out from the bushes they had just entered. Its little eyes rolled around and it looked left and right, obviously confirming whether the surrounding environment was safe. "You're quite careful!" Mu Feng didn't dare to breathe, for fear of accidentally scaring the wild boar. The big wild boar watched there for a long time before finally giving in. It turned its head and crawled out from the bushes. In fact, even if it doesn't come out, the wild boar behind it will squeeze it out. As soon as it showed up, the wild boars behind it rushed out in a panic like a dam bursting. Several big wild boars came out with them. Apparently the bait, which is a mixture of 4 things, tastes irresistible to all wild boars. As soon as they appeared, all the wild boars shouted as if they had discovered a new continent, and happily nibbled on the bait on the ground with their hooves. Li Hu was stunned. Yesterday, when he took White Fang to pick locust flowers and elm flowers, he realized that both flowers were sweet. When White Fang showed him that he could eat it, he was truly amazed. He didn't expect that wild boars also liked the light and sweet-smelling locust flowers and elm flowers so much. If that were all, then why are those bamboo shoots, which smell so sour to him, so popular with wild boars? Before he could react, the wild boars that had just appeared had eaten up all the bait near the bushes. Not surprisingly, all the wild boars saw that there were 2 large areas not far away filled with their favorite food. Then, as no one expected, the wild boars screamed and shouted as they rushed towards the 2 traps filled with mushrooms, locust flowers, and other baits. So, the scene of catching wild sheep was staged again. The first wild boar that rushed to the trap fell directly into the pit, and the wild boar in the middle was rushed into the trap by the wild boars behind it before it could react. As for the wild boar at the back, it was too late to turn around and escape. Because at this time Mu Feng no longer needed to give orders, some tribesmen had already rushed out, blocking the entrance to the bushes with sticks in their hands, and drove the wild boar that wanted to escape back to the edge of the trap. In desperation, several wild boars were driven into the trap again, and several big wild boars fled while howling. The Jiang clan members just took a look, yelled excitedly, picked up wooden sticks and chased the escaped wild boar. "Come back!" Mu Feng quickly stood up and shouted. At the same time, he came to the 2 traps and just took a look at them and was so happy that he couldn't stop grinning. "Oh my goodness! This time we've got the whole nest!" Chapter 60: The Man Who Traps the Pig. There were 2 big traps, with about 40 wild boars of different sizes. Except for 4 or 5 big ones that escaped, the rest all fell into the 2 traps. For a moment, there was chaos in the trap, and wild boars of all sizes kept screaming. Although it was noisy, none of the Jiang clan members felt annoyed. They all looked at the wild boar in the trap with red faces, extremely excited. "Great chief!" Li Hu looked at Mu Feng excitedly. "We have never caught so many wild boars before." "Yeah," Mu Feng laughed. He was also surprised that he could catch all the little wild boars by digging a trap. "Leave some people to put the little wild boar into the cage, and tie up the big wild boar with animal sinew ropes. Is that okay?" "No problem," the Jiang clan members shouted in unison. One of them shouted excitedly, "Don't worry, chief. If these wild boars were running around, we wouldn't be able to catch them. Now they are in the trap, they will definitely not be able to escape." "Okay then." Mu Feng nodded and looked at Li Hu. "Leave 15 people here to catch the little wild boar, and the rest of you follow me to Mingguang." "Yes." So this group of nearly 30 people was divided into 2 groups. One group stayed to catch the little wild boar, and the other group, led by Mu Feng, went to the cornfield. Before they reached the cornfield, they heard a commotion coming from the bushes from a distance. Interspersed throughout the voices were the shouts of the Jiang clan members and the grunts of wild boars. Mu Feng listened carefully, with a look of doubt on his face. He waved to the people around him and said, "Get your sticks ready! If a wild boar rushes over, just use the sticks to beat it. If you can knock it down, knock it down. If you can't knock it down, let it go." "Yes." So Mu Feng crouched down, holding his military shovel in his hand, and walked forward, pushing aside the bushes. Fortunately, the wild boar rush he imagined did not happen, and what came into view was a mess at the exit of the bushes. There were wild boars in the 3 traps that had been dug, but there were not many of them, only 6 or 7 in each. The rest were nowhere to be found. It just so happened that the 6 or 7 wild boars in each trap were all big wild boars. They raised their heads, bared their teeth, and roared at the Jiang clan members. From time to time, 1 or 2 wild boars would jump high in the trap, apparently trying to break out of the trap. However, Mu Feng breathed a sigh of relief when he saw their jumping height. It was only half a meter high, which was definitely not enough to reach the 3-meter height of the trap. The Jiang clan members were holding wooden sticks and surrounding the trap, yelling at the wild boar. Mingguang and 2 clan members were hugging their legs and groaning. Mu Feng took a quick step forward, squatted down and asked, "What's wrong, Uncle Mingguang?" Surprisingly, although Mingguang's leg was injured, his face was full of excitement. "Captain, look, we caught 21 big wild boars." "Yes, I saw it." Mu Feng shook his head helplessly. "Don't worry about the wild boar for now. Was this injury caused by the wild boar?" Mingguang grimaced, obviously in pain. "A big wild boar tried to run over just now, but I hit it on the nose with a stick, and it bumped into me, and that's it." "Let me see." Mu Feng supported Mingguang and tried to help him up. Mingguang let out an "ah," and beads of sweat the size of beans kept dripping down his face. Mu Feng quickly let go of him, carefully reached out to his leg, touched it, and a solemn look appeared on his face. Mingguang's leg was broken. But after just a moment's hesitation, he asked Mingguang to stay where he was, put his hand on his leg, and silently performed the Wood Dao derivation technique. After a while, Mingguang was able to stand up again. Mingguang got up from the ground by himself, stood up and thanked Mu Feng repeatedly. Mu Feng waved his hand and looked at the injuries of the other 2 people, but their injuries were lighter than Li Hu's. Mu Feng thought about it and used the Wood Dao derivative technique to treat them. The 2 people recovered as before and bowed to Mu Feng to express their gratitude profusely. "All right." Mu Feng stood up and said, "Let's get down to business. Quickly tie up these wild boars and take them away. Otherwise, when the wild boars come to their senses, it will be difficult for us to leave." "Captain, the problem is that these wild boars are too big to catch," Mingguang said helplessly. "We can't even set traps," he said with a helpless smile. "Before they were caught, I wanted to catch them all, but now there are only about 20 of them, and we have no choice." "Why not?" Mu Feng said with a smile. "Bring me the thickest and longest animal tendon rope I asked you to prepare." Beast tendon rope? Mingguang quickly handed it over. Here it is. I thought I wouldn't need it. How can it not be used? Mu Feng said with a smile, while making a noose with animal tendon rope. Then, in front of so many people, he held one end of the rope in one hand and used the other hand to rotate the animal tendon rope in his hand, and the noose loop danced into a circle in the air. This was the method of lassoing horses that he learned at the Door Conference on the Inner Mongolia Prairie in his previous life, but now he was using it to lasso pigs. The world is full of mysteries, and Mu Feng cannot explain them in just a few words. Then, while everyone was puzzled, he threw out the rope loop and put it on one of the wild boars with their heads raised high. Flutter! The rope loop was directly put around the wild boar's neck. Before it could react, Mu Feng pulled it in the opposite direction and tightened the rope buckle with both hands. What stunned the Jiang clan members was that Mu Feng just struggled like this, and the wild boar was actually pulled into the trap by him. Gudong! Someone swallowed and said, Chief, why is he so strong? Mu Feng shouted, What are you still standing there for? Help get this wild boar out! Chapter 61, The Redemption of the Monglong Tribe. The wild boar that the Jiang clan members had no way of catching was easily caught by Mu Feng's lasso. More than 20 large wild boars were tied up tightly. Jiang's people used thick wooden sticks to pass through the bound pig's feet, and then they worked in pairs, carrying the wild boars back to the tribe. When they passed by Li Hu's place, they had already caught the wild boar and finished it easily. There were 41 little wild boars, 4 big wild boars, and 21 big wild boars, a total of 66 wild boars. This does not include a large wild boar that was killed for resisting and 4 small wild boars that were crushed to death. 66, a very auspicious number. Mu Feng was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. He looked back and forth at the roaring wild boars and touched his nose. It seems that they are quite cruel. They have wiped out the nests of the small wild boars and caught half of the big wild boars. The people of the Jiang clan now regard Mu Feng as a god. They never thought they could catch so many wild boars at once. I wonder if the wild boar king will seek revenge? Mu Feng thought to himself. Wild boars have a strong desire for revenge. When living in the mountains in the previous life, the old farmer often dug traps and set clamps to catch wild boars. Once the wild boars escaped, the crops on the nearby hills would suffer. If this had happened in the past and the tribe had nothing, he would naturally not be worried. But now the tribe is planting corn outside, and if wild boars come and have fun, the cornfield will be in trouble. It seems like I have to think of a way to be on guard when I go back, Mu Feng thought. They quickly returned to the tribe. The Jiang clan members were excited when they saw the hunting team bring back so many wild boars at once. Great chieftain, great sage! The hunting team is heroic! God bless the Jiang! Mu Feng was speechless until he realized that praising and glorifying people always happens, just in different ways. Fortunately, this was not the first time he had seen this scene. He waved his hand to signal the tribesmen to retreat, and then led them to put the wild boars into the pigsty one by one. The wild boars that had just arrived in a strange environment were obviously restless, and they were raising their heads and howling in the pigsty. From time to time, wild boars tried to climb over the wall and escape. It's a pity that Mu Feng had prepared a stone wall for them that was 2 meters high and more than 1 meter thick, so no matter how much fun they had, they couldn't succeed. Mu Feng walked up the stairs outside the pen to the wall of the pig pen, and looked down at the wild boars raising their heads and roaring at him. He curled his lips and said, You guys can yell now, you will be quiet after a while. Sure enough, not long after, some wild boars had begun to adapt to the new environment, pouting and rolling on the ground. Mu Feng turned around and said to Li Hu and Ming Guang, Find a few people to watch over the pigsty. If there are pigs pushing against the wall, use sticks to open it. Otherwise, the wall will collapse. Yes. The two nodded. But, Chief, Ming Guang asked, scratching his head, what do wild boars eat? Mu Feng thought for a while and said, First, dig some bamboo shoots from the North Mountain and throw them in there. Then, find a few people to go to the cornfield and pick the corn to feed the pigs. Okay. Ming Guang nodded. I'll get someone to go over there and pick all the corn. Don't. Mu Feng waved his hand hastily. We can't pick them all. Leave some for the remaining wild boars. Why? Mingguang wondered. If you don't leave some food for them, they will run around and might even come to our place and cause trouble. Oh, Mingguang reacted. You are worried that the wild boar will come down the mountain to take revenge on us, right? Yes. Mu Feng nodded and said with a smile. Another point is that we can't catch all these wild boars at the moment, but it may not be possible in the future. Let them stay there, and wait until these wild boars stop making trouble, then catch the rest. Mingguang suddenly realized, his eyes lit up, and he began to grin. Mu Feng was just about to say something else when he saw a group of people coming to the cornfield outside the courtyard wall. There were about 20 of them, all carrying furs. They were looking hesitantly at the protective wall of the Jiang clan and stopped. A guest is coming, Mu Feng said with a smile. Huh! Li Hu and Mingguang looked back, and the expressions on their faces changed from joy to anger. Monglong tribe! And they ran out. Judging from their postures, they seemed to be ready to fight. Wait! Mu Feng shouted. They are here to exchange people, don't do anything! Li Hu and Mingguang had no choice but to reply yes, and then led their men to the tribe's gate to negotiate. As for Mu Feng, because of his status as the great chief, he needs to respect his status. And of course he would not go to the gate of the tribe to meet the people of the Monglong tribe. Soon, Mingguang came running and told Mu Feng, Chief, they brought 10 jars of salt and 100 furs to redeem us. So little! Mu Feng snorted coldly. Didn't I ask for double the amount? Well, Mingguang scratched his head awkwardly. We had less than 50 skins taken away before. Oh my God! Mu Feng secretly complained. This Monglong tribe is so useless. They robbed the Jiang family for 50 furs and almost wiped out the Jiang family. All right. Mu Feng waved his hands helplessly. Since they have already handed over their things, let them go. But, Li Hu said, their chieftain still wants to get back the bone knife and gold. Bone knife, gold weapon. Mu Feng snorted coldly. That's a nice thought. Give him a bone knife and gold weapon, and let them come to deal with our Jiang family in the future. Then, Mingguang hesitated. Let them go. Mu Feng waved his hand. Chapter 62 Changning comes again with fur and salt. The bright light goes and comes back. Mu Feng was puzzled. What's wrong? Didn't I tell you to let the people from the Monglong tribe go? No. Mingguang scratched his head. Great Chief, there is another group of people coming from outside the tribe. They are Yamato from the Blue Bird tribe. Kachangning? Mu Feng reacted. She brought people here? Yes. There are more than 100 people here this time, bringing a lot of furs. Mingguang looked excited. They really came to give us furs and salt. Mu Feng was also surprised. He didn't expect Kachangning to be so trustworthy and actually send him something. Let's go and take a look together. Yes. Mingguang turned around and walked forward towards the tribal exit. From a distance, Mu Feng saw that many tribesmen had gathered at the tribal exit, standing there and looking curiously at the two groups of people not far away. One group was from the Monglong tribe, and they were complaining miserably. The other group was from the Blue Bird tribe. They stood together and quietly looked at the people from the Jiang clan. The members of the Bluebird tribe, who were clearly different from those of the Monglong tribe, were all strong and robust, with their heads held high. They all looked at a girl standing in front of their team. The girl was wearing a white fur coat and a white hat, and had a tall and slender figure. She stood at the front of the entire Blue Bird tribe, with an armored earth dragon lying quietly beside her. She just stood there quietly, but attracted everyone's attention. Be it the Blue Bird tribe, the Jiang clan, or even the cursing members of the Monglong tribe, they all stared at the girl. It was as if she was there, naturally attracting everyone's attention. The girl seemed to have long been accustomed to such gazes and didn't care at all. She just stood on tiptoe from time to time to look into the depths of the Jiang clan, and then saw two people walking behind the crowd, Mu Feng and Mingguang. When she saw Mu Feng appear, a smile instantly broke out on the girl's originally calm face, like a blooming snow lotus. She shouted loudly, "Chief Mu Feng, it's me!" While shouting, she ran towards the entrance of the Jiang clan. "Yamato!" the people behind her exclaimed. Mu Feng, who had just walked out of the crowd, was a little surprised. He didn't know what was wrong with this girl and why she was so enthusiastic when she saw him. It seems like I'm not very familiar with you yet, Mu Feng thought to himself. However, when she saw the armored earth dragon behind her carrying fur on its back, she realized that the other party was delivering something to her, and she shouldn't hit someone who smiles at her. What's more, after the girl left last time, he was really worried for a few days, worried that she would bring hundreds or thousands of people to attack Jiang. So he smiled and said, "Hello, we meet again." Seeing that Mu Feng just responded to Changning calmly and there was nothing unusual, the people of the Blue Bird tribe finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Hello?" Changning was stunned for a moment. "What do you mean?" "I just want to say hello to you." Mu Feng didn't want to dwell on this question. "What are you doing here this time?" Changning laughed, revealing her white teeth like woven shells. She turned around and pointed at the armored earth dragons behind her. "Look, I kept my promise and brought you fur and salt. By the way, I would like to ask you for advice again." After a pause, she came close to Mu Feng again, breathing sweetly, and asked in a low voice, "Where are those people over there from? How did they offend you so much that you even took off their fur?" Mu Feng glanced at the people from the Monglong tribe and said with a curled lip, "They previously robbed our Jiang clan and took away our furs, causing our Jiang clan to almost be wiped out." "Ah?" Changning looked surprised. "How can such a weak tribe like them plunder your tribe? They can't even break through your protective wall?" "I asked my tribe to build this protective wall after they robbed us," Mu Feng said helplessly. "I became the chief after our tribe was robbed." "Just because of some furs and salt?" Changning wondered. Before Mu Feng could speak, Ming Guang, who followed him, spoke up. "They stole our sacred fire. But later the chief taught us how to make a fire." Mu Feng frowned. But Mingguang had already said it, and it was no use for him to deny it. "You can make fire?" Changning was stunned and asked in surprise. "Yes, everyone in my Jiang clan knows how to do it," Mingguang exclaimed again. "Ah?" Changning was shocked again. "Everyone in your tribe can make fire?" "Yeah." Mu Feng nodded calmly. There was no point in denying it anymore. "Can you teach me how to make fire?" Changning said with hope. "I brought you enough furs this time." As she spoke, she quickly waved and shouted to the people behind her. "Quick, bring down all the furs and the salt." Mu Feng looked at the bundles of fur, hesitating whether to teach or not. He thought about it and understood. The Blue Bird tribe was a large tribe, there must be fire, and the fire must have been preserved in batches. To him, whether he teaches or not, the Blue Bird tribe will have fire. For Yu Changning, what she valued was this method that allowed everyone to start a fire. In particular, Changning delivered furs and salt as promised, and did not bring his clansmen to destroy the Jiang family as he had worried about, which showed enough goodwill and sincerity. Thinking of this, Mu Feng smiled and nodded. "Okay, but you have to exchange it for something else." "That's great!" Changning cheered. Mu Feng smiled and looked at Changning. "Last time you came, I taught you how to make a javelin and how to fish by breaking ice. This time, you also need to learn how to make fire." Changning blushed slightly. "But look, I brought 300 furs and 30 cans of refined salt." Mu Feng burst out laughing. Although she spoke loudly, she was obviously lacking in confidence. But Mu Feng smiled and said, "These are not enough." Chapter 63: The Noisy Calls of Wild Boars. Changning was still overjoyed, and nodded heavily. "Yes. I will give you enough supplies." As if she was afraid that Mu Feng would go back on his word, she quickly waved to the people behind her, signaling them to move the fur and salt down quickly. "Where should the furs be sent?" Changning asked. "I'll ask them to help you move the furs in." "Great chief!" Mingguang looked at Mu Feng nervously. Mu Feng glanced at Changning and said, "No need, we can move it ourselves." Changning looked at Mu Feng, then looked towards the Jiang clan, and could only say honestly, "Okay." Mu Feng then said, "Okay, come with me and I'll teach you how to make fire." The soldiers behind Changning suddenly shouted, "Yamato, no!" Changning waved his hand and said, "It's okay. We are here to deliver furs and salt. We have no ill intentions." Mu Feng glanced at the soldier who was speaking, and then said, If you are worried, you can send a few people in, but not all of them. The soldier's eyes lit up, and he quickly turned around to pick someone and quickly stood behind Changning. Changning frowned slightly, noticing Mu Feng's displeasure. Mu Feng turned and walked into the tribe, never even looking at the Monglung tribe. In his opinion, with Li Hu's warning, the Monglung tribe would definitely not dare to come to the Jiang family again. Changning watched Mu Feng walk away, gritted his teeth and stamped his feet, then turned around and said, "You all don't have to follow me in, I can go there by myself." "Yamato!" someone shouted. "You can't." "Shut up!" Changning raised his eyebrows. "We are here to ask for advice, don't let them misunderstand us." "But—" "No buts!" Changning scolded. "If I don't even have this kind of courage, how can I help my father expand the tribe in the future?" The man said no more. Changning turned and walked into the Jiang clan. As soon as he passed the protective wall, Changning was immediately shocked by the scene before him. She hadn't seen the layout inside when she was outside just now. After coming in, she was shocked and her face was full of surprise. A 2-meter-high protective wall, 2 puddles filled with clear spring water, and unfamiliar wooden utensils placed in front of the thatched house. What surprised her even more was that at the foot of the mountain near the protective wall, there was something like a 2-meter-high wall. Although she didn't know what it was called, she could hear the noisy calls of wild boars inside the wall. Judging from the sound, there must be at least 50 wild boars. Changning clearly remembered that these were not available when he came here last time. Mu Feng noticed her shock and thought it was enough, so he turned around and said, "It's not that I don't want your people to come in, but there are too many of you this time. More than 100 people are enough to threaten the safety of my Jiang clan." Changning finally reacted to the changes in his surroundings, and said with an apologetic look, "I'm sorry, because I brought so many furs this time, I was afraid of accidents on the road, so I brought more people." After a pause, she bowed slightly and said, "Please teach me how to make fire." "Okay." Seeing Changning's humble attitude, Mu Feng nodded and said, "Making fire is actually very simple." As he said this, he waved to White Fang, who had been standing nearby without saying anything, and said, "White Fang, come and teach this sister how to make a fire." Baya, who was called by Mu Feng, was surprisingly nervous at this time, and his almond-shaped eyes, which were originally very bright, now looked a little timid. She came up to Mu Feng and called out, "Brother Mu Feng." Then he looked at Changning with a little nervousness. She couldn't help but feel nervous, because this pretty sister in front of her, who was taller than her, had prettier eyes than her, and wore softer fur, must be from the majority. Bringing so many people made my father and Uncle Mingguan a little worried. "She taught me?" Changning was surprised, and her beautiful eyes were full of doubts. "Yes." Mu Feng nodded and looked at Baya. "Baya, you teach her?" "Yes." Baya nodded, turned around and ran to get dry branches, rotten wood and animal hair, and started to make fire by drilling wood in front of Changning. Changning looked confused, but still looked at Baya without saying a word. She understood Mu Feng's purpose, which was to let Baya teach her. As long as Baya could do it, then she could do it too. She stared at White Fang's every step without moving. He held a dry branch in his hands and turned it quickly on the rotten wood, then put some hair on it, and blew gently. After a while, the smoke on the hair dissipated and a flame suddenly burned. "So simple?" Changning was surprised, and then he took some dry branches and rotten wood to start a fire. As expected, she also successfully got out of the fire. Changning was stunned. She had never thought that making a fire could be so easy. "You are truly a great sage." Changning bowed and saluted. "On behalf of the Blue Bird tribe, I once again invite you to join our Blue Bird tribe." After a pause, she continued, "With your wisdom and ability, I will recommend you to my father as the prophet of my Blue Bird tribe." "Prophet?" Mu Feng was surprised. He learned from the great chief system that tribes like the Jiang clan, because of their small population, only had leaders and chieftains, and no totemic beliefs or sacrificial ceremonies, let alone related personnel. Whenever there are such activities in the tribe, it is basically the chieftain or leader of the tribe who takes the responsibility. But it is different in large tribal alliances. Chiefs, leaders, prophets, priests, etc. all have clear division of labor. The prophet has an extremely independent status in a tribe. He is not subject to any supervision by anyone, but enjoys the highest treatment in the tribe. Changning looked at Mu Feng expectantly. On the other hand, White Fang secretly clenched his palms, his eyes full of tension and worry. But Mu Feng just smiled and shook his head. No need! Chapter 64, A Sassy Trick. Changning was surprised. She believed that if she invited people from other tribes to join the Blue Bird tribe, they would agree without hesitation. Because she has seen too many people who are willing to do many things that others are unwilling to do in order to join the big tribe. But the young man in front of him, named Mu Feng, refused without even thinking about it. You don't know how powerful the Blue Bird tribe is, do you? Changning asked tentatively. The people of my Blue Bird tribe no longer worry about food. All we do every day is herd livestock. Mu Feng nodded. I know that the Blue Bird tribe is more than a few dozen or a few hundred Jiang clans, but once it joins your tribe, the Jiang clan will lose its clan name. Besides that, everything the Jiang clan does will not be as you wish. Changning wanted to persuade him, but Mu Feng waved his hand and said, If you have nothing else to do, you can leave. Wait. Changning's pretty face turned red. If what I said offended you, please forgive me. After a pause, she bowed and said, Please teach me something else. Yes. Mu Feng nodded. According to the agreement, you can choose what you want to learn. As long as you are willing to exchange something for it, it's all right. But before that, we have to agree on what you want to exchange for fire making. Changning thought for a moment and said, You can ask for furs, salt, and other things. You can even exchange salt with people from other tribes for other things. Mu Feng's eyes lit up. Salt is definitely a good thing and is definitely a hard currency in this era. If the Jiang family had enough salt, they would definitely have an extra path for development. Mu Feng nodded. Then salt, 30 more cans. Okay. Changning took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and pointed to the well beside him and said, Can you teach me how to store water? You mean a well? Mu Feng nodded. I can teach you. This is called a well. If you dig deep, you can get water by yourself. The water is also cleaner than river water. How to make this thing? Changning's brows relaxed, and his eyes gradually brightened. This thing is not made, it is dug. Mu Feng shook his head. It needs to be dug very deep, and the surrounding area needs to be built with stones like this. Is it that simple? Changning frowned slightly, full of confusion. Digging a well is easy, but knowing where there is water underground is difficult. There's water underground? Changning frowned even more deeply, and couldn't figure it out even after careful thinking. Mu Feng shook his head and smiled. It's the water under the ground, but there's not water everywhere. You have to choose the place. Then how do we find a place with water? Mu Feng smiled and said, It depends on the terrain. Come with me. Changning hurried to catch up. Mu Feng was in front, explaining as he walked. I dug a well here because this is a place called a scooping ground, which is a gathering place surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. Do you see it? Changning looked in the direction of Mu Feng's finger, then looked at his own location. His eyes lit up with a strange light. Is that so? Then she asked excitedly, Is there any other place with water? Mu Feng thought of a possibility, that is, he was in a canyon area, a naturally easy to defend and difficult to attack place. If the Bluebird tribe had evil intentions and wanted to seize this place because of the water source. No, we have to lead them somewhere else, Mu Feng thought, but said with a smile on his face. But this kind of terrain has limited water, and can accommodate even fewer people, which is almost only enough for a small tribe like us. If there are more people, we have to go to other places. Beside the great river, springs of water flow continuously. The 2 ditches intersect, and the spring water flows. There are mountains facing each other, and there is good water under the mountains. The best place is flat land. You should try to choose a place with moist ground and low terrain, where there is usually groundwater. Got it? Mu Feng's introduction shocked Changning greatly. Her heart was in turmoil at this moment. She felt that what the young chief in front of her knew might not be known by the chief of her own tribe. Just by digging wells to find groundwater, he named no less than 10 ways, at least 3 of which corresponded to the locations of the Bluebird tribe. The Bluebird tribe is a large tribe. Although food is not a problem, drinking water is the tribe's top priority. She came here originally to ask Mu Feng for advice on weapons, but she didn't expect to gain such an unexpected skill. It would be great if he could join my blue bird tribe, Chang Ning hoped in his heart, his phoenix eyes sparkling, and when he looked at Mu Feng again, it was more than just excitement. Mu Feng naturally noticed that Chang Ning was behaving strangely, but he just smiled and shook his head. The reason why he was willing to tell Chang Ning in such detail was, on the one hand, that he wanted to lead the blue bird tribe to another place, and on the other hand, he also wanted to establish a good relationship. Chang Ning had no choice but to settle for the next best thing. Can you teach me how to make weapons? Weapons? Mu Feng frowned. Noticing Mu Feng's expression, Chang Ning immediately said, I'll give you 100 cans of salt. Mu Feng waved his hand. Let me think about what weapon to teach you. Chang Ning immediately kept silent. Mu Feng was indeed thinking, but he was not thinking about what weapon to teach, but how many to teach. He thought of the bad things that some countries had done in their previous lives. They produced the most advanced weapons and then sold some obsolete second-hand products to other countries to make money. By the way, the same is true of other industries in this country. They hold on to their most advanced technologies and give others technologies that they had eliminated decades ago. Doing so can not only make money, but also gain the friendship of those backward countries. The most important thing is that they have mastered the technical secrets of this backward country. Because they provided the technology, they are fully aware of its weaknesses and shortcomings. Once conflicts and competitions arise between the two sides in the future, they will be able to seize the initiative to defeat the enemy. Although this move is insidious, it is a good way to ensure a country's technological leadership. Thinking of this, Mu Feng already knew what he was going to do. He nodded and said, How about a bow and arrow? Bow and arrow? Chang Ning looked confused. What is that? Mu Feng nodded and grinned. Since you haven't heard of it, then let's use the bow and arrow. Chapter 65 The Simplest Single Bow. Mu Feng used to make a simple little bow out of willow branches, and putting it on a jute pole made it his favorite toy in his childhood. Later, he studied history and gained a detailed understanding of various cold weapons in history, including one of the earliest weapons in history, the bow and arrow. The material used to make bows and arrows is black bamboo. Black bamboo is flexible and hard. Now the javelins and bamboo forks in the tribe are made of black bamboo. In particular, he had originally planned to equip everyone in the hunting team with bows and arrows, so that they would have an extra weapon whether for hunting or self-defense in the future. For this purpose, he specifically called Li Hu and Ming Guan and asked them to watch from the side. Because although the bow and arrow he was going to teach was the simplest, it would also be the most commonly used in the tribe in the future. Taking Chang Ning's feelings into consideration, he also asked Li Hu to let 2 people from the Blue Bird tribe into the tribe. Otherwise, it would be bad if they were concerned about Chang Ning's safety and something unexpected happened. Mu Feng asked Mingguang to go to the North Mountain to look for some black bamboos, and then he started making bows and arrows at the entrance of his cave. He picked up a black bamboo about 1.8 meters long and raised his machete to prepare to chop the bamboo. But before he made the move, he frowned and thought for a moment. To appear more formal, he looked at Chang Ning and said seriously, Kuchning, before I teach you how to make a bow and arrow, there is something I need you to promise me. Chang Ning saw Mu Feng's seriousness and immediately reacted, saying seriously, You go ahead. I can teach you the bow and arrow, but I don't want such weapons to be used by your Blue Bird tribe against my Jiang clan in the future, Mu Feng said while staring into Chang Ning's eyes. If you can guarantee that the arrows will not point at me, Jiang, in the future, I can teach you. If not, then I can't teach you, Mu Feng said righteously, but in his heart he was thinking, If you really dare to attack me, Jiang, I will make you regret it. Everyone around felt Mu Feng's sudden seriousness and dared not breathe a word. Especially Li Hu and Mingguan, they clearly heard another meaning from Mu Feng's words. Bows and arrows are very likely to threaten Jiang family in the future. But if that's the case, can't the chief just not teach her? Li Hu thought to himself. At the same time, he glanced at Mingguan and found that he was also full of confusion. On the other hand, Chang Ning was stunned at first, frowning. After a while, she seemed to suddenly think of something, with a look of surprise in her eyes. Then she nodded heavily, one hand on her chest and one pointing to the sky. I swear by the blue bird totem of my tribe, if I learn the art of bow and arrow, I will never point at a single blade of grass or tree in the Jiang family. If I break my oath, my blue bird will never be able to fly in the sky. Yamato! The two people who followed and shouted at the same time. Before they could finish their words, Chan Ning waved his hand to interrupt them. Shut up! Mu Feng looked into her eyes. Her beautiful pupils were full of solemnity and sincerity. He nodded. Okay, I believe you. In this way, Chan Ning's promise, the reaction of her people, and Mingguang and Li Hu's confusion were all in sight. Mu Feng laughed secretly in his heart. In this case, she can't help but believe that this is a powerful weapon. But it takes a long time to make a bow. White Fang, go prepare some food, let's make soup, Mu Feng ordered. Yes. White Fang quickly retreated and prepared. So Mu Feng picked up the machete, split the black bamboo in half, and then took up one half and split it again, getting a bamboo piece. He took the bamboo piece and began to shave off the excess parts, grinding the entire surface of the bamboo piece smooth until it became a smooth bamboo piece about 5 or 6 centimeters wide. What he wanted to make was a single-piece bow made of a bamboo strip, which was actually just the simplest kind of bow. Li Hu, make a fire! Mu Feng ordered. Li Hu, who was watching obediently at the side, quickly made a fire. Mu Feng took the bamboo strip and placed it over the flame to roast it. The roasting position was about 1/5 of the end of the bamboo strip. What is this for? Changning couldn't help but ask. Bake the bamboo until it is soft, so that it can be bent. Mu Feng took the bamboo strips from the flames, held them in both hands and tried pressing them on the ground. Sure enough, an arc appeared that exceeded the normal curvature of black bamboo. However, Mu Feng only bent it slightly a few times and then stopped using any force. Instead, he placed it on the fire and continued to roast it. This process was repeated no less than 7 times, and it took more than an hour before Mu Feng successfully bent one end of the bamboo strip. Then he followed the same procedure, roasting the other end of the bamboo strip until it was soft and bent. Finally, he placed the middle 3/5 of the bamboo piece on a stone platform, and tied the exposed 1/5 on both sides of the bamboo piece with an animal tendon rope, with stones of similar size hanging below. After doing all this, he clapped his hands, sniffed the fragrance in the air, and said with a smile, Eat! Are the bows and arrows ready? Chan Ning was puzzled, his handsome eyebrows twisted into knots, and it was obvious that he didn't see how such a thing could be considered a weapon. Not yet, Mu Feng said with a smile. Let's shape the bow first. We can continue after dinner. Oh! Chan Ning finally reacted, sniffed his nose, and his eyes lit up. What is this? It smells so good. Chapter 66. The Cat Teaches the Tiger to Keep a Trick. The aroma of the chicken soup once again amazed Chan Ning. It was her first time drinking chicken soup, and she loved the bamboo shoots and mushrooms in it. She didn't care about her image at all when drinking the soup. Even the 2 Blue Bird tribe members who had always been proud of their status stopped acting so arrogantly after smelling the aroma of the chicken soup. They just held the stone jar and focused on eating the meat and drinking the soup. Is this the stew you mentioned? Changning held the stone jar in her hands, a lasting blush on her face, and her long eyelashes blinked. Mu Feng smiled and asked, How is it? Is it delicious? Yeah. Chan Ning nodded, blinking his beautiful eyes, full of curiosity. How do you know so many truths? Unconsciously, the way she addressed Mu Feng changed from you to you. Mu Feng smiled and pointed to his head. When you have nothing to do, just think about it, and you will understand. Is that so? Chan Ning tilted her head, imitated Mu Feng, and frowned, saying, There's nothing. What do you think? Ha ha! Mu Feng laughed and shook his head, putting down the stone jar in his hand. That's not what you think. Then what should I think? Chan Ning was puzzled. You'll understand it when you think about it slowly in the future. Mu Feng turned to the bamboo piece, picked it up in his hand, and found that the 2 ends of the hanging piece were almost bent. It seems that the bending and flexibility of black bamboo are better than I expected. Mu Feng nodded. Okay, the bow body is ready, now let's put on the bowstring. What is a bowstring? Several people looked at Mu Feng in surprise. Mu Feng did not explain, and directly said, "Mingguang, give me a tendon." Mingguang quickly handed him one. Mu Feng took the animal tendon rope, first used a tool to drill a hole at both ends of the bamboo, then passed the animal tendon through one side, tied it up, and tied a firm knot. Then he put the tied end on the ground, clamped the bough with his legs, grabbed the tendon with one hand, and pressed the other end of the bough with the other hand. With both arms exerting force, he carefully passed the tendon through the hole on the bamboo and tied a knot. A bough made of black bamboo strips is made in this way. Mu Feng held the bough in one hand and plucked the bowstring with the other, and a buzzing sound came from it. "Well, the elasticity is good." Mu Feng nodded. Chang Ning on the side was delighted. "Is the bow and arrow ready? But how do we use it?" Mu Feng smiled and said, "The bow is ready, but we still need arrows." How about making the arrow?" Chang Ning was surprised. "The arrow is easy." Mu Feng picked up the machete, selected a thin green arrow, sharpened one end, about 1 meter long, and then put it on the bowstring. "This is an arrow, is it that simple?" Chang Ning wondered. "How do I use it?" Mu Feng looked around and saw a big tree about 20 meters away with many big white flowers blooming on it. Mu Feng smiled and said to Chang Ning, "Did you see that flower?" "Flowers?" Chang Ning looked in the direction of Mu Feng's finger and nodded. "I see them. What's wrong?" "Yes." Mu Feng smiled and nodded. "I give it to you." As he spoke, Mu Feng knocked the arrow, drew the bow, aimed sideways, and took a deep breath. At the same time, he silently said in his heart, "My posture should be cool. I can't fall behind in my studies at the Arrow God Club." When several people saw Mu Feng's strange behavior, they held their breath and watched his every move carefully, not daring to make a sound. Mu Feng smiled slightly, closed one eye, aimed with only one eye, and released his right hand holding the arrow. With a whoosh sound, the bamboo arrow flew out and flew straight under the flower. Snap! The flower branch was broken by the arrow, and at the same time was driven forward and upward for a distance. "Ah!" Chang Ning screamed. From Mu Feng drawing the bow and arrow, to aiming and shooting, to the arrow cutting the flower branch, she saw and remembered the whole series of actions. The look and behavior he showed just now were even more heroic than Aguile's. Chang Ning thought to himself, and lowered his head unconsciously, with a blush on his ears. "Why is my face so hot?" Chang Ning thought to himself, completely ignoring the shock that the bamboo arrow brought him. On the other hand, the others, Li Hu, Mingguang, and the 2 people from the Blue Bird tribe, all opened their eyes wide in shock. "This is the bow and arrow, it has such power!" As a headhunter, Mingguang naturally understood the meaning of it. Flying arrows can break flower branches, so they can naturally hit other targets, such as the most vulnerable parts of wild beasts. The 2 people from the Blue Bird tribe were even more shocked. What they thought of was that if such a weapon was used against the enemy, once such a thin and fast weapon was fired, how could the enemy defend against it? "Yamato!" The 2 shouted in unison. "This bow and arrow will be of great use to our Blue Bird tribe." Chang Ning finally woke up from her inexplicable shyness and realized the significance of Mu Feng's arrow. "This is the power of the bow and arrow." Chang Ning looked around with her beautiful eyes shining brightly. Mu Feng touched his chin. The effect seemed to be quite good, but only he knew that this was just a single-blade bow. If it really came to the battleground between the 2 armies, only the other side had armor. The bow and arrow with such power would not be much stronger than tickling. If someone is very strong, such a bow will break when pulled, and you will need a 2-piece bow, a 3-piece bow, or even a more complex combination bow. But he naturally wouldn't say these. As the saying goes, a cat teaches a tiger by keeping something back. Mu Feng smiled and nodded at Chang Ning, then handed the arrow to Mingguang, indicating that he should try it too. Mingguang tried several times, but only once he managed to fly past the tree trunk, which made him feel a little discouraged. Chang Ning's eyes were full of brilliance, and he was eager to try. "Can I try?" Mu Feng nodded. So Chang Ning took the bow and arrow, and imitated Mu Feng in how he drew the bow and drew the arrow. Then he turned around and looked at Mu Feng, full of questions. Mu Feng understood and nodded, saying, "Close one eye, and open the eye on the hand holding the arrow. Make sure your eye, arrow tip, and target are all in one line, and then shoot." Changning did as he was told and acted decisively. With a whoosh sound, the bamboo arrow hit the trunk of the tree. I got it! Changning cheered, laughing and shouting excitedly in front of Mu Feng, her pretty face full of surprise. Chapter 67 Blame Me. Changning learns very quickly and has quite some talent. What a pity that he is not from my Jiang clan, otherwise I would really teach him everything I know. Mu Feng thought with some regret in his heart. Mingguang looked a little embarrassed, lowered his head and said in shame, I'm sorry, Chief. It doesn't matter. Mu Feng smiled and waved his hand. It's great to hit the target the first time, but you can be very accurate with more practice in the future. Mingguang finally felt relieved and nodded heavily. Changning looked at the bow in her hand and was shocked again. She shouted, This is a bow and arrow. Yes. Mu Feng nodded. You have seen the power, so I asked you to promise me before. Changning finally reacted and immediately bowed. Great Chief, don't worry, my Bluebird tribe has always been trustworthy. When I return to the tribe, I will inform everyone in the tribe of today's promise. Okay. Mu Feng nodded and smiled. I believe you. Changning was delighted, his eyebrows curved, and he smiled and said, I still have some questions about bows and arrows and I want to ask the chief. You say. I tried it just now, and the bow and arrow are very powerful. But if such a bow and arrow is used by someone with great strength, will it break immediately? Mu Feng was surprised and thought that Changning had really hit the nail on the head. Anything related to bows and arrows would definitely involve the amount of strength required to shoot the arrow. But at the moment he couldn't say everything, he just smiled and nodded, saying, There's nothing we can do about it, this is how bows and arrows are made, they are powerful but easy to break, so you have to control the strength when using them. Oh! Changning seemed to have an epiphany, his eyes lit up. I understand. All right. Mu Feng waved his hand. I've learned how to make fire, how to dig a well, and now I've learned how to use a bow and arrow. Is that enough? It seemed that Mu Feng was asking for her opinion, but in fact he was already issuing an order to evict her. Changning naturally understood, and bowed and said, I have learned so much this time, I am afraid I can't remember more. Thank you, Chief. Mu Feng was surprised and looked at her deeply. He sighed again that Changning's intelligence was really outstanding compared to this era. He nodded and smiled. Okay. Changning once again took it seriously, and placed her right hand across her chest, just like the way Mu Feng had done when he first met her, with a humble attitude. Great Chief Mu Feng, this time my Bluebird tribe was not well prepared. I will come to ask for advice next time. If there is anything you want, you can tell me. As long as my Bluebird tribe has it, we will do our best. After hearing this, Li Hu and Ming Guang showed excitement on their faces. Mu Feng thought about it, nodded and said, Okay. I heard you say before that the tribesmen don't need to hunt now, and they just graze livestock every day, right? Oh? Mu Feng nodded and said, Can you tell me what livestock you have? Changning nodded. The livestock that my Jiang clan herds include sheep, horned deer and curved horn cattle. Deer cattle? Mu Feng's eyes lit up. How many do you have? Can you give us some? You want curved horn cattle and horned deer? Changning frowned slightly and asked in confusion. Don't you want anything else? Not for now. Mu Feng shook his head. If possible, you can bring fur, salt, cattle, and deer to our tribe next time. Okay. Changning looked at Mu Feng deeply, without saying anything more, and saluted again. I remember it. Thank you again, Chief. I will come to ask for advice next time. Having said that, Changning turned around and took the two of them and left the Jiang clan without stopping. After watching Changning leave, Mu Feng looked at Li Hu and Ming Guang and asked, Have you learned it too? The two nodded excitedly. We have learned it. If everyone in our Jiang family can hold one of these weapons, let alone one Monglong tribe, even if there are 10 or 8 Monglong tribes, they will not be our opponents. Yeah. Li Hu also rubbed his hands excitedly, and looked at the bow and arrow in Mu Feng's hand. Great Chief, I also want to try the bow and arrow. Okay, take it. Mu Feng nodded. Also, you two should try to make a bow and arrow first. If you don't understand, come and ask me. When you can make it, you can teach others. Also, If you meet someone who is very strong, tell me that this bow is not suitable and I need to make a more complex one. More complicated? Mingguang wondered. Didn't you say that bows and arrows only have this kind? Ha ha! Mu Feng shook his head and laughed. That's because Kuchongning is a foreigner, and what he taught her was only the simplest bow and arrow making method. Ah? The two were shocked. I thought. Li Hu blushed. I thought the method you taught her was the most powerful one. What if they turn around and attack our Jiang clan? The most powerful? Mu Feng shook his head. We're still far behind. Those who are strong can use a 2-piece bow or a 3-piece bow. If you're not strong enough, there's a combination bow. At this point he smiled and said, 2-piece bows and 3-piece bows are made by tying several pieces of bamboo together. You can try it. Yes. The two people left happily. After the two of them left, Mu Feng secretly shook his head again. In addition to the bow, the arrows also have to be particular. Bare bamboo arrows are easy to miss. They probably didn't think of adding feathers. And opening the blood groove. I can't help it. We are from different tribes. You can't blame me for not telling you the whole story. Mu Feng shook his head and was about to turn around and leave when he found that Baya was still standing next to him. White Fang? Mu Feng asked in confusion. Why are you still here? You don't need to be busy anymore. Brother Mu Feng. Baya was a little timid. I also want to learn how to make a bow and arrow. Look at that sister from the Blue Bird tribe, she can shoot arrows. Is that so? Mu Feng said with a smile. Okay, I'll teach you. Great! White Fan cheered, his pretty face full of excitement. After more than an hour, Mu Feng finally explained all the details of making the bow to Baya, and Baya left happily. After Baya left, Mu Feng communicated with the system in his heart. System, hand in the task. System. Solve the tribe's survival problem. Mission completed. Get 500 achievement points. The production of bow and arrow is completed, and 300 achievement points are obtained. Complete the javelin crafting mission and get 200 achievement points. The current achievement points are 1,300 points. Oh my god, why did I only get the javelin mission achievement now? Mu Feng exclaimed. System. The task can always be turned in, but you didn't see it. Oh my god, is it my fault? Mu Feng was surprised. Chapter 68 Lard Soap. After seeing Changning off, Mu Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although Changning has always treated him well, the same may not be true for those in her tribe. After all, just think about it, and you will understand that Changning is like the apple of a big tribe's eye and has an extremely respected status. How could she be humble and polite to Mu Feng in such a small tribe? The reason why Mu Feng was willing to teach her some advanced techniques was not only because he wanted to exchange them for supplies for the tribe, but also because of her good attitude. After all, the other party has such a good attitude and has never bullied the weak. There is no need for him to put on airs and make enemies for the Jiang family. As for the Monglong tribe, Mu Feng never took it seriously from beginning to end. Otherwise, he would not have sent only Li Hu to send the Monglong tribe away. After seeing off the two groups of people, Mu Feng handed in the task in the system, looked at the props and skills that could be exchanged, and wanted to exchange them for some modern things. But when he saw that a small bag of toothpaste cost 200 achievement points, he decisively gave up. After all, you can use salt to brush your teeth, and as for other things, you can just be patient. It's so sad. Mu Feng felt sorry for himself. After all, I am the chief of a department, but my life is so miserable. But the actual reason is that he now fully realizes the importance of achievement points, and he has to live frugally. Also, now that he has caught the wild boar, he can also make some toiletries by himself, which can also earn him achievement points. Haha! Mu Feng looked at the make soap task written on the system, and could get 200 achievement points. He couldn't help but calculate it in his mind. To exchange for toothpaste or something, you have to buy at least 200 points, and it's not permanent. But the ones I made myself can not only be used for a long time, but also earn 200 achievement points. So, I earned 400 points in total. It turns out that I am so suitable for living. Mu Feng sighed. When the Monglong tribe wanted to rob the Jiang family again, Mu Feng lamented that the mental outlook of the Jiang clan members needed to be improved. Now that the crisis of the tribe has been resolved, this matter has to be put on the agenda. If you want to change the mental outlook of the tribesmen, you need to start from two aspects. One is external, and the other is internal. When your outward appearance improves, you'll feel refreshed and different. When he thought of the disheveled appearance of his tribesmen, he couldn't help but secretly complain, and he even couldn't stand his own image. Let's make soap! Mu Feng made the decision. Let's make everyone cleaner first. Otherwise, it would be a pity for Baiya's pretty face. He immediately started preparing materials for making soap. The materials for making soap are also very simple: pig pancreas and wood ash. Wood ash was readily available, and pig pancreas was also easy to obtain. He could just go and ask for it. He was responsible for the distribution and slaughter of prey in the tribe. He remembered that one of the wild boars he brought back in the morning was already dead. According to Mingguang, he would hand it over to Jiang to deal with it later. After finding Jiang, Mu Feng asked for a large piece of pancreas and lard fat. However, after seeing the wild boar that Jiang was dealing with, he felt bad all over. Because under Jiang's processing, the meat from the wild boar was indeed removed to the maximum extent, but the rest of the pig's offal was thrown away. These include pig heads, large intestines, pig blood, and so on. Braised pig's head, dried pork intestines, sour and refreshing pig's blood dish. Mu Feng felt his heart bleeding. It's just a waste. However, he was helpless when he saw the pig offal that had been contaminated with too many pickled foods. With no other options, he could only say, "Don't kill any more wild boars for now. There are many things you throw away that can be made into delicious food." Jiang looked confused, but he knew that the chief would not do anything without a purpose, so he nodded and agreed. Mu Feng carried the pig pancreas back. In fact, pig pancreas is somewhat similar to lard. If he wanted to make soap, he could only use pig pancreas. As for the oil, of course it has its uses too. The two should be separated. But this was not a problem for Mu Feng. He directly spent 300 achievement points to exchange for a basic cooking skill, and imprinted the processing methods of various ingredients in his mind. There is no way. Even if he wants to tighten his belt now, he still knows that what should be spent must be spent. He first found some ready-made wood ash, put it in a stone jar, added water and stirred it evenly. Then he gritted his teeth and spent 50 achievement points to exchange for a piece of fine gauze from the system. Then he used gauze to filter the water mixed with wood ash to obtain wood alkali water. He lit a fire, put it on the filter and boiled it to further concentrate the alkali water. Finally, he separated the pancreas from the lard, put the pig pancreas in a stone jar, put it on the fire and started to refine the oil. When the two stone jars made a hissing sound at the same time, Mu Feng frowned and thought for a while, then hurriedly grabbed a handful of locust flowers that Baiya had brought over and put them into the jar of wood ash water. You know, the combination of lye water and pig pancreas is the oldest method of making soap. However, the soap made in this way often has an oily smell. Now he puts locust flowers in it, hoping to use the fresh fragrance of locust flowers to cover up the fishy smell. Sure enough, a sweet and fragrant floral scent soon wafted out of the lye water jar. Mu Feng watched it simmer for a while before picking out all the locust flowers with chopsticks and pouring the prepared pig pancreatic oil water into the concentrated alkaline water. Finally, Mu Feng took chopsticks and stirred the stone jar, continuing to heat it. The pancreatic oil and alkaline water are quickly saponified and become a light yellow viscous paste. Smelling the faint floral scent and the unique smell of soap in the air, Mu Feng turned off the fire and grinned. It's done! Chapter 69: Delicious Lard and Scrambled Eggs. The soap paste became thicker and thicker. Mu Feng turned off the fire, scooped it out, put it in a small jar and waited for it to cool, then rolled it into a square. It's a pity there is no mold, otherwise it could be made into a different shape. System, hand in the task. Make soap and get 200 achievement points. The current achievement points are 1,150 points. Alas, I wanted to get more, but after spending 350 achievement points, I ended up with less. Mu Feng lamented. Fortunately, the 300 points can be exchanged for long-term cooking skills, so it's not a loss. Unfortunately, his current cooking skills are really A hero without a place to use his skills. There is a shortage of various ingredients. No! Now that I have cooking skills and wild boars, I can't stop eating good food just because I lack the ingredients. Otherwise, what's the point of my cooking skills? We've been working so hard for so many days, why don't you let us enjoy ourselves? But when he looked around the cave, he couldn't help but feel sad and angry. The only comfort now is the oil residue. He remembered that when he was a child, in order to save money on oil, his family would spend a few dollars to buy lard and fry it in a pan. The fried oil residue was so fragrant. The children were greedy and could not resist the smell of oil residue, so they hoped that the adults would be in a good mood and reward them with 2 pieces of oil residue. He was torn between eating 1 piece of the oil residue and feeling it was too little, but also being reluctant to eat 2. The oil residue is crispy in the mouth, and the fragrance is full between the lips and teeth. At that time, Mu Feng was looking forward to the day when he could fry the oil residue himself and eat as much as he wanted. Now, the wish has come true not on modern Earth, but in this primitive society in an unknown place and time. Fortunately, the simple surrounding conditions and the scarcity of food further highlight the deliciousness of the oil residue. Mu Feng cleaned the pig fat, heated the stone pot and started refining the oil. Watching the stone jar, slowly, smoke and finally getting hot, he couldn't help but complain again. This stone jar is too thick. I have to think of a way to make some thin pottery. He still remembered that the task of making pottery seemed to be 300 points. The oil made a sizzling sound in the stone jar, and soon an extremely rich aroma wafted out. Mu Feng squatted in front of the jar, took a deep breath, and smelled the aroma of the oil residue with great intoxication. He squinted his eyes and said with satisfaction, "This is the smell, very refreshing." He sniffed the aroma of the oil residue several times before opening his eyes and using chopsticks to stir the oil residue. He picked up a yellowed piece and took it out. The oil residue just out of the pot is still sizzling and steaming. Mu Feng blew on it, and seeing the heat fade away, he quickly put it in his mouth. But the oil residue was still a little hot, so he pursed his lips and rolled his tongue back and forth, just enough to adapt to the heat of the oil residue, and then he chewed it with relish. "It smells so good!" Mu Feng couldn't help but praise. At this moment, a cute voice rang out. "It smells so good, Brother Mu Feng. What delicious food are you making?" Mu Feng turned around and saw Baiya standing at the entrance of the cave with a jar of food in his hand, bringing him food. "Hey, White Fang!" Mu Feng swallowed the oil residue in one gulp, stood up and said, come on, I have something delicious for you to try." "Delicious?" White Fang's eyes lit up and dimples appeared on his face. "What delicious food is this? It smells so good. You'll know if you try it." As he spoke, Mu Feng picked up another piece of burnt oil residue from the stone jar and turned to hand it to Baiya. White Fang reached out to take it. Mu Feng quickly shouted, "It's hot!" Baiya was startled and quickly picked up another pair of chopsticks, blew on them a few times, and then put them in his mouth. "Oh, it smells so good!" White Fang pursed his lips and fanned his mouth with his little hands. He obviously felt hot, but he couldn't bear to spit it out because it smelled so good. After a while, she finally swallowed the oil residue, then stuck out her tongue and asked curiously, "Brother Mu Feng, what is this? It smells so good?" "Lard residue," Mu Feng said with a smile. "It's the fat from the pig." As they were talking, Li Hu and Ming Guang also came to the cave entrance. "Great Chief, what are you eating? Why does it smell so good?" "Oh my God!" Mu Feng complained. "Are you all born in the year of the dog? You actually smelled the scent and came here." But he was just thinking about it, and naturally didn't take it seriously. Instead, he smiled and said, Come on, the fat residue fried from the wild boar smells delicious." "Ha! We just wanted to try it, thank you, Chief." The two of them didn't hesitate to come in and pick up the oil residue with chopsticks to eat. As a result, Li Hu accidentally burned his mouth by not noticing that the temperature of the oil residue was too high. Even so, he couldn't help vomiting after eating the oil residue for the first time. He covered his mouth and screamed, "Whoa," which was very funny. "Dad!" Baiya was a little helpless. He frowned slightly and stamped his feet, looking very cute. Mu Feng suddenly had an idea and said with a smile, Wait a moment, I'll let you try another delicious food. Ah, there are more delicious things. White Feng's eyes blinked like stars, full of anticipation. Scrambled eggs. As he spoke, Mu Feng picked up a clean stone jar, put it on the fire and started heating it, then scooped a little lard that had not yet solidified into it. There was a crackling sound on the stone jar. Mu Feng hurriedly ran outside the cave and picked up a lot of wild onions, peeled and washed them, cut them into sections, and quickly put them into a stone jar. He quickly used chopsticks to stir it twice, and in an instant the aroma of lard and onion filled the entire cave. This? Baya and the other two were stunned. Mu Feng turned around and took a few eggs, beat them and put them in a stone jar. He stirred them a few times and the eggs solidified into lumps. Then he pinched a little salt and sprinkled it in, and moved the chopsticks a few times before serving it out. A plate of modern fried eggs with lard and wild onions is ready. Baya, Li Hu and Ming Huang all drooled at the yellow and fragrant scrambled eggs. Chapter 70. You look like this. That night Baya and the other two had a meal at Mu Feng's place. It's no wonder they do, because scrambled eggs are so delicious. Wild boar oil, wild onions, pheasant eggs, which one is not the most original and top quality ingredient? Moreover, the scrambled eggs were cooked in an original stone jar, which really proves the saying that high-quality ingredients often only require the simplest cooking methods. The simplest way of cooking, yet produces the most delicious food. Mu Feng took a bite first, and found it very fragrant. Even in modern times, it is impossible for an ordinary chef to cook such a flavor. Smooth, chewy, and full of flavor. This can be seen from the reactions of the three white fangs. Brother Mu Feng! Baya's eyes turned into half crescents and he smiled sweetly. Is this how you eat eggs? You are amazing! Mingguang was amazed and said, How come the eggs that smelled fishy just now smell so good now? Li Hu didn't say anything either. He just focused on shoveling eggs into his mouth. From time to time, he would reach out and take 2 pieces of fat and put them in his mouth, smacking. His mouth was full of oil and he didn't look like a tribal leader at all. Mu Feng thought of the time when he was a child and stole oil residue to eat, and couldn't help laughing. Yes. You can add some lard to the eggs and eat them raw, or you can boil them in plain water. Well, it's also delicious to break them up into egg drops and sprinkle them in the soup when stewing. Mu Feng swallowed his saliva as he spoke. These were all common delicacies in my previous life. After hearing what Mu Feng said and seeing his reaction, the 3 of them couldn't help but look forward to it. It must be delicious to make the chief salivate with envy. Seeing the 3 people's appearance, Mu Feng couldn't help but smile and said, Don't worry, everyone in our Jiang family can eat these things in a way that is easy to eat. Now let me show you something new. Mu Feng smiled and took out the soap that was almost cooled down. Several people were confused. What is this? Mu Feng smiled and said to Baya, Come on, stretch out your hand so I can see it. Baya frowned, looked puzzled, and stretched out her hand honestly. Because of the oil residue he had just eaten, there was a layer of grease on Baya's hands and corners of his mouth. He smiled and said, Wash your hands in the water first. Baya did as he was told, but found that the oil stains on his hands could not be washed off. They felt slippery and uncomfortable. What's going on? White Fang asked anxiously. Ha ha! Mu Feng smiled and handed over the soap. Come on, rub it in your hands for a few times, and then wash it in the water. Baya did as he was told, and when he rubbed his hands together, he felt that they became smoother, and there was some white foam. What's going on? White Fang frowned, with surprise and joy written all over his face. This smells really good. Can I eat it? As he spoke, White Fang really wanted to taste it. No, you can't eat this. Mu Feng hurriedly stopped him. This is for washing hands. White Fang was surprised, so he rinsed his hands with water, and laughed in surprise. The dirt on my hands is gone. Mu Feng laughed again and said, Hey, use this to wash your little face too. White Fang nodded in surprise, his eyes full of smiles. He held the soap in his hand, squatted beside the stone jar, wet his face first, and then applied the soap. After a while, a little girl with a red face and fair and tender skin stood in front of Mu Feng. Oh! Mingguang exclaimed. White Fang is so beautiful! Li Hu was also surprised. Even though Baya was his daughter, he felt like he was seeing Baya's true appearance for the first time. Girl, come here and let Daddy take a good look at you. Ha! No wonder. In the past, the tribes were worried about food, salt, and furs every day. Who had the time to care who was good looking and who was not? Now that he has no worries about food and clothing, Li Hu has discovered many things that he had not noticed before. For example, my Baya is so beautiful? Baya touched his little face and felt that his hands and face were smooth, soft, and tender, with an indescribable feeling of comfort. The most important thing is that there is a faint fragrance on both hands and face. It smells good, thought White Fang. Seeing Baya's appearance, Mu Feng couldn't help but praise. Not bad, Baya is really beautiful, just like a flower. Ah? Baya's face flushed with embarrassment, and his chest was pounding. Although she didn't understand what Mu Feng meant by like a flower, she instinctively felt a little shy. She lowered her head shyly, and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, Brother Mu Feng, what is this? Can you give me a piece? Sure, Mu Feng said with a smile. This is called soap. It's specially used for washing face and hands. It can make your hands and face cleaner. At this point, Mu Feng joked. It can also make our little white teeth prettier and better looking. Beautiful? Pretty. Baya blushed all the way to his neck, looking so adorable. But she held the soap tightly and refused to let go, obviously unwilling to let go. Ha ha! Mu Feng couldn't help laughing. It turns out that loving beauty is a woman's nature. As he said that, he turned to look at Li Hu and Ming Guang, whose faces were all dirty. You two should wash your faces too. Ming Guang and Li Hu looked at each other, frowned and scratched their heads, feeling that it was not necessary, but they still washed their hands and faces as Mu Feng said. This time, both Mu Feng and Baya were surprised. Li Hu has a square face, a stubble beard, a bronze complexion, and looks like a tough guy. Ming Guang's face was as sharp as steel, with sharp edges and corners, as if it was cut by a knife or an axe, and he looked very strong and resolute. The two looked at each other in surprise, and said something very funny at the same time. You look like this. Chapter 71 Searching for Clay. The sentence, you look like this, made Li Hu and Ming Guang stare at each other in surprise, and also reminded Mu Feng of an incident when he was in college. A senior who had played basketball with them for 3 years and was very tan posted his wedding photos when he got married, and several good classmates left comments below. One of the most classic comments is, Thanks to the photographer and the polishing technology, we can see what you look like. Li Hu and Ming Guan have never thought about washing their faces for many years. Who would care what someone looks like? Even more exaggerated is that some young people in the tribe have stains on their bodies and faces because they have not washed their faces for years, and they can only identify each other by the animal skins on their bodies. But now with soap, all this is different. With soap, the tribe members no longer had to be as dirty as beggars. This was also Mu Feng's first step in changing the spiritual outlook of the Jiang family. Okay. Mu Feng looked at the two people staring at each other and said with a smile. You have seen the effect of soap. From now on, we can let the tribe members wash their faces with soap. Well, we have to wash our bodies when necessary. Mu Feng suddenly had an idea. I will build a bathing place in the tribe soon, and we can all go there and wash our bodies. After a pause, he finally couldn't help but complain. They are all so dirty, so filthy. Li Hu and Ming Guang were extremely embarrassed and lowered their heads and touched their noses. Li Hu asked reluctantly, Chief, how is this soap made? It smells really good. The pancreas from the wild boar, and the ashes from burning wood, Mu Feng explained. It's the stuff from the wild boar, and the ashes from burning wood. Ah? Li Hu was surprised. Then how is this soap made? I'll teach you how to make soap later. Now I have a few things to tell you. The tribe needs to make some changes. When they heard that Mu Feng had something to tell them, they immediately looked solemn and said, Please guide us, Chief. Mu Feng waved his hand and said directly, The stone pots used by the tribe to cook are too troublesome and too heavy. The most important thing is that they are also difficult to make. I want to make a lighter container that can be used to hold things. What is that? White Fang asked, blinking his big eyes. Clay pot. Ceramic jar? The three of them were all stunned. What is that? You will know when the time comes. Mu Feng knew that he couldn't explain it clearly at the moment, so he simply didn't explain it. I need some soil to make pottery. This soil is quite special. It needs to be silt soil from the river or sand pond mud from the lake. After a pause, he continued, It would be even better if we could find that kind of soil outside, whitish kaolin. Silt from the river, sand pond mud, and white kaolin? The three of us looked at each other, and no one understood. Mu Feng sighed and thought to himself, It is as expected. So he had no choice but to say, How about this? Tomorrow Uncle Mingguang will bring a few people and take me to the river where I got water before, and we'll go there and take a look. Yes, Mingguang responded. As for Uncle Lihu, you take White Fang and try to make a bow and arrow. Yes. They both nodded. Also, tell Jiang not to kill pigs these 2 days. Kill a few sheep first. Mu Feng rubbed his teeth. He wasted too many good things. Ah? Lihu was stunned. Jiang is the most fair person in the tribe. How could he waste things? That's not what I meant. Mu Feng waved his hand. It's just that a lot of the things he threw away are still edible, but people just don't know how to cook them. Oh! Lihu finally reacted. I know. Okay, let's leave it at that for today. Go back and get some rest. And make some preparations. Yes. The three left. The next morning, Mu Feng, carrying a bow and arrow, holding a shovel, and accompanied by a dozen people, followed Mingguang out of the tribe and headed southeast. They needed to go around Nanshan Mountain and then head southeast. Along the foot of Nanshan Mountain there was a river in the southeast, and when the tribe did not have a well, they got water from this river. No one knows the name of this river. We only know that it flows from northwest to southeast, and the water is relatively clear. Because they set out early, Mu Feng and his group of about 10 people crossed the jungle and passed through waist-deep grass on the side before they arrived at the river. According to Mingguang, there were many wild wolves and bears in the jungle they passed through, but fortunately they did not encounter any. There is already lush aquatic grass on both sides of the river, and algae and water plants are intertwined in the water. No wonder the water smelled of mud before. Mu Feng looked at the mud by the river, which was all black and gray silt. Mud? Mu Feng frowned. Because of the vegetation and aquatic plants growing along the riverside, the rotting roots of the plants will mix with the soil over time to form black and gray silt. Although silt soil is fertile, it is not suitable for pottery making. What he was looking for was the alluvial soil formed by the long-term impact of the river under the silt. He used a shovel to dig a few times and first shoveled away a dozen centimeters of surface silt, revealing a layer of dark, soft soil underneath. Mu Feng reached out and scooped up a handful, rubbed it in his hand twice, put it to the tip of his nose to smell it, shook his head, and continued digging. After digging to a depth of 20 to 30 centimeters, the black silt gradually turned into soft mud with black and yellow colors. Even the mud at the deepest point of about 30 centimeters is no longer black and gray, but yellow. Yellow clay! Mu Feng exclaimed in surprise. Found it! Chapter 72 Unexpected Discovery. Yellow clay is generally soil deposited along ancient river courses and is the earliest soil used for pottery making in history. Mu Feng originally thought about whether he could find some silt from the river, or at least some sand pond mud to make some coarse pottery. This would be better than storing everything in stone jars. But I didn't expect to find yellow clay here. Yellow clay can be used to make black pottery, which is hard and has an unglazed but shiny black surface. In other words, pottery made from yellow clay is not only light, but can also be used to hold water, ensuring that the water source will not be polluted. Seeing Mu Feng's surprise, the people around him came forward and asked, Chief, did you find what you wanted? Found it. Mu Feng laughed, grabbed a handful of yellow clay from the pit, and crushed it with his hands. This is the kind of soil. Mingguang was puzzled. What's the use of this soil? We have plenty of soil in our tribe. Why do we have to come here to look for it? Mu Feng shook his head. It's different. Okay, now hurry up and dig up this soil. It will be useful when you take it back. Yes. So Mingguang took the lead and everyone started digging the soil with bone knives. Because someone was digging the soil, Mu Feng took the opportunity to look around. Considering that the surrounding grassland was too deep and no one knew whether there were any wild animals nearby, he did not dare to go far. He just used the shovel to dig around to see if he found anything. Unexpectedly, he made an unexpected discovery while digging. A familiar-looking plant emerged from the grass. Water celery? Mu Feng was stunned for a moment, looked at the leaves carefully, then looked at the rhizomes, and found that this plant that was half a meter long was really water celery. It's just that the leaves of this water celery are smaller than I remember, but the rhizome is much longer. It's worth the trip, Mu Feng said with a strange smile. Wild water celery was a rare thing in the past life. He reached out and tore off the water celery, put it close to his nose and smelled it. The smell was indeed unique to water celery, and it was very pungent. Once there is water celery, there must be more than one plant. Mu Feng parted the grass by the river again, and indeed found a small piece of water celery. Ha ha! Mu Feng laughed. Not bad, not bad, there's something edible on the menu again. Although water celery has the word, water, in its name, it can actually grow in places with little water. However, the rhizomes of that kind of water celery will not grow very long, but the leaves will be very lush. But water celery has a naturally strong leaf flavor and a good taste for its roots, both of which are Mu Feng's favorites. The moment he saw water celery, he decided to transplant water celery into the tribe. You know, the transplanting of water celery is also very simple, just like the roots of bamboo. Just transplanting one rhizome can produce many plants. This small piece of stems and leaves is enough for a meal, and then the rhizomes are transplanted to the tribe. He got to work right away. He picked up his shovel and started digging water celery, and soon dug up a lot of it. Mingguang and his team also dug up a lot of yellow clay. Great chief! Mingguang gestured to Mu Feng. The animal skin bags we brought are all filled with dirt. Shall we go back now? Okay, let's go back. Mu Feng nodded, put the water celery in the backpack he brought with him, and then got up and went back. The group of people, carrying yellow clay, looked at each other with strange expressions, feeling quite helpless. They are all members of the hunting team. In the past, they came out to hunt for food, but now they are digging and carrying soil here. I really don't know what the chief is thinking. However, after a few hunting trips, they all understood. They didn't understand the chief's approach, so they just had to do as he asked. At least so far, the great chief has not made them run in vain. Moreover, they did not expect that this trip would be so smooth. When they arrived at the river, they just dug some soil and went back. A group of about 10 people carefully returned along the same route. This road was the safest route they had discovered many times before. When fetching water, there were many grasslands nearby and large wild animals did not roam here. The fact that everything went smoothly when we arrived also illustrates this point. Unfortunately, the return trip was not so smooth. Mingguang, who was walking in front of the team, suddenly stopped and signaled everyone to stay where they were. Then he slowly squatted down and put his ear close to the ground on the grass beach to listen to the sound. Huh! Seeing this, Mu Feng's heart tightened. He had experienced the dangers of the wilderness in his previous life. Even in modern times when wild animals were scarce, it was still very dangerous in the mountains and grasslands. What's more, we are now in a primitive society. At this time, everyone around him squatted down, carefully put down the yellow clay on their backs, and held up bamboo javelins in their hands. Mu Feng frowned, then put down his backpack, picked up the shovel, and prepared for battle. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound around. Obviously something was running in the grass. What is that? A question arose in Mu Feng's heart. At this time, Li Hu turned his head and looked in one direction, and reached out his hand to silently push away the grass in front of him. Everyone looked along the gap he had opened. Just one glance and everyone was shocked, including Mu Feng. Because not far from the gap, a huge python with its head held high was swimming quickly in the meadow like a yacht. Although there was some distance between them, Mu Feng still felt that the python's head was half the size of a human. Based on this speculation, this python is probably more than 6 or 7 meters long. Titan python? This was the first word that came to Mu Feng's mind. Chapter 73 Distress. After seeing the giant python's huge head, everyone gasped and froze there, not daring to move. Even Mingguang's hands, which were pushing away the bushes, were frozen in midair, for fear that he would accidentally startle this big guy. Fortunately, the giant python was just swimming quickly with its back to them, and its huge head quickly disappeared into the distance. It was obvious that it had its own prey to chase. When the rustling sound disappeared, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. "Great Chief!" Li Hu finally put down his hand and breathed a sigh of relief. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Mu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, he was very worried just now, fearing that he would be discovered by the giant python. He suddenly realized that he might not have had a detailed enough understanding of the cruelty of primitive society. For example, the dangers that exist in the wilderness. "Have you seen this giant python when you fetched water before?" Mu Feng asked. "No." Mingguang shook his head and lowered his voice. "You almost scared me to death just now." "All right." Mu Feng waved his hand. "Go back quickly, don't let anything unexpected happen." "Yes." Everyone grumbled, picked up the yellow clay and continued to move forward. But before they had walked far, Mingguang waved his hand with a grim expression and stopped again. "What's wrong?" Mu Feng asked in a low voice. "The python is back again." Mu Feng quickly signaled everyone to gather together, put down the yellow clay on his back, picked up the bamboo spear, and squatted down with his back leaning against it. Sure enough, after a few breaths, the rustling sound was heard again from the grass beach, accompanied by a rustling sound. "Are there other wild beasts?" Mu Feng was curious and motioned Mingguang to take a look. Mingguang nodded, reached out to pull the grass again, and saw the python's head exposed from afar. But from time to time, a few gray shadows would jump up behind it. Mu Feng only took a glance and his heart skipped a beat. "Wolf?" Li Hu also saw it, let out a long breath, and did not move. He turned around and glanced at Mu Feng with a questioning look on his face. Mu Feng looked at the direction the giant python and the wolf pack were running, and it turned out to be right in front of the road they were taking to return. "Damn it!" Mu Feng cursed in his heart. "It can't be such a coincidence, right?" What was even more coincidental was that the giant python turned its head in the grass, shook off a gray wolf that was pouncing on its neck, lowered its body, and rolled over, landing directly in the middle of the road. In an instant, several gray shadows flashed in the grass like lightning and rushed towards the giant python. The wolves and the giant python were less than 30 meters away from them. "Great Chief, what should we do?" Mingguang asked anxiously in an imperceptible voice. Mu Feng quickly made a gesture to keep quiet, indicating him not to act rashly. Mingguang had no choice but to slowly lower his body and watch the wolf-python battle that was so close to him. Before the python rolled over and got up, more than a dozen gray wolves pounced on it like locusts, followed by a series of low, wool roars. It was obvious that the wolves had succeeded. The python struggled several times but failed and was bitten to death by the wolves. A sickening smell of blood wafted in the wind. No member of the Jiang clan dared to move. Li Hu looked at Mu Feng again with an unpleasant expression, and asked in a faint voice, "Chief, do you want to take a detour?" Mu Feng shook his head. If the wolves discovered any movement at this time, they would definitely think that it was an attempt to steal prey. The best thing to do is to stay where you are and wait for the wolves to leave. Li Hu had no better idea and could only squat there without moving. But at this time, an unknown member of the tribe moved uncomfortably, and the grass around him suddenly made a rustling sound. The wolves immediately noticed the unusual movement, and they all abandoned the giant python and looked towards where Mu Feng and the others were, roaring, "Oh! Oh no!" Dr. Mingguang exclaimed, picked up the bamboo spear beside him and stood up. "Don't!" Before Mu Feng could finish his words, the tribesmen around him stood up one by one, picked up their bamboo spears and roared, "Oh oh oh!" at the wolves. "Oh my God!" Mu Feng was furious and sighed inwardly. "Don't you have any brains?" But there was no point in worrying about it now, because the wolves had lowered their bodies and spread out in a fan shape to surround them. "Protect the chief!" Mingguang shouted. The Jiang clan members gathered together to surround Mu Feng in the center. "Fuck!" Mu Feng cursed, knowing that there was no escape. He endured the tingling scalp and handed the shovel to Mingguang, who was in front. Mingguang was about to say something, but Mu Feng shouted, "Take it!" Mingguang had no choice but to take the shovel. The wolves had surrounded them. At a glance, there were about 20 of them. They were baring their teeth and growling at Mu Feng and the others. Damn it, am I going to die here today? Mu Feng thought to himself. At the same time, he took out the bow and arrow from his back and quietly strung it. If these wolves pounce on you, don't panic. Use bamboo spears to poke the wolves' eyes, use sticks and bright lights to hit the wolves' noses. If all else fails, hit them in the lower back. Why? Mingguang started to speak and then closed his mouth again. He knew that now was not the time to ask questions. Mu Feng didn't have time to explain. In his previous life, an old man on the grassland told him that wolves have thin legs, tofu waists, broom tails, and iron heads. What he told Mingguang were the most vulnerable parts of the wolf. What he wants to do now is to find the wolf king of this group of wolves. This is the key to solving this danger. Chapter 74. Capture the leader first. The Wolf King is the leader of a wolf pack. He is responsible for planning and commanding during hunting, but he is not necessarily at the forefront. However, when a wolf pack is hunting, they always look to the Wolf King to decide when to act and whether to attack. In other words, the one who is in the most core position is undoubtedly the Wolf King. The reason why Mu Feng wanted to find the Wolf King was that he wanted to get rid of the Wolf King first, and then the wolf pack would fall into chaos, and then they would have a chance. The saying, when shooting a man, shoot his horse first, when capturing a thief, capture his leader first, is exactly this principle. But after just one look, Mu Feng realized that he was overthinking. The wolf at the front of the pack is obviously the Wolf King, because it is obviously larger and stronger than other wolves. It was also the first one to growl and run to Mu Feng and the others. Most importantly, the wolf pack's encirclement was vaguely centered around it, with 2 wolves on each side following closely behind it like followers. That's it! Mu Feng shouted in a low voice. Mingguang, do you see the biggest wolf? It's the Wolf King! Wolf King? Mingguang obviously heard this word for the first time and wanted to turn around and ask. Mu Feng hurriedly shouted. Don't look back. Just listen to me. Don't worry about what the Wolf King is. It will be the first to attack. Li Hu will just hit its nose with the iron shovel, and the 2 of you can just use the bamboo spears to deal with it. Remember, no matter whether you can kill the Wolf King or not, even if it is injured, do not leave the people around you and hold on to this circle. Before Mu Feng finished his words, the Wolf King growled and pounced on him. Mingguang was already prepared. He threw away his bamboo spear and picked up a shovel to hit its nose. At the same time, the 2 people beside him also drew their guns and stabbed the Wolf King's neck and eyes respectively. The Wolf King's 2 claws just blocked the bright iron shovel, and there was a crisp, snap, sound, as if something broke. As for the other 2 shots, they were deflected when the Wolf King turned his head. One shot hit the shoulder and the other hit the forehead, and they had no effect at all. Fortunately, Mingguang was very strong and knocked the Wolf King to the ground. The Wolf King let out a low howl, and the 3 wolves beside him quickly jumped up and rushed towards Mu Feng and the others. This is how wolf packs hunt. The first few rounds of attacks are all tentative, especially those that they find tricky. They will keep teasing their prey in this way to make them lose patience. Once the prey loses patience, they will reveal an opening, and they will take advantage of it and kill it with one strike. Mu Feng's chance lies in the wolf pack's first few rounds of probing. He noticed that after the Wolf King landed, he just rolled over and then bent his waist and lowered his head to squinting at them. At this time, it no longer growled, as if it had temporarily given up the idea of attacking. But Mu Feng knew that a dog that bites doesn't bark. This is true for dogs, and even more so for wolves, who are of the same species. It is no longer roaring now, but the next time it attacks, it will definitely be a thunderous blow. But before that, Mu Feng is going to give it a fatal blow. All its attention is now focused on Mingguang, because from the previous fight, Mingguang clearly posed the greatest threat to it. This is exactly what Mu Feng wanted. He seized the opportunity, held the bow with one hand, pulled it fully with his backhand, put his face close to the bowstring, and exhaled in one breath. Hit! Woohoo! An extremely shrill scream was heard, and the Wolf King, who was still staring at the bright light, suddenly struggled and rolled on the ground. A pool of blood instantly stained the surrounding grass. What's going on? Someone growled. The wolves immediately fell into chaos. The Wolf King's crazy and shrill roar instantly made them lose their backbone, and they subconsciously took a few steps back. Now! Mu Feng jumped out of the circle, and before Mingguang could react, he snatched the shovel from his hand and used the sweeping the thousands of troops to smash the Wolf King's nose as he was struggling on the ground. The blow was so powerful that there was a sound of crack, and then the sound of bones breaking was heard, and then the Wolf King's roar stopped abruptly. When everyone looked again, the Wolf King was already twitching on the ground, with blood at the corners of his mouth, and it was obvious that he was dead. Mingguang was overjoyed and shouted, "Great Chief!" Before he could finish shouting, the wolves, stimulated by the shouting, stopped retreating and rushed forward again like crazy. Among them, several wolves jumped high again and pounced on Mu Feng and Mingguang and others behind him. Mu Feng rolled on the ground, raised the shovel in both hands and shoveled it into the air, swatting a wolf away, while shouting, "Hold the circle, don't move, bamboo spears and clubs are ready." After receiving Mu Feng's order, everyone calmed down and calmly picked up their bamboo spears to stab at the wild wolves that were rushing towards them. The wild wolves were no match for the Wolf King. 2 of them were immediately stabbed in the eyes by the bamboo spears and fell to the ground wailing. The other wolves lowered their bodies, whinnying and roaring, ready to pounce again at any moment. Mu Feng snorted coldly, and instead of holding the shovel with both hands, he changed it to one hand lying horizontally. At the same time, he stretched out one hand, touched a handful of blood next to the Wolf King who was lying on the ground and twitching, and then wiped it on his own face. 5 bloody fingerprints appeared on his face. Then Mu Feng turned to the wolf that was still waiting on the ground and yelled, "Oh, oh, oh!" For a moment, Mu Feng gave people the feeling that he was ferocious and ferocious, with an overwhelming aura. The wolves turned and ran away. Chapter 75. This is a primitive society. Survived a disaster. Mu Feng sat down on the ground, still feeling scared. Although the time from shooting the arrow to forcing the wolves back was short, it consumed most of his strength. Just now, I completed drawing the bow, aiming and shooting the arrow in a split second. I was highly concentrated and consumed a lot of energy. Fortunately, his archery skills from his previous life had not yet fallen behind, otherwise he would not have been able to hit the target with the shot just now. Mingguang and others looked around with guns and sticks in hand, on guard against other wild beasts. Mu Feng waved his hand. "Quick, separate the meat and skin it, don't linger!" Mingguang quickly agreed, put away his bamboo spear, and told the 4 men to squat down and clean up the dead wolf. Mingguang then noticed that the Wolf King who was killed by Mu Feng had a broken bamboo arrow on his left eye, and blood was still flowing out. Mingguang finally reacted. "Great Chief, you actually shot its eye with an arrow." Mu Feng nodded. "There are not many vulnerable places on a wolf's body, and the eyes are one of them." Mingguang looked at Mu Feng, whose cheek was still stained with wolf blood. "But why did you smear wolf blood on your face? Wolves can easily go crazy when stimulated by blood." Mu Feng grinned and said, "But I killed their king. On the one hand, smearing blood is to stimulate them, and on the other hand, it is also to tell them that if they dare to come forward again, their fate will be the same as their Wolf King, only death." "Wolves can be afraid too?" Mingguang asked a very stupid question. Mu Feng shook his head and laughed. "If they weren't afraid, why would they run away?" Mingguang suddenly understood and slapped his forehead. "I understand." While pulling out the bamboo arrow with all his strength, he used a bone knife to skillfully peel off the skin and bones. At the same time, he said fearfully, "Captain, if the bow and arrow are so powerful, why did you teach it to that girl from the Blue Bird tribe? What if her tribe also comes to rob?" Mu Feng smiled helplessly and said, "If we don't teach her, where will the tribe's salt and furs come from? Without salt and furs, how can the tribe survive? The tribe members, the sheep, who doesn't need salt?" Mingguang was silent. Indeed, without salt and furs they would soon be reduced to their original form. Mu Feng added, "The Blue Bird tribe was forced to migrate from the far west. What they need now is a tribe that can support them. It will be of no benefit to them to rob us. Moreover, she has also sworn an oath in the totem faith. She is Yamato of the Bluebird, the future chief of the Bluebird tribe. Those who betray the totem will no longer be protected by the totem. They cannot bear the consequences of that. Who would be willing to believe in someone who can even betray the totem oath? Mingguang's eyes sparkled with envy. Totem belief, when will my Jiang family be able to? Mu Feng waved his hand. We will have it too. Li Hu looked excited. He believed what Mu Feng said. But he still said with a worried look. But bows and arrows are such powerful weapons. What if they use them against us one day? Mu Feng grinned and said, bows and arrows are not invincible. Rattan armor, shield, which one can't defend against it. Rattan armor? Armor? Shield? Mingguang looked confused. Mu Feng did not explain, but smiled confidently. I can teach her the bow and arrow, so I naturally have weapons that are more powerful than the bow and arrow. If they can't beat us, not only will they not get weapons, but many people will be killed or injured. If she and her tribe have a little bit of brains, they will know what to do. Besides, a bow made of a single bamboo piece is fine, but it's not that easy to make a double or triple piece in turley or hard bow. He actually didn't say something. In the past life, bows and arrows were only made by specialized craftsmen. There are also bow thumb rings, protective gear, and hand guards, which are not something that everyone can make. Even if the Blue Bird tribe learns to make bows and arrows, without these things, who can shoot a bow? There is a saying that goes, even if things are the same, how well they are used depends on people. After a pause, he frowned and said seriously, but you are right. Just because one person doesn't think so doesn't mean that others don't think so. If other large tribes learn from them, my Jiang family will still be in trouble. What should we do then? Mingguang was busy. Why are you panicking? Mu Feng sneered. From now on, I will just give them things without teaching them how to make them. If you want, bring me things in exchange. But if that happens, wouldn't the powerful weapons still fall into the hands of others? Wouldn't we still be in danger? That's not necessarily true. Mu Feng laughed. I'll change their weapons, and I have the final say on what kind of weapons they can change. Oh! Mingguang reacted and laughed. Great chief, great sage. All right. Mu Feng waved his hand. Pack up and go back. Yes. Mingguang and others quickly skinned the 3 wolves, cut the wolf meat and bones into small pieces, put them into backpacks, and continued to move forward to cut the python meat. Mu Feng then came to the python and was still surprised to see that it was already dead. A giant python that was no less than 10 meters long lay in the middle of their path. It had fine patterns all over its body and looked very creepy. But unfortunately, such a huge python was torn to pieces by the wild wolves. Fortunately, there were still a few intact areas. Mu Feng asked Mingguang to skin the python first, then cut the python into pieces and pack them up, and then he led the group back to the tribe carefully. Mu Feng thought a lot on the way. At first he thought the python would threaten their lives, but he didn't expect that the python was killed by a pack of wolves in the blink of an eye. Not long after, the wolf king of the pack was shot dead by himself. It looked like he was the ultimate winner. But Jiang lived in such a primitive society, so would it be a python or the shooter? Mu Feng felt a little scared. There are some people and some things that you have to be on guard against. This is a primitive society. Chapter 76, Pottery Making and Kiln Digging. After returning to the tribe, Mu Feng asked people to send all the yellow clay to the vicinity of the cave where he lived. He began to prepare for pottery making. However, pottery making is very complicated and requires a lot of preparation. He gave the machete to Mingguang and asked him to cut a thick piece of wood to be used as a tool for throwing pottery. The so-called will-throwing tool can be rotated to help shape the pottery when making it. He first chopped down a cylinder from the tree stump horizontally, and then used his carpenter's axe to round it off bit by bit, making it into a disc nearly 10 centimeters thick and with a radius of 20 to 30 centimeters. The wood is made of dried paulownia trunks, which are light and lightweight, which is particularly emphasized by the woodwind style. Then he drilled a round hole in the center of one side of the disc and cut a round locust wood stick about 5 or 6 centimeters in diameter, and more than half a meter long to put it in it. In this way, the disc is propped up by the wooden stick, like a small umbrella. The last step is to place a stone about 10 centimeters thick at each end, and place a square tree trunk on top of it. This way, the tree trunk is about 10 centimeters above the ground. He dug a hole at one end of the tree trunk that was almost as thick as the locust wood stick, and then past the tail end of the disc supported by the locust would stick through the trunk. He stretched out his hand and turned the disc, and it began to spin rapidly. Done! Mu Feng nodded, and a simple homemade pottery throwing tool was completed. But he couldn't make pottery next, because firing pottery was much more complicated, especially the temperature requirement was extremely high, and the firing time was also very long, often taking 3 to 5 days. All he had to do was prepare for the 3 to 5 days of pottery firing. This requires at least 2 things. One is a cave for firing pottery, and the other is firewood. Among the cave dwellings, the earthen kiln has the shortest heat resistance time, while the stone kiln has the longest heat resistance time. If the cave dwelling cannot withstand the heat, there is a risk of it exploding, which makes him particularly concerned about the cave dwelling's heat resistance. Although Mu Feng had made craft pottery in his previous life, he had never made pottery. He vaguely remembered that when he was learning pottery making, the master also told him that the quality of the finished pottery depends on the materials, craftsmanship, and the quality of the cave. Mu Feng knew that the materials were just what they were and his craftsmanship was just that. His only requirement now is that the pottery can be made. Whether it looks good or not is not within his consideration for the time being. After much thought, he decided to choose a mound farther away from his cave. He dug a cave 2 meters square, built it up layer by layer with stones, and then covered it with mud and water to make the inside relatively smooth. To prevent accidents, he piled up 3 layers of stones in a row before he felt relieved. Leave a windward vent and a smoke outlet, and a simple little cave house is ready. It took him until sunset to finish just these 2 things. There was no way. No one in the tribe knew what he was going to do, and apart from helping him pass the materials, there was nothing they could do. But this is not entirely true. At least in the afternoon, Mingguang brought a few people to follow his example and dig a bigger hole nearby. However, this earth hole is not used for kiln firing, but for smoking charcoal. The temperature required for kiln firing can only be met by charcoal at the moment. After dinner, Mu Feng ran to smoke charcoal without stopping. Charcoal smoking is relatively simple, but it takes a lot of work. Mu Feng prepared hay, lit it, and put it in the hole. Then he put the prepared wood into the hole and watched the hay burn the surface of the wood. After waiting for a while, he sealed the hole directly without leaving a gap. After waiting for a long time, he finally dug open the hole in the earth and took out pieces of black charcoal. Then I have to follow the same procedure, which is very hard work. Fortunately, Mu Feng only demonstrated how to make the first batch of charcoal, and the rest of the pile of wood was given to Mingguang and Shuofeng. After finishing all this, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He spent a day finding the clay and doing the preparations, and he could start making pottery tomorrow. When they returned to the cave, Li Hu happened to come over with 2 bows and asked Mu Feng to try out their power. Because they are all single-piece bows, Mu Feng is easy to pull. What surprised him was that Li Hu told him that both bows were made by Li Hu himself. Bai Ye seemed to have learned it well at the time, but he failed to succeed. Mu Feng understood it in his heart, tried it, and said, "Not bad, but Mingguang, Han Shu and others may not be used to this bow. The bow is too soft." Li Hu scratched his head and said, "I have also tried the method you mentioned of tying 2 or 3 pieces together, but there is a gap in the middle when fixing it, and it is not convenient to put on the bowstring. We still don't know how to fix it." Mu Feng frowned. "Didn't I tell you to tie him up with animal tendons?" Li Hu's face became even more embarrassed. "I understand it, but I don't know how to do it. Besides, I'm afraid that Yamato from the Blue Bird tribe is in the same situation now." Mu Feng slapped his forehead and said, "It is indeed so." This is the case when Li Hu makes bows, so Chang Ning must have encountered the same problem. "Also," Li Hu said helplessly, "if you pull the bowstring too far, it's easy to cut your fingers. Look, I've already got several cuts on my fingers." Mu Feng first breathed a sigh of relief, then continued, "I forgot to tell you how to draw the bow. Oh, and there's also the release device." "A release device?" Li Hu was puzzled. "What release device?" Mu Feng said helplessly, "How about this? I will first think about how to make this release device, and then I will teach you. How about that?" "Okay." Feeling that Mu Feng was going to teach him something new again, Li Hu couldn't help but get excited. Chapter 77, Making Pottery from Clay. Mu Feng got up early because he had something on his mind. He boiled the eggs himself and finally ate them after much effort. He said bitterly, "When I finish making the clay pot, I will throw away all these stone pots." After quickly finishing his breakfast, he went to call Mingguang, Li Hu, Baya, Shu Feng, and others over. He planned to teach these people so that he wouldn't have to do these things anymore. After all, there were so many people in a tribe and he couldn't handle it all by himself. Considering the size of the cave and the time required to fire the kiln, Mu Feng plans to first pick a few commonly used and simple containers to try his hand. After several people came to Mu Feng's cave, they looked at Mu Feng curiously. Knowing that he was going to make something new, they were all looking forward to it. "Brother Mu Feng, what are you going to do?" Baya asked sweetly. "You'll know in a moment," Mu Feng said with a smile. "Look carefully, and ask me if you don't understand anything. I'll teach you how to do these things in the future. Today I'm going to teach you how to make pottery. You can use it to hold things, or to serve rice or stew soup." "But don't we have stone jars now?" White Fang asked, his big eyes full of confusion. "And they are still strong." Mu Feng smiled and shook his head. "But it's too heavy and inconvenient. Today I will teach you how to make a lighter one that can hold more things." "Okay." Several people responded in unison, their faces full of anticipation. "The first step in making pottery is to knead the clay into a ball. The main technique when kneading the clay is to squeeze out as many bubbles as possible so that the clay will be more compact. Otherwise, the pottery will easily crack when fired." Mu Feng said as he took out some yellow clay, poured it on the prepared bluestone slab, added some water, and began to rub it repeatedly. This step was very familiar to Mu Feng. When he was young, he would often dig red pond mud from the mud pond in the countryside, rub and beat it repeatedly to make it into a small bowl-shaped thing with a thin bottom. He would put it in the palm of his hand, then raise it high, and then drop the mouth of the bowl hard to the ground. You would hear a very crisp, pop, sound. This is the red pond mud wrestling game that rural children love most. Anyone who has played with it knows that the technique and strength of kneading the mud are very important. This is also one of the reasons why Mu Feng succeeded in making pottery on his first try. This made the old pottery master who taught him exclaim in disbelief, and he said that such experience could be gained just by throwing mud. But the difference is that Mu Feng has to knead the clay for pottery making softer so that it will be easier to make the blanks later. It took him more than an hour just to knead the clay and wood. Several people were bored with it, so he started the second step of throwing the pottery. The so-called wheel throwing is to put the kneaded clay on the wheel throwing tool to shape it. This requires a very high level of craftsmanship from the pottery maker. In the past, all that was needed was a potter's wheel machine, and a person would hold the clay with one hand and throw the pottery with the other. But now he uses homemade clay tools to throw the pottery, and needs someone to help him turn the disc. Fortunately, there are several people in front of me, so there is no shortage of labor. "Who can help me turn this disc?" Mu Feng said with a smile. White Fan came up to him excitedly and said with a sweet smile, I'll do it. "Well, good," Mu Feng said with a smile. "Try to spin faster and keep it consistent." "Okay." Baya squatted down, and with both hands he turned the wooden plate quickly. At the same time, his beautiful eyes watched Mu Feng throwing the pottery. Mu Feng first clenched his hands loosely and placed them lightly on the clay, keeping his posture unchanged. As Baya quickly turned the disc, an oval-shaped clay block soon appeared between Mu Feng's hands. "Wow!" White Fan opened his eyes wide and exclaimed in surprise as he saw such a magical scene for the first time. Mu Feng smiled, tightened his hands slightly, and further compressed the oval-shaped clay to make it more compact. Then he held the clay with one hand, and with the other hand he held the clay in the air with his thumb and 4 other fingers, with a distance of 2 or 3 centimeters between them. He inserted his 4 fingers directly into the center of the clay, and then slowly closed them together, squeezing out a little space in the center of the clay. The prototype of a container has appeared, and anyone can see that this thing can hold things. Now not only Baya, but everyone else also opened their eyes wide and watched how Mu Feng did it, afraid of missing any details. Mu Feng smiled slightly, slowly narrowed the distance between his thumb and 4 fingers, and continued to thin the wall of the pottery jar that had already begun to take shape. This process was repeated until the clay was shaped into a pottery jar. Mu Feng smiled and said, "It's done, White Fang." As he spoke, he picked up the hair of some unknown beast that he had prepared earlier, grasped both ends with his hands, and pulled it through the intersection of the bottom of the pottery jar and the wooden plate. Then he gently picked up the formed pottery jar and placed it in a cool place near the cave. The newly made rough clay pot cannot be exposed to the sun, and can only be dried naturally in the shade. This is a practice that has not changed for many years. After drying in the shade, the clay can be sharpened, glazed, colored, and finally fired. However, for Mu Feng, the purpose of making pottery nowadays is to make it inconvenient to use. There is no such thing as glazing and then coloring. However, the sharpening of the clay cannot be saved. After all, some tiny protrusions on the pottery jar still need to be trimmed. This is not a big problem for Mu Feng, just wait for it to dry naturally. Chapter 78 Double Bow. Because it takes several days for pottery to dry in the shade, Mu Feng made a few commonly used ladles, basins and earthenware jars and then placed them in the cave and went on to do other things. Although he only went to look for yellow clay yesterday, Mu Feng realized that he did not fully understand the dangers of primitive society. He had thought that food was the biggest threat to the tribe's survival, but now it seemed to be far more than that. There were giant pythons that were much larger than those recorded in later times, wild wolves that were even more ferocious, and the wilderness beyond that. Even Ningguang was terrified when he mentioned it. All kinds of natural dangers can endanger the safety of the tribe. Even though the wild boar they caught not long ago was so close to them, Ningguang and his men never thought of hunting it. And wild boars have never harassed their tribe not because they don't want to, but because they don't bother. Mu Feng admitted the fact with great frustration that the human race, the Jiang clan, was so weak that even wild boars were too lazy to harass them. Of course, this is also directly related to the Jiang family's poverty. He thought that if it weren't for his arrow and bamboo spear yesterday, Ningguang and the others might have died there. Strength is the only way. Mu Feng secretly clenched his fists. We must be armed to the teeth from the inside out, and we must walk sideways when we leave the tribe. The inner part is the tribe members themselves, and the outer part is the tribal defense. The weapons the tribe can use now are sticks, bone knives and bamboo spears. They don't know how to make bows and arrows yet, but now they have them. Mu Feng said to Ningguang, Li Hu and the others, "Uncle Li Hu showed me a bow and arrow yesterday. It's a single piece. Here it is. You can try it." He first needs to make sure whether what he said yesterday was accurate. Ningguang took the bow and arrow and was about to pull the string. Mu Feng reminded, "Pull the bow as far as you can." Ningguang was puzzled, but he still opened his hands and pulled it open easily. Sure enough. Mu Feng nodded and turned to Han Shu. "You try it too." Han Shu was a little confused, but still took the bow and imitated Li Hu, also very easily. Mu Feng understood and nodded. "It seems that a single-piece bow is not suitable for the two of you. You need at least a double-piece bow." "Single-piece bow or double-piece bow?" Ningguang was surprised. "Yeah," Mu Feng said with a smile. "The single-piece bow is what I made. It's simple to make and easy to use. But its range is not far, and its speed is not very fast. If the target is prepared, there is still a great chance that it will dodge." "Ah?" Ningguang was stunned. "But you shot the Wolf King's eye with one strike yesterday?" Mu Feng smiled and shook his head. "That's because it thinks you are a big threat and is only staring at you. Also, it has never seen a bow and arrow before, and doesn't know how to dodge." "You mean to say that this single-piece bow is not the most powerful one?" Ningguang looked incredulous. "Of course." Mu Feng nodded. "If you want the bow to be more powerful and harder to dodge, you need a double or triple bow. A triple bow can shoot farther, faster, and with greater force and power." After a pause, Mu Feng frowned and said, "But it's very troublesome to make two pieces, and simply tying them together won't work." Li Hu scratched his head in shame. "I really don't know how to make a double-piece bow." Mu Feng waved his hand. "It's not your fault. The binding and bending positions of a double-leaf bow are very particular, and it's different from a single-leaf bow. And even if a double-piece bow is made, it's not enough to just have strength. You also need special string-drawing protective gear and methods." This? Several people looked at each other, totally unable to understand what Mu Feng was saying. Baiya's eyes widened, and he asked in confusion. Brother Mu Feng, why don't I understand what you said? Mu Feng waved his hand. It doesn't matter if you don't understand, I'll teach you. White Fang stuck out his tongue. Oh. Mu Feng thought about it, and realized that he didn't know how to make a double leaf bow, so he had to ask the system for help and spent 100 achievement points to exchange for the method of making a double leaf bow. He couldn't help but be secretly astonished. The Jingula method only gave 50 points of achievement, but the double blade bow required 100 points. He also took a look at the system's redemption page, and it seemed that there was a method to redeem a combination bow. Oh my God! It seems that I thought making a bow and arrow was too simple. He went over the specific method in his mind. The method of making a double-piece bow was very precise, and it was measured in specific centimeters. The problem is that the ruler in his carpenter's toolbox is made to measure. What the hell? Mu Feng muttered in his heart. He wanted to exchange it for a ruler directly, but it was not appropriate to create something out of thin air in front of so many people. But this did not pose a problem for him. It was just a scale of centimeters. When he was in elementary school, his teacher taught him how to make his own measuring tools in centimeters. The specific standard is 1 millimeter, the tip of a pencil. 1 centimeter, the width of a fingernail. This means that 1 millimeter is equivalent to the width of the tip of a pencil, and 1 centimeter is equivalent to the width of an average person's little fingernail. To ensure accuracy, Mu Feng took a bamboo stick and asked everyone to stretch out their little finger and measure the width of the nail on it. Except for Mingguang's nails, which are obviously wider, Mu Feng, Li Hu and Ha Shu have different heights, but the width of their nails is similar. It seems that this is fine, just be precise to centimeters. He nodded, and made a bamboo ruler about 30 centimeters long according to the 1 centimeter position, marked it with burnt thin bamboo silk, and carved the mark with a knife. Then he smiled and said to the few people, Okay, now let's make a double-piece bow. Chapter 79 Archery Army. In terms of difficulty, anyone who has seen a single-piece bow can make one. It is equivalent to a child breaking a willow branch, tying a hemp rope to it and being able to shoot a branch arrow. But its power and range are only average. However, double-piece bows and combination bows are different. They have special technical requirements and higher precision. Mu Feng originally thought that a double-piece bow only required stacking 2 pieces of bamboo together, bending them, and tying them together, but he found that this was not the case when he actually put it into operation. The arc created by the bending of 2 bamboo strips of the same thickness makes it impossible for the arrow tips to fit seamlessly. Forcibly tying the bowstring together with animal tendons will only make the bowstring unstable, and the stability of the arrow shot out cannot be guaranteed at all. This requires a bamboo piece that gradually becomes thinner from the center, forming an extremely narrow and long trapezoidal bamboo piece. This is easy to say, but difficult to do. Because this involves the extent to which the bamboo strips become gradually thinner, it requires precise marking and then thinning them little by little with the carpenter's plane. Even if Mu Feng had a systematic exchange method, teaching him step by step like an imprint in his mind, he still needed to compare it with another piece every time he planed. This stunned everyone. Brother Mu Feng! Baiya blinked and frowned. What are you doing? Why are you constantly shaving off the cloth? Mu Feng put 2 bamboo pieces together and bent them, saying, There are gaps between the 2 pieces of bamboo from the middle to the ends, but after the bamboo pieces are thinned and bent, the gaps in the middle will stick together tightly. As he spoke, he pressed down the 2 bamboo strips with both hands and exerted force, and sure enough, the bamboo strips fit together perfectly. He nodded and started to make a fire and roast the bamboo strips again. This time he was more familiar with it. Then you taught that sister the bow and arrow last time but didn't teach this. What should we do? White Fang frowned slightly, looking worried. There are so many people in their tribe if they rob us. Mu Feng smiled and said, We taught her to make a bow and arrow because she gave us so many furs and salt. The tribe is also short of these things. If she comes again in the future, it won't be so easy. Ah? White Fang said worriedly. What if she gets angry? Angry? Mu Feng shook his head and smiled. No, if she robbed us, she could have arrested you all the first time and then taken me away. But this is not worth it for them. They can't kill you if they catch you. If they kill me, I won't tell them the method. If they don't kill me, they will use the food to feed us for nothing, which is not worth it either. That girl is also a smart person. She knows how to benefit her tribe the most, Mu Feng commented maturely. Otherwise, she wouldn't have become Yamato. That girl, White Fan repeated, curling his lips and dimples appearing on his face again. She talks as if you are very big. White Fan, Li Hu scolded lightly, but a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Mu Feng touched his nose. He snorted lightly, not really angry, but smiled and said, It seems that our Jiang family also needs a capable woman. Unexpectedly, White Fan raised his head, revealing his snow-white neck, like a proud swan. That's who I am. Okay. Mu Feng gave a thumbs up and praised. I'm waiting for you to become great in the future. As he spoke, Mu Feng used stones to weigh down the roasted bamboo strips again and shape them. Then he looked at Mingguang and Han Shu and said, A single bow is easy for you, but it can't bring out your strength. So for the two of you who are strong, you need a double or triple bow. Besides the fact that the bow requires more strength, you will also need special protective gear. Protective gear? The two looked at each other, confused. When you pull the bowstring, your fingers are pinching the bowstring. If you do it for a long time or too many times, it will cut your fingers and affect your accuracy, so you need finger protection. Mu Feng picked up the bow and arrow and said, See? These are the fingers you use to pull the string. Come on, Mingguang, pull it once and then let go. Mingguang did as he was told. Mu Feng asked with a smile, Do you feel a slight tremor in your fingers? Mingguang felt it carefully, and then realized. A single-piece bow requires less force, but a double-piece bow will hurt my fingers, right? That's right. Bows like double-blade bows and triple-blade bows are more powerful, and the bowstrings will also have greater elasticity, just like this. Mu Feng demonstrated. See? These three fingers are easily injured when pulling the bowstring. When shooting, the forearm and shoulder holding the bow are easily injured by the bowstring. Ah, so dangerous? Exclaimed White Fang. Mu Feng nodded. Swords and other powerful weapons are so sharp that if they are used improperly, they can cause great harm to oneself. But Mingguang's eyes lit up, and he asked excitedly, Captain, the bowstrings of the two bows are so strong, so will the arrows shot out be more powerful? Mu Feng nodded, and Mingguang finally realized the point. You'll know when it's done. Mingguang became excited. If everyone in our Jiang family had such a bow and arrow. Mu Feng smiled and said, Then our Jiang clan will have an archery army. Even a large tribe will not be able to threaten us. This. Several people became excited instantly, and their faces flushed. Mingguang asked again, But how do you make protective gear? That's easy, Mu Feng said with a smile. There is enough fur in the tribe now. We can make a shoulder guard and an arm guard for the left shoulder. And the python skin I cut off yesterday, after cleaning it, can be used as a finger guard. At the same time, he sighed in his heart. Python skin finger guards, real leather protective gear, this was rare in the previous life. No more technology teaching to outsiders after Chapter 80. The difficulty of a double-piece bow lies in how to make the two pieces of bamboo fit together perfectly. The other steps are almost the same as for a single-piece bow. Mu Feng cut a few more bamboo strips and taught Li Hu, Mingguang, Baiye and Han Shu how to make bows by themselves. They marked each of them for easy comparison later. There were 7 bows in total, 3 of which were demonstrated by Mu Feng himself, and 4 were made by the 4 people themselves. Then he asked Mingguang to find fur and python skin and use this period of time to make protective gear. He cut the fur to size according to Han Shu's body shape, sewed the fur into a cylindrical shape with a bone needle, put it on Han Shu's left shoulder, and sewed an arm guard for him. These are all very simple, the difficult part is protecting the fingers. Finger guards are also called release devices. In the earliest times, they were jade rings or thumb rings, but later they were directly changed to leather finger guards. It just so happened that he had python skin in his hand, which was smooth and tough, and was the perfect material for making finger guards. What he planned to make was a 3-finger glove-like guard. The long tube is easy to make, just roll it into a tube and sew it. However, the finger guard is relatively thin and needs to fit the fingers, so that the accuracy will be higher when pulling the string and shooting the arrow. For Mu Feng, It is okay to sew a double-breasted leather armor with thick needles and wide stitches, but it would be a bit troublesome if he had to use fine and dense stitches. Fortunately, Baya was here. She followed Mu Feng's request, pinched the python's skin, circled around Han Shu's 3 fingers, marked it, and sewed it stitch by stitch. Finally, a long tube finger guard was completed by 2 people. Mu Feng asked Han Shu to wear this set of protective gear and hold the single-piece bow to familiarize himself with the posture and technique of drawing the bow and shooting arrows, using light force and releasing and retracting the bowstring. He picked up the 2 pieces he had put down first and began to bend the bow and string it. He was familiar with all these and finished them quickly. He picked up the bow, weighed it, hooked the bowstring with his hand, and instinctively tightened his hand. As soon as it is released, a rubbing sound suddenly sounds, which is obviously different from the buzzing sound of a single bow. Mu Feng nodded, and understood in his heart. As expected, the double-piece bow is difficult to make, and the elastic vibration of the bowstring is more than twice as strong. He took a bamboo arrow and shot it through a tree about 50 meters away. With a whoosh sound, the bamboo arrow appeared on the tree trunk. The arrowhead was more than 2 inches deep in the trunk, and the tail of the arrow was shaking continuously. Sure enough, Mu Feng nodded. He deliberately controlled the strength, but the power was definitely beyond his expectations. He handed it to Han Shu and said, "Use the method I just taught you, try it!" Han Shu did as he was told, but he was aiming at another tree. He shot an arrow, which also went straight into the tree trunk with a whoosh sound. Not only that, the bamboo arrow actually broke with a snap sound when the arrow tail vibrated. This? Han Shu was embarrassed. Great chief. Mu Feng's eyes lit up, and he waved his hand and asked with a smile. Han Shu, what do you think of this bow? Han Shu thought for a moment before scratching his head and saying, I don't think I've used my full strength yet. After saying that, he looked at Mu Feng nervously. Will it be bad if the arrow breaks? Of course not, Mu Feng explained. This means that a 2-piece bow is still not suitable for you. You may need a 3-piece bow. Also, you are very strong, and the arrow body cannot withstand such a large force. It was blocked by the tree trunk and broke. What you mean is? Han Shu asked carefully. That's a good thing. Mu Feng laughed. It means that as long as you use a bow that suits you, you can break things that others can't. After a pause, Mu Feng patted Han Shu's shoulder in an elder-like manner and said, It seems that it is right to make you the first set of protective gear of the tribe. You should take this double-piece bow to get familiar with it first. I will make you a 3-piece hard bow tomorrow. Han Shu was overjoyed and bowed. Thank you, Chief. Mu Feng waved his hand. Okay, in addition to the bow, the arrows also need to be improved. Black bamboo is very tough, but it is not hard enough. It needs to be sharpened and roasted in the fire. This way it will be harder and sharper. Yes. Several people responded in unison. Mu Feng also started making his own 2 bows. Soon, 6 bows and arrows were made. Li Hu and Ming Guang did a decent job. Baya's bowstring was a little loose, while Han Shu's was obviously taut. In general, the bows and arrows of Mu Feng, Li Hu and Ming Guang can be used directly. But White Fang's bowstring needs to be tightened, which is related to her own strength. As for Han Shu, it was obvious that he needed a harder bow. Several people tested the 2 bows they made. The speed and range were obviously different from those of the single bow, and far exceeded the first single bow made by Mu Feng. Such a weapon! Mingguang shouted in a deep voice. With such a bow and arrow, hunting will be easier for us. Li Hu also shouted excitedly. Even if the Monglong tribe comes again, they must not return. White Fang asked worriedly. What if Yamato from the Blue Bird tribe comes again and wants to learn the double-piece bow? Mu Feng shook his head and laughed. How is that possible? It was a special situation before. Now we have food and furs. I won't teach her anymore. But she said she would come? White Fang frowned, his big eyes blinking. Although he was full of worry, he was very cute. Mu Feng chuckled and said, It's okay. If she really comes again, I have something else to exchange with her. What can we have? White Fang asked in confusion. Mu Feng pointed at the pottery that was drying in the shade and said, These things, we won't teach you how to use weapons in the future, so your safety will be guaranteed. Take these pottery and exchange them for something else. After a pause, he grinned and said, Such core technology is always in our own hands. What's so good about pottery? White Fang grumbled, pouting his lips. It's so thin that it will break if you drop it. Mu Feng laughed dumbly. You'll know when it's done. Chapter 81 Chicken Feathers as Arrow Feathers. The making of a double-piece bow was taught to several people. Except for White Fang, who obviously did not have enough strength, the other three were able to make it skillfully. According to Mu Feng's plan, he wanted to let every member of the tribe's hunting team have a bow as soon as possible, and first form the tribe's most basic defense force. Then promote bows and arrows throughout the tribe, and make everyone a soldier. Early the next morning, Mingguang called all the members of the hunting team to the thatched hut, placed single-piece bows and double-piece bows on the hut, and asked each member of the hunting team to try the bows to see which ones suited them best. As a result, out of the 58 members of the hunting team, including Mingguang, 22 could use a double-blade bow, 30 could use a single-blade bow, and the remaining 5, like Han Shu, felt that the double-blade bow was still not powerful enough. That means 6 people might need 3 bows. Mu Feng was a little excited. He didn't expect that there were so many people who could use a hard bow. After determining the number of bows to be made, Mu Feng began to arrange people to cut bamboo and make bows. Except for the first 10 or so bows that required his personal guidance, the rest of the single-piece and double-piece bows were guided by Li Hu, Mingguang, and Han Shu. Baiya was very depressed about this, and he pouted and complained to Mu Feng. Brother Mu Feng, I can also make a double-piece bow. Mu Feng smiled helplessly and said, You know how to do it, but you are too weak. You didn't have enough strength when you were stringing the bow, so the whole bow is wasted. Baiya was still a little angry. Her eyebrows were twisted into knots, and she looked like a bullied wife. Everyone has something to do, but I can't even make a bow. Mu Feng chuckled and shook his head. So you just want something to do, this is easy. He looked relieved. Oh, I'm still busy with many things, I don't know if you are willing to help me? Baiya's worry turned into joy immediately, with a smile on her pretty face. I can help you. Mu Feng smiled and said, Actually, it's also about increasing the power of bamboo arrows. Increase the power of bamboo arrows? Baiya suddenly became energetic, staring at Mu Feng with his big eyes wide open, as if saying, Just tell me. Mu Feng smiled and said, Bamboo arrows are prone to deflection during flight, so they often miss the target. But I noticed that you were very accurate when shooting arrows? White Fang frowned, looking puzzled. That's because the distance is short. If it's farther, it won't work. Mu Feng shook his head and explained. So if you want to shoot the bamboo arrow more accurately, you need to add something to the tail of the arrow. Tie something? White Fang responded and smiled sweetly. You want me to tie something to the bamboo arrow? Okay, I'll do it according to your instructions. Mu Feng nodded. Okay. I'll take you to the chicken coop to trim the feathers. Cut the feathers? White Fang wondered. What do you want to do with them? You can cut the tail feathers and wing feathers from a chicken and tie them to the tail of an arrow. This will make the arrow more accurate when it flies. Mu Feng used the simplest words to make Baiya understand. The feathers tied on it are called arrow feathers. When talking about arrow feathers, he still felt a little regretful in his heart. The most suitable ones for arrow feathers are goose tails, followed by goose tails and duck tails. The worst are the feathers on the chicken, especially the wings and tail. Unfortunately, the only thing Mu Feng has that can produce feathers now is chicken. Fortunately, clipping the chicken's wings can not only be used to make arrow feathers, but also to prevent the chicken from escaping. Because Mingguang had told him more than once that he had seen the chickens in the chicken coop several times, they were so scared that they almost escaped from prison. At the same time, Mingguang asked Mu Feng whether he wanted to raise the height of the chicken coop or build another one. Either way, it seems to be quite troublesome. Now when making arrow feathers, you don't need to do that anymore, just cut them directly to save trouble. Mu Feng saw that Baiya was not paying attention, and spent another 50 achievement points to exchange for a pair of scissors. He was quite speechless about the reduction in achievement points. I originally thought it would increase, but I didn't expect it would decrease again after finding the clay. The 1150 points after the lard residue, plus the 200 points from Shuqin, and another 200 points spent on exchanging for the double blade bow, plus the 50 points spent here. My God, there are only 1,100 points left. Even though he cried out in grief, Mu Feng still understood the principle of high effort and high reward. He shook his head and took Baya to the chicken coop. How to cut chicken feathers is a very simple task for him, but it may not be the same for White Fang. From holding the scissors to selecting the chicken feathers and then to putting down the scissors, there is nothing that does not require Master Mu Feng's skills. Mu Feng grabbed a chicken, grasped its wings, and pointed at it with a pair of scissors. See, just cut it here, it will be longer. Here at the tail, only these few are usable. Mu Feng said as he cut off a few chicken feathers and handed them to Baya. Take a look. Baya looked excited. She took the scissors from Mu Feng's hand and was about to reach out to take the chicken that Mu Feng handed over, but the chicken bared its teeth and claws and fluttered hard in front of her. Ah! White Fang screamed, his face pale with fear. This chicken is so fierce! As he said that, he quickly threw the chicken away. Now the chicken that fell to the ground happened to hit other chickens, and in an instant there was chaos and all the chickens were in a state of panic, with chicken feathers flying everywhere. Mu Feng and Baya's heads and bodies were covered with chicken feathers. Especially White Fang, his hair was covered with chicken feathers like spider webs, and he was drawing circles on the ground with his feet, his face blushing. Brother Mu Feng. Baya's voice was as soft as a mosquito, and he was obviously very embarrassed. Mu Feng was picking chicken feathers while looking over, and saw red blush rising around Baya's ears and his big eyes filled with uneasiness. Ha ha! Mu Feng didn't take it seriously. Be more careful next time. Okay. Baya nodded seriously, and his serious look made Mu Feng laugh again. Chapter 82 Big Hidden Danger in the Tribe. After Mu Feng and Baya trimmed the chicken feathers and prepared to leave, Mu Feng smiled and said, Wait! What's wrong? White Fang looked excited. Obviously he had not yet recovered from the battle of wits and courage in clipping chicken feathers. Picking eggs! Mu Feng laughed. Have you forgotten the taste of eggs? Ah! Baya slapped her head, her pretty face full of surprise. I almost forgot. I'd boiled eggs with plain water when I got home, and they tasted great too. Ha ha! Mu Feng said as he came to the chicken shed and squatted down. He saw that the grass piles under the shed had become grass nests, with eggs placed in groups of 3 or 2 in the grass nests. A rough count showed that there were about 50 of them. The two began to collect eggs. Mu Feng measured the size of the eggs as he picked them up, thinking in his mind how to make the eggs taste better using the limited ingredients. Suddenly White Fang screamed. Ah! Mu Feng turned around hurriedly, and saw Baya pointing at eggs in a grass nest with a pale face. He was so scared that he dropped 2 eggs in his hand and broke into pieces. Mu Feng looked in the direction of her hand, frowned, then relaxed, stretched out his hand and gently patted Baya. It's okay, it's okay. As he spoke, Mu Feng reached out and picked up the egg. Baya was so frightened that she trembled, her pretty face turned pale, and she quickly hid behind Mu Feng. Mu Feng laughed and said, It's just an egg, are you so scared? But White Fang covered his face with his hands. It's different from other eggs. Why is it soft? Could it be a snake egg? Snake eggs? Mu Feng shook his head. Snake eggs are not like this. They are chicken eggs. It's just that the shell has become soft, and it has become a soft-skinned egg. Aren't eggs hard-shelled? White Fang noticed that Mu Feng was very calm, so he quietly poked his head out from behind him. Could this soft-shelled egg be some kind of monster? Monsters? Mu Feng shook his head. How can there be so many monsters? He wanted to tell White Fang that the reason why eggs were soft-shelled was because the chickens did not consume enough calcium. You should know that the eggshell is naturally soft in the chicken's stomach, but the shell of the laid egg is hard. This is because in addition to eating, chickens also eat some calcareous things regularly or irregularly to supplement calcium. Therefore, chickens from ancient times to the present, whether domestic or wild, will intentionally or unintentionally dig in the dirt, and even eat stones when necessary. If calcium intake is insufficient, the eggs will become soft-shelled eggs when they are laid. It's no wonder that White Fang had never seen one before and thought it was a monster. Mu Feng was still thinking about how to explain to Baiya so that he could understand the relationship between eggshells and calcium, when Baiya suddenly asked, "Other eggs have hard shells, but this egg has a soft shell. Is the chicken that laid this egg sick? Are you sick?" Mu Feng suddenly became alert. If the eggs are soft-shelled, it is easy to deal with. Just throw some gravel or hard soil. But what if the chicken is sick? In the past, bird flu and chicken plague would easily cause the death of a large number of birds in an area. This is not the scariest thing. The scariest thing is that if the disease in the chicken is transmitted to you, the consequences will be unimaginable. Firstly, it has been proven on modern Earth in the past that viruses such as avian influenza can be transmitted to humans. If such a situation really occurs, it would be fine if it happened on Earth in the previous life, but what would happen if it happened in the current tribe? I'm afraid the entire tribe will suffer. Mu Feng was a historian, so he naturally knew that many major events of genocide and extinction in history were caused by diseases. Secondly, in primitive society, due to poor sanitary and dietary conditions, it was basically difficult to cure a disease, which was tantamount to a death sentence. Thinking of this, Mu Feng's expression suddenly became serious. He immediately realized that there was such a huge hidden danger in the tribe. Hygiene, disinfection, epidemic prevention. You have to take precautions before this happens. Baiya yelled for a long time and found that Mu Feng was silent and in a daze. She immediately quieted down and asked in a low voice, "Brother Mu Feng, are you listening?" "Ah?" Mu Feng finally reacted and nodded. "I'm listening." White Fang frowned, but still said uncertainly, "What should we do with this soft-skinned egg? It's scary." Mu Feng shook his head seriously. "It's okay, such eggs can be eaten just the same. Such eggs are laid because of this chicken." He thought about it carefully and was too lazy to explain. "I'm just sick." "Ah?" White Fang was startled, and once again his face turned pale as he tried to run out. Then our tribe will be in trouble, right?" "It's not that exaggerated." Mu Feng grabbed her and said, "This is not a serious illness." Mu Feng sorted out his thoughts and said, "Just find some hard lumps of soil, crush them into particles and throw them in there. Also, gather all the ashes from burning firewood and hay in the tribe. Sprinkle some in this chicken coop, and all over the ground. Oh, and sprinkle them in the pig pen and sheep pen too." White Fang wondered, "What are you doing spreading the dust?" Mu Feng shook his head. "I can't explain it to you right away. Go do these things first, and put the matter of the arrow feather aside. By the way, say that I asked you to do this. Then call your father and tell him that I have something to ask him." Disinfection with wood ash was a common disinfection method used by elderly people in rural areas in the past. There was no way, he had no slaked lime now. "Yes." Baiya noticed Mu Feng's serious expression and didn't dare to ask more questions. He turned around and trotted out. Mu Feng walked out of the chicken coop and sat there thinking blankly. Chapter 83: Changing the Tribe's Health Initiative. Wood ash disinfection is the simplest way to prevent bacteria from growing in chicken coops and pens. Mu Feng was also helpless, and sighed in his heart that it would be much better if he had quicklime around him. It would be much more effective in disinfecting things than wood ash. The tribe grows from the inside out. Mu Feng thought. This inside is not only the strength of the weapons and defense, but also the strength of the tribe members. You can have the best weapons while being plagued by diseases. He thought that the average life expectancy of people in primitive society was actually not very high. It seemed that in addition to being related to diet and environment, it was also closely related to hygiene. Mu Feng thought secretly, and had already made up his mind. Li Hu came quickly and looked extremely nervous when he saw Mu Feng. "Chief, I heard from Baiya that our chickens are sick?" Mu Feng waved his hand. "It's okay, it's not a serious illness. It can be solved by sprinkling some soil and wood ash." Li Hu breathed a sigh of relief. He naturally would not doubt what Mu Feng said. "But," Mu Feng said in a deep voice, "we have to prevent serious illness from happening. Now the tribe has so many livestock, chickens, sheep, pigs, and there will be others in the future. If they are concentrated like this, it will easily breed bacteria and make them sick." Li Hu suddenly became nervous again and asked seriously, "What should we do then?" Mu Feng reorganized his thoughts again. Now it is spring, the weather will get hotter and hotter, and there will be more and more bacteria, so we must sterilize and disinfect the tribe first, so that we can prevent most diseases. Bacteria? Li Hu then noticed that Mu Feng repeatedly mentioned a word he didn't understand. He asked in confusion, "What are bacteria?" Mu Feng patiently explained. Bacteria are very small bugs, so small that they are invisible to the naked eye. For example, the water we drink and the food we eat all have bacteria in them. Ah? Li Hu was completely panicked. Doesn't that mean I'm sick too? Chief, you have to save me. Mu Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and waved his hands and said, "It's not that serious. If there are few bacteria, you won't get sick, but some things naturally contain a lot of bacteria. For example, river water has more bacteria than well water, and raw meat has more bacteria than cooked meat." Li Hu heaved a sigh of relief again, thankfully saying, "It seems that cooked meat is better. Not only does it taste better, it's also safer. But there are bacteria in the water. How do we solve this problem?" Mu Feng nodded. The bacteria in the water can be killed by high temperature. In other words, everyone should boil the well water before drinking it. This way, basically all the bacteria in it will be killed. You have to tell everyone about this. Yes, Li Hu quickly assured. Also, take out the soap I made last time and place it in front of the thatched hut. Teach everyone how to use it. From now on, everyone must wash their hands with soap before eating. If you don't wash your hands, tell Ji Young that you won't be allowed to eat. After a pause, he continued. Especially Ji Young, he is in charge of cutting up the food, so he has to wash his hands. The same is true for the people who are in charge of grilling meat and stewing soup every day. Yes. Li Hu nodded seriously. Mu Feng continued to organize his thoughts. As for the diet, we have arranged to drink boiled water, control the personal hygiene of several people in food distribution, and the personal hygiene of the tribe has also been determined. And there is also public health. Mu Feng looked up at Li Hu and asked, Uncle Li Hu, where do you usually go when you need to go to the bathroom? Li Hu's face suddenly turned red. Ahem, isn't it just about finding a spacious place to relieve yourself? But when he saw Mu Feng's serious face, he quickly added, The men in the tribe all go to the grove to relieve themselves. I don't know about the women. Mu Feng sighed and guessed in his heart that women were probably the same. Okay, I'll teach you how to build a toilet right now, one for men and one for women. Don't just find a place to relieve yourself in the future. Ah? Li Hu was about to say something, but quickly shut up. Because Mu Feng has been talking to him about bacteria. In addition to arranging toilets in a unified manner, we also need to build a place for taking a shower. Everyone will have to wash themselves regularly in the future. Only by washing cleanly can we reduce the breeding of bacteria. Li Hu quickly agreed again, but couldn't help but ask one more question. Are the bathing areas also divided into male and female areas? Nonsense! Mu Feng's face turned red unconsciously. We must split it! Unexpectedly, Li Hu nodded seriously. Yes. Mu Feng then realized that Li Hu probably thought that taking a bath was the same as washing your face, so that's why he asked that question. He shook his head helplessly, feeling deeply that the cultural level within the tribe was really at the stage of illiterate among the illiterate. By the way, have you ever seen a white stone that looks like powder before? Mu Feng asked tentatively. Stones that look like powder? Li Hu shook his head. I've never seen it before. Mu Feng nodded. Okay, I get it, you go ahead and do your work. He was asking about limestone. With limestone, you can make simple disinfectant powder, and it can also be used to make cement and other things. But he had no intention of reporting it. After all, in primitive society, everyone was busy hunting for food, and no one had time to pay attention to the color of the stone. Since there was no limestone, he had to find another way. Chapter 84 Bamboo Bathhouse. Mu Feng didn't need to worry too much about spreading the wood ash. He just watched when Bai Ye and others were spreading the ash, made sure it was spread evenly, and then left. 2 pieces of soap were placed directly in front of Grandpa's thatched hut. Although the old man is now stupid and foolish, Mu Feng also wants to treat him the same as other people in the tribe. He still hasn't been able to decipher the memory he passed on to himself, so much so that Mu Feng himself has given up it has no effect on him anyway. The tribesmen began to use soap to wash their hands and were amazed at the wonders of soap. While eating, Mu Feng said in front of everyone, "The soap is right here. You must wash your hands before every meal. This way, everyone will eat less bacteria and naturally get sick less. As for well water, I will boil it in stone jars before drinking it, which can also reduce bacteria." Bacteria? What are bacteria? Many people asked. Mu Feng had no choice but to explain again. Bacteria are tiny bugs, so small that they are invisible to the naked eye. But if you eat them, you will get sick. In mild cases, you will get stomachaches and diarrhea, and in severe cases, you will die. Ah! Someone exclaimed. No wonder I had a stomachache after drinking cold water a few days ago. The well water we drink is cleaner than drinking water, so if we drink river water, won't it have more bacteria? My father once had a stomachache after drinking river water and then... The man burst into tears. Mu Feng was silent, and at this time, he recalled the memories of some young men in the tribe who died of illness. Even in the last raid by the Monglong tribe, many people were not killed by the Monglong tribe, but were infected with bacteria. At this time, all the Jiang clan members looked at Mu Feng. Great Chief, it would have been better if you could have told us earlier. Mu Feng was helpless as he hadn't traveled through time yet at that time. He said seriously, "So if you don't want this to happen again, just follow my instructions." Everyone saluted respectfully at this moment. Follow the instructions of the Great Chief. After dinner, Mu Feng asked Mingguang to continue supervising the making of bows and arrows, and left Li Hu behind. Except for the hunting team, gather all the young and strong men in the tribe. We are going to start building toilets and bathing places. Yes, Li Hu agreed. Ever since he learned about the existence of bacteria, he now agrees to whatever Mu Feng says, because he has seen those situations happen with his own eyes and he doesn't want the tribe to repeat the same mistakes. Mu Feng nodded and led a group of people to the west of the tribe and the foot of the northern mountain. The terrain there was the lowest point in the entire tribe and was also near where the pig pen was located. He chose a piece of land near the pig pen, which was upwind and a little higher up the mountain. He said, "You guys level a piece of land here first. Then we dug about 20 pits here, leaving space between the pits so that we can put stones in between them later. Dig through this side and build it up with stones, just like building a wall, and fill the small gaps in the middle with even smaller stones." Mu Feng chose a method that combines public toilets with rural earth toilets. Both are stone-paved and paved with thin stone slabs. A long ditch is used to connect the pit behind to provide water for flushing. He built another one behind the wall, and it was the same. Finally, he had people build walls around the pits with rammed earth, and then covered the outermost layer with straw and mud. Although the two toilets were large and a bit troublesome to build, fortunately there were many people involved and they were built in less than half a day. Next is the place for taking a bath. There are simple ways to take a bath, and there are complicated ways to take a bath, which makes Mu Feng a little conflicted. Because bathing will inevitably involve the use of a large amount of water, which will cause serious erosion of the soil. This is not a problem at all in modern times. It can be done with cement floors and floor tiles. However, he didn't have these things at hand at the moment, which became a big problem. Unless there is something resistant to erosion to splice them together, you can find a way to use fine mud or yellow glue to glue and fix them in the middle. After he arranged for Li Hu to dig a ditch below the public beta to connect it to the pig pen, he paced around the tribe to see if he could get any inspiration. What's more, he actually found something that could solve the problem: black bamboo. The moment he saw the black bamboo, he felt his eyes light up and thought to himself, "No wonder people in my previous life said that if you want to make new discoveries, you have to go out and walk more often when you have nothing to do." After seeing the black bamboo, he felt as if his eyes had brightened. He thought of how people in the south in his previous life would flatten bamboo into wide strips and then connect them together to make bamboo beds. You don't even need a mat when you sleep. It fits tightly, is dense and waterproof, and it is extremely comfortable to sleep on. Got it! Mu Feng grinned unconsciously. The black bamboo all over the mountain is the best anti-seepage material. He set out to return and asked Li Hu to arrange people to dig the ditch, and then took him straight to the black bamboo forest to start cutting bamboo. Li Hu was both excited and confused. He was excited because he knew that the chief wanted him to do something, which must be a new move. The puzzling thing was that he had no idea why the chief wanted him to do all this. Because until now, he still hasn't figured out the purpose of digging the hole and tamping the earth, and then digging the ditch and connecting it with the outer perimeter of the pig pen. However, Li Hu couldn't figure it out, so he shook his head secretly. Don't think about it, anyway, we have the chief. Only the wisdom of the chief can figure out such a complicated thing. Chapter 85, Forming the First Archery Army. Mu Feng felt as if he had an indissoluble bond with the black-skinned bamboo. Harpoons, bamboo spears, bows and arrows, as well as the waterproof and anti-corrosion materials needed for bathing, are all made of bamboo. Even bamboo shoots have been added to the tribe's food. As for the future, it is foreseeable that black bamboo will be used in building houses and other things. It seems that black bamboo is of great significance to the tribe. Mu Feng immediately said to Li Hu, "Go back and tell the tribe members not to dig too many bamboo shoots. They need to have new bamboos growing every year. Also, don't destroy the bamboos at will." Li Hu was surprised. "Why are there so many black bamboos?" Mu Feng shook his head. "No matter how much we have, we can't use it all. Remember, things that are useful to us must not be wasted." Li Hu seemed to understand what he said, but he still nodded obediently and took note of it. Mu Feng started to slice the bamboo in front of Li Hu, and then used a planer to flatten it. It was about 1 centimeter thick, 4 or 5 centimeters wide, and about 40 centimeters long. In fact, such bamboo strips can be considered bamboo boards. He thought for a while and found a relatively flat ground. Then he picked up the bamboo boards and started to piece them together. He almost made a bamboo board about 1 meter square. At first glance, it looked like a wooden floor. "There's a way!" Mu Feng was delighted, and then he said to Li Hu, "Do you see these bamboo boards?" Li Hu nodded. "Well, you will be responsible for making these bamboos into bamboo boards, and plane them into such a wide and thick surface, and plane them flatter." "Yes," Li Hu responded. At the same time, an idea became clear from vague "build a public bath here with bamboo." If the bathhouse can really be built, it will be convenient to take a shower or soak in the bath in the future. The most important thing is that Mu Feng has never taken a good bath since coming to this world, and he even feels a little itchy. Comparing with his previous life, he would often go to the bathhouse to take a hot bath and have a good sleep, which would relieve a lot of tiredness. For the Jiang clan members, taking a bath can also wash away the dust stains on their bodies and prevent the growth of bacteria, which invisibly reduces the possibility of the clan members getting sick. Now that he has experimented and found that bamboo strips of black bamboo can realize this idea, he is even more certain. "Then let's make a slightly more complicated bathing tub, so that it will be more convenient to wash dates in the future." After Mu Feng made up his mind, he asked Li Hu to bring out more bamboo strips and told him that they would be of great use. Now Li Hu worked even harder. Because there was only one plane, and it would take time to cut the bamboo strips, Mu Feng remembered that he had promised to make a 3-piece bow for Hanshu, so he temporarily let Li Hu take care of himself in the back mountain while he went to find Mingguang and the others. It was almost dark, and Mingguang and his team had almost finished making the first batch of bows and arrows. The bow-making team consisting of Mingguang, Hanshu and 6 other people finally made more than 50 bows and arrows, both single-piece and double-piece ones. As for the 6 people including Hanshu, they were all holding a 2-piece bow for the time being. Seeing Mu Feng coming, everyone excitedly held their bows and looked at Mu Feng excitedly. During the process of making the bow, Hanshu had demonstrated to them the use and power of the bow and arrow. Only then did they realize that it was the great chief who taught him how to use such a powerful weapon. They also knew that the chief would teach them archery and make protective gear. This made everyone in the hunting team extremely excited. Bows and arrows specially made according to each person's strength, special archery techniques, special protective gear, plus the sound made when Hanshu's arrow hit the tree trunk. Everyone can understand how powerful the bow and arrow are. Mu Feng was very pleased to see that everyone in the hunting team was ready to go. He smiled and said, "Now everyone has their own bow and arrow, and you should know what the bow and arrow are used for. Next, I will teach you how to use a bow and arrow, and how to shoot farther and more accurately." As he spoke, Mu Feng gestured to Hanshu, who immediately handed him a bow and arrow, a two-piece bow. Mu Feng stretched out his hand to test the elasticity, and explained while demonstrating. Stand sideways with the shoulder of the hand holding the bow facing the direction you want to shoot. Stand with your feet slightly apart, shoulder width apart. With your other hand, place the arrow on the bowstring like I did, with the opening of the tail resting directly on the string. Tomorrow I will have White Fang tie feathers on all the arrows, and then hold the feathered side facing inward. Next is to draw the string. The index finger, yes, the second finger from the thumb, is on the knock, and the third and fourth fingers are placed under the knock. If everything is done, start pre-pull. Sink the hand holding the bow a little bit, and turn your elbow inward like I did. Pay attention, push the base of the thumb forward, pull it open, and clench it. Open your shoulders on both sides, open your eyes on the side holding the arrow, look at the arrow and the target, aim, lift your head slightly upwards, keep your hands steady, and then shoot. After Mu Feng shouted, shoot, he heard a whoosh sound around him, and then bamboo arrows began to fly out to varying distances. Mu Feng took a look and burst out laughing. Some were stuck diagonally in the ground, some fell directly to the ground, and a few arrows that were crookedly stuck on the tree trunks swayed a few times before falling down. The members of the hunting team were extremely embarrassed and lowered their heads in embarrassment. Mu Feng smiled and said, "It's okay. Starting tomorrow, we'll only send a small number of people out to see if there are any prey. Let's practice the bows and arrows first. We, the Jiang clan, need an archery army." Chapter 86 Glazing. The next morning, Mu Feng went to check on the situation in the tribe. The toilet had been built and was ready for use. In order to prevent the tribesmen from getting confused, he erected a bamboo next to the men's restroom and 2 bamboos next to the women's restroom, and ordered Li Hu to notify everyone. Then he went back to check how the pottery was drying. Before he even reached the cave, he saw White Fang trotting towards him and shouting, "Brother Mu Feng, Brother Mu Feng! What's wrong?" Mu Feng was surprised. "What's the matter?" Baya was panting, and her chest was already rising and falling. Her pretty face flushed, and she pursed her lips and finally lowered her head to ask, How do I use the toilet?" "What?" Mu Feng felt that he had heard it wrong and his head was a little confused. Then he looked at Baya with an extremely strange look and found that she was also extremely embarrassed. Mu Feng felt overwhelmed. He looked around and saw no one. He quickly drew 2 holes on the ground, then stood on them, one on the left and one on the right. He quickly said, "Just like that. Step on one with 1 foot, then squat down. I don't need to teach you the rest, right?" Baya's voice was as soft as a mosquito's. Her pretty face flushed, and she ran away as if she was running for her life. Mu Feng also felt a surge of shame in his heart. "Fuck, I'm teaching a woman how to go to the toilet, what the hell?" Complaints aside, he still had to do what he had to do. He carefully turned over the finished pottery, which had already been dried in the shade. He estimated that it would be ready for the kiln after being exposed to the sun for another day or so. He gently tested the touch with his hand. "It's 1 or 2 days earlier than I expected. It seems that the air in this cave is relatively dry, and the pottery dries quickly in the shade," Mu Feng said to himself. "It seems that I need to add some glaze, otherwise the surface of the fired pottery will not be smooth and will easily peel off." He thought about the knowledge that the master taught him when he was teaching him how to make pottery, various advanced glazes and various glazing methods. But one of the simplest glazes is also the most easily obtained wood ash. And the old master also told him that wood ash glaze also has different quality. The worst ash is whitish and light, while the best ash is gray or even dark gray and feels like stone powder in the hand. Other things might be hard for him to find, but wood ash was the easiest thing to find. White Fang had just collected some wood ash and scattered it around the chicken coops and pens, and there was still quite a bit left. Mu Feng went straight to Baya and asked for the wood ash to deal with it himself. Sifting glaze is just like kneading clay, both require fineness. Mu Feng first poured a pile of ashes on the ground, then took a bamboo stick and gently patted the ashes, so that the ashes sank tightly to the bottom, leaving a layer of floating ashes on top. The woodwind blew gently, causing the floating dust to fly away and the dust to fly everywhere. Baya waved her hands wildly, her pretty face full of confusion. "Brother Mu Feng, why are you blowing dust for no reason?" Mu Feng said apologetically. Sorry, you will know it later. As he spoke, he picked up the bamboo stick and gently scraped off the large particles of ash on the remaining surface. The remaining ash looked very fine. At first glance, it looks like finely ground gray flour. He picked up the gauze again, scooped up the ash and placed it on the gauze, sifting it out bit by bit, and finally got a small pile of extremely fine wood ash. Looking at the light gray and sediment-like plant ash, Mu Feng nodded. Okay, this is the best of the best plant ash. Cripple, General? Baya was puzzled, blinking his big eyes. Brother Mu Feng, what are you talking about? Nothing, Mu Feng said with a smile. These ashes are useful. What's the use? White Fang became even more curious. I'm going to use it as a glaze and apply it on these pottery. This way, the pottery will come out very shiny and very easy to use. Baya was stunned and had no idea what Mu Feng was talking about. Mu Feng saw that she looked interested yet confused and couldn't help but want to laugh. He shook his head and continued with the work in his hands. The method of glazing with wood ash is an ancient method. The color of the fired pottery will be different if the ratio of ash to water is different, such as smoky gray, ink color, dark green, and so on. The most famous one Mu Feng has heard is 51 Shades of Gray. However, although he knew all this, he was really a novice in pottery making and was not very good at it. Fortunately, his requirements are not high. As long as the pottery can be used, it's fine. As for what color it will turn out to be, it all depends on God's will. Because there was quite a lot of ash sifted out, Mu Feng was not a stingy person, and he was also worried that the lack of glaze on the pottery would affect the quality, so he just mixed it like a mud. After stirring for a long time, I felt that it was indeed a bit thick, so I had to add more water and continue stirring. Unexpectedly, his action was of great significance to White Fang. She looked at Mu Feng mumbling to himself, adding water and gesticulating, and for a moment she actually became worried about Mu Feng. She frowned slightly, and her beautiful big eyes were full of heartache. But Mu Feng didn't notice all this. He took a smaller piece of pottery that had already been glazed, gently pinched it, and turned it around in the stone jar. He took a look and found that the glaze on it was relatively even. Perfect! Mu Feng grinned and laughed. Open the kiln! Chapter 87 Archery Army has great potential. Kiln firing is a technical as well as a physical job. Because it takes 1 or 2 days, or even 10 days or even a month to open a kiln. Fortunately, Mu Feng was just trying out his hand this time and only made about 10 pieces of different sizes. The largest one was no bigger than a wash basin, and the smallest one was only as big as a rice bowl. According to his estimation, it would only take about 3 days. But he basically has to stay here for these 3 days to prevent any accidents. After all, he is the only one in the tribe who can make pottery. But as long as the pottery making is successful the first time, I can let go and hand it over to Li Hu, Baya and others. Because Mu Feng couldn't leave easily, Mingwang chose to have the hunting team's archery practice near Mu Feng. This makes it convenient for Mu Feng to guard the cave while guiding them in archery practice. Not only that, in order to keep his promise, Mu Feng also moved all the bow-making tools to his side and made 3 bows for Han Shu and the others. The fire in the cave is burned with charcoal and lasts for a long time, so you only need to look at it once or twice. To practice archery, Mu Feng only needs to give some guidance with his mouth. So the real effort is making the bow. Originally Mu Feng had explained in detail to Li Hu and Ming Guan how to make a 3-piece bow. Unfortunately, no matter how he explained, they did not understand how to stick the 3 bamboo pieces together. Mu Feng had no choice but to do it himself. The 3-piece bow is different from the simple 2-piece bow of 1 thick and 1 thin. The requirement is that 2 are long and 1 is short, and that 2 long are 1 hard and 1 soft. The so-called 2 long pieces mean that there are 2 bamboo strips with the same length, and the short piece is placed between the 2 long pieces as a sandwich. As for the 1 hard and 1 soft, of the 2 long ones, the bamboo slices placed in the inner layer must be relatively thick. When roasting the bamboo slices, only the 2 ends should be roasted until softened, and the middle part can be normal. The outermost layer of bamboo is relatively thin and is baked soft as a whole, so that it can be bent to fit the inner bamboo with a short sheet in the middle. These requirements are rather complicated for Mu Feng to talk about, and there are more things to pay attention to when doing them. No wonder Li Hu, Ming Guang, and the others became confused as they listened. This was when Mu Feng said it in person. For others, like Chan Ning, who had never heard of these details, it would be a fantasy to think of making a double piece or even a triple piece bow. The thickness of the hard and soft bamboo strips are relatively uniform, but the short bamboo strip in the middle is required to present an extremely narrow and long arc to the outside, which requires extremely high craftsmanship and accuracy of Mu Feng. This one bamboo piece alone wasted 6 bamboo pieces of Mu Feng, and this was even with a ruler and a plane. Without these, I'm afraid even Mu Feng wouldn't be able to do it. Fortunately, his efforts were not in vain. The 3 bamboo strips had been sliced and roasted, and were placed aside to be shaped. Then he sat aside and watched the tribesmen practice archery calmly. Currently, there are only about 40 people in the hunting team, and the other 10 or so people were sent out hunting by Mingguang. Because they have mastered the fishing skills and there is a sheep trap not far from the tribe, now the hunting team only needs to send a few people out to guard it every day. In the meantime, at Mu Feng's instruction, Mingguang led people to dig traps on the other side and caught a lot of wild sheep. The tribesmen's daily food now includes sheep, fish, and occasionally boiled eggs, slaughtered pigs, and chickens. Together with vegetables such as bamboo shoots, shepherd's purse, mushrooms, and water celery, the food supply of the tribe is already quite rich. Except for wild boars, which were killed one less each time, other animals such as sheep and chickens, in addition to supplying the tribe members, were increasing in numbers in 2s and 3s every day. This is also the reason why Mu Feng can start training the archery army with confidence. Now that I'm full and have some food left, of course I want to strengthen myself. At present, the 40 or so people were divided into 4 groups. Each group stood side by side with bows and arrows. A simple round wooden stake bullseye was erected 30 meters away from them. This was also what Mu Feng asked Mingguang and Li Hu to do overnight, and it just came in handy now. A dozen people stood in a row. When Mingguang gave the order to release the arrows, the sound of whoosh could be heard continuously, with some sounds being faster and some slower. As for the arrows that hit the target, only 2 or 3 out of 10 can hit the center of the bullseye. After a group of shots hit the target, Mingguang looked at Mu Feng and said, "Captain, how do you think they shoot?" Everyone subconsciously became nervous. Mu Feng chuckled and shook his head. "This is your first time using a bow and arrow, so it's normal that you can't shoot accurately. This has a lot to do with your lack of experience. But remember the archery tips I taught you yesterday. If you hold the bow with your left hand, your left side should be in front. If you hold the bow with your right hand, your right shoulder should be in front. The distance between your 2 feet should be wide. When you draw the bow, your 2 shoulders should be working together. When you shoot arrows, your eyes, arrow, and bullseye should be in line." As he spoke, Mu Feng picked up a bow and demonstrated. "After you draw the bow, keep your hand steady when you hold the string, breathe slowly, look at the target, lift it up a little, and then shoot." Swoosh! The bamboo arrow fell and hit the center of the target. The people around were amazed. Mu Feng looked at the arrow that hit the bullseye not far away and felt a little ashamed. At a distance of 30 meters, it's still a bit crooked. If I had this kind of technique in my previous life, I'm afraid I would have been scolded to death by my own coach. The hunting team members who received Mu Feng's guidance seemed to have got the hang of it. The next few groups of people were able to hit the target with 5 or 6 arrows out of 10, and 2 even hit the target within the 6th ring. You know, we have only just started practicing, and we have already achieved such great results. It seems that the archery army has great potential, Mu Feng said secretly. Chapter 88: The Tribe's First Archer. After each round of shooting arrows by the hunting team members, Mu Feng would come forward to give instructions, point out any shortcomings, and demonstrate. In this way, for 3 days, the hunting team practiced archery regardless of day or night. Thanks to the guidance of Mu Feng, the famous teacher, their archery skills are also improving by leaps and bounds. In the end, every round of archery hit the target, and all of them were above 6 rings. After several rounds of archery with the same result, Mingguang couldn't help but feel proud. He looked at Mu Feng with a big grin and said, "Chief, you see, we can really hit the target." "Not enough." Mu Feng shook his head and said lightly. "Not enough?" Everyone was stunned, including Mingguang and Lihu. Mu Feng stood up and said, "You are now practicing with targets that are not moving. But if there really are enemies or prey, who would be stupid enough to stand there and let you shoot arrows?" He looked around and asked, "What would you do if someone wanted to chop you with a bone knife and you had no weapon?" Someone subconsciously said, "Get out of the way." Some people also said, "Run!" Mingguang glared at the two of them fiercely, then rolled his eyes at Mu Feng. He smiled and said, "If someone knows you are going to shoot him with an arrow, will he hide or run away?" This question stumped everyone. Mingguang couldn't help but ask, "Great Chief, since they can hide, we can't shoot them, so why do you let us practice archery?" "Can't hit the target?" Mu Feng shook his head and laughed. "That's because you haven't practiced hard enough." As he said this, he took the 3 finished bows from Han Shu's hand, and picked up a feather arrow tied with feathers, and held them all in one hand. At the same time, he picked up a piece of bamboo tube that had been cut off next to him with his other hand and threw it out. Before anyone could react, Mu Feng threw the bamboo tube and drew up the bowstring. He squinted his eyes and leaned closer to the bowstring. As the bamboo tube was falling, he shouted, "Go!" The bamboo arrow flew out in response. Before the whoosh sound stopped, a pop sound was heard, and the tip of the arrow directly pierced the bamboo tube in the air. The bamboo tube broke into pieces and fell to the ground. "This!" Mingguang gasped, too shocked to speak. Mingguang was like this, not to mention the other members of the hunting team. Only Baiya standing aside looked as if it was a matter of course, as if she would not be surprised no matter what Mu Feng did. There was even more expectation in her eyes when she looked at Mu Feng. Mu Feng ignored the shock around him, returned the arrow to Han Shu, and said with a smile, "Now you know how effective your training is?" Mingguang finally reacted. He immediately blushed and shouted at the top of his voice, "Hurry up and practice archery! After you have practiced well, let the chief teach us how to shoot arrows." "Yes!" The members of the hunting team shouted one by one, put away their previous complacent mentality, and began to practice archery seriously. They naturally understood that the chief would definitely not teach them this before they hit the bull's eye. Seeing this, Mu Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. During the 3 days, he witnessed the efforts and progress of the hunting team and felt very pleased. But he also knew that the tribe was very weak and had to strengthen itself as quickly as possible so that it could survive in the harsh environment around it. So when he saw them being so engrossed in hitting the target, he was quite worried. Fortunately, he discovered the problem in time, and he also kept up the skills he had practiced hard in the archery club in his previous life. That's why he shocked them with his frisbee shooting skills. The most important thing is that he used a 3-piece bow, which was incomparable to the other 2 types of arrows in terms of power and speed. Han Shu's eyes were burning as he took the arrow. He shouted in a deep voice, "Chief, I want to learn." Mu Feng was stunned for a moment. "You want to learn this?" "Yes." Han Shu nodded heavily. "I also want to have superb archery skills like you, so that I can protect the tribe in the future." Mu Feng thought about it. Mingguang and Lihu once told him that Han Shu was a down-to-earth and reliable person, and was being trained to be the future leader of the tribe. Moreover, Mu Feng also felt that Han Shu was indeed good after observing him for the past few days. He nodded and said, "Okay, let me see your archery skills." Excitement appeared on Han Shu's face, but he suppressed it immediately. He took a deep breath, drew his bow and arrow, turned around and shot at a target, hitting the bull's eye. Mu Feng nodded and pointed to a tree not far away. "See the branch next to that tree? Give it a try." The branch was as thick as an arm and much smaller than the target. Han Shu nodded without saying anything, shot the arrow again, and hit the target again. Mu Feng's eyes lit up, and he thought to himself, "Is the tribe going to have a superb archer so soon? That's great!" However, he did not show any strange expression on his face. He nodded and said, "Okay, now start looking at the leaves on that branch and see how they sway in the wind." "Ah?" Han Shu was puzzled. "Look at the leaves? Chief, why do you want to look at the leaves?" Mu Feng smiled and explained, "The leaves are like moving targets. What should you do if you want to shoot them?" Han Shu thought for a moment and said, "Of course I need to know where it will be when I shoot the arrow." Mu Feng smiled and said, Then where will it be when you shoot the arrow? Han Shu was stunned. He looked at the leaf and frowned as he thought. It was in one place when I shot the arrow, but it was in another place when the arrow arrived. It was always moving. Mu Feng listened to Han Shu muttering, smiled and nodded, without saying anything to give any advice. He knew that the tribe's best archer was about to appear. Chapter 89 The First Batch of Pottery. Mu Feng's hint was enough for Han Shu to understand, but he didn't point it out. As long as Han Shu figured it out before shooting arrows, he would definitely get twice the result with half the effort. Sure enough, after Han Shu thought seriously for a while, a light gradually appeared in his eyes. He said nothing, frowned and stared at the leaf that Mu Feng was talking about. He looked at it for a long time without blinking. Brother Mu Feng? Baya asked in a low voice, with a puzzled look on her pretty face. Why is he standing there like an idiot? Sure. Mu Feng made a hushed gesture and said with a smile. Just wait and see. Sure enough, not long after, Han Shu took a deep breath, picked up the bow, put on the arrow, narrowed his eyes, slowly raised the bow, and shot an arrow at the leaf. As expected, the arrow went straight through the leaf. Everyone was shocked. Han Shu! Han Shu can actually be so powerful! Everyone was shocked by Han Shu's archery skills. On the other hand, Han Shu did not say anything at this time, but frowned and thought carefully, obviously recalling the feeling of the arrow just now. Yeah! Mu Feng smiled and raised his hand to signal everyone to stop making noise and let Han Shu feel it for himself. Everyone was immediately afraid to breathe. After a while, Han Shu respectfully put down his bow and arrow, knelt on one knee and saluted with one hand. Thank you for your guidance, Chief! Mu Feng waved his hand. Okay, get up, you have a good understanding. Han Shu stood up and said seriously. But I still can't shoot arrows as fast as the chief. Mu Feng smiled. Don't worry about it now. Now that you have mastered the trick, you can get faster and faster with more practice. Yes. Han Shu nodded seriously. The people around cast admiring glances at Han Shu, and at the same time became more and more in awe of Mu Feng. Just now, Han Shu was in the same situation as them. After a word or two of guidance from the great chief, he can now shoot arrows at the swaying leaves? If he can shoot leaves, does that mean he can also shoot flying birds? And all this happened just because the chief said a few words. The tribe has always admired the strong, and this has nothing to do with age. Especially the archery skills that the chief had just displayed were obviously far superior to Han Shu's. How could they not be in awe? Okay, everyone has seen it. As long as we practice well and can set the target accurately, the chief will also teach us. Then we will be able to be like Han Shu! Mingguang shouted at the right time. What's more, after he shouted like that, the morale of the hunting team soldiers, who were already high, became even higher. They shouted, hurry up, and rushed to practice first. Mu Feng finally got time to sit on the ground and rest for a while, and added some charcoal into the cave. He estimated that when the charcoal fire was almost burned out, he could turn it off and take out the pottery. Through the small holes deliberately left in the cave, one could see that the pottery inside had been burned to a color almost the same as the flames. He estimated that the glaze and clay that needed to be oxidized had been oxidized, and the ones that needed to be coated had been coated, so he put out the charcoal fire and waited for the temperature of the cave to cool down. Then he used a shovel to pry open the cave door, revealing 18 pieces of pottery inside. What surprised Mu Feng was that 3 of the 18 pottery pieces were cracked, both of which were small bowls that were too thin. He carefully used the green bamboo rack he had prepared in advance and dipped it in water to pick up the pottery, and the bamboo clips still made a sizzling sound. He took out the pottery one by one and examined it carefully while it was cooling down. All 15 pottery pieces are in good condition, with uniform body quality, dark red color, and a layer of black and gray glossy glaze on the surface. Although it is not a famous pottery handed down from generation to generation, it is of great significance to the Jiang clan because it is the first batch of pottery of the tribe. It's done! Mu Feng grinned and laughed. Baya, who had been watching from the side, looked at Mu Feng's actions and couldn't help asking, "Why are you so happy?" Mu Feng smiled and said, "The pottery has been made. We don't have to use heavy containers like stone jars anymore." "Really?" White Fang's face was full of anticipation. I want to try it too. Mu Feng smiled and said, Of course, just wait. Mingguang, who was not far away, wanted to come over to see how the pottery was, but Mu Feng rejected him with a look. His meaning was clear. Just focus on your own business and don't get involved. Mingguang retreated angrily. Mu Feng waited and waited, and finally, when he could no longer feel the heat when he approached the pottery, he carefully picked up the pottery and placed it in a stone jar to speed up cooling. There was no excessive reaction in the stone jar, but the temperature of the water was still a little high. After washing it several times, Mu Feng picked up a ceramic bowl, weighed it in his hand, and knocked it twice. After making sure that the sound was the same as he remembered, he grinned. Ha ha ha, I really did it! He laughed and scooped a bowl of water with the ceramic bowl. It felt much lighter than the stone jar. Come on, Baiya, you try it too! Mu Feng handed the pottery bowl to Baiya. White Fan raised his hands as if to lift something up, ready to take it. Mu Feng laughed and said, This is not a stone jar, don't bother with it. Ah? White Fan took it and exclaimed, This pottery is so light, it doesn't feel like much effort at all. Her pretty face was full of surprise, and she looked at Mu Feng expectantly. Brother Mu Feng, can you give me this pottery bowl? Sure. Mu Feng laughed. This is just the first batch of trials. Soon everyone in our tribe will use this lightweight pottery. Then he looked at the basin-sized pottery jar and said, Let's try this pottery jar. After he cooled the pottery jar with water, he gently picked it up with both hands. This was simply incredible in White Fang's eyes, because she definitely couldn't lift a stone jar of the same size before. This is the clay jar. Mu Feng was very satisfied with Baiya's surprised reaction and laughed. Chapter 90. Bathing is also divided into men and women. The first time he made pottery independently, he made 15 pieces. This was mainly because he had made it in his previous life, and the clay he used was yellow clay with better adhesion. Excluding the 3 that cracked due to thin body walls, these 15 pottery pieces are all pretty good. The only drawback is that the color is really not flattering and is not worthy of being displayed in a refined setting. Fortunately, no one cares about the quality of these pottery now. Everyone is concerned about the lightness and large capacity of the pottery. Li Hu and Mingguang, who had come up at some point, also took the pottery jar from Baiya. After filling it with water, they felt it and exclaimed, This container is so light. Is it strong? I wonder if it can be used to make soup like a stone pot? Will we be able to use such good things in the future? Mu Feng was in a good mood and didn't mind the two peoples taking a break from their busy schedule. He smiled and said, As long as you don't drop it on purpose, it won't rot easily. As for stewing soup or holding water, it's not a problem. Don't worry, I have taught you the method of making pottery, and you also know what the materials are. After the tribe is busy for this period of time, Mingguang, you can take people to the river to dig clay, and when you come back, you can make pottery in large quantities. Mingguang became excited. Yes. Li Hu, however, understood the hidden meaning of Mu Feng's words. Great Chief, is there anything else to do in the tribe? Yes. Mu Feng nodded. Did you boil the bamboo strips I asked you to cut a few days ago in the stone pot? Li Hu nodded. It's all cooked and dried, and the uneven places have been flattened. Green bamboo boards contain more water. Boiling them in boiling water and then drying them in the sun can not only dehydrate them quickly, but also prevent them from deforming later. Okay. Mu Feng nodded. Let's start laying the bath floor today and lay all the bamboo strips before dark. Then we have other things to do. Yes. Li Hu nodded. So Mu Feng first moved the pottery back to his own cave, and then asked Li Hu and a few others to carry the bamboo boards to the built bathing pool. The soil on the ground had long been compacted and flattened, with layers of fine sand on top. Mu Feng began to lay the bamboo boards, staggering them horizontally and vertically, laying them together like flooring, and knocking them from time to time with a homemade wooden hammer. Li Hu and the others were stunned by what they saw. They had never seen the old chief do these things before, so naturally they didn't know where Mu Feng learned these things. But they were very sure of one thing, that is, what Mu Feng did was beneficial to the tribe and to them. That's enough. Then again, I'm afraid Li Hu and the others can't think of any deeper reasons. At the beginning, it was only Mu Feng who was doing the attack, but after a while, Li Hu and the people behind him also started to help. After following Mu Feng back and forth and doing many things, they more or less understood what Mu Feng meant. They knew that the bamboo boards needed to be laid flat, and the uneven ones needed to be knocked down with a wooden hammer. Some people even began to take the initiative, and would scoop up fine soil from other places to fill up the depressions they saw. Although the action was small, it made Mu Feng slightly stunned. It seems that the intelligence of the people in the tribe has begun to improve, Mu Feng thought. Although this feeling cannot be compared with the joy of having a child in old age, it is almost the same. It seems that my efforts have not been in vain, Mu Feng thought to himself, and his expectations for the future became even more earnest. Great Chief! Li Hu stared at the bathing pool with the floor paved and the wall surrounded. Why did you build such a large container? Container? Mu Feng laughed dumbly. This is called a bathtub. It's used for bathing. Is this the bath you were talking about? Yes. Mu Feng nodded. Put some hot water in it, so many people can take a bath together at the same time. Is it the entire tribe? Li Hu asked again. Well, but we can't wash them in it at the same time. I guess we have to wash them in several batches, Mu Feng explained. Li Hu began to mutter. Then let Baiya follow you and Qinya and the others, and I will go with Ming Guang, Ji Yang and the others. Mu Feng's forehead was full of black lines, and he couldn't help but yelled. The bathhouse is just like the toilet, it is also divided into men's and women's. Oh! Li Hu looked as if he had suddenly realized something. Mu Feng felt completely speechless. Not long ago, he was still lamenting the civilization of the tribe, but he didn't expect that Li Hu would ask such a weak question the next moment. But where can we get hot water for such a big bath? How much will it take? Mu Feng nodded. This time Li Hu asked a relatively normal question, and it also hit the point. This is indeed a problem. Mu Feng thought for a moment and said, Let's build the bathtub first, then mix the clay and fill all the gaps with it, and let it dry naturally in the shade. At this point he had already figured out how to solve the problem of heating water for bathing. Use clay to make a large clay pot specifically for heating hot water. Hee hee! Mu Feng couldn't help laughing. It's just a boiler for boiling water. It can't be a problem for me. Chapter 91 Motivation brought by a sense of crisis. The baths were quickly built, but could not be used immediately because there was no means of boiling water in large quantities. However, Mu Feng has already thought of a solution, and it can be solved quickly. It is nothing more than going out to dig yellow clay again. Once the bathhouse is put into use, the bath water will flow along the ditch to the toilet below, flushing the feces from the toilet and the pigpen into a large manure pool. Pile hay in the manure pit, sprinkle excess wood ash into it, mix and ferment, and it will be excellent fertilizer. This is also the method of making soil fertilizer that has been used in rural areas for many years. At that time, whether you are planting crops or growing vegetables, as long as you spread soil and fertilizer and take good care of them, the crop yield will naturally increase. So Mu Feng left the tribe. Considering that he encountered a giant python and a pack of wolves a few days ago, he knew that he had to be fully prepared this time. If I hadn't used my archery skills to sneak attack the Wolf King last time, I'm afraid they wouldn't have escaped so easily. As for this trip out of the tribe, he had a few things to do. First, you need to dig yellow clay, which requires a lot of it, so many people go. Second, he has to continue looking for edible and useful wild plants in the wild, such as wild vegetables, Chinese herbs, grains, etc. These things are not only edible and can save people, but also can help Mu Feng earn achievement points, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Third, he wanted to try to catch a few wild wolves and tame them for his own use. It would be best if he could catch a few wolf cubs and raise them from an early age. After all, the tribe has limited manpower, and relying on only these 200 people would definitely be insufficient to expand the tribe. Wolves can be domesticated into dogs. Dogs are the most loyal to humans among all animals. With dogs, the safety of the tribe and hunting will be more secure. Mu Feng had been thinking about these things in his mind for several days. The more he thought about it, the more stressed he felt and the more time he ran out. When he first arrived in this world, he obviously had not fully realized the danger, but after the last encounter with the wolf, he urgently felt the dangers lurking around him. The natural environment, wild animals, and humans may endanger the safety of the tribe and his life. Time waits for no one. Mu Feng sighed in his heart. I still have to prepare the defense of the tribe before going out. And we can't take the risk of taking all the hunting team members out. Our previous approach was a bit ill-considered, Mu Feng thought. There was no reason for him to take his people out into the wild to look for food and supplies when there was no one watching over the tribe. If their nest was attacked by surprise, he would be so exhausted that he would not even have tears to cry. Manpower defense, Mu Feng muttered and soon fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, he found Li Hu and Mingguang and said, The tribe's protective wall needs to be expanded. We need to expand it further? They were both stunned. But our tribal defense wall is already very high. The last time the Mamlung tribe came to plunder, they didn't even get close to the door. Not enough. Mu Feng shook his head. That's just because the Mamlung tribe is small and not strong enough. What if people from a large tribe come? If there are so many people that they can directly tear down the protective wall, what should we do? This? Li Hu was skeptical. There are no big tribes near us. Besides, they look down on small tribes like us. Just because it didn't happen before doesn't mean it won't happen in the future, Mu Feng said seriously. We should prepare before this happens, otherwise our Jiang family will be plundered by the Mamlung tribe just like last time. Do you want that to happen again? No, they said in unison. Well, this time we'll call on all the workers and build another protective wall outside the tribe. Build another protective wall? The two looked at each other and asked. Outside the tribe is the land where we grow corn. Where should we build the protective wall? Of course it's outside the cornfield. Mu Feng smiled. Not only should we surround the cornfield, but we should also connect the south and north sides of the cornfield, the foot of the mountain and the forest. The distance of the protective wall that Mu Feng mentioned is no less than 500 meters, which is about 1 mile. Li Hu was surprised. That's too long a distance. It's useless for us to have such a long protective wall. Mu Feng shook his head. It seems useless now, but it may not be the case in the future. After hearing what Mu Feng said, the two fell silent again because they didn't want to be robbed at will in the future. Sure enough, the sense of crisis brought motivation. Li Hu and Ming Guang immediately called on the young and strong laborers in the tribe to start moving stones and building walls. In response to Mu Feng's requests, they began to move stones out from the foot of Nanshan Mountain and cleared out a large open area. The cleared stones were transported to the outer wall. This time the protective wall is more than 3 meters high and more than 1 meter thick. Of course, in addition to stones, the gaps are also filled with mud. From the outside, it looks like a rammed earth wall. Because the wall was so long and the project was so huge, Mu Feng had to call in the hunting team as well. Even so, it took more than 100 people 5 days to complete the upgrade of the protective wall. The outer layer of the protective wall is still planted with mulberry and thorny trees. The mulberry has long strips, and the thorny trees have vines and thorns, both of which are troublesome plants. Now it is used by Mu Feng to upgrade the tribe's defense system. In this way, after 5 days, the entire Jiang clan had 2 3-layer protective walls made of thorns, mulberry trees, and stones. Such an arrangement is extremely rare, not to mention now, even in history. But once such a protective wall was built, Mu Feng knew that it was worth it. Chapter 92. This is Chinese medicine that can cure diseases. Mu Feng finally went out with 30 hunting team members. The remaining 20 or so hunting team members were practicing archery and protecting the tribe. Now the tribe had many livestock and was no longer penniless, and needed someone to take care of them. This time, there were also 20 young and strong men from the tribe following them. His plan was to expand the number of people in the hunting team, and he just took advantage of this opportunity to go out and train these 20 or so people. But this time the leader was not Mingguang, but Han Shu. This is also the result of discussion between Mu Feng and Mingguang. Mingguang and Li Hu are in charge of the tribe, and Han Shu is the one who leads the team, which gives him the opportunity to train himself and become independent. In particular, Han Shu's archery skills are improving day by day, and he is an expert in the tribe. But talk is just talk. No matter how accurate Han Shu's shooting is in the tribe, he is just practicing with leaves and branches. The real test is still in the wild. The group took what they needed to go out, passed through a protective wall inside the tribe, and walked towards the second protective wall. There were cornfields on both sides of the path. The corn seedlings were nearly a foot tall and lushly green, which made Mu Feng feel a little relieved. There's too much grass. I'll have to find someone to pull it out when I get back. The outer protective wall seems to be missing something. Let's build a few more arrow towers when we come back. 3 to 4 people can stand on each arrow tower. Mu Feng walked and looked, thinking in his heart that he was now patrolling his own city like the city lord of old. Although at present his territory can only be regarded as a shabby piece of land. The outer protective wall is the same as the inner one, with fences made of sharpened trees on the left and right, which require 4 people to push at the same time to open. The entire outer protective wall has begun to take on the appearance of a city gate defense. Mu Feng is confident that such protection is definitely beyond that of everyone in this era. Seeing that there were people guarding both sides of the protective wall, he felt even more relieved and tried to communicate with the system to see if there would be any rewards for upgrading the protective wall. I didn't expect it really exists. Not only that, but there are also special achievement rewards for tribal infrastructure. Complete the toilet construction and get 300 achievement points. Complete the construction of the bathhouse and get 300 achievement points. Complete the city wall defense upgrade and get 300 achievement points. Complete pottery making and get 300 achievement points. Complete the upgrade of the single-piece bow and obtain 200 achievement points. The current achievement points are 2,500 points. Oh my god! Mu Feng was overjoyed. I've been so busy these past few days that I didn't pay attention to submitting tasks to the system. I unexpectedly got so many achievement points all at once. I'm rich, rich! He suddenly remembered a sentence about making money that he had heard in his previous life. It is said that, if you only focus on making money and don't pay attention to doing things, you won't make money and you won't get anything done. But if you focus on doing things, things will be done and money will come naturally. In the past, Mu Feng thought that this sentence was just chicken soup that couldn't be more poisonous, but now it seems that it does make some sense. 2,500 achievement points. If I accumulate a little more, I can redeem the Great Earth Path technique. Then I can combine this skill with the Wood Path derivative technique to accelerate my growth. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Keep calm, stay calm. Mu Feng thought to himself, suppressed his excitement, and led everyone out of the protective wall. Not far away is a jungle, which is also the only way connecting the Jiang tribe with the outside world. He looked back at the protective wall, and then he felt relieved and waved his hand, saying, "Let's go!" More than 50 people moved forward in the shape of an arrow. The hunting team members were on the periphery, and the young and strong people who were not members of the team were inside. Although they are young and strong, they have always been responsible for protecting the tribe. They are not very good at hunting in the wild. This time they came out just to gain some experience. Not only that, Mu Feng also intends to train soldiers. So before setting off, Mu Feng specifically asked Han Shu and Ming Guang to plan the route to be more remote than last time. According to the two, these places are mostly shrubs, with fewer tall trees and more various grass plants. This just met Mu Feng's requirements to see if there were any usable herbs or wild vegetables on the roadside. He had already looked through the system. One herb was worth 200 achievement points, the same as wild vegetables. Now, for him, no matter whether it is wild vegetables or herbs, as long as he finds them, it is a good job that can kill 2 birds with 1 stone, as he can use them and earn achievement points at the same time. Sure enough, not long after he walked, he saw a field of plants with pure yellow flowers in the distance. The people around turned a blind eye to this, and were all carefully on guard against any danger around them. Mu Feng was stunned when he saw the yellow flowers. Winter jasmine? That shouldn't be the case. It's already mid-spring, and the winter jasmine is almost withered. Mu Feng walked towards the yellow flower in confusion, took a closer look, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Forsythia! No wonder! Mu Feng said in a low voice. Forsythia and winter jasmine are indeed very similar. It is easy for most people to confuse them just by looking at the color of the flowers, and their flowering periods also overlap. However, the branches of Forsythia are thicker than those of Forsythia, and the color of the branches is also darker than that of forsythia. Moreover, forsythia has only 4 petals, while jasmine has 6 petals. In addition to the difference in the presence or absence of fuzz on the leaves, Mu Feng was able to recognize that these were forsythia. The most important thing is that forsythia fruit can be used as medicine to clear away heat and detoxify. In other words, this is traditional Chinese medicine that can cure diseases. Chapter 93 Great Discovery in the Wild. Mu Feng plucked a small yellow flower and smelled it carefully. It had a faint fragrance. "Haha, what a great stuff!" Mu Feng laughed. "Good stuff?" Han Shu asked puzzledly. "What's wrong, Chief?" "This." Mu Feng pointed at the forsythia flower and said, "This thing is a medicinal herb. The fruit can be used as medicine." "Medicinal herbs, medicinal uses?" Han Shu looked confused. Mu Feng was in a good mood and explained with a smile. "It can be used to treat diseases and clear away heat and detoxify." "Cure diseases?" Han Shu understood now and immediately asked in ecstasy. "Can it cure the bacteria in the tribe?" "No, it is used to treat colds, but it cannot be used as medicine now. It will bear fruit in autumn, and the fruit can be used as medicine." "Oh," Han Shu finally reacted. "What should we do now?" Mu Feng looked thoughtful. He used a shovel to peel the bark from several large trees nearby and mark them. "We have other things to do this time. Remember the location here. Later, you can bring people to dig up all these forsythias and plant them back in the tribe." "Yes." Although Han Shu was doubtful, he answered honestly. So Mu Feng asked Han Shu to continue leading the people forward, but they encountered another surprise not long after they went. In the grass not far away, the small pale yellow flowers are particularly eye-catching. "Dandelion!" Mu Feng shouted. "This is also a good thing for clearing away heat and detoxifying." Mu Feng couldn't help but pull up a dandelion from the ground, broke off the flower and put it directly into his mouth to eat. When he was a child, Mu Feng often picked dandelion flowers in the fields and ate them as snacks. He didn't expect to see dandelions here again many years later. He naturally did what he did when he was a child. "Great Chief!" Han Shu was shocked. "Isn't this thing poisonous?" "No," Mu Feng said with a smile. "This is called dandelion. It is also a herb and can be used for cooking. The roots, stems, and leaves can all be used as medicine. The whole body is a treasure. Well, we can dig some of this and plant it in the tribe now." "Is this also a medicinal herb?" Han Shu stared at Mu Feng with wide eyes, an expression of disbelief. "The thing with yellow flowers called forsythia can be used as medicine, but now this thing called dandelion can not only be used as medicine, but also eaten." In the eyes of the great chief, anything with yellow flowers can be eaten? That doesn't seem right. The locust flowers and elm flowers in the tribe are not yellow. Or can all flowers be eaten? That's not right. The chief didn't say that forsythia can be eaten. What is going on here? Han Shu frowned. He couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. He looked very confused. Mu Feng saw this, vaguely guessed his thoughts, and said with a smile, "Remember, not all flowers in the wild can be eaten. Some are medicinal, and some are poisonous." Han Shu woke up immediately and asked hurriedly, "But we don't know him either, what should we do?" Mu Feng thought for a while and said, "This is easy. I will transplant all the usable and edible plants to the tribe, plant them in the tribe, and let everyone in the tribe know them. Don't touch anything else except what I tell you to do, understand?" "Yes," Han Shu said respectfully. Other tribesmen also responded. "Okay, let's go on to the river." "Yes." The group continued to move forward. With forsythia and dandelion in front, Mu Feng perked up and looked carefully along the way to see if there were any other herbs around. Unfortunately, they were now heading towards the river, and the surrounding vegetation was gradually changing from shrubs to thatch. The growth power and destructiveness of thatch are obvious to all. As long as there is thatch, it is difficult for other vegetation to appear. Mu Feng sighed and shook his head. Looking at the gradually increasing thatch, he lost confidence in discovering Chinese herbal medicine again. "It seems that if I want to find herbs, I still have to go to a more distant wasteland," Mu Feng thought to himself. "The edge of the jungle, where the bushes and the grassland intersect, has a rich variety of vegetation, and it is also the place where herbs are most easily found. However, Mu Feng was still very happy in his heart. Firstly, he discovered 2 kinds of herbs, and secondly, he knew where he should look for herbs in the future. Also, once I completed the task of obtaining the 2 herbs, my achievement points reached 2,900. Just when he was thinking about doing something else to get 3,000 achievement points, another big surprise came. Someone brings me a pillow just when I feel sleepy. Mu Feng is overjoyed. Just in front of his left, in a relatively sparse patch of grass, clusters of emerald green leaves were particularly eye-catching. These leaves are like sparse bird feathers, each one strong and evenly distributed on even stronger green stems. What made Mu Feng's heart beat faster was that underneath these green stems were not branches, but a section of dark yellow rhizomes exposed outside. Carrot! Mu Feng almost jumped up. Regardless of Han Shu's reminder beside him, he took a quick step towards the small piece of green. He carefully parted the grass, straightened the green leaves along a piece of green rhizome, and then pulled it up by the roots. He pulled out a piece of yellow-brown plant that was only as thick as a thumb and had roots just over 10 centimeters long. It was a little smaller and thinner, but the thing in front of him was definitely something Mu Feng had seen and eaten before. After confirming it again and again, he grinned and laughed. It's a carrot! Chapter 94: The Meaning of Carrots. Han Shu felt unwell all over. Because before he came, Mingguan had already told him, the great chief is going to the river to dig clay this time, and may also go to look for wolves, so you must protect the safety of the great chief. After hearing Mingguan's instructions, Han Shu made up his mind to protect Mu Feng. But what he didn't expect was that Mu Feng stopped and walked along the way, squatting down from time to time to look at a blade of grass or a small tree again and again, and muttered something like, "It's a medicinal herb, but it's not a medicinal herb," from time to time. "We have walked all the way here, but we haven't reached the river yet." According to the time, they should have reached the river long ago, and perhaps they have already finished digging the clay and returned. But now, the chief was standing there, holding a red thing in his hand and laughing. What was going on? What made Han Shu feel unbelievable and even terrified was that Mu Feng actually wiped off the mud on the red thing and put it directly in his mouth, and started chewing it. Han Shu's head suddenly buzzed and he panicked. "Captain, that thing can't be eaten!" Mu Feng still had a smile on his face. "What's wrong? You can eat it!" Han Shu was even more frightened. "Hurry up and spit it out, it's poisonous. The brighter the color, the more poisonous it is. The brighter the color, the more poisonous it is." Mu Feng was stunned for a moment, smacking his lips while chewing the carrot, and thought to himself, "This sentence sounds so familiar." "Who told you?" Mu Feng asked with a frown. "Didn't you say that? You asked Shu Feng to tell everyone that the brighter the color of something, the more toxic it is." Han Shu came to Mu Feng in a hurry and was about to take his carrot and throw it away. Mu Feng dodged to the side, frowned and thought carefully, then realized. "You are talking about mushrooms." He was both amused and annoyed. "I was talking to Shu Feng about mushrooms. The brighter the color of the mushroom, the less edible it is." After a pause, he emphasized, "I'm not talking about carrots." "Carrot?" Han Shu scratched his head, looking confused. "Yes." Mu Feng rolled his eyes at him helplessly, wiped the mud off, cut a piece with the knife on the back of the shovel and handed it to him. "Here, try it, it tastes great." Han Shu was skeptical. He reached out to take a small piece of carrot and looked at Mu Feng with hesitation. Mu Feng laughed in silence. "Don't worry, it's not poisonous." Han Shu gritted his teeth, as if making a life-or-death decision, and threw the carrot into his mouth and chewed it twice, while closing his eyes, looking as if he had given it his all. Mu Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I just asked you to eat a carrot, why do you have to do that?" After chewing it twice, Han Shu suddenly opened his eyes wide, with a look of surprise and excitement. "Hey, Chief, this carrot tastes sweet. I'm surprised by something I haven't seen before." Mu Feng felt helpless. "How is it? Does it taste good?" Delicious." Han Shu nodded subconsciously, looking like a child who had seen a new toy for the first time, and not like an adult in the tribe at all. "Aren't you afraid of being poisonous now?" Mu Feng teased. Han Shu blushed, scratched his head and said, I have never seen this thing before." Mu Feng was moved. Then why did you eat it when I asked you to? Han Shu was stunned for a moment, then said seriously. Uncle Li who told Uncle Mingguang that you are the chief of the tribe. It is you who guided us and saved the Jiang clan from death and migration, and brought us hope. Moreover, it was you who led us to defeat the Monglong tribe, so that our people now have no worries about food and clothing. The old chief was very good to us when he was here, but he never did better than you. They said, I'll do what you said. Han Shu looked extremely solemn when he said this, and Mu Feng was stunned. I was inexplicably shown loyalty. Although I'm telling the truth, such straightforward words still sound a bit boastful. Mu Feng smiled bitterly and could only think in his heart. Such straightforward praise makes me feel embarrassed. But it would be a lie to say I'm unhappy, ha ha ha. Mu Feng was very proud. They also said. Han Shu opened his mouth and wanted to continue. That's enough. Mu Feng stopped talking immediately. Han Shu was showing such loyalty that he was a little overwhelmed. I know. It's important to get down to business. Dig up all these carrots with their roots. Try not to touch the leaves on them. It's best if there's some mud on the roots. He had already made up his mind that these carrots must be planted within the tribe. The carrots in front of us have already grown small radish heads, so it will be difficult to transplant them. But this did not stop Mu Feng's enthusiasm. He had made up his mind that he had to feed them even if it was a little troublesome. The biggest advantage of carrots is that they can be grown all year round. In other words, carrots can be used as a vegetable by the tribe all year round. Carrots in particular are rich in nutrients, which is much higher than other common vegetables. This is definitely the best food for the tribesmen who have suffered from malnutrition due to long-term lack of food. It can be said that the discovery of carrots is as significant as that of corn. Chapter 95, The Horned Deer is Just Bait. After digging up the carrots, Mu Feng finally led the group to the river. On the way, he handed in the carrot mission, and his achievement points reached 3,100. He wanted to exchange for the Great Earth Dao technique at that time, but when he thought about having to go back to find the wolf pack and that his achievement points might have other uses, he had to suppress the impulse in his heart. The group was careful and cautious and arrived at the river without any accidents. With the experience from last time, everyone started digging as soon as they arrived at the location. Mu Feng squatted by the river and continued to look through the grass, hoping to make new discoveries. I found water celery by the river last time, and I have already earned 2,000 achievement points since I set out today. I feel very excited, and I think I should take advantage of this good luck to see if I can earn more achievement points. However, ideals are full and reality is skinny. He dug around the river for a long time but found nothing new. Alas! Mu Feng sighed in his heart. This is the only way. Since there was nothing new to discover in the grass, he could only go back and see how the yellow clay was being dug. This time, he brought about 50 people, which was 5 times as many as last time. Both the speed and amount of digging were far greater than last time. After all, after digging the clay this time, he would open a big kiln and burn enough pottery for the people in the tribe. If possible, he would also burn a larger portion so that next time Changning came over, he could take the pottery and exchange it for things with Changning. And once pottery can be fired on a large scale, the kiln technology can be upgraded. Once the pottery firing technology matures, large-scale metal smelting can be carried out. With the metal tribe, the speed of development will be ahead of the entire era. Oh, that's right! Metal smelting requires metal ore! Mu Feng suddenly realized. Many copper ores are found by the river. Thinking of this, he hurried to the river again, looked left and right, and found that the shore was full of mud and grass, without the yellow or brown stones he was looking for. Mu Feng thought to himself. There can't be no stones by the river. There's so much mud and grass here, but no stones can be seen. Why is that? He raised his head and looked around, and at a glance he saw a wide, flat field of grass all around. He looked at the flow of the river again, which was also extremely slow. It seems that this should be the downstream of the river, Mu Feng thought secretly. Affected by the speed of the water flow, the upper reaches are mostly large rocks, the middle reaches are mostly pebbles, and the lower reaches are fine mud and sand. The river here flows so slowly, it's either going to flow into the lake or the sea. I just don't know how long this river is. If it's a big river, Even if it's a tributary, it will be terrible. Mu Feng shook his head secretly. It seems that it is impossible to seamlessly connect pottery making and metal smelting. I can only think of other ways. So he had no choice but to walk up to Han Shu and ask, "What's going on? When can I go back?" "It has been dug and loaded, and we can set off immediately," Han Shu answered honestly. "Okay." Mu Feng nodded. "Leave 10 people free. Take the bows and arrows to protect the others. Be careful when you go back. If you encounter prey, you can shoot arrows, but you can't go far. Do you understand?" "I understand." Han Shu nodded heavily, suppressing the excitement in his heart. He saw several horned deer on the way here, and he couldn't help but want to take action, but was stopped by Mu Feng. Because Mu Feng was worried that if they shot the antlered deer, it would be inconvenient to carry and would slow down their progress. The most important thing is that Han Shu himself understands that hunting is a very dangerous thing if it is not specifically for hunting, or on the way home. As long as you don't return to the tribe immediately, the blood of the dead prey may attract some wild beasts. This was also one of the reasons why when Mu Feng took them hunting, they were always able to capture prey alive, which shocked the tribe members so much. Fortunately, we are on our way home now, and Mu Feng has also made it clear that we can go hunting. The most important thing is that he also understood that Mu Feng wanted to see how well his archery skills had improved. After getting permission, Han Shu seemed like a different person. He became more and more powerful, and walked at the front of the team carrying a large bow and a dozen bamboo arrows. At Mu Feng's instruction, they chose a route not far from the last time they took, and their pace slowed down slightly. Everyone knew what Mu Feng was going to do. Surprisingly, no one raised any objections. Not only was there no objection, but there were even some expectations that had never been seen before. But before they left the grassland, they encountered several antlered deer. Han Shu was the first to notice the presence of the horned deer. He waved his hand and everyone immediately squatted down slowly. Then he quietly took out a bow and arrow, half knelt in the grass, and silently began to aim at the horned deer not far away. At this time, the 10 hunters with bows around him also quietly drew their bows and pointed their arrows at the antlered deer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5. Mu Feng counted silently. It seems that there must be a large herd of antlers nearby, otherwise there wouldn't be several groups of solitary antlers seen here and there. 5 horned deer, 11 people and 11 arrows. As long as we can perform normally, there will be no problem. Mu Feng was calm and did not even look at the expressions of Han Shu and the others. He waited for the result. Sure enough, in less than 3 minutes, 5 antlered deer fell. "Great Chief, what should we do now?" Han Shu was excited and did not move without permission. He asked Mu Feng in a low voice. "Wait." Mu Feng said only one word. Han Shu nodded heavily, said nothing and stood still. He knew that the horned deer was just bait.